Chapter 1. Rabies Mutation or Zombies. P.S. The plot is purely for entertainment. Please do not conflate it with reality. This book has entered its ninth round, so cherish it. In a mist-laden hot spring pool, a young girl languidly leaned against a man's embrace. Even in repose, her exquisite figure was delineated with remarkable clarity. Her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of rippling water, shimmered with a dreamy allure, while her delicate, fair hand gently grasped the man's larger one. Thump! Thump! The man felt his heart racing uncontrollably and instinctively lowered his gaze. He saw the girl trembling all over, crimson blood gushing from her 5 orifices, her stunning visage contorted into a sinister smile as she seized his hand and bit down fiercely. Water Blue Star. Great Xiao Empire. Blue Star Calendar, July 12, 2031. A certain classroom at Magic City University. Ah, ouch, it hurts. Suyu looked bewilderedly at the girl beside him, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. One of her hands clutched his tightly, while the other pinched the back of his hand. Upon noticing he was awake, she finally released her grip, her cheeks burning as she dared not meet his gaze. Suyu, still in a daze, withdrew his hand, only to find a distinct nail mark imprinted upon it. What is this on my finger? He rubbed his finger, feeling a slight stickiness. Instinctively, Suyu raised his hand to his nose and inhaled, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. Startled me, it turns out to be the seaweed sushi I had earlier. Stealing a glance at the girl, and seeing no signs of abnormality, Suyu let out a sigh of relief, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Sigh, this is already the 25th time I've had this dream since I crossed over. Who on earth is that stunning girl? Why does she always bite me at the most crucial moment? Indeed, Suyu was not a native of Water Blue Star. Before his crossing, he had experienced the clicked hero saving the damsel scenario, only to be knocked unconscious by his lecherous accomplices. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in Water Blue Star. This world was over 10 times larger than Earth, with a staggering population of 40 billion and distinct regional names and cultures. His previous incarnation was also named Suyu. His parents had perished in an accident 2 years prior, leaving him withdrawn and friendless throughout his 2 years of university. Having traversed to this parallel universe for over half a month, the initial excitement had begun to wane, as he realized he seemed to possess no special abilities. Suyu had pondered whether the system might require certain conditions for activation, but after exhausting various methods, the elusive system remained absent. The only peculiarity was that each time he fell asleep, he would dream of the same girl. A breathtaking beauty would appear in his dreams, and every time he attempted to advance the relationship, she would viciously bite him. Sigh. Suyu sighed deeply. The summer sun illuminated his chiseled profile, and the slightly disheveled ends of his hair danced in the gentle breeze, his handsome features drawing the attention of many female students in the classroom. Is it possible that aside from my looks, I truly possess nothing? Suyu shook his head in resignation, rising to wander aimlessly around the campus, contemplating his next course of action. As he strolled, he inadvertently discovered a crowd gathered beneath the girls' dormitory and curiously approached. In the midst of the throng stood a purple Lamborghini, adorned with pink balloons, and the front was arranged with red roses forming a heart. Surrounding it was a dense circle of roses, where 2 individuals stood. The man, clad in an ostentatious pink suit, held a bouquet of roses, while the girl, dressed in a white gown, appeared elegant and sweet. Say yes. Say yes. Uncertain whether it was a setup orchestrated by the man, a male voice rose amidst the onlookers, who began to cheer in unison. The girl, blushing and glancing around shyly, eventually nodded in agreement. Give her a kiss, shouted another voice, louder than before. As the crowd grew more boisterous, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she closed her beautiful eyes. The man, evidently experienced in matters of the heart, wasted no time in pulling the girl into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her. Whoa! Wow! Cheers, whistles, and applause erupted in chorus. After the kiss, the girl's body seemed to weaken, melting against the man. Suyu shook his head, preparing to leave when the next scene made him widen his eyes in shock. He watched as the girl trembled, her delicate hands entwining around the man's neck, and suddenly, blood began to flow from his mouth. Ugh! The man's face turned to one of terror as he attempted to scream, but the girl sealed his lips with hers. Desperately trying to push her away, the once delicate hands now unleashed an unimaginable strength, binding him tightly. The onlookers, sensing something amiss, fell silent as they regarded this bizarre tableau, exchanging bewildered glances. Ah! The man finally broke free from the girl's grasp, his face smeared with blood, howling in horror as he sought to escape her. His expression of terror suggested he had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Following the man's gaze, they saw the girl chewing on something, crimson blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. The sickening sound of her chewing reverberated through the air, sending chills down spines as if countless icy insects were crawling over them. The girl slowly lifted her head, her delicate features marred by bloodstains on her pristine dress. Then, with a grin, her once white teeth were stained crimson, creating a disturbingly eerie image. In the next moment, her eyelids fluttered, and she fainted. Bang! The girl fell heavily to the ground with a muffled thud, and this sound jolted the crowd awake, sending them into a frenzy of screams. Suyu furrowed his brow as a wave of nausea washed over him, the metallic scent of blood mingling with the sour odor of vomit. Just as he prepared to investigate, his foot halted midair. What the hell? Why can't I learn my lesson? Interfering in other people's affairs never ends well. I'm out! I'm out! Suyu pivoted on his heel and strode away from the crowd. That scene felt eerily familiar, didn't it? Bite! Holy crap! This is exactly like the scene from my dream. Could it be? He hastily pulled out his phone and searched for the keyword bite. Indeed, he found dozens of such incidents reported across the nation. And this was merely the documented cases. Unreported instances could be far more numerous. Scaling ladders, climbing walls. Suyu's pupils contracted. The situation abroad was even more dire than he had imagined. Moreover, the details reported online were more alarming. Both the assailants and victims shared a common trait: both fell into a coma afterward. A peculiar phenomenon. It was dismissed by so-called experts as merely a rabies mutation, assuring the public that it wouldn't disrupt their monthly salary of $3,500. Suyu's brow furrowed. Things could not be so simple. Reflecting on it, the imagery from his dreams seemed to be trying to convey something. And in conjunction with the events unfolding in reality, one term emerged vividly in his mind. Zombies. Is it possible that the world I have crossed into is on the brink of an apocalypse? Once this notion took root, it lingered stubbornly in Suyu's mind. Regardless of whether it's zombies or an apocalypse, I must prepare for the worst. I need to be ready for any eventuality. With a plan in mind, Suyu dashed into the supermarket across from Magic City University. Beef jerky, various canned goods, high-calorie food. She hastily filled several shopping carts without a second thought. After a mere 10 minutes, he had filled multiple carts to the brim. He instructed the cashier to expedite the checkout and then dashed towards the knife section, selecting the two most expensive cleavers and a couple of watermelon knives. As he passed the tools aisle, he inexplicably grabbed a set of power tools. Returning to the checkout counter, he found that 5 carts had only been processed for 2. The cashier, a young woman in her 20s, glanced at him while scanning items, causing Suyu to feel a twitch of unease. What's her deal? Is she worried I can't pay? After a flurry of activity, sweat drenched his clothes, and Suyu felt anxious. The impending apocalypse loomed over him like a sword suspended by a thread, ready to fall at any moment. Bang! Suyu slammed his palm onto the checkout counter, fixing the cashier with an intense gaze. P.S. This story features multiple female leads, and the title may evolve slowly. It is an apocalyptic tale. Friends with a compassionate heart, heed my warning. This book may not be suitable for you. Really, it can be quite toxic. 4 free books. If you truly dislike it, simply click the top left corner to exit. Thank you for your cooperation. Additionally, due to the book's 9th revision, around 400 to 500 chapters have been removed. Some sections might appear disjointed, so please bear with it. Moreover, some early parts may feel a bit clicked. As this is my first attempt at writing, I hope for your understanding and to take it easy on the criticism. However, the story will become increasingly engaging as it progresses. Indeed, the reviews reflect this, with over 30 hours of reading time, and only 20 out of the maximum 1 review being negative. I assure you, I will not let this story end poorly. Chapter 2. Gathering Supplies, Roommate Zhao Yi. The cashier was startled by Su Ye's sudden action, causing her to drop her scanner. Staring at him in confusion, Su caught a fleeting glimpse of the approaching security guard. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Stirring up trouble at this moment would be anything but prudent. It seems I have no choice but to resort to my cash abilities. He retrieved his wallet, extracting a thick wad of 100 yuan bills, estimating it to be around 5 or 6,000. He counted out 5 bills and placed them on the counter, his expression devoid of emotion as he said, "Miss, could you please expedite the process? I'm in a hurry. Consider this 500 as your tip." "Ah, oh, all right, handsome. Just a moment, please." The cashier released a breath of relief, her hands moving with a speed surpassing even her nightly self-entertainment. The items in the shopping cart rapidly diminished, visibly decreasing in quantity. After the transaction, the cashier handed the receipt to Su Yu, who absent-mindedly accepted it, feeling a light tickle in his palm. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the cashier was fervently blinking her large, captivating eyes. Su Yu chose to ignore her, his mind occupied elsewhere. Glancing at the several large shopping bags nearby and contemplating his own physique, he decisively handed the remaining 1,000+ yuan to the security guard, asking him to fetch a few others to assist with the transport. As he observed the 3 security guards walking ahead, Su Yu pondered. These guards appear rather dull-witted, yet they possess quite the muscular build. Should I attempt to recruit them as my muscle? After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the notion. After all, it was their first encounter. One may know a person's face but not their heart, and with conflicting interests, betrayal could lurk. If an apocalypse truly were to arrive, human nature would be the most fragile of all. Once societal structures and legal systems collapsed, devoid of the restraints of desire and hatred, civilization? Merely ayist. Su Yu led the trio into his dormitory, where they placed the overflowing shopping bags in a corner. "Boss, we've set the items down here. Is there anything else you need us to do?" The lead security guard, with a dark complexion, inquired, feeling uneasy after having received such a sum for minimal effort. Once back in the dormitory, Su Ye's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing else. You may return now." It was then he realized he still clutched the receipt, which bore a string of phone numbers on the back. He casually handed it to the dark-complexioned guard, saying, "By the way, this is from that cashier beauty. She asked me to pass it to you. She mentioned she has always had a fondness for you, but felt too shy to express it herself." The guard froze momentarily, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, Is this for real?" Upon seeing Su Yu nod, he looked down at the number on the receipt, murmuring, "So she likes me too? I've liked her for ages, but every time I see her, I can't muster a word, fearing she might disdain my rural background and I'd end up with no friendship at all." Another guard, who had come along, chimed in, "Can't muster a word? That's simple, just eat more soybeans." Su Yu couldn't stifle his laughter, patting the dark-complexioned guard on the shoulder, exasperatedly stating, "If you like her, you must confess. What's there to fear about not even becoming friends? Besides, what good is friendship if what you truly need is a girlfriend?" Clap, clap, clap. "You're absolutely right. Who would have thought, Su Yu, that you possess such wisdom?" The sound of applause and a male voice echoed from the dormitory bathroom, followed by the entrance of a flamboyant-looking young man. He approached Su Yu, scrutinizing him as if he were an alien, exclaiming, "Su Yu, we've shared this dorm for over a year, and you've always been such a reserved fellow. What's gotten into you today? Have you finally unlocked some profound understanding?" Su Yu ignored him, turning to the dark-complexioned guard with meaningful intent. "Hurry now. Otherwise, you might miss your chance." The guard nodded excitedly, dropping the term boss. "From now on, you're my brother. I can't thank you enough. I'll be sure to invite you to my wedding." Su Yu nearly burst into laughter. This big brother might even have already decided on the names for his future children. "Go on, don't keep the girl waiting." "All right, I'm on it." After bidding farewell to the others, Su Yu closed the dormitory door and turned his gaze towards the familiar yet strange face before him. Zhao Yi, nicknamed Peony, was somewhat attractive and came from a wealthy family. In his own words, his future spouse must be his first love, which explained why he had yet to date anyone. However, in less than 2 years at university, he had courted no fewer than 100 girls. As for the purpose of these outings, perhaps he simply wished to delve into the study of human anatomy. Thus, the nickname Peony was born. Forever single, perpetually in bloom. Observing Zhao Yi, who frequently glanced at his phone, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. Which girl are you planning to torment next? You wouldn't understand the joy of it, you single dog. Zhao Yi scrutinized Suyu, then patted him on the shoulder. How about I introduce you to someone? With your looks, rivaling that of the esteemed readers, it would be a shame not to enjoy life. Suyu shrugged off Zhao Yi's hand, retorting, spare me your advice, let me give you a word of caution. Don't be like a USB drive, inserting yourself recklessly, where you'll inevitably catch a virus, and then it'll just be a mess. Are you cursing me? Cough, cough. Zhao Yi suddenly bent over, coughing violently, nearly stumbling to the ground. Suyu instinctively reached out to assist him, but hesitated, retracting his hand, allowing Zhao Yi to fall. After a moment, Zhao Yi regained his composure, casting a mournful glance at Suyu, his expression darkening considerably. Suyu, do you think I should just give up? Seeing Zhao Yi returning to his normal state, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Stop overthinking it, focus on resting. Once you feel better, take the time to get checked out. As he spoke, Suyu helped Zhao Yi to the bed. Then, avoiding Zhao Yi's gaze, he discreetly retrieved a bone-sawing knife from the shopping bag and concealed it beneath the pillow. The two fell silent, with Zhao Yi searching his phone for symptoms of AIDS. After some time, he found none that matched and decided to invite a girl out to ease his worries. Suyu also took out his phone, needing to gather more information to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. After searching various forums for quite some time, Suyu found no useful information, while Zhao Yi stumbled upon something unexpected. Ha! Success! Brother, look here, I've managed to secure a date with a stunning girl. Another lady has fallen under the spell of my extraordinary charm. Oh, my charisma knows no bounds. Zhao Yi triumphantly held his phone before Suyu, displaying a chat log with the girl. Zhao Yi, are you there? Chu Qing. Who are you? Zhao Yi. Aren't you Xiaoqin's best friend? I'm Xiaoqin's good friend. Chu Qing. Oh, hello. Is there something you need? Zhao Yi. I have a little favor to ask, I'm unwell, and Xiaoqin can't make it, could you help me out? Chu Qing. This. Zhao Yi. Do you have a driver's license? Chu Qing. Yes. Zhao Yi. Great. My Ferrari 812 is parked at school. Could you drive me? I'm not feeling well enough to drive. Chu Qing. That seems inappropriate, and I've never driven a sports car. Zhao Yi. It's quite simple, a clever girl like you will learn in no time. I have a seaside villa in the Di Jing estate. Could you take me to grab some medicine? Zhao. Let's set that in stone. It'll be waiting at the boys' dorm. To thank you, we'll treat you to a movie afterwards, and then we can dine at the Park Hyatt. The night view of the city is stunning. Zhao. By the way, after the movie, let's go buy a watch. I can't find my Patek Philippe, and it's inconvenient to check the time without a watch. Chu Qing. All right then. Suyu's lips twitched. The subtext was clear. I am a wealthy man. Comparing the last 3 messages, each sent with an interval of 3 seconds, Suyu couldn't help but think, this is undoubtedly a copy and paste job. Chapter 3. The Apocalypse Descends. First kill. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Is anyone there? Suyu rose and opened the door, revealing a girl approximately 1.65 meters tall. She was dressed quite provocatively, sporting a pair of light blue ultra-short denim shorts and an irregular coffee-colored off-shoulder short-sleeve top, complemented by cascading burgundy waves of long hair that were undeniably alluring. The girl assessed Suyu in return, astonished that the person she was meeting was an extraordinarily handsome man. Such looks could be admired for a lifetime. With a charming smile, she extended her slender, fair hand. Hello, I am Li Chu Qing. Handsome GUID, pleasure to meet you. Before Suyu could respond, Zhao Yi suddenly leaped out from behind him. Ah, Chu Qing, you've arrived. He exclaimed that I'm Zhao Yi, the one who was chatting with you. This is Suyu, my good buddy from the dorm. Come in, come in. Let us sit for a bit while I tidy up, and then we'll head out, duh. Okay. Okay, Li Chu Qing awkwardly withdrew her hand, realizing that she had perhaps overthought the situation. As she passed Suyu, she stole a glance at him, thinking he is truly handsome. What should I do? It's so hard to choose. Disregarding her, Suyu prepared to close the door after Li Chu Qing entered. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Da-da. Zhao Yi, what happened to you? Suyu turned to see Zhao Yi sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his head. Initially assuming Zhao Yi had merely tripped, Suyu was about to help when he heard a commotion in the corridor outside the dormitory. Classmate, hey, wake up. Is this the instructor? There are many boys in the dorm who suddenly collapse for some reason, that a voice joked. Haha, is this a collective fainting episode? How peculiar. With a swift stride, Suyu exited the dorm, only to find several students lying unconscious in the corridor, each surrounded by 3 to 5 people. Some were on the phone seeking help, while others were preparing to carry their peers to the infirmary. This is bad. Suyu's pupils contracted, a sense of unease gnawing at him. He turned and hurried back into the dorm, quickly shutting the door. Did Suyu help? Zhao seems to be severely injured. That Suyu rushed over, finding Li Chuqing had turned Zhao over. His nose was broken, and his entire face was drenched in blood. Step aside. Li Chuqing stood up, trembling and confused, retreating to one side. That Suyu hoisted Zhao under his arms, dragging him toward the bathroom. That Li Chuqing stood there, bewildered, thinking, isn't he supposed to take him to the infirmary? Why is he dragging him to the bathroom? Does he want to clean the blood first? She stepped closer, wanting to see if there was something she could do, only to witness Suyu roughly toss Zhao to the ground, his head hitting the floor with a thud, causing her to cringe and furrow her brow in confusion. Then, much to her bewilderment, Suyu swiftly exited the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Just as she was about to ask him what was happening, she saw him pull out a gleaming cleaver from beneath a pillow. What are you going to do? Shut up from now on, you must not speak. Otherwise, I'll deal with you first. Suyu glared fiercely, shaking the knife in his hand, disregarding Li Chuqing, who had cowered into a corner. Her mouth tightly shut, her eyes glistening with tears. That Suyu approached the bathroom door, straining to listen to the sounds within. That if his instincts were correct, Zhao and the unconscious students in the corridor were likely to mutate into zombies. The sheer number of coincidental events occurring simultaneously could no longer be dismissed as mere chance, compelling him to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. Time ticked away painfully. Perhaps 10 seconds had passed. Or maybe a full minute to end the agonizing wait. A feral growl resonated from the bathroom. That moment, it was as if a video that had been paused was abruptly played again. Outside the dormitory, across the campus, throughout the city, and indeed globally, approximately 8 billion individuals who had collapsed began to awaken. Their eyes were as lifeless as a fish's belly, their skin rapidly developing veins of crimson. Their nails grew maniacally, falling away, and eventually evolving into hard, jet-black claws, sharp and elongated. From their throats emanated bestial growls as they bared their jaws, ready to bite into anything flesh and blood nearby. Screams pierced the air. Help! Don't bite me! Oh, damn it, I'm trying to save you and you're biting me. I'll make you regret it. Yanzi, I can live without you, please don't chase me. A moment ago, the bustling streets were filled with life and noise, but now they lay in ruin, a chaotic mess of vehicles strewn haphazardly across the thoroughfare. Some cars had collided with lampposts, while others had crashed into storefronts. Bang! A loud crash. Perhaps the bloodstains on the dormitory floor had attracted the now zombified Zhao. The bathroom door was being battered loudly. That Suyu tightened his grip on the cleaver, taking a deep breath, forcing himself to remain as calm as possible. 3, 2, 1. With a swift pull, Suyu yanked the door open, and the transformed Zhao charged out, colliding violently with the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu rushed forward, roaring as he swung the cleaver toward the back of the zombie Zhao Yi's head. With each strike, driven by rage and fear, Suyu unleashed all his strength, the creature's growls gradually fading until silence enveloped the room. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching Suyu in the process. After a brief moment of shock, his mind began to clear. His hands trembled involuntarily. The sticky and slippery sensation covering him was unbearable, compounded by the acrid stench of blood that made him want to vomit. Battling the nausea, Suyu turned to Li Chuqing, who looked as though she might retch at any moment, having expelled a large puddle onto the floor. Upon seeing her state, Suyu could no longer contain himself and followed suit, emptying his stomach. Feeling slightly better after purging the contents of his stomach, he paid no heed to Li Chuqing, who was on the verge of collapse from her own retching. That Suyu approached the window, his eyes bloodshot, face pale, and lips cracked with a hint of purple, staring out at the hellish scene of the campus. He shakily retrieved a cigarette. With several attempts, he finally managed to light it. Taking a deep drag, the smoke that escaped his lips alleviated some of the terror within him. Although he had killed a zombie, the act felt indistinguishable from taking a human life, that if one could remain as composed as a seasoned veteran after their first kill. Devoid of any psychological burden, they were either a psychopath or had lived oceans away, or perhaps both. Before transmigrating, Suyu was merely an ordinary person, having embarked on a grueling 996-work schedule post-university. Planning to find a virtuous girl to marry and settle down, living a mundane life. Initially, when he speculated that this world might harbor zombies, he thought, it's just zombies that I've died once already. Surely I wouldn't fear a few small zombies? Yet reality proved him wrong, revealing that he, like the vast majority, was merely a braggart. Chapter 4. System Activation, Cosmic Purge Ding. The auxiliary system has been successfully rebooted. Identity verification successful. Connecting now. Connection established that a series of synthesized electronic tones echoed in Suyu's mind. After a brief moment of dazed confusion, the look of uncertainty regarding the future vanished from his face, replaced by a wave of ecstatic joy. System. Hey there, System Big Brother. System Sister. System Grandpa. Grandma. What the? Suyu's elation froze that moment. He felt as though he had struck gold, only to be told by his newfound fortune that they were in a complex relationship. What the hell? Why would you do this to me? Just as despair began to creep in, a sweet, playful voice chimed in his mind. Hey, Master. I'm here, surprised, so you felt a sense of bewilderment. What is this? I'm not a ghost, Master. You should call me Little Fairy, the kind of little fairy you know. All right, Little Fairy, are you the system? That is one way to put it. I'm the system as spirit, integrated with the system itself. Spirit, so does the system have a physical form? Yes, indeed, it's a golden sphere residing in your consciousness, and I, Little Fairy, live within it. A ball in my head. This feels rather strange. Little Fairy, why did the system bind to me only now? I was almost done for, did you know? I apologize, Master. The energy expended to transport you to this world delayed the system's activation, so I could only relay fragmented messages. Are you saying that the messages were just my recurring dreams? Never mind that for now. Little Fairy, please tell me the current state of this world. Also, what functionalities does the system possess? As Xiao Xian elucidated. Suyu gradually comprehended the origins of the apocalypse. At the conclusion of each cosmic era, a grand cleansing occurs, with each era lasting approximately 129,600 years. Every instance of this cleansing is unimaginably brutal. Across the universe's more than 7 trillion galaxies, each galaxy boasts nearly 1,000 life-bearing planets. These planets with life must engage in fierce competition, where the fittest prevail and the unfit succumb to extinction. At the onset of the cleansing, the cosmic consciousness disseminates the primal energy of the universe throughout, akin to the spiritual energy often referenced in novels. This cosmic energy can enhance living beings, yet a portion of humanity, upon absorbing this energy, may mutate into zombies, with a mutation probability of 20 that once transformed into a zombie. An individual's rank instantly escalates to level 1, enabling them to absorb energy at twice the rate of normal beings. After consuming flesh and blood, their strength can surge rapidly. However, their original consciousness dissipates, giving rise to a new awareness, with intellect akin to that of a 1-year-old child, which can only improve as their power increases. All the while exhibiting a bloodthirsty nature akin to that of wild beasts. Furthermore, they possess the ability to infect others. Any being with a lower power level than theirs that suffers a bite or scratch will be assimilated. And even those stronger than them risk infection if they do not receive timely treatment after being wounded. In this universe, power levels are categorized from 0 to 9, comprising 10 tiers, each further divided into levels 0 to 9. Once a being reaches level 1, they can awaken their innate talents. To enhance their strength. Aside from the slow absorption of cosmic energy, there exists another method. Slaughter by killing infected beings, other species, or even uninfected kin. One can garner corresponding energy to augment their power, but Suu exhaled a deep breath. His brow furrowed. To him, this grand cleansing resembled the nurturing of a puppet. Yet, what was the cosmic consciousness aiming to achieve with such machinations? This was a question Xiao Xian could not answer either. Pondering further proved futile. After all, he was merely a weakling at present and had no need to fret unnecessarily. Besides, he now possessed a system. And in the future, he might not have to fear the cosmic consciousness. Contemplating the capabilities of the system, Suyu's furrowed brow began to relax. The system possessed a singular function, a marketplace for exchanges. Anything that had existed within the universe, aside from certain unique items, could be exchanged for skills, techniques, weapons, items, and common talents, among others. All items, excluding ordinary ones, were graded from F, the lowest, to SSS, the highest, across a total of 9 levels. Exchanges required the use of spiritual essence, which could be easily acquired through slaughter. Should Suyu eliminate any being with a power level above 0 and level 0, the system would absorb that being's soul and convert it into spiritual essence. Killing a 0-tier creature yields 1 to 10 points of spiritual essence, while a 1-tier creature provides 10 to 100 points, and so forth, with the maximum yield from slaying a 9-tier level 9 creature being 10 billion points of spiritual essence. Xiao Xian, open the attribute panel for me to see, he requested. Certainly, Master. In the next moment, a semi-transparent virtual screen, imbued with a sense of science fiction, materialized before Suyu. The protagonist's character image depicted a combat form, while the leisurely mode image was unnecessary for his identification. Name: Suyu tier 0 level 0 experience 110 combat power 5 strength 8. The average attributes for an adult are 10 agility 9 constitution 7 spirit 16 appearance 90 maximum 100 spiritual essence 1 talent. Not yet awakened skills. None note. Combat power represents the maximum strength that can be unleashed in a moment, including the amplification from talents and skills, but does not account for actual combat prowess. Talents and skills that do not enhance attack, movement speed, or defense are not included in the combat power value. Strength, power, endurance, agility, speed, reaction, constitution, defense, healing, rate, spirit, mental strength, energy, storage capacity. Gazing at his attribute panel, Suyu fell into a state of self-doubt. So, after all this time, I am indeed the so-called 5 trash fighter? After dismissing the attribute panel, he gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. Approaching the window, he peered outside at the campus, which resembled a hell on earth, and fell into contemplation. With a total population of approximately 4 billion on Water Blue Star and a mutation probability of 20, it meant that at least 800 million humans would become zombies. In the face of such a calamity, it was evidently impossible for nations to respond effectively in a timely manner. With no legal constraints and the very prospect of witnessing the sun rise again tomorrow shrouded in uncertainty, the darker sides of humanity would gradually surface in such an environment. Thus, in this apocalypse, Suyu could only rely on himself. That, of course, power was of paramount importance. Only by becoming formidable could he dictate his own fate. To swiftly enhance his strength, he would need to venture out and slay zombies. Admittedly, this posed a dilemma for Suyu. These zombies were not the slow-moving, stiff creatures depicted in films that moment. A man was sprinting swiftly towards the dormitory building, pursued by several zombies that were evidently faster than he was. The distance between the man and the zombies dwindled rapidly, and one zombie had already reached his rear, extending its claws to strike at his back. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was flung 5 or 6 meters away. Damn. What the hell is this? Suyu couldn't help but curse. Not only were the zombies fast, but their strength was also astonishingly formidable. His exclamation caught the attention of the approaching zombies, who all turned to look towards the window where Suyu was situated. He quickly crouched down. After a moment, he cautiously peeked out to see the zombies feasting on the man, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. Do these zombies have good hearing too? It seems that if I wish to kill zombies and level up, I must devise a more thoughtful plan. After all, in his previous life, Suyu had only mastered a basic set of skills and had not trained in anything else. Although he now possessed a knife, zombies were not going to stand idly by for him to strike. One careless scratch could spell disaster. Chapter 5, SSS Level Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Technique within Suyu's Sea of Consciousness. A golden orb floated. Inside this golden orb lay an endless expanse of space, devoid of anything except a girl who was propped up on the ground, with long silver hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders and skin as smooth as mutton fat. Her wine-red eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint that a high-bridged nose sat above delicate pink lips that curled slightly upwards, presenting an adorable yet noble visage, an embodiment of a sweet, cunning little girl. The little girl rested her chin on one hand while the other tapped on a screen the size of a mobile phone. This is called potato chips. Wow, it looks so delicious that I really want to taste it. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as her slender fingers brushed against her rosy lips. How about I borrow a spiritual essence from Master and buy a pack to try the flavor? However, upon recalling that Suyu currently possessed only one spiritual essence, her enthusiasm waned. Just then, Suyu's voice resonated through the space. Xiao Xian, now that our system is activated, is there no beginner's gift package or something? Xiao Xian jolted upright, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Master, I almost forgot to mention it. There is indeed a gift package. I'll get it for you right away. Suyu felt a wave of irritation. If he hadn't brought it up, he would have missed out entirely. Ding! Obtained unique SS-level technique, Yin-Yang technique. Would you like to learn it? Yes, Suyu replied without hesitation. To his surprise, the beginner's gift package included an SSS-level technique, and moreover, it was a unique technique, the only one of its kind in the entire universe. Moments later, the Yin-Yang technique was infused into Suyu's mind. The technique was then converted into a skill and appeared on his attribute panel. Upon understanding the usage and effects of this skill, Suyu's expression turned peculiar. Skill: SSS-level Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. Unique: 0, no cooldown time, passive 1. Upon reaching 100 progress, you may obtain evolution points to enhance your talent or skill equipment level. Engaging in friendly exchanges with female beings whose overall appearance and physique score exceeds 90 can elevate both parties' talent skill levels, with a maximum cap at SSS level. Note: females may practice a maximum of twice daily, with the first practice yielding a 100-fold increase, enhancing both parties' appearance. Passive 2. Charm Aura significantly boosts one's charm, increasing the baseline favorability by 30 towards female beings with an overall appearance and physique score exceeding 90. Each practice gains a small amount of favorability. Upon reaching 100 favorability, the bond becomes unwavering, and both parties receive substantial enhancements. Passive 3. Oath of Covenant. Practicing together with the host can turn one into a Covenanter. The host, as the master of the Covenant, can proportionally transfer the damage received by the Covenanter to themselves, with the host able to adjust the ratio, up to a maximum of 50 transfer. Note: once the Covenanter's favorability reaches a full value of 100, mutual conversion can be unlocked, along with the activation of special unknown effects. Ding! Detected that the host possesses the passive skill, Oath of Covenant. When the Covenanter kills a being, the system can remotely extract the soul power of that being and convert it into spiritual essence. Suyu stared blankly at the introduction of the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang decision, muttering to himself, female beings? What on earth is female? Master, some high bloodline beasts reaching the 3rd tier can assume human forms. The little fairy chimed in. Moreover, given your inner thoughts, you should find this quite delightful. Upon hearing the little fairy's teasing, Suyu's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore her, focusing intently on the skill description. The first passive skill was straightforward. Engaging with a female companion would yield evolution points, enabling enhancements to talents and skill levels. As for the Charm Aura skill, it was nothing short of a magical tool for wooing women. The base affection level would increase by 30, meaning that as long as a woman held even a slight fondness for him, it would be exceedingly easy to reach the point of infatuation under such bonuses. He discovered that when the affection level reached 60, it meant she was already smitten. At that point, if he confessed, there was a 99 chance of success. Generally, newlywed couples hover around a 60 affection level. So one could imagine how simple it would be to facilitate some friendly exchanges with such a level of affection, provided he approached it gradually and without abruptness. Achieving an affection level of 80 signified deep love, allowing him to act freely, for unless he committed atrocious acts like murdering her parents, she would never leave him. That a perfect score of 100 would imply unwavering devotion. Even if he did commit such heinous acts, she would still love him unconditionally. It was akin to a small cow riding a ghostly fire. Utterly impressive. The Contract Oath passive skill existed solely for the protection of the contract holders. Most importantly, with this skill, each additional contract holder equated to another individual assisting him in earning spiritual essence. That a smirk crept across Suyu's lips, revealing a knowing smile, truly deserving of its unique SSS grade status. It is absurdly powerful. Yet, this skill seems to compel me to establish a harem. Oh wonder, in my past life, when I visited the hospital, the doctor remarked that my stomach was suited for a soft lifestyle. While my wife combats zombies, I can simply lie back and accumulate spiritual essence. It's a delightful thought. He. Su Yu's satisfaction with this SSS-grade technique grew stronger. Master, wake up. You don't have a wife yet. Su Yu's smile froze on his face. Little fairy, life is already so arduous. Let us not expose certain truths, shall we? As for a wife, one will come eventually. Then, could the master perhaps buy little fairy a bag of chips? That way, little fairy will obediently listen. Okay. The little fairy's soft, delicate voice was like a weapon against lonely men. Although Su Yu was not a recluse, he too found it hard to resist. After all, it was merely a bag of chips. He had plenty of high-calorie snacks, chocolates, and the like from previous purchases that I bought a lot of snacks earlier. Just tell me what you want, and I'll see how to get it for you. Master, only items exchanged in the system mall can be used by Little Fairy.su United. Opening the system mall, and after a considerable search, he finally located the chips option that he confirmed his selection. Good heavens, he hadn't noticed before, but now he realized there were even different grades of chips. The highest grade was A-level purple virtual chips, priced at a staggering 10 million spiritual essence. However, there was a reason for such a steep price. The ingredients were sourced from purple virtual potatoes, nurtured in a spiritual spring for a full 3,000 years, possessing exceptionally pure energy. They were fried in oil extracted from 6th-tier beast meat. With only the finest seasonings used, the flavors were abundant, ranging from fried chicken to barbecue. Everything one could wish for. Consuming chips of 6th tier or lower would enhance one's attributes by 50 for 10 minutes beyond the 6th tier. The effect diminishes by 50 for each additional tier. A bag contains 10 pieces. Su Yu clicked his tongue in surprise, promptly scrolling down to the very bottom. The bottom tier consisted solely of the most ordinary chips, identical to those sold in supermarkets. Upon glancing at the price, it was just one spiritual essence that Su Yu felt no reluctance, despite having only one spiritual essence at that moment. With one spiritual essence, he could purchase some snacks or small daily necessities. After inquiring about the flavor Little Fairy desired, Su Yu chose to purchase it. Ding! Purchased ordinary chips X1, deducted one spiritual essence, remaining spiritual essence, 0. A mechanical voice sounded, and a bag of barbecue-flavored chips suddenly appeared in Su Yu's hand. Here, it's done. Once I have more money, I'll buy you something delicious to in the next moment. The chips in Su Yu's hand vanished and reappeared in the little fairy's grasp. The little fairy eagerly tore open the packaging, a rich aroma wafting past her delicate nose. Her eyes squinted into crescent moons, filled with sheer joy. How long had it been? She hadn't savored food in ages. The last time was, Master, you're so wonderful. May the master be blessed with countless beauties in his harem. Su Yu chuckled softly. Countless? I didn't need titanium alloy kidneys to barely keep up. Wun Ti, Chapter 6. How much does she resemble her former self? In the bathroom, Su Yu splashed water on his face, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, it had improved significantly compared to before that moment. He was no longer filled with confusion about the future, but rather brimming with determination. As he exited the bathroom, he caught sight of Zhao Yi's dismembered corpse. Its head gruesomely mutilated, Su Yu furrowed his brow, intending to retrieve a blanket to cover it for the time being before addressing it later. However, just a few steps away, he noticed Li Chuqing huddled in the corner of the dormitory. Trembling and feared, it dawned on him that there was still another person in the dormitory. Li Chuqing was evidently terrified, having retched earlier, and now quietly sobbing in the corner without uttering a sound. One might mistakenly think Su Yu had done something to her. After witnessing Su Yu commit murder, Li Chuqing had contemplated fleeing. When she had stealthily approached the dormitory door, while Su Yu was lost in thought by the window, she had been poised to open it, but the distant sounds of growls and screams outside had caused her hand to freeze, her body covered in goosebumps. She was no fool. The peculiar circumstances frightened her into inaction. Seeing Su Yu fetch a blanket to cover the corpse and remnants on the floor, he then sat on the bed to check his phone, seemingly disregarding her presence. Unable to contain herself, Li Chuqing finally spoke up. Su Yu, what on earth is happening outside? You can see for yourself, Su Yu replied, gesturing with his chin towards the window. Ditto, and you'd better cover your mouth to avoid screaming. At his words, Li Chuqing stood up, her long legs unsteady as she moved toward the window. The scene outside was one of utter chaos, limbs and severed body parts strewn everywhere, with zombies feasting on corpses. Each horrific sight searing into Li Chuqing's memory. Her pupils widened in disbelief, and she instinctively stifled a scream, pressing her delicate hand firmly over her mouth. After a moment, she turned back to Suyu. Her expression one of utter incredulity. That Suyu, is this? Is this for real? You've seen it for yourself. Why ask me if it's real? No, that is not. Enough. The internet is still functioning. You can check online yourself. Li Chuqing's gaze dropped to the corpse of Zhao Yi, now covered by a bedsheet, her face contorted with a look of grievance. But my phone fell next to Zhao Yi. Chuqing's incessant complaints began to irk Suyu, who responded with a hint of coldness in his tone. If it fell, can't you pick it up? After that, he ignored her and continued to browse through information on his phone. With a sudden surge of zombies, chaos reigned across nations, with some smaller countries unable to maintain control over the situation. The official announcements from the Great Xiao Empire urged citizens to prepare sufficient food to last at least a week while awaiting rescue and to secure their doors and avoid unnecessary outings. Thinking of the hellish scene within the campus, Suyu scoffed at the notion of preparing food. Where on earth would he find any? Clearly, those drafting the announcements had lost their minds. Overall, the official statements were essentially devoid of any practical advice, merely offering reassurances. Don't panic, stay calm. We can prevail. He closed the webpage and opened the most popular app in this world, Douyin. Upon opening it, he saw an outdoor adventure blogger with millions of followers had just posted a video titled Apocalypse Survival Rules. The video had garnered over 1 million likes in less than an hour. Firstly, secure your doors and windows and stockpile drinking water while the supply is still available and untainted. Hoarding a bit may save your life. If you have supplies at home, congratulations. You'll have a longer survival time and better opportunities than most. Secondly, under no circumstances should you venture outside. The blogger tested this himself. The zombies outside are ferocious. Had he not been fit from regular outdoor adventures, he would have already met his end. To those who constantly demand a feast, you'll find there is no banquet to be had. If pursued by zombies, one must never run in a straight line. The blogger has discovered that while these zombies possess remarkable straight-line speed, their ability to turn is rather rigid. Furthermore, do not trust any strangers, and especially do not allow them to approach you, particularly those charming young ladies who may unwittingly lead you into peril. Ideally, one should distance themselves from urban areas and retreat to the countryside, where the population density is lower, as safety is comparatively greater there than in the city. As the comment section opens, a string of gratitude emerges. I love potato chips. 66666. Thanks to the blogger for the valuable insights. The chubby one who can't draw. What the hell, did I just sleep and wake up to the apocalypse? Am I in a time warp? Yushu Linfeng Yin Gongzi. To the guy above. You should be grateful you were sleeping peacefully. I was having a wild dream, and suddenly, the girl turned into a zombie. Can you believe it? I bolted out of bed in fright, and now I'm hiding in the bathroom in my birthday suit. Eggplant. A true master of the zombie apocalypse. You can brag about this for a lifetime. Naming is hard. Compared to this, I am more curious about how you manage to keep your hands busy at all times. CC, brother blogger, if you can escape from the jaws of a zombie, you must be incredibly skilled. Could you come to rescue me? I am a girl. Light and easy to topple over. Oh, my home is at. Brother blogger, I'm so scared. Boo-hoo. Old Wong next door. Girl upstairs, did you really just give your address away? Be careful of the he the blogger mentioned that I am a reader. Oh my, the girl lives above me. Just wait, brother is coming to protect you well. After watching the video, Suyu displayed an appreciative expression and silently gave it a thumbs up that in this apocalyptic world, human nature is the most unpredictable. And even those who were once close friends or spouses might not hesitate to stab each other in the back for a glimmer of survival. Thus, Suyu has no intention of establishing a faction. Truthfully, bringing too many people along would not be beneficial and would rather become a constraint. After all, if Suyu cannot find a girl scoring above 90, the SSS level skill, Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang technique, would be rendered useless, staying in one place and hoping that a girl would come to him. How is that even plausible? With this thought, Suyu's gaze shifted towards Li Si-hucking.at that moment. Li Chuqing had found her phone and was sitting on the bed opposite Suyu, scrolling through it. Her cheeks still bore traces of tears, and rather than diminishing her beauty, the sight evoked a sense of pity. Xiao Xian, can I check Li Chuqing's attributes? How beautiful is she? A voice resonated in his mind, followed by Xiao Xian's soft reply, Master, once you gather 100 spirit points, you can exchange for a skill to investigate in the shop. And then you'll be able to check on your OWN.AS for this woman. Her score is barely 75. It can't be any higher. SUU is astounded. In a way, I heard from Zhao Yi that Li Chuqing is the Belle of the foreign language department. And she looks quite pretty. Master, this score is based on her bare face, temperament, and figure. Why not have her remove her makeup and see how many points she resembles her former self? Suyu was momentarily speechless. It appeared that the system's scoring criteria were rather stringent. Although Li Chuqing had makeup on, he thought she should at least score around 85, only to discover it was merely 75. That it seems that achieving successful cultivation is not as easy as I imagined. Shaking his head, Suyu turned his attention to the next video. Title: The Truth of the Apocalypse. Want to be invincible? Watch carefully and learn. The title momentarily stunned Su Yu. It was undoubtedly clickbait. Yet curiosity compelled him to click on it. In the video, a visibly haggard man sat before the camera, his deep voice carrying a hint of raspiness. In this world, is there someone who has watched every movie you wish to see with you? Whether you are joyful or sorrowful, she would be by your side, sharing every moment of your life, walking hand in hand through life and death. I once had such a person, but alas, she has turned into a zombie. Similarly, because of her, I discovered the method to become invincible in this apocalypse, and now I shall share this method with you. The man stood up to crack open the door behind him slightly, then returned to his seat. That moment, it was evident that his lips were moving, clearly speaking, but no sound emerged. Suyu instinctively turned the volume up to the maximum, eager to hear what the man was saying. In the next instant, the man revealed a strange smile, followed by a high-pitched sound emanating from the phone. Big sister. Clothing. Suyu's hand trembled, causing the phone to drop to the floor. The sultry sounds continued to echo within the phone. Li Chuqing, hearing the familiar spoken English, was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Suyu in astonishment, clearly not expecting him to have the inclination to watch an action film at such a time. Suyu had no time to explain. He swiftly grabbed the phone and pressed the lock screen. The sultry sounds abruptly ceased, replaced by the violent banging on the door and the growls of zombies. Bang! Each impact from the zombies felt like a hammer striking Suyu's heart. Both Suyu and Li Chuqing focused intently on the dormitory door. Even their breathing quieted significantly. Gulp. Suyu swallowed hard. This door should hold, right? No, we can't just sit here and wait. With that thought, Suyu sprang up to quickly move the wardrobe and desk to barricade the door. After checking it once more, he signaled to Li Chuqing, and together they moved the two beds as well. Once they felt temporarily safe, Li Chuqing could no longer contain her frustration, even at a time like this. How can you still think about watching that kind of thing? Do you not realize there are flesh-eating zombies outside? Woo! As she spoke, Li Chuqing collapsed to the ground in tears, hearing her words. Suyu recalled that despicable creature, but he had no intention of comforting her. Instead, he pulled out his phone, turned down the volume, and unlocked it. The video resumed. The man was grinning eerily, and suddenly, the half-open door behind him was violently thrust open. A figure lunged at the man, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Suyu then realized that the figure was a female zombie. Let's die together. If we die, we won't have to fear this damned apocalypse anymore. Die. The video abruptly ended. Opening the comments, he was met with a barrage of curses. Under normal circumstances, such a video would never pass the review. But now, with the apocalypse unleashed, there were no staff left. And everything operated on autopilot. The video's astronomical comment count triggered the platform's recommendation mechanism, causing it to snowball into a trending topic, leading to the tragic loss of lives for tens of thousands. Damn it, that madman, Suyu muttered under his breath. Yet upon reflection, if someone he deeply loved transformed into such a grotesque form, he too might not fare any better and could resort to even more desperate measures. Since he was in the apocalypse, the moral constraints of the past must be discarded. Otherwise, the next to perish could very well be himself. It's time to carefully strategize how to eliminate zombies and enhance my strength. With his phone set aside, Suyu contemplated, surveying his surroundings. The dormitory contained little. 2 bunk beds, 2 wardrobes, a few desks. The supplies he had purchased, aside from food, consisted of 2 watermelon knives, 2 bone cleavers, and a power tool kit. What to do? Should I venture out for a gamble, or wait to absorb energy and awaken? Quickly, he dismissed both options. Suyu dared not gamble. With his current strength, even with a knife, He might not escape unscathed from a single zombie, let alone the hordes lurking in the hallway outside the dormitory. Once the cosmic energy permeated Water Blue Star, all flora and fauna, including humans, would passively absorb this energy. Once accumulated to a certain threshold, they could level up, and after reaching level 0, they would naturally awaken their talents. However, this process required too much time, and given that zombies absorbed energy at a much faster rate than humans, Suyu was not one to sit idly by. Shaking his head vigorously, he slapped his face to rouse himself. Bang roar! At that moment, Suyu discerned a faint growling emanating from the bathroom. That shouldn't be. The bathroom had no windows. Could it be from the sewer? No, that didn't make sense. They were on the 5th floor. Grabbing a bone cleaver nearby, Suyu cautiously approached the bathroom. Huh, is that a zombie from the neighboring dorm? Suyu pondered, observing the bathroom wall, and gently tapped on the wall with his knife. The zombie on the other side responded, the sounds of collision and growling distinctly amplified that a glimmer of light flickered in Suyu's eyes. He quickly exited the bathroom and checked the heavy objects he had used to barricade the dormitory door. Confirming that the door was securely blocked, he, under Li Chuqing's terrified gaze, began to sing loudly. 56 ethnic groups, 56 flowers, 56 beautiful sisters live in my home. Bang bang, with a resounding thud, the dormitory door was struck repeatedly. After confirming that the door was intact, Suyu retrieved the high-powered electric toolbox he had purchased. Feeling reassured that he could proceed with his work, Li Chuqing, her face a mask of confusion, inquired, "What are you planning to do now? You should go somewhere cooler and not make a mess here." Ignoring her, Suyu tested the weight of the powerful impact drill in his hands, a smile breaking across his face. Fortunately, the apocalypse had only just begun, and the power supply remained uninterrupted. He plugged in the device and pressed the switch. The drill whirring to life, instantly agitating the zombies throughout the building. The sound of the electric impact drill meeting the bathroom wall echoed with a rhythmic thud. The wall was not particularly thick, and soon Suyu had drilled a small hole, allowing him to glimpse the scene in the adjoining room. Several zombies were relentlessly battering against the spot he was drilling, seemingly intent on breaking through the wall. This is promising. Let us keep at it. Suyu immersed himself in his task, and before long, the hole grew larger. Just as he created an opening the size of a bowl, the zombies eagerly thrust their arms through. Desperate to reach him, to avoid being scratched by their claws as he expanded the hole, Suyu swiftly seized a bone-slicing knife and brought it down with conviction. With a sickening thud, a zombie's hand was severed, tumbling into the corner of the bathroom. Moments later, a stream of dark red blood gushed from the severed arm's stump. Chapter 8. Is this considered a level up? Even with its arms severed and blood gushing forth, the zombie seemed oblivious to its injury, howling loudly as it continued to shove its severed limb into the hole, determined to reach Suyu. Looking around, Suyu grabbed a broom from the bathroom, stepped on the bristle end, and forcefully yanked the wooden handle free, that he then thrust the stick into the hole, pushing the obstructing arm out. However, almost immediately, another intact arm emerged from the opening to that moment. Suyu resembled a diligent worker in a factory, repeating the motions of his task. After several minutes, the bathroom was littered with 5 severed hands. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, saturating the small space. And Suyu was no exception, his clothes speckled with gore. The strong odor of blood had begun to feel familiar. The initial discomfort fading away. Wiping the blood from his face onto his shoulder, he smiled and resumed working with the drill, enlarging the hole to the size of a basin. The zombies' heads had now protruded through to Suyu's side, though their necks remained trapped in the other room. The zombies tilted their heads and roared at him, as if challenging him to a fair fight, that a glint of ferocity flashed in Suyu's eyes, banishing any fear or panic, and he steadied his grip on the knife. With a decisive strike, the bone-slicing knife, resembling a heavy kitchen cleaver, lodged itself into the back of the zombie's neck. The creature, sensing its injury, thrashed its head violently. Stepping onto the zombie's head, Suyu yanked the knife free, realizing that one strike was not sufficient to sever the head, that I must not be misled by novels in the future. After several more strikes, the zombie's head finally toppled away, rolling aside. Ding. You have killed a level 1, rank 0 zombie. Gained 1 spirit essence, 1 experience. Current experience. 210. As the zombie fell, Suyu felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body. A pleasant sensation that revitalized his weary limbs. Observing the changes within himself, Suyu stared intently at the hole, akin to a lecherous gaze upon something forbidden. With the experience gained, the remaining zombies proved to be manageable. Ding, you have killed a level 1, rank 0 zombie. Gained 1 spirit essence, 1 experience. Current experience, 310. Ding. You have killed a level 1, rank 0 zombie. Gained 1 spirit essence, 1 experience. Current experience, 610. Having vanquished 5 zombies. Tranquility returned to the adjacent dormitory. After a prolonged period of heightened tension, Suyu collapsed onto the floor, surveying his accomplishments with a sense of fulfillment. The sight of severed limbs scattered about no longer seemed as repulsive. Is this considered a level up? Suyu mused, feeling a sense of pride. He wasn't merely a pretty face devoid of skills. Suddenly, the sound of the bathroom door handle turning broke the silence. Li Chuqing, curled up on her bed with her arms wrapped around her legs, stared wide-eyed at the door. Since Suyu had entered the bathroom, the only sounds that had emerged were the electric drill and the occasional thud of flesh being cleaved. The disturbing noises sent chills down her spine, leaving her too frightened to investigate or inquire about Suyu's activities. That as the door creaked open, a blood-soaked figure emerged, and Li Chuqing's eyes widened in horror. Is that Suyu? Don't come any closer. Please don't. As Suyu advanced toward her, Li Chuqing felt on the brink of a breakdown. Summoning an unexpected burst of courage, she seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Hey, what are you doing? Suyu swatted the pillow aside, oblivious to how terrifying he appeared, bewildered by Li Chuqing's ghostly expression. Hearing his voice, she gradually calmed down. What are you doing in there? Why is there so much blood? Casting a glance at his bloodied clothes, Suyu shrugged, finding it somewhat exasperating that in such a confined space, one strike could unleash a torrent of blood, and though he wished to avoid it, the circumstances had not permitted it. Don't worry about that. Please fetch me a bedsheet from the lower shelf of the wardrobe. That Li Chuqing, unable to disobey, hurriedly climbed off the bed. After receiving the bedsheet from her, Suyu turned and re-entered the bathroom. Seeing the door left ajar, Li Chuqing cautiously approached, peering in sideways. Just one glance nearly made her retch again. The entire bathroom was drenched in blood, and the floor was littered with severed heads and hands. Suyu, hearing her gasp, glanced back at her nonchalantly. Li Chuqing trembled, nearly losing control of herself, scrambling back to her bed and retreating to her familiar corner, tears streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, "What on earth has happened to this world?" The only response was the relentless whir of the electric drill in the bathroom. With the zombies no longer obstructing him, Suyu swiftly expanded the hole to a size sufficient for him to pass through. He placed the bedsheet at the opening, carefully crawling over it, apprehensive of sharp debris that might cause injury. Uncertain whether contact with the zombie's blood would lead to infection, he figured it prudent to take precautions. Even if it was just a bedsheet. After meticulously inspecting the dormitory for further dangers, Suyu returned to the bathroom and knocked on the wall of the adjacent dormitory. Bang roar! The sound of zombies colliding with the wall and their howls echoed back. All right, let us continue. With newfound experience, Suyu worked with greater efficiency this time. After nearly half an hour, he finally reached the moment of reckoning. Pudding, you have killed a level 1, rank 0 zombie. Gained 1 spirit essence. 1 experience. Current experience, 710. Pudding, you have killed a level 1, rank 0 zombie. Gained 1 spirit essence, 1 experience. Current experience, 1010. Ding. Host experience has reached the limit. Would you like to level up? Huh. Wow, Master, you're amazing. You've accumulated enough experience for an upgrade so quickly. In the system space, the little fairy rubbed her sleepy eyes in astonishment. She had not anticipated that while she dozed off, her master would accomplish so much without a sound. Of course, little fairy. Can I upgrade directly? Is there anything I need to prepare? Suyu inquired in his mind, recalling that the little fairy had previously mentioned awakening his talent upon reaching rank 1, level 0. If anything unusual were to occur during the awakening, such as losing consciousness, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Readers would surely lament if he were to perish before ever experiencing bloodshed. Master need not worry. During the talent awakening, your consciousness will enter a special space where time stands still. This means that regardless of how long you remain there, only an instant will pass in the outside world. Suyu nodded, indicating his understanding. Then let us proceed with the upgrade. In the next moment, Suyu felt an intense wave of warmth coursing through his entire body. Before he could fully comprehend this sensation, darkness enveloped him, and he was plunged into obscurity. Chapter 9. The unprecedented level talent of Plunder in the boundless abyss of darkness. A tiny point of light materialized before Suyu. This luminous speck gradually expanded. As if he were soaring towards the source of illumination at breakneck speed, that a blinding flash erupted, prompting Suyu to shut his eyes. When he opened them once more, he found himself in a vast, misty expanse devoid of boundaries. In the sky, a luminous screen materialized, inscribed with enigmatic characters. Though these symbols were entirely unfamiliar to him, inexplicably, Suyu could decipher their meanings. Detected the shadow system of the 725. 952,110,207 galaxy, successfully connected to the cosmic terminal. The 937th literary planet of the shadow system, water blue star, soul entity number 9527, has been successfully connected. Suyu's eyes widened. Just as the little fairy had mentioned. The number 9527. What could it signify? Master, it is merely a serial number. You're the 9,527th human on Water Blue Star to awaken a talent, hence the designation 9527, ranked at 9527. It seems one must never underestimate anyone. As Suyu pondered this, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, that a colossal stone tablet plummeted from above with a resounding crash, embedding itself in the ground before him, emitting a deafening clamor. After a moment, Suyu rubbed his head and gazed at the tablet, which displayed a series of data pertaining to him. Name: Suyu. Gender: male. Carbon-based life form. Original residence: Hongyu continent. Earth. Current residence: Water Blue Star. Level 0. Th rank first level 020. Combat power 7.5 strength, 13 agility, 14 physique, 12 spirit, 21 assignable points, 20 talent. SSS level Plunder. Unique: upon defeating targets of equal or higher rank, one can plunder a portion of their attribute values to enhance oneself. Each rank advancement allows for the plundering of a designated talent from a specific target, which must be in a severely injured or deceased state. Note: the plunder attribute cap for the 0th rank is 500 attributes. 1,000 for the first rank, 2,000 for the second rank, and so forth. Skill: SSS level Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique. Unique: 0. Upon seeing the designation of male carbon-based life form, Suyu nearly spat blood in disbelief. What on earth is a male carbon-based creature? While he could comprehend the original residence being Earth, the mention of Hongyu continent left him bewildered. Little fairy, what on earth is this Hongyu continent? Master, I apologize, but I am also unaware of that. Well, if you don't know, then so be it. It doesn't matter. His combat power had risen to 7.5 points, finally elevating him from being utterly weak. Excellent. He continued to examine his four-dimensional attributes, noting that with a level increase, each attribute had augmented by 5 points, leaving him with 20 points to allocate. So, every time I level up, I gain attributes equivalent to those of an average adult. Indeed, Master. Each level advancement increases 1's attributes to that of a typical adult, and during rank ups, the life level undergoes evolution, doubling the attributes with each advancement. Then, does that mean the higher my attributes are before advancing, the greater my future power? In terms of attribute values, that is indeed the case. What if I train hard before advancing? Or perhaps exchange for super soldier potions in the marketplace to enhance my attributes? Just like those boxing champions who might start with strength attributes in the 20s or 30s. After a pause, the little fairy replied, "That is true, but I do not recommend that course of action, Master, as enhancing attributes through training requires an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, the enhancements from potions and spiritual fruits are supplementary and will not double during rank-ups." Fine, Suyu sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened, thinking he had discovered a loophole, only to be disappointed. Casting aside his jumbled thoughts, he turned his attention to the ISA-level talent of Plunder. After inquiring further with the little fairy, Suyu realized that this talent was utterly invincible. 99.9999999 of beings could possess only one talent, with dual talents being an exceedingly rare occurrence among billions. Yet for Suyu, with each rank advancement, he could plunder one talent ability. What does this imply? It means that when Suyu reaches the 9th rank, he could potentially wield 10 talents. even if the plunder talents are not of high rank, with the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique at his disposal. Through diligent practice, he could elevate even an F-level talent to SSS level. However, this might strain his kidneys a bit, but for the sake of acquiring an arsenal of SSS-level talents, what is a little discomfort? He could always consume more kidney tonic. Additionally, the characteristic of the plundering talent. Plunder attributes that at the 0th rank. One could gain an additional 500 attribute points. At the first rank, 1,000, and each subsequent rank would see a doubling of attributes. So you felt an exhilarating rush, increasingly convinced that he was destined to soar. This talent, combined with the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique, was a match made in heaven. Little fairy, does everyone possess this attribute panel? Yes, indeed. After awakening a talent, everyone has such a panel in their minds that they can consult at any time. Can you manipulate this panel? Could you perhaps merge the two panels and hide the carbon-based life form designation? Certainly, with a wave of the little fairy's hand, the panel before Suyu shimmered and transformed into a format resembling his own system. Gazing at the unallocated attribute points, he immediately instructed the system to add 7 points to strength, 6 to agility, and 7 to physique, as for the spirit attribute. He deemed it unnecessary at the moment. First, he must bolster his hard power, for his life was of utmost importance. Combat power amplification reflects the multiplicative increase of one's talents or skills. And it can be stacked. Host, Suyu rank. 0th rank first level, experience. 120, combat power. 10 strength. 20, the average 4-dimensional attributes for adults is 10 agility. 20 physique. 19 spirit. 21 appearance. 90, maximum value. 100 spiritual essence. 9 talent. SSS level plunder. Unique, plunder attribute. 0,500. Energy recovers 10 per minute. Skill, SSS level dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique. Unique, 0. Satisfied with the newly unveiled attribute panel, so you nodded in approval. Little fairy, how do I exit this space? Master, you need only think about leaving in your mind that I am the next instant. Suyu felt as though the world was spinning around him. When he opened his eyes once again, he had returned to reality. Back in the real world, Suyu clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. He kicked the zombie corpse lodged in the wall aside, and the living zombies immediately lunged at him. Claws bared, howling in rage. Wait, no, they no longer had hands. With swift and decisive action, he wielded his blade. Swish! The zombie's head fell with little resistance, and the 20-point strength attribute proved its worth. Simultaneously, 2 system notifications chimed. Ding. Killed a 0th rank first-level zombie. Gained Spiritual Essence 1. Experience 1. Current experience. 120. Ding. Triggered Talent Plunder. Strength 1. Agility 1. Suyu beamed with delight. Truly, this was the power of an SSS-level talent. At this rate, he would gain 2 attribute points for every zombie slain. 20 zombies would elevate him by 1 level. Swish. Splatter. Ding. Killed a 0th rank first-level zombie. Gained Spiritual Essence 1. Experience 1. Current experience. 820. Ding. Triggered Talent Plunder. Strength 1, Spirit 1. In a matter of moments, the remaining 7 zombies met their demise at Suyu's hands, contributing 5 points to strength, 3 to agility, 4 to physique, and 2 to spirit. Gazing at the enhanced attributes, Suyu's joy was palpable. Note: under normal circumstances, an S-level talent possesses 1 built-in skill. An SS level has 2. An SS level has 3, while talents below S level have no accompanying skills. Chapter 10 Apologies. I have no need for decorations around me, feeling the surge of power within him. Suyu was invigorated. After a brief adjustment to his newfound strength, he eagerly ventured into the adjacent dormitory, knocking on the wall. Why is there no response? Suyu pondered, slightly perplexed. Was there no one in the neighboring dorm? Hey, is anyone there? Why you? Who are you? A male voice resonated, the sound muffled by the wall. Suyu furrowed his brow in silence, and his counterpart offered no further words. In the neighboring dormitory's bathroom, a bespectacled young man cowered in a corner, shivering, mumbling, "I'm sorry. It was not my intention. I'm sorry." Just as Suyu was drilling a hole, the door to the bespectacled boy's dormitory was violently thrust open by a zombie from the hallway. As the zombie lunged towards him, the bespectacled boy hastily shoved his paralyzed roommate towards the creature, seizing the opportunity to retreat into the bathroom. To encounter survivors so swiftly was somewhat disheartening for Suyu. He was unaware of how many individuals resided next door, that if he were to drill through directly, a conflict might arise due to resources or other concerns. Furthermore, with outsiders present, his desire to continue drilling and slaying zombies could be thwarted. After much contemplation, Suyu could devise no satisfactory solution. He certainly couldn't just go over and eliminate those individuals. He understood that to establish oneself in the apocalypse, one must be decisive in combat. Yet, subconsciously, he hesitated to resort to extreme measures, unwilling to indiscriminately slay the innocent, for a person's character is not easily altered. Never mind, I'll rest for a while and think of a way. Returning to his dormitory, Suyu retrieved a clean set of clothes and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. The water cascaded down from above, washing away the bloodstains from his body. The dismembered heads and severed hands of the zombies at his feet appeared particularly grotesque at that moment. After his shower, Suyu felt rejuvenated. He retrieved a shopping bag from the corner and settled down to eat heartily, having previously emptied his stomach and having engaged in strenuous activity that left him ravenous. Glancing at Li Chuqing, who was staring at him with longing eyes, he tossed her a bag of bread. "Help yourself," he said. Though she seemed of little use, her appearance and figure were quite appealing. At least her presence in bed at night could be deemed a practical arrangement. Chuqing clutched the bread tightly, her expression complex as she inquired, "Do you think the Empire will send someone to rescue us?" "Perhaps," Suyu replied. Upon hearing his response, Li Chuqing fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. After satisfying his hunger, Suyu reclined on his bed, reflecting on the day's events, and before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and in a state between dreams and wakefulness, Suyu felt an odd sensation. How could he still be plagued by that dream in this apocalypse? Wait, something felt distinctly amiss, just as he pondered this. A series of coughs interrupted his thoughts. Blinking groggily, he saw Li Chuqing covering her mouth as she coughed. Could it be? Had she been infected by the zombie virus, showing signs of mutation? Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as his hand instinctively grasped the bone-cutting knife beneath his pillow. Just as he prepared to confront her, she unexpectedly winked flirtatiously at him. As Suyu raised an eyebrow, following her gaze downward, the case was solved. No wonder she was from the Foreign Languages Department. This was clearly her area of expertise. Realizing his misunderstanding, Suyu chose to ignore her, casually picking up his phone to check the time. It was already 2 p.m. He had slept for over 3 hours. And in such a deep slumber, he could have easily become a target had she harbored ill intentions. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. He had been too careless with the sudden onset of the apocalypse. It was normal for some habits to remain unchanged, but such oversights must not recur. With this in mind, Suyu cast a sidelong glance at Li Chuqing, silently resolving. Next time, he would have to bind her before sleeping. Just then, Li Chuqing spoke up. Suyu, can I be your girlfriend?" Suyu turned to see her shy demeanor, her eyes filled with expectation yet tinged with anxiety, that he felt a pang of empathy. She was seeking a pillar of support, a beautiful woman without strength seeking a capable man to rely on in these trying times. This was entirely natural. However, they were both seasoned players in this game of survival. Was it appropriate for her to feign innocence here? Apologies, but I have no need for a mere ornament. Grasping the bone-cutting knife, Suyu stood and headed towards the bathroom as he passed by Li Chuqing, who was looking down, her expression fluctuating. He said calmly, "From now on, behave yourself. I have ample provisions prepared. As long as you make no mistakes, I will not drive you away if you wish for food. You must ask me first. Should I catch you stealing again, do not expect me to show mercy." "All right, I understand that I won't waste anything," she replied. Paying her no further mind, Suyu traversed through 2 bathrooms to reach the 3rd dormitory. For the time being, he had no intention of engaging with the neighboring survivors. Instead, he aimed directly at the wall adjacent to the corridor and commenced his drilling. There would undoubtedly be more zombies in the hallway, providing an opportunity for a decisive strike. As time passed, the hole in the wall expanded, and the resulting noise agitated the zombies in the corridor. With every sound, the chaos intensified, peering through the opening. Suyu observed that dozens of zombies had been drawn to the door. Casting a glance at the barricaded entrance, he swallowed nervously, muttering to himself, "This door should hold, right?" Just then, a loud crash reverberated as the dormitory door shook violently. The force of the impact far greater than any previous encounters with zombies. Suyu's expression darkened, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead as he fixated on the door. In the next moment, the door was breached slightly, but thankfully the heavy object propped against it managed to hold for a moment longer. Among the throng of zombies, one stood out, a particularly robust specimen. Damn it, Suyu turned on his heel and sprinted back, the sound of the door being violently torn open echoing behind him. He swiftly squeezed through the hole in the bathroom, the dull thuds of zombies colliding with the wall reverberating in his ears. The force of their impact was staggering, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones cracking. Zombies lacked any notion of courtesy, and two of them collided at the opening, both becoming stuck in the narrow passage. Watching the zombies ensnared at the hole, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these creatures had no sense of strategy, or he would have been in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the bathroom across was now teeming with zombies. One particularly large zombie stood at the entrance, throwing back its head and letting out a piercing roar that IT reached out with a hand smeared in gore, seizing a nearby zombie clad only in floral shorts and flinging it against the wall, where it crashed heavily before sliding to the ground. The floral shorts zombie staggered to its feet, prepared to voice its indignation at the larger zombie, only to be met with a shadowy figure rushing in. Thud! It was knocked down by the incoming zombie, and within moments, a dozen others piled on top. Chapter 11. The battle. Can we be a bit more serious? Suyu, is something wrong? Li Chuqing asked nervously, having heard the commotion as she approached the bathroom door. Without turning back, Suyu replied grimly, "You need to find a place to hide." Through the hole, he witnessed the two zombies that had been stuck being forcibly pulled out. A bloodied head emerged from the opening, its fish-like, pallid eyes locking onto Suyu. The predatory gaze ignited a surge of anger within him. Though he knew this zombie would be a formidable opponent, he had no choice but to confront it. All heavy objects had been moved to barricade the door, leaving nothing to obstruct the opening that as the zombie began to emerge from the first hole. Charging directly at him, Suyu steeled himself, tightening his grip on the bone-cutting knife and stepping forward. The zombie was halfway through the opening when he struck. With all his might, he swung the knife, embedding it 4 or 5 centimeters into the creature's skull. The zombie roared in fury, its claws swiping rapidly at Suyu's legs. Anticipating the attack, Suyu stepped back just in time that the zombie neared full emergence. He seized the opportunity to sidestep and aimed for its neck. The knife sliced through with relative ease, severing 3/4 of the neck, leaving only a thin strip of flesh connecting the head. The creature's once powerful arms flailed weakly before falling limp, utterly lifeless. Ding. You have slain a level 3 zombie, earning 3 spirit essence and 3 experience. Current experience 1120. Ding. Talent plunder activated. 3 strength, 3 spirit. Hearing the mechanical notifications in his mind, Suyu finally relaxed at his surprise. This zombie was a level 3. In a more open space, he might have easily met his demise. Roar, roar. With the absence of this high-level zombie suppression, the other zombies have completely unleashed themselves, howling as they swarm towards the bathroom. One zombie seizes the corpse of a level 0, tier 3 zombie and begins to pull it outward, inch by inch. Suyu does not intervene. Instead, he stands still, flexing his wrists and gazes at the cave entrance with a bloodthirsty grin. Come on, today I shall have my fill of killing. Just as the corpse is about to be dragged out, a zombie clad in floral shorts desperately squeezes to the forefront of the cave. Seeing the entrance blocked by its fellow corpse, it emits a furious roar, shoving the body forward in an attempt to clear the way. The zombie beside it, witnessing its efforts thwarted, lets out a disgruntled snarl and yanks at the corpse once more. Amidst the tug-of-war between the two zombies, the body oscillates at the cave entrance, each movement splattering blood. But Suyu watches this spectacle, his lips twitching in irritation. What's the fuss? This is supposed to be a battle. Can't they take it more seriously? With a kick, he sends the body flying to the opposite side, momentarily stunning the two competing zombies. The floral shorts zombie quickly regains its senses and crawls towards the cave entrance, exclaiming, "Roar food! Here I come!" As it emerges from the cave, it is met with a pair of feet exuding the tantalizing essence of food, causing it to pause in confusion. Aren't food supposed to flee? In its limited understanding, food always runs away upon seeing them. How could one approach them willingly? Puzzled, it looks up, only to behold a strikingly handsome figure smiling down at it before it can react. The food raises a gleaming large knife. In its final moments, It lets out a last roar, human. You lack martial ethics. Ding. You have slain a level 0, tier 2 zombie, gaining 2 spirit essence and 2 experience points. Current experience, 1320. Ding. Talent plunner activated, gaining 2 strength, 2 agility. Just as Suyu prepares to continue his onslaught against the zombies, a panicked voice calls from the dormitory. Suyu, come out quickly. The dormitory door is about to give way. Glancing at the corpse still blocking the cave entrance, Suyu curses under his breath to Li Chu-ching, who is crouched beneath the bed, exclaims in fear, the dormitory door has been breached. Suyu, what should we do now? I don't want to die. Looking at the dormitory door, he sees that, as Li Chu-ching said, a gap has formed. Even with heavy objects behind it, it can likely hold for only a few more minutes. Damn it, this is going to get me killed. Suyu's expression darkens. If the door gives way and zombies flood in, he will have no way to cope and must find a way to escape first. Leaning out the window and surveying his surroundings, he notices that not far away is the school wall, beyond which lies a small grove. Observing the few zombies below, Suyu makes his decision. He turns back into the bathroom, where the corpse is nearly out of the cave. Grabbing the corpse's arm, he exerts force and flings it aside, just as the next zombie peeks its head out. Suyu delivers a heavy blow with his knife. Ding. You have slain a level 0, tier 1 zombie, gaining 1 spirit essence and 1 experience point. Current experience, 1420. Ding. Talent plunner activated, gaining 1 constitution and 1 spirit. Only 6 more to go. After swiftly dispatching 6 more zombies, his strength increases by 2 points, agility by 3 points, constitution by 4 points, and spirit by 3 points, while the system prompt echoes in his mind. Ding! Host experience has reached its limit. Do you wish to level up? If you do not level up, experience cannot be accumulated. Level up Xiao Xian, allocate all available attribute points to agility. Understood, master done in the next instant. Suyu feels a surge of energy coursing through his body, lifting his spirits. Without time to savor the sensation, he mentally instructs Xiao Xian, exchange for a 20-meter nylon rope. Quickly, ding. Purchase of ordinary nylon rope 20 mx1. Deducting 2 spirit essence, remaining spirit essence. 27. A large loop of nylon rope appears in his hand, and Suyu swiftly approaches the window, securing one end to a support beam and tossing the other end down. Suyu, don't leave me behind. Wait for me. I beg you. Li Chu-ching's voice, tinged with tears, calls from beneath the bed. Earlier, she had dragged several bags of food to the bedside to block the gap. But now, they hinder her escape. Glancing back at her, Suyu feels a moment of hesitation, but he realizes he cannot save her when he is struggling to survive himself. Good luck to you. As soon as the words leave his lips, bang, the dormitory door bursts open. Suyu no longer hesitates. He grabs the nylon rope and leaps out the window, not daring to linger in midair. He quickly slides down the rope, his palms burning from the friction, yet he feels no pain. Chapter 12. Zombie. Is this person performing a wall smash? Whoosh! The moment Suyu lands, he bolts forth like a released arrow. In the blink of an eye, he covers more than 20 meters, and in his haste, he collides directly with the wall. Dazed from the impact, he shakes his head vigorously to regain his senses. Zombie. Huh. Is this person performing a wall smash? The nearby zombies, taken aback, turn their heads at the sound, staring blankly at Suyu. Dropping the food they were holding, they howl and charge toward him. A horde of over a dozen. Snapping back to reality, Suyu resolves not to overexert himself this time. With a gentle leap, he propels himself upward, using his hands to support himself as he climbs over the 2.5-meter-high wall. Observing the approaching horde, he mutters, "Just you wait. I will definitely return." With a line reminiscent of the character Grey Wolf, he turns and leaps off the wall. This is a small grove, typically deserted during the day. But it is said to be haunted, often echoing with the sounds of a woman's wailing at night. Navigating through the grove, he reaches the edge of the street. Suyu cautiously steps over the fallen leaves. Wary of making noise that might attract the attention of zombies on the street, this moment. The street is a tragic tableau of wrecked vehicles, remnants of collisions, and numerous explosions. Amid the wreckage lie the remains of humans, devoured by zombies, but more prevalent are the mindless, wandering zombies. Not far ahead lies Nanyang Pavilion Scenic Garden, a sizable residential complex. Gazing at Guishun Road before him, Suyu scratches his head that I need to find a safe place in the complex first. But how should I get through? I can't just charge in recklessly. Just then, a cacophony of a revving engine echoes from around the corner, and a pickup truck careens through, with a throng of zombies trailing behind like a tail, drawing many others to converge. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Suyu springs from behind the tree, sprinting toward the complex at full speed. Once inside, he crouches low, carefully observing the layout of the area, unaware that someone is watching him. From an upper floor nearby, a strikingly beautiful girl, with an exquisite figure and flawless features, peers through the window, bow and arrow in hand, her expression one of surprise. She watches Suyu's every move, a hint of confusion flashing in her captivating eyes that he awakened with a talent. How can he be so fast? A cool whisper echoes in the room. After assessing the surroundings, Suyu notices that the balcony of the second floor across from him lacks a protective railing. A sprint and leap should suffice, just as he prepares to act. A head pokes out from the second floor window behind him, frantically banging on the glass and shouting, "Young man, save me. There are zombies breaking down my door." Seeing Suyu turn away without responding, the middle-aged man's voice grows louder. "Don't go. Help me. I have money, 1 million or even 10 million. Just save me." Unable to contain his frustration as several nearby zombies are drawn to the commotion, Suyu retorts, "Idiot, save your money to burn for yourself." With the gathering horde of zombies growing, Suyu hastily darts toward the opposite building, only to find a few zombies blocking his path. Whoosh! Pft, an ice blue arrow pierces through the head of one of the zombies, embedding itself in the ground. Following the direction of the arrow, Suyu catches a fleeting glimpse of a graceful figure vanishing from the window. With no time to confirm, he leaps over the fallen zombie and vaults onto the second-floor balcony. Looking back, the figure has already disappeared without a trace. Clang! A sound resonates from inside the room. Suyu quickly grabs a clothing pole from the balcony and stealthily hides against the wall, listening intently for any sounds within. After a prolonged silence, no further noise emerges that shouldn't be a zombie. Could it be a survivor? Suyu tiptoes into the room, scanning for anything out of the ordinary. The only notable thing is a large pile of takeout boxes beside the shoe cabinet. He checks several bedrooms, but finds nothing unusual, leaving him perplexed. The sound I heard earlier was definitely not a figment of my imagination. Gazing towards the unexamined restroom, Suyu strode forward at a measured pace, each step echoing like the march of a demon, drawing ever closer. Suddenly, the door of the bathroom swung open, revealing a woman of approximately 40 years, or rather, a woman resembling a spherical object, her eyes tightly shut as she waved a knife erratically, shouting, "Don't eat me. I'm far too fat. It's all just unappetizing fat." So you could not help but frown, his voice rising as he exclaimed, "Silence. I am a human being. Cease your cries." The woman halted her frantic motions, allowing Suyu to discern her appearance. An abomination indeed. It was only then he realized that the term abominable could genuinely apply to one's visage. She weighed at least 300 pounds and stood about 5 feet tall, her figure resembling a jujube pit, wide in the middle and tapering at both ends. Her face was pockmarked, with several abscesses threatening to burst at any moment, a sight so grotesque it could incinerate the entire solar system. Instilling fear in humanity, to procreate that Suyu was not one to judge a person by their looks. Yet it was difficult not to recoil from someone more terrifying than a zombie. Summoning his composure, he remarked, "Is it just you?" The woman's name was Young Lily, famed in the vicinity due to her family's wealth, often accompanied by various young men. She had initially thought a zombie had entered her home, so she grabbed a kitchen knife and sought refuge in the bathroom. The earlier clattering was merely the sound of her attempting to squeeze through the narrow door that Young Lily regained her senses and turned to Suyu. Her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The fear that once consumed her dissipated, replaced by an insatiable appraisal of Suyu, her expression transforming into a flirtatious smile that, "Yes, it's just me here. Young man, are you here to rescue me? I am Young Lily. What is your name?" As she spoke, she moved as if to leap into Suyu's embrace. The term young man nearly made Suyu lose his composure, and he quickly raised a clothing rod to block her advance. "Do not approach. I will leave shortly. Do not disturb me." With a cold retort, he turned and entered a bedroom. Young Lily, unfazed by his dismissal, gazed at the closed door with a grin, murmuring, "Such masculinity! How could there be such a handsome man?" The men I've kept previously pale in comparison. Once inside the room, Suyu exhaled heavily, cursing under his breath. Didn't teen novels say that after crossing over, beautiful women would come knocking? Why has it turned into this? The image of the grotesque woman lingered in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. As he prepared to open the system panel to check his attributes, a persistent knocking echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant sound irked Suyu. What does this woman want now? Impatiently, he swung the door open. He could hardly bring himself to utter her name. Yang Lily. Perhaps Yang Rolling or Yang Ball would have been more fitting. What is it? He asked, his brow furrowed, his tone icy. Young man, she began. Suyu interrupted, saying, no, young man. Are you trying to lay an egg? State your business. Yang Lily's expression soured at his blatant dismissal, but she took a deep breath, the flesh of her face quivering with the effort. Endure. I must endure a little attitude from such a handsome man as to be expected. Once I have him under my control, I shall teach him a lesson. She revealed a toothy grin, asking, I merely wanted to inquire if you were hungry and if you might want something to eat. Additionally, I have something to tell you. Speak. I'm listening, Suyu replied, his expression unreadable, blocking the entrance with his body. Unperturbed by his demeanor, Yang Lily continued to eye him with interest. It's nothing major. Really. The pipes in my house are broken. Could you lend a hand in fixing them? Fix pipes? Suyu echoed incredulously. Yes, she nodded vigorously. Bang, he slammed the door shut, exasperated. What nonsense. In the apocalypse, you want me to fix your pipes? Yang Lily stood outside, her expression shifting as she contemplated his dismissal. This little brat, so arrogant in my territory. But perhaps he does not grasp the implications of fixing pipes. Very well, if soft tactics do not work, I shall resort to more cunning methods, she thought, chuckling darkly. Entering her bedroom, she retrieved a box from her nightstand. Inside were 2 vials. One contained a light red liquid named Lost Red Powder, which, when sprayed on someone, would induce a loss of rational thought, and the other, a glass vial filled with pills known in the underworld as heavenly breaking pills. These treasures had cost Yang Lily dearly. And in the pre-apocalyptic world, nearly every man she desired had fallen victim to their effects. Afterward, she would simply slip them some cash and deliver a subtle threat, ensuring the outcome she desired. This was the method by which she had maintained a cadre of young admirers. Now, since Suyu was impervious to her initial charms, she would resort to her secret weapons. Knock, knock, knock. Young Lily knocked on the door once more, her heart pounding with anticipation. The last time she felt such exhilaration was during her first encounter, and now, amidst the apocalypse, she had encountered such a striking man. The moment she laid eyes on Suyu, she knew he was destined to be hers. Knock, knock, knock. Do you wish to die? Suyu flung the door open. Look at you joking with me. Wait, don't be hasty. I merely wish to discuss something, she said. Extending her hand to block the closing door, Suyu was taken aback by her surprising strength, retracting his hand and crossing his arms, coldly observing her as he wondered what tricks she might employ. Indeed, you barged into my home, and I have not cast you out, she continued, undeterred by his silence. You see, outside there are monsters that devour humans. My home is quite safe and stocked with provisions. Pausing for effect, she added, I have been experiencing some back pain. Perhaps you could give me a massage in my room. In return, I shall allow you to stay and share my food. What do you think? If you refuse me this favor, I may have no choice but to evict you to at last. Suyu understood. He had become the target of her affections. With a sardonic smile, he thought, who would dare make such demands? The audacity. Young Lily, seeing his smile, presumed he was yielding to her charm and joined in laughter, aware of the dynamics of power between them. You laugh, you scoundrel, Suyu shouted, delivering a swift kick to Young Lily's rotund abdomen. She flew backward, her ample figure rolling several times before crashing into the sofa. Giggling echoed in Suyu's mind, the voice of a sweet, ethereal being. Master, does she wish to court you? Suyu grimaced, replying internally, what is this child prattling about? Mind your own business. I am not a child. Bad master, I shall ignore you. Young Lily, having rolled to a stop, clutched her stomach, wailing in pain, her mouth spewing curses. Ouch, you wretched brat. You dare kick me? Just wait. Suyu remained silent, his expression dark as he approached her, contemplating whether to grant her a final respite. As he neared, Young Lily suddenly produced the spray of Lost Red Powder. Aiming it at him, in a swift motion, Suyu executed a sidekick, sending the spray bottle flying. Seeing her prized weapon sent tumbling, young Lily disregarded her pain, crawling frantically toward the fallen bottle, just as her fingers grazed it. Suyu's foot came down heavily, pinning her hand beneath it. Let go, she cried out. Suyu bent down, retrieving the spray bottle, examining it with interest, piecing together its potential effects, casting a glance at young Lily, who was now wailing in distress. He seized one of her feet and dragged her toward the balcony. Upon witnessing Suyu's ruthlessness, young Lily was thoroughly frightened, tears streaming down her face as she trembled. What are you going to do? Please spare me. I understand my mistakes. Suyu paid her no heed. Upon reaching the balcony, he prepared to push her down. At that moment, young Lily was in a state of sheer panic. Shouting, "Tourniquet! Murder is a crime! Please spare me! I truly see my errors!" Bang! Young Lily tumbled heavily down the stairs. Even though it was only the second floor, it produced a resounding thud that seemed to shake the very ground. Nearby, several zombies, upon witnessing a substantial mass crashing down from above, lunged forward with gnarled claws to commence their ravenous feast. Suyu, focusing on one of the zombies, forcefully hurled the glass spray bottle he held in his hand. In Chapter 14, the zombie transformed into a teddy. Suyu threw the glass spray bottle filled with the lost pink powder with all his might. Bang! The bottle struck the zombie squarely on the head, shattering upon impact, and the pink liquid within splattered across the zombie's face. The creature's gnawing motion froze momentarily, a flicker of confusion appearing in its eyes as it glanced around. When it caught sight of young Lily, who was howling in agony, the effects of the lost pink powder activated instantly. Roar! The zombie emitted an odd, guttural howl before taking a step closer to young Lily, who was paralyzed in fear and despair. Don't come over! Help! Suyu, resting his chin on his hand, watched with a sense of wonder, exclaiming, Goodness! Who would have thought that even as a zombie, it could still function? How brutal! It seemed that even after becoming a zombie, the instinctual traits of the organism persisted, including its bloodthirsty nature, which could still be influenced. If that were the case, there were indeed more ways to deal with zombies. At this moment, young Lily had transformed beyond recognition. Her face covered in blood, her eyes rolling back in her head. In the next instant, her pupils turned a stark gray, clearly indicating her complete transformation into a zombie. Crack roar! The zombified young Lily opened her mouth wide and bit into an unrecognizable piece of flesh, chewing it with fervor. With a swat of her claw, she sent the zombie perched on her neck flying. She slowly rose to her feet, her over 300 pounds now appearing extraordinarily imposing in her zombified state. The other zombies that had been feasting on her halted their actions, retreating to the side, their heads lowered as they emitted low growls. After a moment of silence, she abruptly turned her gaze towards the empty balcony behind her. The desolate expanse sparked a hint of confusion in her eyes. She felt an inexplicable yearning for something that seemed to be present. What could it be? Suyu turned back into the room, and an immediate sense of tranquility enveloped him that he had intruded upon someone else's home. He felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, and Suyu was not inclined to resort to killing or to banishing young Lily. He had no intention of staying here for long. He merely sought a safe environment to recuperate before moving on. In this apocalypse, empty houses and vehicles were in abundance. Yet this hefty woman dared to suggest he experienced the pleasures of a wealthy lady. Goodness gracious! It was akin to a fat pig wandering into a butcher's shop. Pure folly. The image of young Lily's voluptuous figure and her enticing expressions lingered in Suyu's mind like an unshakable fly. Shaking his head, he splashed water on his face in the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at his high-bridged nose, deep-set eyes, and chiseled facial contours, Suyu could not help but exclaim, I look remarkably handsome. In this day and age, a young man must take precautions to safeguard himself, but if young Lily were stronger than him, merely contemplating his fate sent shivers down his spine. If resistance was futile, should he simply submit? Absolutely not. He had no desire to feel like a helpless target. Therefore, he bore no psychological burden in throwing young Lily down the stairs to feed the zombies that if given another chance. The first thing he would do upon entering the house would be to toss this hefty woman out. After meticulously checking several rooms to ensure safety, he collapsed onto the sofa and opened the attribute panel. Name: Suyu. Level: 0 TH tier. Level 2, 030, Combat Power, 20 Strength, 38. The average adult's four-dimensional attributes are 10 agility, 54 constitution, 33 spirit, 35 vital energy, 27 attractiveness, 90 talent. SSS level plunder. Unique attributes plundered 40. 500 energy recovery per minute. 10 skill. SSS level dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique. Unique 0 gazing at the attribute panel. Suyu's lips curled into a smile as a surge of satisfaction washed over him. His four-dimensional attributes had significantly increased. Reaching level 2 in the 0th tier granted an additional 5 points to each attribute, and he allocated all 20 points to agility. Now I possess a means of self-defense. Even if I cannot fight, I can certainly flee. However, he needed to elevate his level to the first tier as quickly as possible. Currently, his talent merely enhanced his attributes, lacking any offensive capabilities, although he had grown stronger. He remained uncertain about how to wield this newfound power. The lack of offensive means was Suyu's most significant shortcoming, and it was a perilous one at that. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach grumbled, a reminder of the hunger that had been overshadowed by his previous tension. Now, the pangs of hunger surged forth with unprecedented intensity. Little Xian, I can't have finished eating that long ago. Can I? Why am I so hungry already? Suyu pondered, rubbing his belly in confusion. Suddenly. Suyu remembered that the little girl was still upset. Sighing, he feigned resignation and muttered to himself, Alas! I was going to ask if there were any potato chips left, but it seems that inquiry is no longer necessary. In Suyu's mind's eye, little Xian was busy breaking a piece of potato chip into countless fragments, nibbling at them. Startled, she perked up. Oh dear, master, I'm the most obedient. Just now, I was a bit dozy. A smile crept across Suyu's face as he thought, Oh, you little rascal, you won't evade my grasp. Master, it's because your physical attributes have improved, so your body's energy requirements have correspondingly increased. Moreover, the food you've consumed lacks significant energy. So it's entirely normal to feel hungry quickly. Upon hearing little Xian's explanation, Suyu nodded that he spent 1 vital energy to exchange for a pack of cucumber-flavored potato chips, all the while receiving little Xian's enthusiastic praises as he rummaged through the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, he was met with an abundance of food, all high in calories, and no wonder that hefty woman had become so plump. It made perfect sense, after transferring half the food to the living room and preparing to eat. He inadvertently caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Looking down at his blood-stained clothing, Suyu grimaced in distaste and he headed to the bathroom. Fortunately, the water and electricity were still functional, though he suspected they would be cut off within a couple of days. After washing up, Suyu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Once he confirmed that he was clean, Suyu stepped out of the bathroom, gazing into the mirror at his well-defined 8-pack abs and perfect V-line. He nodded in satisfaction. His gaze shifted downward, and he could not help but feel a surge of invincible ambition. Not intending to search for clothes in the room, he opened the system store and searched for men's clothing. Before him, the virtual screen displayed a plethora of clothing options ranging from 1 vital energy to countless SSS-level battle suits. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on the description of the SSS-level battle suit. Item: SSS-level radiant battle suit 10 constitution. Reduces all damage by 10. Immune to all negative statuses. Self-cleaning and capable of transforming at will. If damaged, it can automatically repair itself. Self-contained skill. Radiant shield, passive, when encountering a lethal blow. This ability automatically activates, restoring all states. Immune to all damage for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 day. Suyu's eyes widened with excitement as he read the description. However, upon glancing at the suit's price of 10 billion, and then at his meager 26 vital energy, he could only silently purchase a set of sportswear for 1 vital energy. In Chapter 15, Barrett M82, at the dining table, Suyu munched on his food while browsing the system store. F-level storage ring. Space size 100 cubic meters, 100 vital energy desired, but unaffordable. F-level Tang Dao. Strength 10, sharpness 10, can easily breach first-tier biological defenses. 100 vital energy little Xian. This Tang Dao can easily breach first-tier defenses. Does that mean ordinary weapons struggle to harm first-tier zombies? Indeed. SSS level to F level corresponds to levels 9 tier to 1 tier. Ordinary weapons can only barely breach defenses against first-tier beings. Suyu nodded but soon felt something was amiss. Do others rely solely on melee combat? Or can items of varying quality be forged? Defeating zombified beings has a chance to yield equipment. Isn't that common knowledge? So you look perplexed. What? Is that polite? It turned out that upon defeating zombified beings, one could absorb 1/10 of the energy to strengthen themselves, while the remaining 9/10 had a chance to materialize into weapons. Skills, etc. The items dropped corresponded to the tier of the defeated being. Though he understood that the chances of obtaining items were slim, recalling how he had slain dozens of zombies without seeing a single drop made Suyu question if he was simply cursed. Never mind. I still have the system to exchange with, so whether or not I obtain equipment is of little consequence. That Suyu consoled himself. Little Cien, please recommend a skill for detecting power levels. Master, I recommend you exchange for the special skill Eye of Detection. It is practical and only requires 100 vital energy. That as Xiao Xian's words faded, the specific information of the probing eye materialized before Suyu's gaze. This was a skill devoid of any rank and without a cooldown period. Each use merely consumed internal energy that IT could reveal the precise information of beings no higher than its user's own rank. Meaning that at rank 0, one could examine the details of rank 2 beings and below, while for those of rank 2 and above, only their ranks could be discerned. Well, it seems I still cannot afford it. Suyu shook his head in resignation, realizing that a mere penny could indeed thwart a hero, but he pulled out his phone to check the time. For 10 p.m. Time passes so swiftly. What is this? A striking red notification on his phone captivated Suyu's attention. National announcement. This is the Central Institute of the Great Xiao Empire. Citizens, an unknown virus has swept across the globe. Given the resemblance between the infected individuals and the zombies depicted in the biopunk film series, we shall adopt the term zombie for the infected. Humanity now faces a grave crisis of survival. Thus, we shall disclose the following information. Those infected with this virus may lose their intellect. Yet their physical capabilities are enhanced by 2 to 5 times. Zombies exhibit a frenzied bloodlust and possess formidable aggression. Preliminary research indicates that their sense of smell and hearing have been heightened, while their vision remains severely impaired. Anyone bitten, scratched, or whose wounds come into contact with zombie blood or flesh will be infected and mutated within 1 hour. Therefore, if a companion is injured by a zombie, it is imperative to maintain distance. Simultaneously, humanity can also evolve. By slaying 10 zombies, one can awaken their inherent talents to bolster themselves. There is approximately a 1 chance that defeating a zombie will yield a white orb of light, which upon contact can grant various skills, equipment, and other items. Zombies possess immense strength, rapid speed, and seemingly limitless endurance, yet their flaws are glaringly evident. They lack intelligence, advancing straightforwardly without the capacity to leap or climb. Citizens may exploit this weakness to eliminate zombies and awaken their talents. Military districts have begun establishing survival bases. Due to the widespread nature of the infection, electricity and water supplies may be interrupted at any moment. We implore the populace to prepare adequately, seeking refuge in their homes or safe locations while awaiting government rescue or making their way to survival bases. The Empire has enacted wartime-level combat regulations and legislation. We hope that in the face of catastrophe, individual rationality remains paramount. Those who violate laws will be thoroughly investigated and severely punished without leniency. Beneath the notification, a barrage of comments flooded in. Haha. Luckily, I bought a few boxes of instant noodles yesterday. That should last me a month, and I used to wish that when I woke up tomorrow, it would be the apocalypse, eliminating capitalists' oppression, the 996 rat race, and the competition over parents, children, cars, and homes. But now that the apocalypse has actually arrived, I regret it immensely. Point 1 Zombie is manageable, but confronting one will inevitably attract a horde. Awakening talents after killing zombies is not as simple as it seems. Indeed, I just saw a few people downstairs wielding kitchen knives and fire axes against zombies. They barely managed to kill a few before drawing a crowd, leaving them with no chance to become zombies themselves. Devoured clean that I'm on the verge of breaking down. Woo, can a handsome guy come save me? I have a lowly voice. Hey, upstairs, I have awakened a D-grade talent. Send me a pic, and if it checks out, I'll come to rescue you. A photo obscured by a cartoon image. Whoa, that's Prince Chiao. Don't think I won't recognize you just because your face is blocked. I'll always remember that model. It's my lifelong nightmare. Suyu gazed at the notification, lost in thought. Truly, the Empire's machinery was commendable. Military districts typically remained distant from urban areas, And with access to firearms and ammunition, it was reasonable for them to stabilize the situation so swiftly. Firearms and ammunition. How could I have overlooked that? Suyu smacked his thigh and leaped up, his face brimming with excitement. Before his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary citizen, even after arriving in the Water Blue Star. Some deeply ingrained beliefs were not easily cast aside. Xiao Xian quickly opened the firearms category in the shop that a virtual screen displaying various firearm models appeared before him. SSS Grade Ultimate Heavy Sniper Rifle Price. 10 billion Ling Yuan SSS Grade Ultimate Ion Electromagnetic Cannon. Price. 10 billion Ling Yuan SSS Grade Ultimate Turbo Laser Cannon. Price. 10 billion Ling Yuan. Suyu's brows knitted together in frustration. Xiao Xian, please don't toy with my emotions that I in the future. If I don't specify, sort the items by price from low to high. Ordinary Type 54 handgun, 5 Ling Yuan. So, 5 bags of chips equal 1 handgun? The system's pricing is clearly disproportionate to actual utility, he mused, not delving deeper into the matter. After some browsing, his gaze settled on 2 firearms. Ordinary AK-47 with silencer. 10 Ling Yuan magazine with 30 rounds. 5 Ling Yuan Ordinary Barrett M82 with silencer. 20 Ling Yuan magazine with 10 rounds. 5 Ling Yuan. After careful consideration, Suyu opted for the Barrett M82, that the better sniper rifles were beyond his means, and he worried that the AK-47 might lack accuracy, especially since purchasing bullets would consume Ling Yuan. Once he decided, he exchanged for the Barrett M82 and 1 magazine. Together, they cost exactly 25 Ling Yuan, leaving him back at square one. Purchase of ordinary Barrett M82 completed, deducting 20 Ling Yuan, remaining Ling Yuan. 5. Purchase of ordinary Barrett M82 magazine completed, deducting 5 Ling Yuan, remaining Ling Yuan. 0. After searching for a while, he found the best picture available, as there were no suitable images of the silenced version. Gently caressing the metallic Barrett before him, even Suyu, a seasoned individual, felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was the essence of masculine romance. Chapter 16. The cold and elegant school bell, Feng Chinchua Piu. A zombie wandering in the community had its shoulder explode with a sudden burst. Collapsing to the ground from the impact, roar, quickly, the zombie rolled over and got back on its feet, its remaining arm, smeared with bits of flesh, flailing wildly as it roared into the air, seemingly demanding to know who dared to ambush it, challenging anyone to step forward and face its wrath. Not far away, on the second-floor balcony of a residential building, Suyu watched the zombie frantically searching for its assailant, a frown etched on his face. Rubbing his shoulder, he muttered, "Did I not position myself correctly? The recoil is quite substantial. Even an ordinary person would likely dislocate their shoulder from such a jolt. And was that supposed to be silenced? Why is the sound still so loud?" Earlier, Suyu had rested the gun barrel against the balcony railing to shoot. Despite his strength being several times that of an ordinary person, he was still pushed back several steps by the recoil. I recall seeing a video where shooters were either prone or had something to support the stock, he pondered, turning to head back inside, that he moved 2 cabinets to the balcony and propped the gun up. This time, it felt much better that he once again aligned the crosshairs with the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. Pew splat. The zombie's head exploded like a burst watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Ding. Killed a rank 0 level 2 zombie. Gained Ling Yuan 2, experience 2, current experience, 230. Ding. Talent plunder triggered, strength 2, constitution 2. Suyu lifted his head, casting a satisfied smile at the fallen zombie in the distance. Heh, I didn't expect it to be just a level 2 zombie. 1 shot per little buddy. This feels fantastic. After surveying the distribution of zombies, he shifted his position and locked onto another target with his scope. Oh my, could that be an E-grade human weapon? Suyu exclaimed, astonished. The scope revealed a tall woman clad in a white shirt and a short skirt, her once pristine attire now tattered and stained with blood. In the sunlight, she was indeed quite dazzling. TSK, what a figure. I wonder if being a zombie could still retain such allure. Suyu mused, but without hesitation, he pulled the trigger again. Pew, splat, ding. Killed a rank 0 level 1 zombie, gained Ling Yuan 1, experience 1. Current experience, 630. Ding. Talent plunder triggered, constitution 1, spirit 1. Pew. Several more zombies fell, and Suyu stretched his shoulder, feeling a twinge of soreness. This enhanced strength is truly exhilarating. However, this second floor is still too low. The view isn't great. Once I grow stronger, I shall venture to a higher floor, to in a certain building of the community. Is it the sound of gunfire? Could the Empire's army be here to rescue us? An elderly woman exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurried toward the window. Mom, wait. A young man grabbed her arm. Son, what's wrong? There's gunfire. The Empire said they would send troops for our rescue. The young man, with a hint of frustration, patiently explained, Mom, keep your voice down. We shouldn't be so reckless. The army's gunfire would be more concentrated. Just listen. This gunfire clearly sounds different. The elderly woman dismissed his concerns, saying, if it's not the military, then it must be the police. Perfect, they'll protect us all the way to that base. The young man's expression darkened as he lowered his voice, now tinged with anger. Mom, if you act so rashly and attract the bad guys, how will we defend ourselves? This is the apocalypse. Look outside at how many people have died. You really need to reconsider that unreasonable attitude. Otherwise, our family will surely perish because of you with that. The young man approached the window, carefully pulling back the curtain to observe. Hey, it's him, across from Suyu, in the third-floor window of a nearby residential building. A graceful figure was quietly observing him. This individual was none other than Feng Qinxue, the girl who had previously shot an arrow to assist Suyu. Feng Qinxue was also a student at Modi University, rumored to be the most beautiful flower of the school in over a century, and she served as the president of the archery club. Her decision to intervene stemmed from having crossed paths with Suyu a few times at school, knowing he was a student from Modu, and wishing to inquire about the circumstances within the university. She couldn't help but wonder about her cousin Lin Xiao, whose phone she could not reach, that a hint of worry flickered in Feng Qinshue's lavender eyes. Lin Xiao, her cousin, was timid and gentle, also known as the second flower of Modi University. The two typically resided together, but before the apocalypse struck, Lin Xiao had gone to the school dormitory to retrieve some items, only to be caught off guard by the sudden onset of the end times. After the world descended into chaos, Feng Qinshue had intended to seek out her cousin with her bow and arrows. Having carefully observed her corridor, she noted the absence of zombies outside her door. Cautiously, Feng Qinshue opted to take the stairs instead of the elevator. However, upon descending just one floor, she encountered a zombie lunging toward her. Thankfully, her vigilance paid off. She quickly raised her bow and shot an arrow straight into the creature's forehead. The noise attracted more zombies lurking in the hallway, leaving her with no choice but to retreat to her home. Once inside, Feng Qinshue began to reflect on the peculiar warm sensation that had surged through her after vanquishing the zombie. She was certain it was no mere illusion to test her hypothesis. She shot arrows from her window at the zombies wandering below. As the president of the archery club, her skills were commendable, and after successfully dispatching one zombie, the warm sensation reemerged after slaying 10 zombies. Her consciousness was drawn into a mysterious realm, where she awakened her A-grade talent, Ultimate ICE. Name, Feng Qinshue level, 0 Tier 1, 020, Combat Power, 11.37 Strength, 15. The average adult's attributes are around 10, Agility, 15 Constitution, 13 Spirit, 18 available attribute points, 20 Talent, A-grade Ultimate Ice. Damage effect increase of 50. Energy recovers at 5 per minute. Note: using talents and skills consumes internal energy. The higher the spirit, the more physical energy is available. Skills: none understanding that her talent was elemental in nature. Feng Qinshue allocated her 20 points. 4 to Strength, 4 to Agility, 4 to Constitution, and 8 to Spirit. Upon exiting the space, she felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through her, alongside a familiar, yet strangely foreign energy within her body. Experimentally, she attempted to harness it at a diamond-shaped ice crystal emitting a faint chill unexpectedly floated above her palm. And even with her typically cool demeanor, a curious expression graced her exquisite features. Through the crystal's refraction, she noticed her own pupils had transformed into a striking ice blue. With a flick of her wrist, Feng Qinshue hurled the ice crystal against the wall, shattering it into fragments, while the surface was left coated in frost. Summoning nearly half of her energy once more, she threw another ice crystal at the same spot. This time, a conical depression formed in the wall, surrounded by a thick layer of ice, radiating outward like a spider's web. Feng Qinshue's large, beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she felt the energy she had just expended slowly replenishing itself to that moment. The distant sounds of car engines and the guttural roars of numerous zombies reached her ears. Rushing to the window, she witnessed Suyu sprinting into the community. Observing him being obstructed by zombies, Feng Qinshua swiftly readied her bow and arrow. In her urgency, she inadvertently activated the energy within her body, launching an arrow imbued with a chilling blue hue that pierced through a zombie's skull, embedding it into the ground. Stunned by the efficacy of her talent, Feng Qinshu's lips parted slightly in surprise. Gazing at the floating ice crystal in her hand, her beautiful eyes narrowed with newfound determination. Chapter 17. Level 0 Tier 3. Relocating the stronghold while Feng Qinshu was engrossed in exploring the application of her talent. A series of muffled gunshots echoed from outside. With her long legs striding to the window, she glimpsed Suyu firing at zombies with a sniper rifle. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. This sniper rifle must have been acquired from dispatching zombies. If she could join forces with him, their chances of infiltrating the campus would surely increase. How could she approach him? Ding. Killed a level 0 Tier 3 zombie, gained 3 spirit points, 3 experience points. Current experience, 2930. Ding. Triggered talent plunder, strength 3, constitution 3. Ku. Ding. Killed a level 0 Tier 2 zombie, gained 2 spirit points, 2 experience points, current experience, 3130. Ding. Triggered talent plunder, agility 2, spirit 2. Ding. Host experience has reached the limit. Would you like to level up? If not, experience cannot accumulate. Level up, Xiaoxian, open attribute panel. Upon leveling up, all 4 attributes increase by 5 points. After arriving in this realm, her plunder talent had amassed a total of 60 attribute points. Observing the updated values on her attribute panel, Suyu decided to distribute his points evenly, considering he could later plunder 9 additional talents of various types. That a balanced approach seemed most prudent. After allocating the 20 points from his level up, the attribute panel transformed dramatically. At that moment, the average of his 4 attributes had exceeded 60. Is it too cowardly to remain in hiding while developing my strength? Suyu pondered, his resolve wavering. However, recalling the mere 20 zombies he had encountered, he noted that several had already been level 0 Tier 3, indicating a plethora of higher-tier zombies awaited him outside. More importantly, he realized that while he possessed attributes, he lacked the skills to effectively utilize them. With this thought, Suyu swiftly extinguished any lingering hesitations, recognizing it was time to ascend the building in search of a new stronghold. In the marketplace, he selected a standard Tang Dao for 5 spirit points, hoping to exchange for knife techniques, but alas, his spirit points were insufficient. Thus, he shouldered a Barrett M82, grasping the Tang Dao firmly as he strode toward the door. Gently turning the doorknob and hearing no noise, he pushed the door open, only to be confronted by a bloodied female zombie standing directly behind Suyu. Momentarily taken aback, thought, what a coincidence, a lucky opening. What is this zombie doing lurking silently behind the door? The 2 figures, one human and one undead, stared intently at each other. Reacting quickly, the zombie raised its arms and opened its foul mouth, attempting to give Suyu a deadly kiss. Without hesitation, Suyu drew his blade. As the zombie lunged toward him, he thrust the Tang Dao into its gaping maw, the sharp tip piercing through to emerge from the back of its head, effectively performing a gruesome examination. Despite the zombie flailing its arms, Suyu pivoted the blade and forcefully sliced downward, cleaving the creature in 2 and splattering blood across the floor. Ding. Killed a level 0 Tier 1 zombie. Gained 1 spirit point, 0.5 experience points, current experience, 1.540. Ding. Trigger talent plunder, strength 0.5, spirit 0.5. Ugh. Hiding behind the door to scare me with that hideous face? I almost lost my composure. I ought to chop you into pieces to feed the other zombies. But do zombies eat other zombies? That is a topic worth exploring. Suyu exhaled, relieved. Why did my experience and plunder attributes decrease? Master, there is a 2-level difference. Experience and plunder attributes will be reduced by 50. Moreover, once you reach Tier 1, killing level 0 creatures will no longer yield experience or attributes. The energy from lower-tier creatures is too impure for higher tiers to absorb. As the tier increases, the energy absorbed must be more refined. Alright, it seems the difficulty of leveling up has escalated, Suyu mused, acknowledging the rationale behind it. Otherwise, if a nuclear bomb or intercontinental missile were launched, the person pressing the button would undoubtedly ascend to unimaginable heights. As he reached the stairwell, a soft sound caught his attention. The door to the corridor creaked open. Su crouched low, cautiously entering the dimly lit hallway, where flickering lights and splatters of blood made his skin crawl. Could it be that I've crossed over from the zombie realm to a horror world? Ascending to the 6th floor, he encountered only a few solitary zombies, all easily dispatched, though there were not many zombies. The bloodstains and dismembered limbs in the hallway were increasingly dense. Upon arriving at the 7th floor, the low growls of numerous zombies and the sound of music emanated from above, suggesting there were at least a dozen creatures present. Could it be that zombies are throwing a party? Suyu wondered, perplexed. Treading lightly, he reached the 7th floor and peered around the corner. To his surprise, he discovered a wedding taking place. It appeared to be a genuine feast. Observing the throngs of zombies clustered together, Suyu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. If he were to exchange for grenades, it would surely solve the problem, but the noise could attract even more zombies, leading to a potentially perilous encirclement. Despite his high attributes, Suyu lacked the corresponding knife techniques, having only basic slashing skills. Thus, facing such a multitude of zombies head-on was not a viable option. Am I to return empty-handed? He contemplated. Upon glancing at the attributes panel, Ling Yuan had amassed 26 points at SUU, however, decided to play it safe and first gather his Ling Yuan to 100 in order to exchange for F-grade mastery in swordsmanship. With this enhancement, dealing with the zombies should pose little difficulty. Subsequently, Suyu found an apartment on the 5th floor with a slightly ajar door. He entered and shut the door behind him. The faint sound of the door closing caused a zombie positioned before the bedroom door to abruptly turn around. Upon seeing Suyu, it eagerly approached with outstretched arms, as if to bestow a warm embrace. A flash of cold light, followed by a swift stab, and the zombie collapsed to the ground. Shaking off the droplets of blood from the blade, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "This Tang Dao is indeed formidable." It is truly one of the most lethal cold weapons. Upon observing the tightly shut bedroom door, he twisted the doorknob only to discover it was locked. Was there someone inside? He knocked on the door, but received no response. With a forceful kick, he burst the door open, and the scene within the bedroom left him momentarily bewildered. P.S. The skill and talent amplification is as follows. SSS grade amplifies by 100. SS grade by 80, S grade by 60, A grade by 50, B grade by 40, C grade by 30, D grade by 20, E grade by 15, and F grade by 10.1 point in strength equates to a punching force of 20 G. 1 point in agility corresponds to an average movement speed of 0.5 meters per second, with a maximum linear burst of 1 meter per second. Each numerical value is not arbitrary, but calculated by software for statistical purposes. This book employs a data-driven narrative style, with combat power values serving merely to illustrate the disparity between the protagonist and ordinary individuals, rather than resembling an online game where one slashes and the other loses health until defeated. Moreover, while this tale features a harem, it will never devolve into a mere breeding scenario. Each female lead possesses her own distinct personality and will grow alongside the protagonist under his guidance. Chapter 18. A shift in mindset with a resounding crash. Suyu kicked the door open, revealing a man and woman seated side by side on the edge of the bed. The pallor of their faces readily indicated that the man was already showing signs of corpse transformation. A gaping wound was visible in his chest, while a fruit knife was lodged in the woman's torso. Her eyes were wide open, fixed intently upon a singular direction. Stepping into the bedroom, Suyu followed her gaze to a tightly shut wardrobe. As he pushed it open, a piece of paper fluttered down to his feet, revealing a sleeping infant cradled within, clutching a milk bottle stained with a mixture of formula and blood. Picking up the paper, he noted the elegant handwriting, presumably penned by the woman. "Greetings, stranger." Hours earlier, the woman had been anxiously soothing her crying child, pacing the bedroom in vain, fully aware that her baby was starving. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lamented. "It's all my fault. I have no milk to offer you. Forgive me." The man, troubled, suddenly stood up, rushing to the vanity where he retrieved an empty milk bottle and a razor blade, assessing his wife and child. He gritted his teeth and made a decisive cut across his wrist. Blood gushed forth, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, hastily positioning the bottle to catch the crimson flow. What are you doing?" The woman gasped, horrified. Without answering, the man continued until the bottle was nearly filled, then capped it and handed it to his wife, weakly urging, "Quickly, give it to the baby, see if it works," with tears streaming down her face. The woman accepted the bottle, her heart breaking. "What are you doing, dear?" "Don't worry, it's just a small wound." He forced a smile, wrapping his shirt around the injury. The woman brought the bottle to the child, who clutched it eagerly but promptly rejected the blood, spitting it out. The infant's wails grew louder, and the couple exchanged a glance, each seeing the despair mirrored in the other's eyes. With a heavy sigh, the man moved toward the bedroom door, whispering as he passed his wife, "Wait for me to don't. Dad has turned into a monster. If you go out, you'll—" The words hung unspoken, a fearful realization of death lingering in her throat. "I am a man, your husband, and the father of this child. This is my duty as a husband and a father. I will return." He carefully opened the door to glimpse his father, now a zombie, aimlessly swaying in the living room. With the baby formula and warm water in the kitchen, he noted the proximity of the kitchen to the bedroom. He slipped off his shoes, tiptoeing barefoot as he cautiously exited the bedroom. Glancing back with each step, upon entering the kitchen, he spotted the formula can, and a faint smile broke through his pallid features. This was a glimmer of hope for his child. He swiftly gathered the can and the warm water bottle, holding them tightly in his embrace. The pressure caused blood to seep from his wrist, staining his shirt. Yet he paid it no mind, grabbing a fruit knife as he departed. That moment, the zombie in the living room suddenly raised its head, sniffing the air. The man reached the kitchen doorway and peered out to see his father facing away. Just as he felt a moment of relief, the zombie turned sharply to face him. He froze, then bolted toward the bedroom, where his wife opened the door in haste. "Hurry, we're almost there." As he neared the bedroom, he caught sight of the terror etched on his wife's face. Before he could react, a searing pain shot through his back, followed by an overwhelming force propelling him into the bedroom, where he fell heavily to the ground. His wife quickly shut the door behind him. "Darling, you're hurt. Wait, let me bandage you," she exclaimed, panic etched on her features as she rushed to find something to dress his wound. But he grasped her wrist tightly to know, "It's futile, to don't waste your efforts. My love, I'm sorry. I cannot stay with you and our child. You must survive. I love you." With that, his gentle expression hardened as he seized the fruit knife and plunged it into his own heart. He knew not when he would succumb to the transformation, but he understood that only in death could he ensure the safety of his wife and child. The woman clutched her mouth, anguish filling her eyes, her nose tingling with the onset of tears that would not fall. She had cried them all away. After a long moment, she caressed his face, whispering, "I promise, my love, I will take our baby and live." Glancing at the child who had fallen asleep in tears, she patted her chest, steeling herself to care for the infant. She had to be strong. As she moved to the corner of the room, she discovered the floor soaked with water. She hastily picked up the warm water bottle, only to find a large hole in its base. Evidently, her husband's earlier fall had compromised it. A cascade of despair shattered her mental fortitude, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Why? Why must this happen to us?" The child stirred awake, and she numbly gazed at the wailing infant, mechanically retrieving the formula can and adding a few scoops to the blood-stained bottle. "Oh, darling, don't see or why it's time to eat," she said, offering the bottle to the child with a glimmer of hope that quickly extinguished, leaving her with an empty stare as she watched the baby. After a long silence, her body trembled. She gently placed the child into the wardrobe, tidied up, and returned to her husband, withdrawing the fruit knife from his chest, offering him a sorrowful smile. "I'm sorry. My love, I'm so tired, truly exhausted." With a swift motion, the knife plunged deep into her own chest. "Please, if my child still lives, I beg of you, save him." The woman penned this letter, never truly believing someone would see it. It was merely a self-deceiving excuse for her escape. Fate, however, had other plans, as Suyu stumbled upon this scene, thrusting him into a moral quandary: to save or not to save, to rescue. Yet this was an apocalyptic world, a realm where humanity devours humanity. In such times, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Moreover, in this harsh reality, tragedies even more harrowing than this occurred daily. Must one intervene every time? Not to save. Yet gazing at this innocent life, the education he had received on that blue planet made him incapable of turning a blind eye. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had been an orphan. Had not the kind-hearted headmistress taken him in, he would have perished long ago. With a resounding slap, Suyu struck himself, cursing, "Damn it, Suyu, how can you be so foolish? After all the hardships you faced on Earth, can't you learn a lesson? Cast aside your pity. You have no right to feel sympathy for others." After berating himself, the heaviness in his heart dissipated significantly. The sharp sound of a slap startled the child hidden within the wardrobe. Yet he merely weakly opened his eyes, his lips moving without producing any sound. But Suyu gently extracted the child from the wardrobe and placed him softly between the two lifeless bodies at the bedside. "Little one, though your parents wished fervently for your survival, they failed to consider that living in such an apocalyptic world might bring you even greater suffering." That a look of struggle flickered across Suyu's face, as if he were grappling with an immensely painful decision. "This is as far as I can assist you." Suyu extended his hand towards the infant's neck. Crack. Exiting the bedroom, he closed the door behind him. Approaching the window, he lit a cigarette, gazing blankly at the desolate cityscape. Chapter 19. A shift in mindset. This is indeed the apocalypse. Yet if one cannot remain undisturbed by anything, does that not render one a mere shell of a person? After much contemplation, he lit one cigarette after another. With a flick of his fingers, the smoldering butt arced through the air, landing squarely in the mouth of a zombie that was howling towards the heavens. Suyu straightened up, his mind now made up that if one cannot be swayed by anything devoid of emotion, can one still be considered human, as long as he could face the future with equanimity, distinguishing what was truly important and making decisions most beneficial to himself. That would suffice to help indiscriminately. How many could he truly assist? Only when he grew powerful enough to transcend this world. With a mere word determining the fate of countless souls, would that become his true goal? Having come to this realization, Suyu felt an unmistakable change within himself, his eyes now reflecting a burgeoning ambition. In the realm of his consciousness, Xiao Xian set aside her bag of chips, peering through the space at Suyu, who appeared lost in thought. Such a mischievous master was endearing to her. Suddenly, a smile broke across Xiao Xian's face, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons as she reached for the chips again, only to find the bag entirely empty. Huh. The smile on Xiao Xian's face faltered, disbelief washing over her as she held the bag up to her eyes, scrutinizing it carefully. Oh no! How could it be gone? Her petite mouth formed a slight pout, as if she were about to hang an oil bottle. Her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the unopened cucumber-flavored chips. No, this is tomorrow's rations. Master worked hard for those spirit points. I must be frugal. Come on, Xiao Xian, you can do it. Hold on. Suyu steadied his somewhat tumultuous emotions. The priority now was to elevate his strength to the first tier. This upgrade would not only double his attributes, but the SSS level plunder talent would also grant him an additional talent. The plunder talent could enhance his attributes by up to 500 at the 0 tier, equivalent to the combined attributes of 12 adults. Upon reaching the first tier, his attributes would double, giving him a total surpassing that of an ordinary first-tier individual by a full 24 adults' worth. At that time, even without acquiring a new talent, he would be able to dominate all competitors of the same tier. With this calculation in mind, his desire to ascend to the first tier intensified. As dusk began to fall, Suyu selected a bedroom facing the street, quickly setting up a platform and gun. Upon checking the magazine of the Barrett M82, he noted a few rounds remaining. Thus, he opted to spend 25 spirit points to exchange for 5 magazines, totaling 50 rounds of ammunition. Following this exchange, his spirit points dwindled to a mere 1. To avoid wasting bullets, Suyu chose targets that exhibited minimal movement, zombies. Pop! A zombie, engrossed and feasting on what remained of a body on the ground, had its head obliterated in an instant. The grotesque scene no longer filled Suyu with dread. Instead, he felt an inexplicable exhilaration. Ding! You have killed a level 10 tier zombie, gaining spirit points 1. Experience 0.5. Current experience 240. Ding. Plunder talent activated. Agility 0.5. Constitution 0.5. That with a thud, the zombie collapsed, its fall drawing the attention of several nearby undead. As they turned their swaying forms towards him, Suyu prepared to aim at the next target when he inadvertently noticed a car, its engine hood billowing black smoke after colliding with a tree. The door suddenly opened a crack. That Suyu adjusted his focus, noticing that the zombies lingering near the car were now drawn away by the sound of the fallen zombie, that a cautious foot emerged from the driver's seat, gingerly touching the ground. Soon a young man, dressed in a white shirt and black shoes, slowly climbed out of the vehicle, lowering his body as his eyes fixated on a bag of food not far ahead. His gaze filled with longing. This young man, a white-collar worker, licked his cracked lips, having gone an entire day without sustenance due to overtime work. He felt weak and famished. The zombies that had previously meandered around the vehicle inexplicably departed together. He recognized this as an opportunity. He must find a way to seize that bag of food. Otherwise, it would not be long before he lacked even the strength to search for food. Ultimately starving to death in the car. Just as he was about to make his move, he thoughtfully removed his shoes to muffle his footsteps, lowering his body as he stealthily approached the bag of food. 10 steps, 5 steps. However, he failed to notice the shadows stirring inside the car beside the bag of food. Finally, he bent down, carefully lifting the hefty bag of food, though he moved with great caution. The faint rustle of the plastic alerted the figure within the vehicle. Simultaneously, the white-collar worker sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was met with sheer terror as he discovered a zombie struggling in the seat beside him. Through the car window, the two locked eyes, a man and a zombie. The creature's grayish skin was smeared with dark blood, its eyes bulging with a milky hue, and its mouth filled with yellow teeth coated in repulsive slime. The white-collar worker's face was etched with fear as he desperately covered his mouth, stifling a scream. The zombie, however, had no such reservations, emitting a low growl from its throat, its lifeless eyes fixated on the tantalizing morsel outside. Since its transformation, it had been trapped here, a tight strap binding it painfully. It struggled to free itself, yearning to seize the two-legged creature before it, its claws outstretched, desperate to grasp the prey, yet an unseen barrier impeded its reach. "Ugh, roar, you damned bastards, that is my food. Leave me just one bite, just one. Let me savor the flavor." Suyu had remained indifferent throughout, clearly viewing the white-collar worker as bait. As more zombies congregated, a faint smile crept across Suyu's lips. It was time to reap the rewards. Pop! The Barrett M82, boasting a caliber of 12.7 mm, shattered the heads of zombies as easily as one would crush a watermelon, one after another. The efficiency of slaughtering so many zombies gathered together was indeed remarkable. Suyu murmured to himself, casting a glance at the rapidly increasing values on his attribute panel, unable to suppress a broad grin. Before long, the 50 rounds he had prepared were expended, leaving his spirit points at a mere 81. Despite having slain 40 to 50 zombies, the throng on the street showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, their numbers continued to swell. Assessing the multitude of zombies gathering in the street, Suyu estimated there were over 100. Without hesitation, he exchanged all his spirit points for Barrett .82 magazines. Ding, purchased ordinary Barrett .82 magazines X16, deducting 80 spirit points, remaining spirit points 1, a full 16 magazines, totaling 160 rounds. Let us get started. I want to rest until I've expended every last bullet. Suyu set himself a modest goal. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and vast shadows spread across the sky, transforming it into a suffocating, enclosed world. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Talent for plundering has reached its limit. Refresh upon level advancement. Rising to his feet, Suyu exhaled a breath of stale air and stretched, his bones cracking in a symphony of sound. Clenching his fists, he sensed the terrifying power coursing within him, coupled with a newfound lightness in his body, as if he had transcended the grips of gravity. That moment, the street was devoid of any standing zombies. After exhausting the 160 rounds of ammunition he had previously exchanged, he noticed several scattered zombies lingering about the street and a few occasionally darting out from the nearby shops. With a hint of obsessive-compulsive disorder, he decided to take matters into his own hands in exchange for another 100 rounds of ammunition, finally clearing the street of its undead inhabitants. Zombies lay sprawled across the street in disarray, while a few glowing orbs of light stood out vividly against the dim surroundings. However, the zero-tier zombies yielded nothing of value. And given that he was currently on the 5th floor, Suyu chose to disregard them. Lying back on his bed, Suyu began to tally the spoils of the day, his heart racing with excitement as he opened his attribute panel. Here, there was an illustration showcasing the character's attributes. His plundering talent's capacity had peaked, with both strength and agility surpassing the 200 mark. Having leveled up 4 times, he still had 80 in used attribute points. With the intent of balanced development, Suyu allocated 40 points to Constitution and 40 points to Spirit. Consequently, his average attribute level had reached an impressive 200. To put this into perspective, an ordinary person would only achieve an average of around 80 at this level. Suyu's attributes had thus exceeded those of an average human of the same caliber by more than double. After finalizing his attributes, it was time for some shopping. With over 400 Spirit Essence points, he could purchase 4 items of F-grade quality that Suyu needed to carefully consider what he required most at that moment. Opening the store, he navigated to the skills section. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, dark, space, time, an array of categories that left Suyu feeling dizzy. Aside from elemental skills, there were various weaponry and physical skills available that he opted for the space-related skills, only to be taken aback by the fact that the lowest tier of space skills was B-grade. B-grade skill, Space Shield, 1 million Spirit Essence. B-grade skill, Dimensional Slash, 1 million Spirit Essence. SSS grade skill, Eternal Space, 10 billion Spirit Essence. Curiosity led him to click on the skill descriptions, but he quickly exited that page. Elemental skills required corresponding talents. Thus, even if he could afford them now, he would be unable to utilize them. However, he was puzzled by the cooldown times mentioned in the skill descriptions. Little Fairy, do all skills have cooldown times? Indeed, Master, though many skills do not have cooldowns at all. Suyu furrowed his brow. That seems unreasonable, that if I learn them, shouldn't I be able to use them whenever I want? Actually, aside from some special skills, most can be forcibly used even if the cooldown period hasn't expired, but doing so may inflict damage on the body or mind. The shorter the interval between uses, the greater the damage incurred. In essence, cooldown times primarily served as a guideline. After Little Fairy's explanation, Suyu grasped the concept that he then navigated to the weapon skills category, which included a long list of blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. After a brief consideration, he settled on blade skills as wielding a tang sword was undeniably stylish. Upon clicking, he was met with yet another lengthy list. Ringed saber, tang sword, butterfly twin daggers, 9-ring saber, horse-slaying saber, willow leaf saber. Fortunately, Suyu already had a choice in mind. Otherwise, he would have been paralyzed by indecision. Clicking on the tang sword category, he found F-grade skill, tang sword mastery, 100 Spirit Essence. F-grade skill, triple slash, 100 Spirit Essence. F-grade skill, draw slash, 100 Spirit Essence. After deliberation, Suyu chose Tang Sword Mastery. Although basic, it was comprehensive, and what he lacked at this moment were precisely these fundamental skills. Ding! Purchase of F-grade skill Tang Sword Mastery successful. 100 Spirit Essence deducted. Remaining Spirit Essence. 332. Ding. Gained F-grade skill Tang Sword Mastery. Do you wish to learn? Learn. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into Suyu's mind. Thankfully, his mental fortitude was strong enough to avoid a splitting headache. Though it did take considerable time to fully assimilate the information. Thrusts, stabs, slashes, chops, sweeps, flicks, pushes, and cuts. All the techniques associated with the Tang sword were deeply etched in his mind, as if he had practiced for decades under the tutelage of a master. Returning to his senses, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really what they call basic? This system must have a misunderstanding of what basic means." That he then glanced at the Tang sword beside him. And a wave of familiarity washed over him. Drawing the sword felt as natural as an extension of his own body. With a swift motion, Suyu performed a series of sword techniques within the confines of his small bedroom. The blade slicing through the air with a crisp whoosh. The fluidity of his movements was remarkable, even within the limited space, exuding a gracefulness that was hard to ignore. Twisting the sword in a flourish, he sheathed it, each motion imbued with an undeniable flair. Suyu, brimming with excitement, murmured to himself, this was absolutely worth it. That 100 Spirit Essence was well spent. Surveying the Tang sword in his hand, he realized that with his newfound skills, it was time to enhance his hardware as well. Rather than searching item by item, Suyu called out to Little Fairy in his mind. Little Fairy, I wish to exchange for the Tang sword. With a huff, Little Fairy complied, displaying the purchasing page for the sword to F-grade Tang sword. Blood of the Red Blade, 100 Spirit Essence. That F-grade Tang sword. Golden Flow, 100 Spirit Essence. F-grade Tang sword. Star Scar, 100 Spirit Essence. After a cursory glance, Suyu noted that the attributes were largely similar, with the only differences being in style and pattern. Blood of the Red Blade was predominantly black, with a blood-red hue adorning the blade's channel, and intricate dark red patterns on the hilt and sheath, lending it an aura of dark allure. Su was immediately drawn to this sword, mainly because he felt it was strikingly stylish and perfectly suited to him. The F-grade Tang sword. Blood of the Red Blade. Strength 10, sharpness 10, cuts through iron like mud. Blood never stains the blade. Without hesitation, he decided to exchange for it. Ding. Purchase of F-grade Tang sword. Blood of the Red Blade successful. 100 spirit essence deducted. Remaining spirit essence. 232. The blood of the red blade materialized in his hand, and he swung it a few times. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing through the air followed. Now this felt right that Su weighed the sword in his hand. It was approximately 30 pounds. The ordinary Tang sword he had previously wielded weighed only 3 pounds. And with his enhanced strength attribute, it felt almost too light to wield effectively. Drawing the blood of the red blade from its sheath with the blade facing upwards, he simultaneously withdrew the ordinary Tang sword, raising it above the blood of the red blade, forming a cross with both blades. Releasing his grip on the ordinary Tang sword, it plummeted freely, and upon contact with the sharper blade, it shattered. Clang! The ordinary Tang sword split cleanly in two upon striking the blood of the red blade, but Su was astonished. He hadn't expected the new sword to be so incredibly sharp. Clutching the Tang sword, Suyu felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and unleash chaos. However, glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, he shook his head, suppressing his excitement. Next, Suyu summoned Little Fairy to display storage items. F-grade storage ring, 100 spirit essence. F-grade storage bracelet, 100 spirit essence. F-grade storage bag, 100 spirit essence. F-grade storage ring, 100 cubic meters of storage space. Time stands still within, cannot store living beings. Various styles were available, including a ring adorned with a large diamond. Su selected a silver-gray ring, devoid of any ostentatious designs. Simple, yet elegant. Ding. Purchase of F-grade storage ring, successful. 100 spirit essence deducted. Remaining spirit essence, 132. Eagerly donning the ring, Suyu felt a sudden clarity, understanding how to activate it. Focusing on the blood of the red blade, he willed it to disappear, and it reappeared within the ring's space. A moment later, it was back in his hand. This was significantly more convenient. Had he possessed such a ring before the apocalypse, there would have been no need for magicians. After acquiring the storage ring, only 132 spirit essence remained, and Su promptly exchanged for the Eye of Detection that Little Fairy had mentioned earlier. Ding. Purchase of special skill Eye of Detection, successful. 100 spirit essence deducted. Remaining spirit essence, 32. Ding! Gain skill Eye of Detection. Do you wish to learn? Learned. To his surprise, upon learning the skill, Suyu felt a warm sensation in his eyes, accompanied by a brief sting. Fortunately, the discomfort was fleeting. Once recovered, Suyu dashed to the bathroom to check his reflection. No changes were apparent. He still looked as handsome as ever. With a sigh of relief, he thought to himself that he would need this face for the cultivation of the Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix technique. Reclining back on his bed, Suyu began to reflect on the day's events, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. How could I forget that? Suyu suddenly sat up in bed. After a busy day, he had completely overlooked the matter of eating. Goo goo goo. Just as I uttered my thoughts, my stomach audibly echoed my sentiments. Rising, I made my way to the living room, only to be met with a foul stench as I opened the bedroom door. The zombie I had previously dispatched lay sprawled in the living room, emanating waves of nauseating odor. Well then, it seems I shall have to make do in the confines of my bedroom. The affluent Su de Guan Run decided to indulge in a lavish meal valued at 10 spirit essence, beginning to savor it with delight. Oh my! The delicate hum of Xiao Xian's discontent startled Suyu, causing him to momentarily forget her presence. Xiao Xian, is there anything you wish to eat? Perhaps I could order a portion of this meal for you as well? Oh no, no. Thank you that I cannot waste my master's spirit essence. Really? Are you not hungry, Xiao Xian? Oh dear master, please do not tempt me. I do not require sustenance, merely occasionally crave a taste that I do not wish to squander the spirit essence you worked so hard to earn. I can endure, especially since I have yet to indulge in the cucumber-flavored chips you purchased for me. Xiao Xian's words warmed Suyu's heart. He felt an overwhelming urge to cradle her in his arms and shower her with affection. Meanwhile, in a rather simplistic bedroom, Feng Qinxue lay tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The grumbling of her stomach filled her with irritation. The apartment housed only herself and her cousin, and they typically dined in the restaurant. The few snacks they had were purchased by her cousin, but they had all been consumed. Ordinarily, she could tough it out, but ever since awakening her talent, she realized her hunger struck swiftly, moreover with prolonged hunger. She sensed her physical strength gradually waning. Tomorrow, she must venture out in search of food. Should I seek him out? Feng Qianchua's apartment was not far from the building where Suyu resided. Although the Barrett rifle had a suppressor, the sound of gunfire was still substantial. She found it peculiar how Suyu possessed so many bullets. The gunfire had scarcely ceased throughout the day. Feng Qianchua even speculated whether Suyu's awakened talent was that very sniper rifle. He had slain so many zombies. His level must be remarkably high that if he were willing to accompany me back to school to find Shiyao, our chances of success would greatly increase. But what if he harbored ill intentions? Feng Qianchua whispered softly to herself. Feng Qianchua was a girl of considerable maturity, having always encountered men with ulterior motives even before the apocalypse. Hence, she maintained an aloof demeanor towards those outside her family, a means of self-protection. Now, in this apocalyptic world, she was acutely aware that her stunning beauty would likely attract unwanted attention from men. With her strong-willed nature, she would never allow herself to become a plaything, not even in death. Chapter 22. Clearing the zombie-infested corridor. Ding. Passive energy absorption grants experience, 1. Current experience. 12.580. That the system notification jolted Suyu awake from his slumber. He grumbled in irritation. Damn it, couldn't you have waited a bit longer to notify me? We're at a critical juncture here. He pressed down with his hand, only to be met with a series of cracking sounds. Suyu paused, inspecting the source of the noise before finally exhaling in relief. To his surprise, his enhanced strength had also fortified the little one that he chuckled. Hey, my future partner will be quite fortunate. Creak! The door swung open. Having rested well throughout the night, Suyu emerged from his apartment, invigorated and striding forth. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he encountered a solitary zombie. Perfect. Time to test out my newly acquired eye of detection. Name: Zombie level, 0th stage, level 3 combat power, 14.25 strength, 28. The average adult's 4-dimensional attributes stand at 10, agility, 29 constitution, 31 spirit, 26 appearance, minus 20 favorability, minus 100 undying animosity. Note: each level increase in a zombie enhances all attributes by 10 points. Bloodline trait: tireless. Can survive even with severed limbs. Talent: C-rank devour. Can swiftly increase level and evolve through the consumption of flesh and blood. Consuming flesh can enhance talent level. Capped at S-rank. Skill: A-rank infection. Scratching or biting can transmit the virus. If not effectively treated, one will be assimilated into the same species, with the zombification time dependent on level. No cooldown time. Suyu stared dumbfoundedly at the zombie's attributes. The talent of the zombie was formidable. No wonder their levels increased so rapidly. However, regardless of how swiftly they level up, lacking intelligence renders them mere fools. Master, some zombies do see an increase in intelligence as their levels rise. Such zombies can be referred to as zombie kings. Let them be zombie kings. If they can defeat me, then they may perish. If not, they can flee, that it's no big deal. You're absolutely right, Master. If we can overpower them, we shall strike. If not, we'll end at that moment. The zombie noticed Suyu and charged towards him with haste. That Suyu's gaze sharpened. Clang! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Suyu appeared behind the zombie. His Tang Dao, Qishue, already drawn, that a slender line of red appeared at the zombie's neck. Thud! The zombie fell, its head rolling away. Ding! Slaying a level 3 zombie grants 4 spirit essence and 1.5 experience. Current experience: 1480. Ding! Talent plundering has reached its limit. It will refresh upon leveling up. The sound of the zombie's demise attracted a horde of zombies gathered on the 8th floor. One by one, they rushed towards Suyu, eager to avoid being left to gnaw on bones. Just in time, Suyu plunged into the throng of zombies. His figure darted among them, each swing of his blade claiming a zombie's life with precision. Prior to charging forward, Suyu surveyed the area with his eye of detection. The highest level present was merely level 4 of the 0th stage. Meanwhile, Suyu had already reached level 7 of the 0th stage, surpassing the highest level zombie by 3 levels. His SSS level talent, Plunder, granted him an additional 500 attribute points, along with the skill, Mastery of the Tang Dao, which came from decades of swordsmanship experience. Slaying these zombies was even simpler than chopping vegetables. His graceful silhouette danced through the horde, each stroke of Qixue unleashing a spray of crimson. Moments later, Suyu halted. Thud. The last standing zombie collapsed atop its fallen comrades. The entire elevator hall on the 7th floor was now a veritable heap of zombie corpses. Leaving no space to tread, blood and brain matter mingled, splattering the surrounding walls. Among the remains lay teeth, eyeballs, and other dismembered fragments. For those faint of heart, such a hellish scene would likely induce immediate collapse. Suyu, standing atop the pile of corpses with Qixue in hand, exuded an aura of sanguine ferocity. Breathing heavily, it was not fatigue that overwhelmed him, but rather the thrill of his first massacre. Glancing at the system notification panel, he noted he had slain over 30 zombies, contributing 82 spirit essence and 16.5 experience. Only 16.5 experience. If I reach the first stage, the zombies won't keep up. Will I then have to wait for them to level up? Suyu muttered, somewhat disheartened. Xiaoxian patiently explained, Master, zombies are mutated humans, starting at level 1 of the 0th stage, so most zombies have relatively low levels. However, beasts, upon evolving, generally possess higher stages, especially large marine creatures that can start at levels 2 or 3. Indeed, while animals may lack the intelligence of humans, they possess unique abilities. Xiaoxian's words served as a reminder to Suyu. He couldn't afford to become complacent, that I must proceed with caution, step by step, and find the right individuals to cultivate the dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique. Otherwise, such a remarkable skill would be wasted. With that thought, Suyu felt a tinge of disappointment. It had been quite some time since he had encountered any survivors that he vaguely recalled two stunning school beauties from Magic City University, having heard of them upon entering college. However, after family troubles arose, he had little focus to pay attention to such matters that he wondered if those beauties could achieve scores above 90 that once he reached the first stage. He would return to the school to see. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts and prepared to continue his ascent. As he rounded a corner in the corridor, he noticed a milky white orb floating atop the zombie remains. This was the first time Suyu had seen such a light emanating from a zombie up close. He approached for a closer inspection. The surface revealed nothing within. Reaching out to touch it, the orb dissipated, revealing a smooth, jade-like, coin-sized flat stone in his palm. Using the eye of detection, he examined it.name. 0th stage energy stone can accelerate the recovery of expended energy. May also be used to provide energy to special items. Can be exchanged for 100 spirit essence in the system. Suyu was pleasantly surprised. This was akin to receiving 100 spirit essence for free. Xiaoxian, this energy stone is only of the 0th stage. Why does it share the same price as an F-grade item in the shop? Because energy stones are formed from the aggregation of all energy within a living organism, containing the purest energy. The system can convert it perfectly for use, which is why a 0th stage energy stone can be exchanged for 100 spirit essence. Upon hearing the explanation from Xiaoxian, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that he had discovered yet another avenue to acquire spiritual energy, that he stowed the energy stones into a storage ring and turned to face the zombies lurking above. After dispatching dozens of the undead, Suyu finally ascended to the rooftop of the 23rd floor. Although he had gained 11 experience points and still possessed 78 spiritual energy, the considerable exertion had left him feeling rather fatigued. With an average attribute level hovering around 200, his body demanded even more energy replenishment. At that moment, he felt as if he could consume an entire cow in one sitting. The thought of exchanging spiritual energy for food seems excessively wasteful. I must gather more provisions. Besides, with higher attributes in the future, won't I require food quantities equivalent to dozens, if not hundreds, of people in a single meal? Suyu pondered, the notion of needing to consume copious amounts of food sending a chill down his spine. Master, it's not as exaggerated as you think. The reason you feel unsatisfied is that the food you've encountered lacks any inherent energy. The flesh of exotic beasts and vegetables harvested post-energy invasion can swiftly replenish the energy your body requires. Xiaoxian explained that Suyu was somewhat taken aback, that I can understand the exotic beast meat, but what do you mean by vegetables harvested post-energy invasion? Were the previous ones ineffective? Universal energy can evolve living beings. And plants possess life as well. However, once harvested, the fruits lose their vitality. Thus, before the universal energy reaches Water Blue Star, the fruits picked prior to that moment do not contain any energy. Does this clarify things for you? Master, Suyu nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. So, does that mean I could level up by chopping down trees? If they are sentient plants, then yes, Xiao Xian replied. All right, I understand. Initially, Suyu had contemplated waiting until his strength grew further before raiding a large supermarket for supplies, reasoning that food stored in his ring would never spoil. After all, the provisions from such a place could sustain several individuals for years. However, plans often fall short of reality. How true that statement was. Chapter 23. Beautiful lady, do you need assistance? Clang, clang, clang. A figure was striking the stairwell door with a wooden stick. The sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. There were only one or two individuals. The figure halted its rhythmic banging and fixed its gaze on the entrance to the stairwell that in the next instant. A zombie lunged from the shadowy corner of the stairway, charging towards the figure. Whoosh thud! An arrow flew with precision, piercing the zombie's skull, causing it to stumble and collapse lifelessly to the ground. Then a roar echoed as another zombie charged around the corner. Whoosh thud! A shard of icy crystal pierced through the zombie's forehead, leaving a frost-covered blood hole in its wake. Bang! The sound of a door slamming shut reverberated as a lithe figure leaned against it, her ample bosom gently rising and falling, betraying her owner's agitation. Finally, I've reached level 2. How should I allocate my remaining attributes? A melodious voice resonated. It belonged to Feng Qianxue, who had been systematically eliminating zombies and had now attained Tier 0, level 2.10 minutes later. Her expended energy had fully replenished. Feng Qianxue slung her quiver on her back, retrieved her bow, and stepped out once more, having slain the zombies in the stairwell. She now intended to venture down to the convenience store in search of food. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, she felt her strength waning. Thus, seizing the last remnants of her energy, she needed to find food quickly. Otherwise, her situation would only worsen. The scarcity of energy-rich food in the midst of the apocalypse left Suyu feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he harbored no real concerns. After all, he would not allow himself to go hungry. At worst, he could always exchange for provisions in the marketplace. Peering out, he scanned the area below. His enhanced physical attributes had also sharpened his vision, allowing him to spot the convenience store with ease. First, I must fill my stomach and strive to reach Tier 1 today, he declared as he descended the stairs as he reached the ground floor. A distant figure caused him to momentarily lose his composure. Feng Qianxue, the girl wielding a bow, was sprinting towards him with graceful, elongated legs, her speed remarkable. The breeze tousled her waist-length hair, and her stunning visage flushed slightly from exertion, beads of perspiration glistening on her fair forehead. Several zombies trailed closely behind her, and upon noticing Suyu, she shouted a warning. Run. Even though Suyu had witnessed countless stunning beauties enhanced by the beautification filter of the 4 great Asian sorceries in his past life. Seeing Feng Qianxue's breathtaking countenance caused his heart to skip a beat. Wow, master. This female being has an overall score of 94. Hurry, master. Act quickly. Xiao Xian is cheering for you, ding. The charm aura activated, increasing Feng Qianxue's base favorability towards the host by 30. Xiao Xian's exuberant exclamations, coupled with the system's notifications, jolted Suyu back to reality. Feng Qianxue, who had nearly dashed past him, inexplicably halted, her tone tinged with urgency. Why aren't you running? What are you waiting for? Suyu gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, offering a warm smile. Beautiful lady, do you need assistance? Feng Qianxue momentarily faltered, instinctively nodding her head. Just a few small zombies that I can handle them in a heartbeat. The crimson blood blade materialized silently in Suyu's hand. With a swift motion, as he drew the blade, a zombie's head soared into the air. The art of the blade was to sever life from death with unrelenting precision. Each movement a lethal dance that dispatched foes in an instant. The slashing of throats and arteries left no room for error. Every strike was executed with clean efficiency, aimed directly at the vital points. Remarkable. How is he so powerful? Feng Qianxue watched, her eyes shimmering with admiration, her heart racing as she fixated on Suyu. Hey, you have to see this. Someone in the community is slaying zombies, and he's incredible. A woman in a room across the street exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. What's nonsense? There are zombies everywhere outside. Who would dare venture out? A tall, burly man scoffed, disbelieving of anyone's bravery in the face of danger. Yet, Despite his skepticism, he approached the window. Whoa! Has this person gone mad? So fierce. Through the window, the two watched in shock as Suyu dispatched zombies with ease, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Surrounding them, numerous survivors were equally captivated by the spectacle. Is this the power that comes with awakening a talent? The officials claimed that killing 10 zombies would lead to an awakening, that I'm only 2 away from awakening. Once I do, I'm heading to Magic Capital University to see those beautiful girls I've long coveted. A red-haired thug chuckled lewdly. Yellow hair, green hair, let's go. Today, the 3 brothers of the traffic light are destined to become awakeners, forcing those once high-end mighty goddesses to worship us. The red-haired thug brandished a machete, rallying his companions. Yellow hair and green hair, that a flamboyantly dressed woman, holding a drone remote, excitedly muttered to herself, "This time, I'll surely go viral." My previous videos were taken down for showing too much skin. A video of this guy slaying zombies will definitely trend and draw a massive following. In the expansive area, Suyu's speed in eliminating zombies was notably quicker than in the stairwell. As the last zombie fell, he spun the crimson blood blade in his hand and flicked it lightly, sending it soaring into the air. Without glancing back, he turned and walked towards Feng Qianxue. The blade traced arcs in the air before seamlessly returning to its sheath at his side. Were the circumstances different, the survivors lurking in the shadows would have erupted in applause, thoroughly impressed. Absolutely dashing, Xiaoxian squealed, her eyes sparkling with adoration, as she gazed at Suyu from the ethereal realm. "That I love this master. Truly love him. Are you all right?" Suyu's voice snapped Feng Qianxue out of her stupor. I'm fine. Thank you." That a blush crept onto her cheeks, leaving her uncertain whether it stemmed from exhaustion or embarrassment, that if someone familiar with her had been present, they would have exclaimed, "Goodness, bring back my ice queen." At that moment, Feng Qianxue felt a tinge of regret. What's wrong with me today? Why is my heart racing so fast? Seizing the opportunity, Suyu activated his eye of detection. Name: Feng Qianxue level 0 tier 2, 230, combat power, 22 strength, 28, the average attribute for adults is 10, agility, 28 constitution, 26 spirit, 39 attractiveness, 94 favorability, 45 admiration, base 30, talent. A rank ultimate ice, damage increase 50. Energy recovery 5 per minute. Skills: none, not bad. An A rank rare talent, ultimate ice. But how can such a perfect woman only score 94? One cannot help but ponder the extent of perfection that the system deems as a full score. Regarding Feng Qianxue, the icy beauty, Suyu possesses some understanding from the memories of his former self. She is renowned as the most beautiful campus flower since the establishment of Magic City University. Characterized by her frigid demeanor, perpetually keeping others at arm's length. Yet, as he gazes at this girl, who ought to exude an air of aloofness, he perceives a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Suyu cannot restrain himself from exclaiming inwardly, "What an impressive charm aura! YYDS." However, despite his handsome appearance and having saved her life, he finds himself with a mere 15 points of basic affinity. Equivalent to that of casual friends, that it is evident that winning over a high-end mighty goddess is no easy feat. Chapter 24. Throughout history, deep affection fades. Only schemes capture hearts. A cascade of thoughts raced through Suyu's mind. The outside world is perilous. As a young woman, you should not be wandering about aimlessly. Thus, I must take my leave as I have matters to attend to. With that, Suyu turned and headed toward the convenience store, without a trace of hesitation. Nevertheless, he began to count silently in his mind, 3, 2. Seeing Suyu turning to leave, Feng Qianxue appeared somewhat flustered, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. What is happening? Is he leaving just like that? Has my allure diminished? Suyu, wait for me. Feng Qianxue called out, hastily pursuing him. Suyu turned, curiosity piquing as he inquired, "Do you know me? Some classmates in the dorm mentioned you, and I've seen you around campus a few times. My name is Feng Qianxue, and I am also a student at Magic City University. Thank you for your assistance earlier." With that, Feng Qianxue bowed deeply. She bent down. The slightly loose neckline of her attire revealed a glimpse of her fair skin. Suyu felt a twinge of awkwardness, glancing sideways before returning his gaze. "Indeed, quite fair." Clearing his throat, he added, "It was merely a casual act. No need to dwell on it. Do you have any other matters? I need to replenish some supplies at the convenience store. May I join you?" Feng Qianxue asked, her tone somewhat timid, Su chuckled. If you wish to come along, feel free. I won't stop you. The two entered the convenience store, where 3 zombies awaited them. With a few swift strikes, Su silenced the store, restoring tranquility, that he disregarded the scattered body parts on the floor and began to consume high-calorie food. Glancing at Feng Qinxue still standing by, aren't you going to eat? Feng Qinxue, confronted with such an environment, could hardly stomach anything. She shook her head repeatedly. No, I'll eat later. She then picked up a backpack from the shelf, selecting food while gently inquiring, did you escape from Magic City University? Yes, when the apocalypse struck, I was in the dormitory. After a small incident, I had no choice but to flee to this neighborhood. As he spoke, Suyu noticed the bow and arrow beside Feng Qinxue. You were the one shooting arrows when I entered the neighborhood yesterday, weren't you? Yes, Taha. It seems we are quite fated. You saved me once. And today I saved you. It's even. That's not quite the same. Even if I had not shot that zombie, you would have been fine, Feng Qinxue replied, shaking her head and falling silent. Noticing her downcast expression, Suyu scratched his head in confusion. Women are indeed perplexing creatures, with emotions that shift so unpredictably. What is wrong? Feng Qinxue mustered a faint smile. It's nothing, just a bit worried about my cousin. She went to the dormitory to retrieve something on the day of the outbreak, and I haven't been able to reach her since that I don't know how she is faring. After a brief pause, she took a deep breath. Would you accompany me to the school to search for my cousin? After rescuing her, I can promise you something that isn't too unreasonable. She refrained from offering money as a reward. Recognizing the futility of currency in this post-apocalyptic world, Feng Qinxue looked up at Suyu, biting her lip, anxiously awaiting his response. Suyu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while internally reveling in delight. He had initially planned to venture into the university to hunt zombies in the coming days, as the zombies in the neighborhood were no longer a challenge for him. Only within the confines of a university, densely populated with humans, could higher-level zombies potentially emerge. As he contemplated how to increase his affinity with her, the opportunity presented itself without him having to seek it out. Most importantly, this was a 2-for-1 deal. After all, Feng Qinxue's cousin was the second most beautiful girl at Magic City University, renowned for her pure and charming looks, and even more popular than Feng Qinxue due to her personality. Indeed, throughout history, deep affection fades, and only schemes capture hearts. Feigning contemplation, Suyu spoke after a moment. This morning, I cleared a corridor of zombies. Approximately 100 zombies appeared, and 5 of them were 0-grade level 4. A single building can house many people. He paused, gesturing towards the direction of Magic City University. You must know that Magic City University has nearly 100,000 individuals, including students and faculty. The more flesh and blood the zombies consume, the faster their levels will evolve. It's possible that the university is currently teeming with high-level zombies, perhaps even reaching level 1. Listening to Suyu's words, Feng Qinxue's expression grew, increasingly despondent. Indeed, the campus is far more perilous. Suyu is not someone I know well. Why would he risk danger to help me rescue someone? Suyu placed a reassuring hand on Feng Qinxue's shoulder, refraining from further teasing her, as excess can be counterproductive. I can agree to assist you, but you must fulfill one condition. What condition? Feng Qinxue furrowed her brow, her voice returning to its usual coldness. Despite being mentally prepared, hearing Suyu's words still left her feeling uneasy. The nature of voluntary versus coerced agreements is distinctly different. Become my teammate. Huh? Is that your condition? Suyu regarded her with amusement. Indeed. What did you expect? Why? With your capabilities, you need not lack for allies. Feng Qinxue felt a whirlwind of thoughts, her gaze fixed on Suyu, filled with complexity. Why? Suyu murmured, gently grasping her slender, delicate finger in his hand. She did not resist but trembled slightly, her gaze unwavering from Suyu's eyes. Seeking an answer, Tio put it simply, I find you appealing. Were I to ask you to be my woman at this moment, you would likely agree, but that would feel somewhat opportunistic. I wish for you to be free of any reservations. Thus I can only ask you to be my teammate and cultivate our relationship gradually. Sincerity is the greatest weapon, especially when uttered to a girl who harbors affection. The effect is undoubtedly profound. Ding. Feng Qinxue's affinity with the host increased by 3. Current affinity. 48. Ding. Feng Qinxue's affinity with the host increased by 1. Current affinity. 49. Ding. Feng Qinshu's affinity with the host increased by 1, current affinity, 50. A 50-point affinity. At such a level, many girls would likely be eager to pursue him, listening to the system's continuous notifications in his mind. Suyu couldn't help but smile faintly. I agree to be your girlfriend, but it's not a transaction. Feng Qinshu gathered her courage to speak, her ears gradually tinged with a rosy hue. Unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the convenience store. Moments later, a burly figure burst into the store. The newcomer was Gongzi, the man who had witnessed Suyu slaying zombies from the floor above. After discussing with his girlfriend, who insisted that all the zombies in the vicinity had been eliminated by Suyu, he deemed it the safest time to venture out in a store as large as this. Suyu could hardly carry away much. Seizing the opportunity to stock up on supplies was undoubtedly a wise move. Thus, he armed himself with a modified nail gun as he entered, fully intent on avoiding conflict with someone as formidable as Suyu, who dispatched zombies with such ease. However, upon entering the store and spotting Feng Qinshu, his heart skipped a beat, his gaze fixated on her. Previously, he had not seen her clearly from a distance, but now, up close, he found himself parched and speechless. This woman is astonishingly beautiful. Chapter 25. Behold my great might, the supreme spell. How can someone be so exquisite? Particularly those long legs that seem to extend beyond his wildest dreams. If he could have a taste of that, a few fewer years of life would be worth it. Gongzi's eyes were glued to Feng Qinshu's legs. Utterly captivated, Suyu stepped in front of Feng Qinshu, narrowing his eyes as he coldly stated, "If you cannot control your gaze, I won't hesitate to pluck your eyes from their sockets and stuff them into your mouth." Ding! Feng Qinshu's affinity with the host increased by 2. Current affinity, 55. Gongzi, at that moment, found food utterly unappetizing, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he aimed the nail gun at Suyu. "Kid, be smart and drop the knife, that I know you're strong. But can you outpace the gun in my hand? Just put down the knife, and I won't make things difficult for you." Seeing the nail gun aimed at Suyu, Feng Qinshu instinctively moved to shield him. But Suyu gently halted her, pulling her behind him. Seeing that Suyu had no intention of retreating, Gongzi leered, "Hey, beautiful in the back, step aside, wouldn't be good if you were hurt." Suyu released Feng Qinshu, gripping his blood-red blade, advancing step by step toward Gongzi, the sharp tip of his weapon dragging a mark across the floor. "Stay right there. If you take another step, I'll shoot." As Suyu drew nearer, Gongzi steeled himself and squeezed the trigger. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, to his astonishment, all the nails shot forth were deftly parried by Suyu's knife. A playful smile crept upon Suyu's lips. "Out of nails? Now it seems it's my turn." Gongzi's forehead was already slick with cold sweat, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, tumbling out of the convenience store. Suyu stepped forward in pursuit. His crimson blood blade flashing ominously. Gongzi's head soared high into the air, his decapitated body staggering forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Feng Qinshu clutched her mouth tightly, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. But she quickly regained her composure and approached Suyu, glancing at the surrounding residential buildings before focusing on the lifeless body on the ground, her brow furrowed. "Suyu, you are being too impulsive." Before Feng Qinshu could finish her thought, Suyu interrupted her. "Qinshu, this is the apocalypse, that if you don't act ruthlessly and take lives, then others will come for yours." Feng Qinshu opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking further. She understood the reasoning, yet her true concern was that such actions should not occur here, where the surrounding residents could witness this scene, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles later on. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream echoed from the nearby building. Gongzi's girlfriend, who, upon witnessing her boyfriend's murder, stood frozen in shock for a moment before erupting into a frantic outcry. "You murderer! Don't you dare run! I will kill you!" Suyu looked up to see her frantically hurling objects in his direction, seemingly attempting to attract more zombies. However, she lacked the courage to confront Suyu directly. "Qinshu, this noisy individual is yours to handle." Feng Qinshu was momentarily taken aback by Suyu's words. "I only hope you can quickly adapt to this apocalypse and grow alongside me, rather than remain a mere decorative vase. The choice is yours. I will not hold it against you regardless of your decision." With that, Suyu strode into the convenience store. Suyu's words sent a tremor through Feng Qinshu's heart, and she murmured, "A vase?" She shook her head vigorously, her indecision gradually transforming into resolve. Turning to face the frenzied woman still pelting objects from above, Feng Qianxue regained her icy demeanor, taking a deep breath and drawing her bow. Whoosh! The woman fell silent. Cough, cough, cough. So you gently stroked Feng Qianxue's back. The more you kill, the easier it becomes to accept. When I killed my first zombie, I vomited far more than you did. Feng Qianxue shot him an exasperated glance. Really, don't doubt me. The first zombie I killed was... Su Yu began recounting his own experiences of leveling up, hoping to shift her focus. Feng Qianxue felt warmth blossom within her, realizing that this small man was genuinely considerate. Being intelligent, she understood Su Yu's intentions and recalled his protective stance in front of her. That silhouette provided her a sense of security. Ding! Feng Qianxue's fondness for her host increased by 5. Bringing her current affection level to 60, noticing that her affection had reached a heartfelt degree. A subtle smile graced Su Yu's lips as he gently pulled her into an embrace, refraining from any further actions. Gradually progressing, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, was indeed the most effective strategy for wooing. By the way, may I ask you something? Did you enter a special space when you awakened your talent? Su Yu inquired. Feng Qianxue nodded. Yes, there was a large luminous screen inside, adorned with strange characters that I couldn't decipher. Only I can understand the characters on that screen. Su Yu pondered as he continued discussing her talent. Though she possessed an elemental talent best suited for a mage, she still wished to wield a bow as her means of attack. That Su Yu considered this and found it quite fitting. Her ultimate ice talent would grant her arrows freezing and slowing effects, coupled with her extraordinary aptitude for archery, making her an ideal ice archer. Yes, that sounds promising. Moreover, the energy consumption for sustaining the ultimate ice effect on arrows is minimal, allowing for prolonged combat capabilities. Feng Qianxue subtly shifted her body, her sapphire-like eyes gazing at Su Yu, a captivating smile gracing her lips. Do you really approve of my utilizing my talent in this manner? If she attacked directly using her internal energy, she could only do so a few times before exhaustion set in, necessitating a recovery period. However, if she employed a bow to channel her energy, the demand on her reserves would be minimal, provided she didn't overexert herself. Yes, using a bow was perfectly acceptable. With Su Yu's affirmation, Feng Qianxue's spirits lifted, and she playfully swayed her body. However, this movement proved challenging for Su Yu. He struggled to suppress his primal urges while continuously reminding himself to endure. What you claim, Su Yu, is a creature of base instincts. It is human nature. If one lacks desires, something must be amiss. Chapter 26. The Self-Replenishing Quiver. Is that feasible? Observing Feng Qianxue's bashful demeanor, Su Yu felt a surge of heat within him. Were the circumstances different, he might have engaged in a more tangible display of affection with her. Casting a glance at the ordinary bow and arrows Feng Qianxue had set aside, Su Yu decided to stoke the fire further. With 275 spirit points at his disposal and no immediate need for exchanges, he spent 100 spirit points to acquire a bow, a reward for Feng Qianxue's recent decision. F-grade bow. Ice crystal bow. Strength 10, arrow sharpness 10, capable of easily penetrating the defenses of first-tier creatures. The ice crystal bow appeared exquisite, adorned with ethereal blue patterns that spanned its entirety. Qianxue, I have a precious gift for you. Would you like it? Feng Qianxue. Having never experienced romance, she had heard classmates mention what a precious gift entailed. The sudden mention of such a gift, combined with recent events, led her to misconstrue his intentions. Feng Qianxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her head in a flustered manner. No, that's too fast. I haven't even agreed to anything. Noticing the expression on her face, Su Yu realized she had misinterpreted his words. With a teasing grin, he said, Really, you don't want it? If so, I'll just keep it for myself. Feng Qianxue lowered her head and stole a glance, nearly gasping in surprise. Her shaking intensified. The to think that this so-called ice goddess, renowned for her cold demeanor, could appear so adorably flustered before him. Seeing her nearly burying her head like an ostrich, Su Yu decided to cease his teasing. Ding! Acquired F-grade bow. Ice crystal bow, 100 spirit points deducted. Remaining spirit points, 175. That he raised the bow he now held. No, I meant this precious gift. Qianxue, what were you thinking? Feng Qianxue. Her face flushed a deep shade of red, clenched her small fist and lightly struck Su Yu, muttering, You're such a bad person. She then curiously inquired. Where did you get this bow? I've never seen it before. Raising his hand to show the storage ring, Suyu had no intention of hiding the truth, considering that killing zombies could yield equipment. This is a storage ring, filled with items obtained from slaying zombies that I'll get you one as well, but first, let us see if you like this bow. Feng Qinshua's gaze became fixed on the ice crystal bow. Her eyes sparkling with adoration. I ask this truly for me. Are there others around? Of course, it's for you, Suyu affirmed with a nod. Feng Qinshu accepted the ice crystal bow, receiving its information in her mind. A flicker of astonishment crossing her features before she quickly composed herself. She looked up at Suyu and softly asked, Suyu, why are you being so kind to me? Ding. Feng Qinshua's affection for her host increased by 2. Current affection level, 62. What else could it be? I'm after your heart. Naturally, Suyu would never voice such thoughts. You are my intended partner. You belong to me. Did I ask there any need for a reason to treat you well? Feng Qinshu nodded, her cheeks still flushed, then offered the ice crystal bow back to him. Suyu. What does this mean? Did I scare her off with my forwardness? Seeing the puzzled expression on his face. Feng Qinshu chuckled softly. Did I really like this bow? But please hold on to it for now. That I only have 2 arrows left, so it's unnecessary to use this bow. Just yet, that it's a minor issue that can be resolved quickly. With that, Suyu reopened the system store. Since he had already purchased the bow, he might as well spend a bit more spirit points to acquire arrows. After all, one couldn't catch wolves without first letting go of their cubs. Little Fairy, search for arrow-related equipment. Umph. Master, you're quite the scoundrel. What's this? Wasn't he at you who urged me to pursue her? Master is truly a big bad wolf. The interface of the system all appeared before Suyu's eyes. Common arrow. 10 ordinary arrows. 5 spirit essence explosive arrow. Upon striking a target, it will emit a fierce explosion. 10 spirit essence as Suyu perused the offerings. He noted that each arrow was singular. Using one meant one less in his inventory. Curiously, he inquired in his mind, Little Fairy, is there not a type of arrow that can automatically replenish itself after use? Indeed, there is. That would be called a quiver, not an arrow. Naturally, such items are not available here. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Suyu reflected on the overwhelming variety of items in the system mall. Without the assistance of Little Fairy, he might have found himself rather lost. Common quiver. Capacity for 30 arrows. 10 spirit essence F-class armor-piercing quiver. Capacity for 100 arrows. Automatically replenishes 10 arrows per minute. 100 spirit essence F-class flame explosive quiver. Capacity for 10 arrows. Arrows explode upon impact. Automatically replenishes 1 arrow per minute. 100 spirit essence note. Replenishing quivers will cause the arrows to dissipate into energy after a certain duration. Without hesitation, Suyu selected the F-class armor-piercing quiver. Ding! Purchase of F-class armor-piercing quiver confirmed. Deducting 100 spirit essence. Remaining spirit essence. 75. Feng Qinshu watched as Suyu stood there in a daze for a moment, and suddenly a high-tech quiver materialized in his hands, causing her lips to part slightly in surprise at where Suyu had obtained such an item. However, she refrained from asking, for a woman who probes too deeply into every matter can easily become tiresome to a man. See if you like it. This quiver possesses special capabilities. That Suyu handed the quiver to Feng Qinshu at a hint of hesitation across Feng Qinshu's face as she did not accept it, worried that Suyu might perceive her as a materialistic woman and subsequently look down upon her. After all, throughout their interactions, Suyu had been the one assisting her. Gifting her a bow was one thing, but now bestowing upon her a seemingly extraordinary quiver made her feel as though she owed him far too much. Noticing Feng Qinshu's expression, Suyu understood her thoughts and, without further ado, pressed the quiver into her hands. All right, don't overthink it. We are at the onset of an apocalypse. We must grow stronger swiftly. Your increase in strength will greatly benefit me as well. Feng Qinshu opened her mouth, intending to voice her concerns. However, Suyu pinched her smooth, fair cheek and insisted, just take it. Obey and accept it. Seeing Suyu extend the quiver once more, Feng Qinshu ceased her objections and accepted it with both hands. As she did so, information about the quiver flooded her mind. Within this compact quiver lay 100 arrows, and astonishingly, it could replenish 10 arrows every minute. That a wave of elation washed over Feng Qinshu. With this quiver, she would have an endless supply of arrows. Simply splendid. Thank you, Suyu. Overwhelmed with excitement, Feng Qinshu rose on her toes and planted a kiss on Suyu's cheek. yet in a rather untimely manner. Suyu playfully flicked her forehead. Feng Qianxue winced, her expression a mix of confusion and surprise. You just vomited and haven't brushed your teeth yet, Suyu remarked with a feigned look of disdain. Feng Qianxue's composure shattered. Her usual icy demeanor vanished without a trace that, I want to bite this bad person to death. Chapter 27. The harshest flag. Feng Qianxue found toothpaste and a toothbrush in a convenience store and retreated to brush her teeth. Still feeling a bit indignant. This bad person, giving me my first kiss and still finding fault with me that I won't give you another one. Humphed at Suyu, watching from the side, sighed inwardly. Love truly can render one less intelligent. Even the ice goddess had transformed into a cute, pouting woman. After sharing a meal, Suyu collected a considerable amount of food, filling half of his storage ring. The 100 cubic meters of space was quite ample, equivalent to a room measuring 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Qianxue, let us focus on leveling up today. Tomorrow, I will venture to the school to scout. No way. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I want to join. Enough, listen to me. Your current strength isn't sufficient. I will only be scouting, and it will be more convenient alone. Well, all right then. But you must also level up a bit. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Feng Qianxue raised her bow confidently and declared, Don't worry. Previously, I lacked arrows, but if I had them, my level might not be lower than yours. Someone's getting a bit proud, so you teased that I am not. The two exchanged playful banter as they exited the convenience store. Upon stepping outside, they noticed a few individuals not far away engaged in combat against zombies, moving directly toward the very convenience store they just left. Suyu had previously dispatched numerous zombies in this building, and now only a handful lingered below. Though the number of zombies was scant, it was evident that the group was poorly coordinated and bound to encounter issues sooner or later. Indeed, one man was suddenly scratched by a zombie and, in a panic, rushed toward the others, crying out, Help me! The already chaotic group erupted in a further disarray at his frantic arrival. Help! Save me! Upon spotting Suyu and Feng Qianxue at the entrance of the convenience store, the group surged toward them as if they were a lifeline. Desperate to escape, but Suyu merely regarded them with indifference, showing no inclination to intervene. Though it is often said that mutual kindness breeds goodwill, not everyone comprehends this principle that in reality, an increasing number of individuals take advantage of others. The more you help, the more they demand. You might believe that sincere devotion to someone will yield a lifelong confidant. Yet few will inform you that it may instead lead to a lifetime of lessons learned the hard way. Excessive kindness, at times, is not a virtue. Boundless assistance can only result in amplified harm. Life is unpredictable, and human nature is difficult to fathom. One must always exercise caution against excess. Back on Earth, during his high school years, Suyu had once aided an elderly man who had been struck by a car. Only to face a demand for 10,000 yuan in compensation, it was a painful moment for him. Having grown up in an orphanage, watching as the trembling headmaster handed over the money, his heart bleeding. After that incident, he tempered his enthusiastic nature and willingness to help. Little did he anticipate that his singular act of kindness would lead to his very life being lost, transporting him into this world. Repeatedly learning through bloodshed, especially in an apocalypse, where human nature only deteriorates further, Suyu, are we not going to help? Feng Qianxue glanced at the group, a hint of sympathy in her expression, that Suyu shook his head. Let's go. We needn't concern ourselves with them. With that, he took Feng Qianxue's hand and led her toward another building, to ask for the supplies in the convenience store. Suyu had ceased to regard them highly once he realized that pre-apocalyptic food lacked energy. Though Feng Qianxue felt a pang of compassion, she obediently nodded, trailing behind Suyu like a dutiful wife. Before long, the two arrived at another building. Suyu observed a considerable number of zombies still present and wrapped his arm around Feng Qianxue's slender waist. Leaping onto the second-floor balcony. After ensuring the interior was secure, they returned to the balcony. Qianxue, you will provide long-range support from the balcony while I draw the zombies toward me. With that, Suyu sprang forth, his figure darting like an arrow released from a bow, moving with astonishing speed. Feng Qianxue stood in stunned silence, wondering if he had somehow gained the ability to fly. Should she braid his hair into 2 high pigtails upon his return? Suyu charged into the horde of zombies, his red-bladed knife shimmering with an eerie crimson glow. Each strike was as swift as lightning, and with every blow, a zombie fell. Feng Qianxue watched in awe. Such a man is worthy of my lifelong devotion. I must strive to grow stronger and not become a burden to him. Whoosh! A frosty blue arrow sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing through a zombie's skull in an instant. Feng Qinshua's arrows were swift and precise, each one claiming the life of a zombie, hitting the mark every time. That Suu, catching this from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but be astonished. Zombies weren't stationary targets, and achieving such accuracy was no simple feat. That as Feng Qinshu felled more and more zombies, Suu's heart raced. These are all spirit essences. I must secure this girl quickly. Engaging in friendly exchanges with Feng Qinshu would yield benefits far beyond measure. The system could also extract the soul power from her zombie kills to convert into spirit essence through a binding oath. With this thought in mind, Suu's gaze on Feng Qinshu grew increasingly fervent. I must win her over before we head to the school. Otherwise, I might just live stream myself being electrocuted by a fan. He silently vowed to himself with utmost resolve. I wonder if my current physical defenses can withstand that? Little fairy, confused in the space, remarked for the first time with earnestness, Master, though I may not be human, you truly are a dog. Suu's movements faltered, nearly allowing a zombie to climb Dada. Huh. You heard that, little girl? Didn't you know to automatically filter out what you shouldn't hear? As dusk settled, Suu and Feng Qinshu had cleared out a total of 9 entire buildings. Qinshu, what level are you now? Suu gasped for breath. After an extensive period of combat, even his extraordinarily high physical constitution felt wearied. Feng Qinshu, undeterred by the copious bloodstains on Suu, excitedly exclaimed while wrapping her arm around his. Suu, I am now at level 6. What do you think? I am quite formidable, aren't I? Ascending from level 1 to level 6 in just one day was something Feng Qinshu had never dared to imagine prior to meeting Suu. Feeling the immense power coursing through her, she longed to continue slaying foes throughout the night. Even in her current state of exhaustion, the Suu activated his eye of detection on Feng Qinshu. Name: Feng Qinshu. Level: Rank 0. Level 6, 23.570. Combat Power: 54 Strength, 64-10. The average attributes for adults are 10 Agility, 72 Constitution, 62 Spirit, 83 Attractiveness, 94 Favorability, 62 Infatuation, Base 30 Talent. A-level Ultimate Ice, damage increase of 50. Energy recovers 5 per minute. Skills: None. Feng Qinshu had increased 4 levels, gaining 36 points in Strength, 44 in Agility, 36 in Constitution, 44 in Spirit, and her combat power reached 54, that besides the 5 points allocated to each attribute upon leveling up. She had a total of 80 points to distribute. Suu recommended a distribution of 2, 3, 2, 3. Suu chuckled. Oh, little girl, do you think you could surpass me? You'll need to put in more effort for that. Let us head back. Feng Qinshu huffed. Don't underestimate me. Suu teased. Oh dear. Are you getting a bit Sundra? Feng Qinshu added. By the way, Suu, I think you should try 2 sky-high ponytails. Suu responded. What? Feng Qinshu continued. You move so swiftly, like you're gliding on wheels, and with those ponytails, you'd look so striking. Suu retorted. You little rascal, you're asking for it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ground was littered with corpses, and the two played like children, gradually walking away. Chapter 28. It turns out the fool is me. At that moment, a video on Douyin was rapidly gaining popularity, with 1 million likes and 2 million views. The title read, "This is the equipment even Uncle Lien dreams of. A zombie butcher that makes even Jia Hui feel ashamed." I end the video. A flamboyantly dressed woman introduced herself. She was the same one who had previously controlled the drone. The scene shifted to Suu, who was carving through hordes of corpses with great agility, accompanied by a stirring song from Chow Chow as the BGM. That moment, he resembled an ancient general, bloodied yet valiant amidst countless foes, igniting a fervor in viewers that was reminiscent of Zhao Zilong's legendary feats on Changban Slope, fighting through tens of thousands to rescue a doe. Oh my goodness! How can someone be so handsome? What should I do? How do I quench this thirst? Waiting online? Hey, you upstairs, something seems off. Wow, this guy's like a cow standing on its hind legs. Utterly impressive. You all are thinking too small. This isn't just impressive. He is about to burst out of the universe. How does he twirl that tang Dao in his hand? It looks so stylish. I want to learn. My eyes tell my brain. You could do it. My brain tells my hands. You can .my body tells me. You're nothing. Great one. Uncle Da wants your number to reclaim your blade. 100 billion treasures await. Oh my. Is no one noticing that stunning beauty beside him? What divine beauty is this? I'm in love. Divine Beauty 10086. Before long, the video reached the moment where Suyu decapitated Gongzi. My heavens, that wasn't a zombie he just beheaded, was it? That was a person, right? How ruthless is this great one? Isn't he afraid of the Empire coming after him? Didn't you see the person who ran out holding a nail gun? And look at that breathtaking beauty. You can guess what happened just by using your imagination. The online chatter grew heated. While at a military base in the capital, an elderly man with a head of white hair stared intently at the screen. The screen displayed Suyu's video, alongside various data provided by researchers. That a tall, muscular man with a 2-star insignia beside the elder remarked, "Sir, how is this kid so formidable? Our strongest soldier is only at rank 1. And his power seems comparable to this one." That the elder replied, astonished. "What is truly remarkable is his swordsmanship. Such skill cannot be attained without decades of practice. As firearms become less effective against high-ranking zombies, we may need to rely on cold weapons to combat them in the future." The muscular man skeptically responded, "Even if he trained from birth, it seems impossible to reach such a level. His swordsmanship must be a skill related to slaying zombies." The elder glanced at him disdainfully. "How many zombies have the National Army killed? According to data from half an hour ago, the figure stands at 79 million. The elder continued. "Having slain nearly 10 million zombies, have any sword or blade skills been revealed? Most of the skills and items dropped are energy stones, with very few skills or equipment." The muscular man scratched his head, engulfed in self-doubt. Could this truly be a prodigious talent? Look into his background. If there is nothing amiss, send someone to contact him and see if he is willing to join the military. If our soldiers could master his swordsmanship, it could reduce casualties significantly. Understood, sir. The muscular man departed on his mission, then on the way to Feng Qinshua's residence. Suyu reflected on his gains from the day. Opening his attribute panel. Name: Suyu. Level: Rank 0. Level 8, 5190. Combat Power: 108. Strength: 215. The average attributes for adults are 10. Agility: 217. Constitution: 217. Spirit: 211. Spirit Energy: 1472. Attractiveness: 90. Talent: SSS level. Plunder: Unique. Attributes plundered: 500,500. Energy recovers 10 per minute. Skills: SSS level. Dragon and Phoenix Yin Yang Decision: Unique: 0. F level. Tang Dao Proficiency: Eye of Detection. So you had leveled up to level 8 with 51 experience points remaining. And astonishingly, his spirit energy reached 1472. After leveling up, he allocated 20 points, distributing 5 points to strength, 5 to constitution, and 10 to spirit. In addition, he had acquired 9 glowing orbs, 7 energy stones, and 2 pieces of worthless equipment lacking any level. Upon returning to Feng Qinshua's apartment, they both took showers, and when Suyu emerged, he was only wrapped in a towel, having discarded his blood-soaked clothing into the trash. They asked for why he didn't exchange for clothes in the system space. Suyu simply stated, "Young man, you still have much to learn." Feng Qinshuo was still in the master bedroom showering, likely taking her time. Suyu decided to pass the time by browsing Douyin on his phone. As soon as he opened the app, he saw a video titled, "This is the equipment even Uncle Lien dreams of, a zombie butcher that makes even Jia Jia Hui feel ashamed." The title was intriguing, but the woman in it, she was rather unattractive, and it seemed the video's protagonist was a fool as well. Suyu shook his head, took a sip of water, and was just about to scroll to the next video when he sprayed water everywhere. What the hell? It turns out the fool is me, watching the video of himself rampaging through enemies. Suyu wore a peculiar expression. Glancing at the likes, he was astounded. Over 3 million likes. Goodness. How did I become famous so inexplicably? After pondering, he decided that the video wouldn't impact him much. As for the slaying, Suyu didn't believe the Empire would pursue him over a small-time thug, and even if they did, he had numerous ways to handle it. Creak. The bedroom door opened, and Suyu turned to look. Surely this will suffice, brothers. I've revised this image countless times. I feel like crying. Feng Qinshuo stepped out of the bedroom, a droplet of water cascading down her hair, swirling at her collarbone before reluctantly falling to the ground. With her devilishly alluring figure, Suyu felt a suffocating sensation that penetrated his very soul. Why you're not wearing any clothes? Feng Qinxue quickly covered her eyes. If the gap between her fingers were any smaller, Suyu might have almost glimpsed her fluttering eyelashes. That Suyu shrugged, exuding a helpless demeanor. The clothes I changed out were soaked in blood. I can't very well wear those, can I? Feng Qinxue longed to say. Something feels off about you. Yet after a moment's thought, she realized Suyu's reasoning was rather sound. There were no men's clothes in the house. And a towel seemed the most appropriate. Suyu approached Feng Qinxue and wrapped her soft form in his embrace. Feng Qinxue initially intended to push him away, but found herself utterly unable to muster the strength. The warmth enveloping her made it hard to resist. Leaning her head against Suyu's chest, she listened to his powerful heartbeat, and this surreal moment gradually intoxicated her. Feng Qinxue closed her eyes, wishing to remain in this dream forever. The two remained entwined for a considerable time, savoring each other's warmth. Although they had only officially met today, Feng Qinxue felt an undeniable sense of security whenever Suyu was by her side. Feng Qinxue's favorability towards the host increased by 3. Current favorability stands at 65, but the sudden alert from the system caught Suyu off guard, that he glanced at the charming figure nestled in his arms. Then leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Feng Qinxue's smooth forehead, guiding her to sit on the sofa. Chapter 29. The quality of the wine remains unknown, yet it is potent reclining on the sofa. Suyu's large hand moved almost of its own accord, caressing Feng Qinxue's supple thighs. The silky sensation beneath his fingertips ignited a restless stir within him. The favorability has just increased by 3 points, bringing it to a total of 65. Perhaps I should take a chance? Upon noticing the fiery glint in Suyu's eyes, Feng Qinxue shyly closed her beautiful eyes, feeling the warm breath emanating from him. She sensed his approach. Thump, thump. Why is my heart racing so fast? The very next moment, as she felt the dampness on her lips, Feng Qinxue's delicate body quivered slightly, becoming momentarily rigid, just as Suyu was about to advance further. An unexpected gurgle erupted from his stomach, abruptly shattering the intimate atmosphere. Feng Qinxue let out a soft giggle and dashed into the bedroom, leaving a disgruntled Suyu behind. Curse this stomach for its untimely interruption. Will I perish from hunger if I wait a bit longer? No, I cannot simply give up. I am someone who sees things through to the end. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu's eyes sparkled as he snapped his fingers and strode over to the dining table. Instead of retrieving the snacks from the convenience store, he exchanged points in the system shop for several candles, a bouquet of roses, and a 2-person Western dinner set valued at 100 spirit points. With a firm resolve, he also redeemed a bottle of red wine for the same amount, and no one could question the steep price. Whether it was palatable remained uncertain, but the description promised it would lead to intoxication. Both steak and wine contained energy, and Suyu did not wish for any unforeseen complications to arise during their intimate moment. After lighting the candles and setting the table with care, Suyu nodded in satisfaction before knocking on the door of Feng Qinxue's bedroom. Qinxue, dinner is ready. Understood. The glasses clinked softly, and in the flickering candlelight, Feng Qinxue exuded an elegance akin to the deep, rich red of the wine. Her dining manner was exquisite, a sight that brought immense joy to behold. Of course, one could also say she was a feast for the eyes. Seemingly recalling something, Feng Qinxue paused her movements and gently suggested, Suyu, why don't you refrain from going to school tomorrow? It's far too dangerous for you to go alone right now. Let us wait until our strength has increased, and then we can go together. All right. Suyu was taken aback by her words. Dangerous? If we go to school to find your sister, how can I continue to accumulate favorability? His reluctance for Feng Qinxue to accompany him stemmed from 2 concerns. One, his worry for her safety, and the other, the fact that her cousin, Lin Xiao, was also the Belle of Magic City University, likely boasting a favorability score above 90, that if Lin Xiao were to witness their budding relationship, it would complicate his efforts to win them both over. He didn't wish to squander too much time on matters of the heart. His primary focus was on strengthening himself. Hence, the most efficient approach would be to win over both women separately before they met. Suyu shook his head, offering her a reassuring gaze that it's all right. If any danger arises, I will retreat first. Feng Qinxue nodded in agreement, remaining silent as she sipped her wine delicately, seeing that she had ceased to protest. Suyu swallowed the last piece of steak and let out a contented belch. The sensation of being full was undeniably delightful. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds thoughts of intimacy. Noticing that Feng Qinxue was becoming slightly tipsy, Suyu prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Rising to his feet, Feng Qinxue followed his movement with her gaze. "Qinxue, I have a gift for you." As he spoke, he retrieved the F-grade storage ring he had prepared in advance. Feng Qinshue's lips parted slightly in surprise. Was he proposing to her? Suyu did not kneel, but instead took her delicate hand. Placing a matching storage ring adorned with an ice blue crystal upon her slender, fair finger. "Aside from me, no one else deserves to stand by your side. Qinxue, do you agree?" His voice was rich and magnetic. The gentle yet commanding words leaving her utterly defenseless. Ding. Feng Qinshue's favorability towards the host increased by 3. Current favorability, 68. Tears shimmered in Feng Qinshue's cerulean eyes as she nodded vigorously. Suyu pulled her into his embrace. The potent scent of masculinity enveloping her. Overwhelmed by Suyu's unabashed advances, she succumbed. After a prolonged moment, Suyu finally lifted his head, breathing softly, exhaling like a fragrant orchid. The mist in Feng Qinshue's beautiful eyes ignited a fire within him. Before she could regain her composure, she felt herself being effortlessly lifted into his arms. With a decisive step, Suyu strode into the bedroom, kicking the door shut behind him. What followed was a formal session of instruction for Feng Qinsue and her cultivation. Suyu approached her training with the utmost seriousness. In this apocalypse, strength was the only path to survival, and he would not allow anyone around him to be a burden. Thus, he taught with exceptional diligence. The myriad skills and techniques Suyu imparted were invaluable to Feng Qinsue, that in the depths of Suyu's consciousness, the little spirit, Xiao Xian, watched intently as the two engaged in their combat. Her delicate features paling at the sight. Glancing down at her own petite form, Xiao Xian shuddered slightly. If I were to face off against the master, I would likely be obliterated in an instant. Contemplating her potential fate in a duel, with Suyu sent a chill down her spine. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled with realization. Right, I am merely a system spirit. The master cannot harm me, so why should I fear anything? With a burst of energy, Xiao Xian snatched up the popcorn beside her and scurried off towards the spatial barrier. Enjoying the spectacle with great enthusiasm. This section has been truncated by 500 words. The divine censorship has rendered this portion unviewable. For those eager to delve deeper, seek out the hidden chapters. Chapter 30. Enhancements. Following friendly exchanges, a delicate blush spread across the horizon where the sea meets the sky, casting a faint pink. It was as if a young maiden, freshly awakened and yet to adorn herself, was partially veiled in a gentle glow. As a ray of sunlight broke through, it bestowed a glimmer of hope upon this darkened world. The city of magic had descended into chaos, with the streets teeming with countless zombies weaving between the scattered vehicles. 2 days had elapsed since the apocalypse began, and the once thriving Magic City was now a desolate land devoid of human life, transformed into a realm of the undead. The Nanyang Pavilion scenic area adjacent to Magic City University. In a fourth-floor apartment bedroom, Feng Qinsue slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the man so closely before her. She blinked, her delicate hands gently caressing Suyu's handsome face. Were it not for the overwhelming fatigue coursing through her body, particularly in her legs, which felt utterly foreign, she might have believed that everything that transpired yesterday was merely a dream. After all, she had only known Suyu for a mere day. Yet, here she was. Having surrendered herself so unceremoniously, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. As she pondered, her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly nestled closer into Suyu's embrace, feeling her nudge. Suyu stirred awake, taking in the sight of Feng Qinshue's blushing visage, reminiscent of a blooming peony, that he grinned widely. "That you're awake? Why not rest a little longer?" Feng Qinsue gazed at him with a touch of confusion. "Suyu, do you think all of this is real? It feels like a dream." Drawing her into his arms, Suyu replied softly, "Of course it's real. And from now on, you should call me husband." "All right. Husband," Feng Qinsue murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, then hesitantly lifted her head to ask, "Do you think I was too forward?" Suyu understood her concern. She worried that he might perceive her as lacking restraint. And she was keenly attuned to his attitude towards her, that he also recognized that without the allure of his charm, winning her heart would not be a simple task. "Qinsue, the moment you allowed me to see you, You were destined to be mine, so what difference does it make whether it's sooner or later? After a pause, he mischievously added, besides, we can always cultivate feelings over time. Cultivating feelings over time? Suyu nodded. Yes, it literally means to develop feelings over time. Feng Qinxue blinked in surprise, then glared at Suyu, attempting to project a fierce demeanor, yet the tenderness in her eyes betrayed her efforts. Suyu's large hand glided across Feng Qinxue's smooth back, the soft texture igniting a surge of desire within him. Upon sensing the transformation within Suyu, Feng Qinxue gasped, her delicate face turning pale. Suyu gazed tenderly at the enchanting figure in his arms, expressing his remorse as he spoke. Qinxue, I was too hasty last night. Before he could finish, Feng Qinxue pressed her small hand against Suyu's lips, silencing him. She buried her head in the comforting embrace of his robust arm, fully aware that her man was simply too formidable, and that could not be blamed on him. Moreover, that sensation lingered in her memory, leaving her yearning for more, that if only her physique were a tad stronger, she could sustain the battle longer. Instinctively, she checked the attributes panel in her mind, her eyes widening in astonishment. Su, darling, how did my attributes increase? It was then that Suyu recalled his revelry from the previous night, forgetting to assess the benefits brought by the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique, that he activated his Eye of Detection on Feng Qinxue. Name: Feng Qinxue Contractor, Attribute Increase. 880, Level, Tier 0, Level 6, 24.570, Combat Power. 56 Strength, 6610, the average adult's four-dimensional attributes are 10, Agility, 74 Constitution, 64 Spirit, 85 Beauty, 96 Favorability, 78 Infatuation, Base 30, Talent. A-Class Ultimate Ice, Damage Amplification 50. Energy Recovery 5 per minute. Skills. None evolution points. 2-2 can be used to enhance talents, skills, or equipment levels. A title, Contractor, had been appended to her name. Henceforth, when Feng Qinxue eliminated zombies, Suyu would gain spiritual essence, and through the contract oath, he could proportionally absorb damage on her behalf. For instance, if the ratio were set to 50, should she sustain an attack of 100 damage, Suyu would endure only 50 of that damage, provided his constitution exceeded 150. As Suyu's gaze continued downward, he was taken aback to see that all four primary attributes had each increased by 2 points. Did the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique possess any attribute-enhancing skills? He pondered. Little Fairy, what accounts for this increase in attributes? Little Fairy, where are you? Master, what is it? The little fairy rubbed her eyes, still somewhat groggy. I was inquiring about how Qinxue's attributes have increased. Let me check. Oh, this is because you simultaneously possess the SSS-grade Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang technique and the SSS talent of Plunder, triggering a hidden passive effect. Thus, every time you cultivate with your contractor, she gains 1 to all attributes. The upper limit for Tier 0 is 20 to all attributes, Tier 1 is 40, Tier 2 is 80, and so forth. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed an unexpected delight. His beloved could stand her ground even in his absence, that as he continued to peruse the information, he noted that her beauty had increased by 2 points, explaining why she appeared even more captivating. Her favorability had also risen to 77 points, and with diligent training, it could soon reach 80, at which point he would be able to act at will. Finally, the evolution points were a valuable asset for enhancing talents and skill levels. The first cultivation had granted a 100-fold increase, yielding 2 evolution points. The current progress was 2, coinciding with the 2 cultivations from the previous night. Lighting a cigarette, Suyu felt an immense sense of joy. Qinxue, this is a manifestation of my talent, that if we train diligently, our strength will surely grow. He wore a mischievous grin, omitting the fact that it was a skill in action. After explaining the effects of evolution points and the benefits of being a contractor, Feng Qinxue excitedly bestowed a kiss upon him, eagerly allocating her evolution points to enhance her talent. Closing her beautiful eyes, an ice-blue radiance enveloped her that moment. Suyu also accessed his attribute panel for review. There were minimal changes, aside from the increase in beauty by 2 points, with the addition of evolution points and the contractor status. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu decided not to adjust the damage ratio for the contractor just yet, that he intended to wait until he reached Tier 1 to utilize his plunder talent. He already had plans for the first talent in mind. Chapter 31. SSS Class Ultimate Ice, Preparations before departure, honey. Honey, my talent has ascended to SS level. Feng Qinshu exclaimed, her breathtaking visage radiant with excitement as she shook Suyu's arm, completely oblivious to the peculiar glint in his eyes. Only upon noticing Suyu's gaze fixed intently upon her did she emit a startled cry and retreat under the covers, covering her head in embarrassment. "Oh, how shy you are," Suyu mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed her bashful demeanor. "It's time to rise. I must investigate the school shortly." Upon hearing that Suyu was heading to school, Feng Qinshu momentarily set aside her shyness, sitting up with concern etched on her face. Gently ruffling her hair, Suyu reassured her, "It's all right. I'm merely going to scout. There is no danger." After tidying up, Suyu assisted Feng Qinshu in leaving the bedroom, where the once pristine bed lay in disarray, a single red plum blossom standing out in its vibrant beauty. "Hee darling. Are you planning to go to school wrapped in a towel?" Feng Qinshu giggled, pointing at the towel around Suyu's waist. However, a sudden movement caused her to accidentally tug at her wounded skin, instantly dimming her laughter as she reproached him. "It's all your fault. You could be a bit gentler." Suyu scratched his nose, trying to mask his embarrassment. Chuckling, "I'll be more careful next time." Upon entering the living room, Suyu opened the system shop, selecting battle attire while inquiring about Feng Qinshu's talent. Originally an A-Class Ultimate Ice, it had now transformed into an SS-Class Ultimate Ice. The damage amplification rose from 50 to 80, while the energy recovery rate increased from 5 to 8 per minute. Most importantly, she had gained 2 additional talent skills. Passive skill, Heart of Ice. If not attacked for 60 seconds, she gains a defensive shield that if an enemy damages the shield, they will be frozen. With the duration of freezing dependent on the enemy's strength that if the shield is broken, it inflicts significant rebound damage to the attacker. Active skill, Frostbind, deals substantial damage to enemies within a designated area, simultaneously causing freezing and slowing effects that if the enemy is significantly stronger, the effect will diminish. Cooldown time is 5 seconds. These 2 formidable skills piqued Suyu's interest, as he himself lacked any active attack skills beyond his mastery of the Tang Dao. Having comprehended the changes in Feng Qinshu's talents, he finalized a selection of battle attire, an F-Class standard outfit that could seamlessly switch between combat and leisure modes, endowed with moderate defensive capabilities. Self-repairing features, self-cleaning, and temperature regulation, all while binding to the wearer. With a mere thought, it would envelop him without the need to undress, making it exceedingly convenient for friendly interactions that he chose a female version for Feng Qinshu, where the combat mode resembled exoskeletal armor in pure white, adorned with purple-blue patterns at the collar and cuffs. The leisure mode featured a fitted white dress with purple-blue stripes, paired with pristine white stockings and silver-blue heeled shoes. Exquisitely stunning. Suyu's attire consisted of a long, pure black trench coat, with dark red patterns at the collar and cuffs, a black shirt underneath, and loose black trousers with 2 blood-red stripes running along the sides. A strikingly cool ensemble. Having spent 200 spiritual essence to exchange for the 2 outfits, he urged Qinshu, "Try it on." At the same time, he bound the battle suit to himself. With a mere thought, the suit automatically donned his body. Flexing his limbs, he found it quite satisfactory, comfortable and exceptionally breathable. Although snug, it did not feel constricting. The casual mode ensemble perfectly accentuated Suyu's tall and statuesque physique, while the black trench coat adorned with dark red patterns rendered him even more imposing and aloof, an undeniable aura of strength emanating from him. Upon receiving her battle suit, Feng Qinshu's mind displayed the suit's usage and various functions. Her beautiful eyes turned to her man, brimming with love that seemed almost overwhelming. Following the prompts, she too bound her suit, and with a thought, the combat mode attire enveloped her form. The suit perfectly highlighted her tall and curvaceous figure, against the backdrop of the white and blue ensemble. Her delicate skin appeared even more smooth and radiant. Noticing Suyu's captivated gaze upon her, Feng Qinshu felt a surge of delight within her heart. With another thought, she switched the suit to casual mode. The exoskeleton armor on her arms, waist, and thighs gradually vanished, revealing a white fitted dress that clung to her perfect silhouette. White stockings ascended to her knees, harmonizing beautifully with the dress and exposing a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth, supple thighs. With a breathtaking visage paired with a seductive outfit and a figure that could rival divine beauty, she was nothing short of perfection. Suyu gulped, unable to tear his eyes away. had he not been concerned about Feng Qianxue's well-being. He would have immediately entered combat mode. After a moment of admiration, he recollected his priorities and released a substantial amount of food from his storage ring, causing an array of delicacies and snacks to spread across the ground. Qianxue, please gather these provisions that I will be away for at least a day, possibly 3, that during my absence, refrain from venturing out to hunt zombies. You can simply shoot them from upstairs with your ranged attacks. Also, do not open the door to anyone other than me or your sister. If anyone attempts to force their way in, eliminate them without mercy, and do not attempt to rescue those in need. Can you do that? Feng Qianxue nodded earnestly, her expression serious as she replied, Husband, rest assured, I can manage that. Good. So you affirmed with ANODWY the way, control your level. Do not ascend to the first tier. Each tier increase doubles your attribute values. Every time you practice, you will gain 1 point in all attributes. Once you reach the upper limit of 20 in all attributes, only then should you advance to the first tier, as that will maximize your attribute gains. Feng Qianxue listened intently to Su Yu's instructions, her face flushing slightly at the thought of gaining attribute points even though she was already his. Su Yu retrieved more food from the storage ring, and as they dined, Feng Qianxue recounted the situation regarding her younger sister, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, Feng Qianxue's cousin, was 19, while Feng Qianxue was 20. That their personalities were starkly different. Feng Qianxue was serene and composed, whereas Lin Xiao was an innocent and naive soul. Upon glancing at the phone that Feng Qianxue handed him, Su Yu was struck by Lin Xiao's photo, an embodiment of purity that radiated a refreshing sweetness and charm. After committing Lin Xiao's appearance to memory, Su Yu looked up to find Feng Qianxue seemingly eager to share something. What is it? Husband, after Xiao suffered from a severe illness, her body became quite fragile. And since then, her family has kept her away from the outside world. As a result, she is incredibly curious about everything and has countless questions, almost like a curious child. When you meet her, please be patient with her. Did I ask that all? You needn't worry. I can answer her questions without issue. It's no big deal. After finishing breakfast, Su Yu felt well informed about Lin Xiao's situation. Reflecting on this, he exchanged 20 spirit points for 2 satellite phones. With the uncertainty of potential power outages and loss of internet, having satellite phones would facilitate communication in case of emergencies. Before setting off, Su Yu prepared to enhance his own strength, directly instructing Xiaoxian to search for E-grade proficiency in the Tang Dao. E-grade Tang Dao proficiency. Using a Tang Dao for attacks increases base damage by 150. This damage increase can stack with talents and skills, but similar proficiency types do not stack. 1,000 spirit points. For a moment, Su Yu thought he had misread, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the damage increase was indeed 150. After thoroughly reviewing the description of Tang Dao proficiency, he was astonished to discover the unique attributes of proficiency enhancement. When Tang Dao proficiency reached E-grade, it underwent a qualitative transformation. In the parlance of novels, he had begun to comprehend the essence of blade and sword, achieving a foundational level of understanding. Should he elevate it to D-grade, the increase would soar to 200, C-grade to 300, B-grade to 400, A-grade to 500, S-grade to 600, SS-grade to 800. And at the pinnacle of SSS grade, it would directly amplify damage by 1000. In essence, upon reaching SSS grade, a mere swing of his blade could yield a staggering 1,000 damage increase. Most importantly, this skill required no energy consumption or cooldown time, meaning that as long as he wielded a Tang Dao, it would always be active. That Su Yu's excitement grew as he realized the extraordinary nature of this skill. While SSS grade talents only granted a 100 increase, this proficiency enhancement was tenfold. Xiaoxian, this proficiency enhancement must be quite exceptional, correct? Indeed, master. Even if awakened talents are of low rank, they can be improved with rare materials or methods. However, proficiency enhancement can only be grasped through personal learning and comprehension. Among the myriad races in the universe, few can achieve proficiency enhancement. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. Xiaoxian, can I exchange for proficiency enhancements of other weapons similar to Tang Dao proficiency for others to use? That is not permissible. Only you can use the physical items exchanged by you. Skills, talents, and proficiency enhancements can only be utilized by you alone. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of proficiency enhancements, you can only exchange for up to D grade. Any further upgrades must come from your own comprehension or through evolution points. Though slightly disappointed by Xiaoxian's response, Suyu understood that such a formidable ability becoming commonplace would indeed be strange. Without further hesitation, he opted to make the exchange. Ding. Purchase of E-grade Tang Dao proficiency failed due to insufficient spirit points. Opening the panel, he realized he only had 948 spirit points left, having previously spent 220 spirit points on 2 battle suits and the satellite phones. Fortunately, he still had 8 unranked energy stones in his storage ring, which he exchanged entirely for 800 spirit points. Ding. Purchase of E-grade Tang Dao proficiency, deducting 1,000 spirit points. Remaining spirit points 748. Ding. Acquired E-grade Tang Dao proficiency. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Instantly, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. And it took him a solid 10 minutes to fully digest the influx. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Subsequently, Suyu instructed Xiaoxian to open the proficiency enhancement options panel. After perusing the selections, he realized that proficiency enhancement pertained to specific skills, such as various weapons, rap, dance, basketball, and even ancestral crafts like making flour. However, there were none related to elemental, defensive, physical, strength, or mental abilities. After some contemplation, Suyu chose to exchange for F-grade agility proficiency. Ding. Purchase of F-grade agility proficiency, deducting 100 spirit points, remaining spirit points 648. Ding. Acquired F-grade agility proficiency. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Once again, a stream of information flowed into his mind, albeit significantly less than before. Moments later, Suyu opened his eyes slowly, having gained profound insights into agile movements and evasive maneuvers, recalling his previous encounters with zombies, where he had merely rushed in recklessly. He now felt that such tactics were embarrassingly inadequate. He even felt that now, even if trapped among a horde of zombies, he could effortlessly escape using his newfound agility. After acquiring both Tang Dao and agility proficiency, Suyu refrained from considering any additional exchanges, understanding the adage that one should not bite off more than they could chew. Glancing at Feng Qinxue, he noticed her practicing the use of her innate energy. Mastery of talent, abilities, and skills does not come merely from learning. Speed of casting, timing, control of energy output, and precision all require personal practice and exploration. Suyu interrupted Feng Qinxue, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Qinxue, I am preparing to set off. Feng Qinxue's soft body shivered slightly, striving to maintain a calm voice as she replied, Husband, Qinxue will await your return. Feng Qinxue exuded a fragrance that was both refreshing and sweet, distinct from floral scents or perfumes. It was a unique, natural aroma that captivated Suyu, stirring his desires once more. Noticing a sudden change in a particular area, Feng Qinxue was momentarily stunned before blushing and leaning in to initiate a kiss. Ding. Upon triggering the skill Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang decision, the progress increased by 2, bringing the current progress to 4. Ding. Feng Qinxue's affection for the host has risen by 1, now totaling 79. Ding. The skill Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang decision has activated again, resulting in a further 2 increase in progress, now at 6. Ding. Feng Qinxue's affection for the host increases by 2, now at 81. The confrontation ultimately concluded with a devastating defeat for Feng Qinxue. Perhaps it was due to the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang decision that the Sage mode seemed non-existent. Observing the now slumbering Feng Qinxue, Suyu felt a rare pang of embarrassment. He had indeed overdone it. Given Feng Qinxue's current state, even a tremor would not rouse her. In the event of an unexpected situation, she would be utterly unresponsive. Xiaoxian, search for items that can heal injuries. Ordinary wound medicine can treat bruises and injuries. 5 Lingyuan F-level recovery potion restores 20 of injuries within 60 seconds. Energy, usable only for level 1 and below. 100 Lingyuan F-level group recovery talisman restores 20 of injuries within 60 seconds. Energy, usable only for level 1 and below, effective for all living beings within a 2-meter radius after use. 300 Lingyuan Amir F-level recovery potion can only restore 20 of injuries. Pondering this, Suyu first exchanged for 2 bottles of the F-level recovery potion. 2 jade-like small pills appeared in his hand. He administered the small pills to Feng Qinxue, observing her complexion gradually improving. Curiously, Suyu inquired Xiaoxian, if this were to restore her to 100, could it also repair that situation? Then, if she were to train again, wouldn't that count as her first training? Might it trigger a 100-fold increase? Xiaoxian replied, You're attempting to exploit a bug here. Master, your thoughts are quite whimsical. Well, Suyu had thought he could potentially earn a wave of evolution points, but it seemed he was overly ambitious. Feng Qinxue gradually regained consciousness, feeling an overwhelming soreness, as if her entire body were on the verge of falling apart. Looking at Suyu beside her, she blinked and, in a somewhat dazed manner, asked, "Darling, you haven't left yet?" With a helpless gesture, Suyu replied, "You haven't recovered yet. How could I possibly leave?" Feng Qinxue began to recollect her recent past. It seemed she had simply fainted, casting Suyu a playful roll of her eyes. She felt a twinge of apprehension, thinking, perhaps I should wait until we find Shi Yao and have her assist in sharing some of the burden. Feng Qinxue understood that a person as exceptional as Suyu was impossible to retain, especially in such a post-apocalyptic environment, that if that were the case, it would be better to let her own sister benefit. Fortunately, Suyu remained oblivious to Feng Qinxue's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have threatened her with a blade, ominously stating, "You'd best be sensible. It would be good for you, good for me, good for everyone." Chapter 33. Do Zombies Count as Fans? Even after utilizing 2 recovery potions, restoring Feng Qinxue to 40 of her condition, a complete recovery would still require at least 2 to 3 hours. That Suyu checked the time on his phone. It was nearly 9 p.m., meaning he could set out for school around midnight. At 9 p.m., this indicated that he and Feng Qinxue's friendly exchanges had consumed an hour. You might wonder if an hour could lead to such severe injuries. Did you think that over 200 agility points were a joke? On average, a PK lasted half an hour, and warm-ups before a match were crucial. They not only prevented injuries, but also helped both parties swiftly transition into a competitive state, enhancing performance. Thus, even without considering warm-up time, Suyu could execute over 20,000 combo hits in a half-hour duel. What does that imply? 1 minute comprises 60 seconds, and half an hour amounts to 1,800 seconds, meaning Suyu could average approximately 12 combo hits per second. Of course, the aforementioned figures represented Suyu's theoretical capabilities. In practice, he only displayed about 1/10 or 1/12 of his potential. Otherwise, given Feng Qinxue's current strength, she might have genuinely faced dire consequences. While waiting for Feng Qinxue to recover, Suyu had no intention of idling. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, personal strength is paramount. Without it, one is nothing. He took a few steps to the window facing the street. For some reason, the zombies meandering along this street were notably scarce. Perhaps they had been lured away. Suyu paid little mind. If they had been led away, drawing them back was trivial. Xiao Xian searched for drones. Immediately, various options for different models of drones appeared before him. Ordinary fixed-wing drone, 20 Ling Yuan. An aircraft that generates lift through relative motion with the surrounding air. Fixed-wing drones feature long endurance, stable flight, and extensive range, but require high operational skill. Ordinary multi-rotor drone, 20 Ling Yuan. An unmanned rotorcraft with 4 rotor axes, featuring low vibration during flight and relatively simple operation. Ordinary military multi-rotor drone, 60 Ling Yuan. Remote-controlled devices allow for more precise manipulation, stable image transmission, high payload capability, low flight vibration, and relatively simple operation. Despite the higher cost, Suyu opted for the military drone due to its assured quality that he then exchanged for a compact, high-quality rechargeable speaker, valued at 5 Ling Yuan, along with a 5 Ling Yuan pig's trotter. This series of actions did not evade Feng Qinxue's notice. After all, her affection had reached 81 points. Unless Suyu harmed her family, betrayal was out of the question. Watching Suyu alternately produce drones, speakers, and pig trotters, Feng Qinxue thought even Doraemon's pocket couldn't match the variety of items. Though she was immensely curious, she refrained from asking and simply observed with intrigue. After assembling the drone, Suyu attempted to power it on. Buzz! The drone took off smoothly, and the display on the monitor was quite clear. With operation proving to be straightforward, he then activated the speaker, pressing the play button, only to discover the storage disk contained a song. "Come on, let's have fun, for we have plenty of time." Suyu shivered, feeling goosebumps rise. The sound was so peculiar it could practically be censored. "Darling, what song is this? It sounds rather strange." Seeing Feng Qinxue's flushed face, Suyu was taken aback, asking, "You've never heard this before?" Feng Qinxue shook her head affirmatively. Only then did Suyu recall the cultural differences in this world. Many songs and films simply did not exist here. However, he paid little mind, offering a casual explanation to brush it off. He secured the speaker and pig trotter with a rope to the drone's body and attempted to take off. True to its military design, the drone demonstrated no strain even while carrying over 20 pounds. Feng Qianxue opened the window, and the drone steadily soared outward, the seductive voice resonating through the streets, albeit with some unique listeners. "Come on, let's have fun, for we have plenty of time." Roar, "Come on, love, for we have plenty of foolishness." Roar, roar, come on, wandering, for we have plenty of direction. Roar, roar, roar. Come on, pretentiousness, for we have plenty of splendor. As Suyu maneuvered the drone, a large throng of zombies soon gathered beneath it, reveling in the spectacle. One zombie mid-meal, upon witnessing the raucous scene, discarded its severed leg and joined the fray, raising its hands in excitement, its voice hoarse from shouting. Perhaps the original creator of this song could never have imagined that their tune would attract such fervent fans in another world. "Daddy, look at that thing," from a nearby residential building. A young boy's voice rang out that a man in his 30s rushed to cover the boy's mouth, whispering reproachfully, "Xiao Tong, didn't T-Daddy tell you to speak softly? There are man-eating monsters outside." Seeing his son nod in understanding, Li Jun gradually relaxed his grip. "That I'm sorry, Daddy, is Mommy. Did she get eaten by the monsters?" The boy sobbed softly, that Li Jun remained silent, tightly embracing his son, his eyes reddening as he struggled to suppress the tears that threatened to spill forth, gazing out the window. Just then, he spotted the drone leading a horde of zombies away. Occasionally, zombies leapt from tall buildings, only to break their legs and crawl on the ground. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Jun's eyes as he muttered to himself, "Now that the zombies are fewer, I must find a way to awaken my abilities. Only then can I hope to survive this damned apocalypse with Xiao Tong." Li Jun was a retired soldier with considerable strength, yet he dared not take risks in the face of a zombie horde. It wasn't a lack of courage. It was the weight of his child's life that held him back, that if he were to perish, his child would have no chance of survival in this cruel world. Now, with an opportunity at hand, he prepared to ACT-IS that a drone. It appears to be military grade. Could it be a rescue from the army? Surely the military wouldn't use such an unorthodox song. Yet, one must admit, this song does have a certain allure. With most of the zombies now drawn away from the street, Li Jun resolved, "Let us go. We should take this chance to slay some zombies and awaken our abilities." Whispers echoed through the various corners lining the streets that Suyu deftly maneuvered the drone back to his position, employing settings that allowed it to hover in midair with a swarm of dark, menacing zombies numbering in the thousands trailing beneath. Utilizing the detection eye, he observed the scene and was astonished to discover a considerable number of level 0, Tier 6, and Tier 7 zombies among them. Unable to suppress his frustration, Suyu remarked, "The evolution speed of these zombies is astonishingly rapid, that if this continues, a significant number will advance to Tier 1, rendering firearms and ammunition less effective, and life for humanity will become exceedingly arduous." "Husband, is the upgrade speed of the zombies truly that swift?" Feng Qianxue inquired, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Indeed, all zombies passively absorb energy at a rate twice that of humans. Moreover, they possess a devouring talent. By consuming flesh, they can rapidly ascend in levels. The more flesh they consume, the more their talent level can increase, potentially reaching S rank, Suyu explained, a grave expression settling over his features. Feng Qianxue gasped softly, covering her mouth in astonishment, and gazed at the horde with concern that if that is the case, do we still have a future as humans? "Future," Suyu murmured, his gaze sharpening as he replied calmly. "Every individual encounters various trials throughout their life. Those who overcome them rise to prominence, while the rest remain mere bears, weaklings who lack the right to discuss the future." Turning to face Feng Qianxue, he locked eyes with her. "The world has irrevocably changed. Ordinary individuals must yield to fate, but our purpose is to become the strong who can dictate their own destiny. All obstacles hindering our path to strength must be ruthlessly eradicated. Only by becoming powerful can we seize resources, establish rules, advocate for justice, and earn the right to determine the future of humanity." "Qianxue, do you understand?" Suyu's earnest words resonated deeply. He accepted his partner's kindness, but would never tolerate any traces of naivety in her character. Feng Qianxue's eyes sparkled as she grasped the underlying meaning in Suyu's words. "Husband, regardless of the challenges we may face, I will unwaveringly stand by your side." Upon hearing this, Suyu smiled and affectionately ruffled Feng Qinshue's hair. All right, it's time to get to work. With that, Suyu opened the system store and navigated to the firearms category. Ordinary AK-47 with silencer. 10 Ling Yuan. F-rank AK-47 with silencer can be loaded with energy stones in place of magazines. Armor-piercing 10. 100 Ling Yuan magazine with 30 rounds. 5 Ling Yuan. F-rank auto-replenishing magazine. Capacity of 1,000 rounds. Replenishes 50 rounds per minute. 100 Ling Yuan he exchanged for a standard AK-47 and aimed it at a level 7 zombie within the horde. Bang, 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 bang. He emptied an entire magazine, landing all 30 shots on the zombie's head and upper body with unerring accuracy. It wasn't that Suyu was an exceptional marksman. Rather, he possessed over 200 points in strength, rendering the negligible recoil of ordinary firearms virtually non-existent. Observing the level 7 zombie stagger to the ground only to rise unsteadily once more, Suyu smirked that as expected, unless one strikes directly at the eyes. Ordinary firearms have little effect on zombies of higher levels. Casting the gun aside, he exchanged for an F-rank AK-47 and an F-rank auto-replenishing magazine. Click, click, click. Loading the newly acquired AK-47, he felt pleased with its weight and turned to Feng Qinshuo. Qinshuo, would you like to try the rifle? I can prepare one for you. Feng Qinshuo rose from a resting position, confidently raising her bow and arrow. That I have my bow and arrow, and that is more than sufficient. Suyu nodded, resting the stock of the rifle against his shoulder, aiming carefully before pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Ding! The plunder talent has reached its limit. It will refresh upon leveling up. Ding! Killed a level 4. Tier 0 zombie, gaining 4 Ling Yuan and 2 experience points. Current experience. 5490. Ding! Contracted partner Feng Qinshuo killed a level 3 Tier 0 zombie, gaining 3 Ling Yuan. Not bad, not bad, Suyu mused, especially pleased by the notification of his partner's kill, which meant he would have assistance in accumulating Ling Yuan in the future. Suddenly, a zombie leaped over 2 meters high from the horde, crashing heavily against the wall. Did they not say zombies cannot jump or climb? Could this one be a fake zombie? Master, as zombies level up, they gradually acquire basic jumping and climbing abilities. Moreover, when humans awaken their talents and become zombies, their talents are retained. Once zombies evolve to possess intelligence, they can utilize these abilities, the system explained. As Suyu's expression shifted. This was certainly unwelcome news. The plunder talent has reached its limit. It will refresh upon leveling up. Ding! Killed a level 7 Tier 0 zombie, gaining 7 Ling Yuan and 7 experience points. Current experience. 6190. That glancing at the multitude of zombies gathered below, with more continually pouring in from distant streets, Suyu felt a sense of impending doom. It seemed he had bitten off more than he could chew. While the zombies were unable to jump to the 5th floor, the impact from those that did leap and collided with the building was distinctly felt. Swallowing hard, he pondered, this building won't collapse, will it? With little time for concern, he continued firing relentlessly. Fortunately, the two occupied a high vantage point, making it easier to manage the pressure. How could it be that in our empire, firearms are so strictly regulated, yet the people below possess guns? A man's astonished voice resonated from somewhere in the building above. His girlfriend speculated, perhaps they are police officers. The man shot her a look of disbelief. Not only are police officers prohibited from taking firearms home, even if they could, the gunfire we hear below is clearly from a rifle. With that, he dismissed her and contemplated the horde of zombies below. Turning back to the television in the living room, he rushed over, swiftly dismantled the television, and moved it to the window, preparing to throw it down. His girlfriend grabbed his arm. What are you doing? That television costs thousands. He shrugged her off. I end this apocalypse. What use is a television? With so many zombies below, if we drop this and it crushes a dozen or so, we could awaken. After saying this, he ignored her protests and hurled the television from the window. Watching it crash down and topple several zombies, he instantly felt a surge of energy course through him. It's really effective. I am rich. I'm rich, the man exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists and rushing to gather other heavy objects. Other survivors in the building witnessed this scene, quickly grasping the underlying principle, and began to follow suit. The man pushed a coffee table to the window, observing various items tumble down. Meanwhile, his girlfriend fumed at his lack of assistance. Together, they lifted the heavy coffee table and tossed it out, before the man could catch his breath. He saw his girlfriend reach beneath her and pull out a bloody sanitary pad, hurling it down while muttering curses about the zombies. The man face-bombed. Lamenting his choice of partner, Su watched as various objects were thrown from above. Televisions, refrigerators, beds, and everything in between. He chose to ignore them, focusing instead on the task at hand. Suddenly, a white object floated past his field of vision. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "This is too much. You can throw other things. But why on earth would you throw a bloody sanitary pad?" Before long, his ammunition was exhausted, and he quickly exchanged for more magazines. As time slipped away, the streets below remained teeming with zombies, most of whom had come from nearby streets drawn by the commotion. "Chinchua, how is your recovery?" Suyu inquired, feeling the strain from prolonged shooting and the significant recoil of the F-rank AK-47 causing his hands to ache. "Physically, I'm fine. Just my hands are sore," Feng Chinchua replied, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead, clearly worn from her relentless archery. Surveying the horde, he noted that the bodies of the zombies, alongside the items discarded by the survivors above, had formed a makeshift hill nearly 6 meters high. Occasionally, a higher-level zombie would use the mound to leap, managing to reach the 4th floor, only to be shot down midair. "Let us go. It's time to retreat," Suyu declared, stowing the AK-47 along with 3 magazines into his storage ring. As for the drone, he thought it could be replaced. Money was a trivial matter. Taking Feng Chinchua by the hand, he led her to a window facing the inner courtyard of the complex. Fortunately, most of the zombies within had already been dealt with by the duo, and there were only a few left. Embracing Feng Chinchua, he leaped from the 5th floor, landing safely on the ground. Chapter 35. Advancing to Tier 1. A surge in power bang, with a resounding thud. Suyu led Feng Chinchua to the far end of the community, where he forcefully kicked open the door of an unoccupied residence. After thoroughly inspecting the interior and confirming that it was devoid of any occupants, the two finally settled onto the living room sofa. Exhaling in relief, Suyu turned his gaze towards Feng Chinchua, who appeared utterly exhausted, her soft body seemingly sinking into the sofa. Exchanging 2 bottles of water from the system store, he handed one to her while casually checking her attributes. This moment, Feng Chinchua had reached level 8, with her lowest physical attribute now equaling 8 times that of an ordinary person. Even in Suyu's absence, she was capable of handling herself. After reviewing Feng Chinchua's attribute panel, Suyu took a deep breath, excitement bubbling within him as he opened his own attribute panel. His exhilaration stemmed from a notification from the system. Ding! Host experience has reached its limit, and experience cannot accumulate. During advancement, the body will experience slight stiffness. Please find a safe location to advance. Chinchua, keep an eye on me. I'm about to begin my advancement. Upon hearing Suyu's instruction, Feng Chinchua's eyes widened, and she promptly sat up straight. She recalled Suyu mentioning that after advancement, his physical attributes would double, making him even more formidable if he advanced and then returned to school. Surely there would be no more danger. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her face turned pale. "Oh no, if my husband becomes stronger, won't it be even harder for me? Will I be overwhelmed?" The thought sent a shiver down her spine. That moment, Suyu was far less concerned than Feng Chinchua. He felt an extraordinary sensation coursing through him, as if his body was being dismantled and then reassembled. Yet he experienced no pain, only a comforting warmth. Minutes passed, and Suyu finally opened his eyes. "Incredible! Husband, have you successfully advanced?" Feng Chinchua asked nervously, her anxiety palpable as this was her first encounter with such a situation, and she was unsure if there might be any danger. Suyu nodded without responding, his gaze focused on his hands as he clenched his fists slightly. He could feel an overwhelming power coursing through his muscles. A single punch would undoubtedly shatter mountains. Simultaneously, he felt as though he had shed the weight of his body, almost as if a gust of wind could lift him into the air. Of course, Suyu understood that this was merely an illusion caused by the sudden surge in his physical attributes. Closing his eyes once more, he centered his mind and began to gradually regain control over every inch of his body. Prior to advancement, his 4-dimensional attributes had totaled 225. Now, they were as follows. Name: Suyu. Level: First Order 0. Level: 0-1000. Combat Power: 565. Strength: 450-10. The average 4-dimensional attributes of an adult is 10. Agility: 450. Constitution: 450 spirit, 450 spiritual energy, 7201 attractiveness, 92 evolution points, 2 contractor, Feng Qinshui, attack transfer 0, talent, SSS level plunder, unique, 0-1000. Can plunder talent once, energy recovers 10 per minute skills, SSS level dragon and phoenix yin-yang decision, unique 6, E-level Tang knife proficiency, F-level body technique proficiency, eye of detection items, F-level Tang knife blood red, F-level battle suit ink feather, F-level sound suppression AK-47, F-level automatic recovery magazine for the transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. With the enhancement from E-level Tang knife proficiency, his combat power had skyrocketed by over 5 times. And all his attributes had reached 450 points, while his spiritual energy had soared to an unprecedented 7,000. Initially, when he had seen those 10 or so orbs of light amidst the horde of corpses during their retreat, he had felt a twinge of reluctance. Now, however, Suyu could confidently declare, let it go. Most importantly, he now possessed the SS-level talent of plunder, enabling him to appropriate a talent for himself, with such elevated attributes. Suyu contemplated briefly and decided to set Feng Qinshui's attack transfer rate to 50. This way, half of all damage directed at her would be borne by him. He had no intention of losing such a stunning, obedient wife who was both beautiful and capable due to a moment's negligence. By the way, Xiao Xian, the description of this attack states that it is determined by the contractor's subjective awareness. So, during sparring, if the contractor believes it's an attack, he suddenly realized the potential implications of being backstabbed during a friendly exchange. Wouldn't that mean self-harm? The thought made Suyu tense up. Master, why do you have such peculiar thoughts? The skill of contract oath exists solely because of your presence. Thus, even if you were to kill the contractor, there would be no backlash, came the reassuring response from Xiao Xian. With this clarification, Suyu finally relaxed. Xiao Xian, with my current strength, can I withstand bullets? Not really, she replied. Seriously? With a constitution of 450, shouldn't I be able to deflect attacks below 150? Do bullets even have an attack power of 150? An atomic bomb has an attack power of 500. So in the presence of an atomic bomb, you could only last 3 seconds as a real man. Hearing Xiao Xian's teasing, Suyu's expression darkened. Xiao Xian, why have you turned mischievous too? I was talking about peanuts. Do you understand? The thing you mentioned is called a little boy. Ha ha ha, that is all thanks to what you taught me. Ordinary bullets have an attack power of only 30 to 50 points and cannot harm you at all. With your current abilities, aside from missiles and atomic bombs, ordinary technological weapons cannot penetrate your defenses. Except for vulnerable areas like the eyes. Excellent. I have taken a significant step closer to invincibility, Suyu thought, feeling reassured. Opening his eyes, he noticed Feng Qinshui looking at him with a worried expression. He pulled her into his embrace, planting a firm kiss on her cherry lips while laughing heartily. Qinshui, guess what my average attribute value is now? Feng Qinshui pondered her own attributes and raised 3 slender fingers uncertainly. Is it 300? Suyu shook his head. Then it's 400? She added another finger. Suyu shook his head again, smiling as he said, You're still a bit off. Feng Qinshui, not willing to back down, clung to his arm and shook it. Husband, just tell me directly. I can't guess it. My average attributes are now 450, and I possess a skill that has all damage directed at you. What do you think? Isn't that impressive? So you didn't reveal that the half damage would be borne by him. Knowing that Feng Qinshui's affection for him had already reached a level of deep love, where she would not hesitate to sacrifice her life for him. If she were to learn that the damage reduction was at his expense, she would undoubtedly demand a return to a 0 damage absorption rate. Even if Suyu did not revert it, Feng Qinshui would become hesitant in her endeavors, which could ultimately hinder her development. So he chose to keep this information hidden. Husband, you're truly amazing. Qinshui loves you to bits, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. That moment, Feng Qinshui's mind was filled with a singular thought. Damage halved? This meant that in their friendly sparring sessions, there would be no more pain mixed with pleasure, only joy. As she contemplated this, a radiant smile blossomed on her stunning face. Suyu, noticing her exuberance, couldn't help but wonder, was she really that happy? Chapter 36. The strongest being on the surface after finding a bedroom. Suyu spent 5 spiritual energy to exchange for a brand new set of bedding, ensuring Feng Qinshui could rest comfortably. Leaving the bedroom, Suyu returned to the sofa, pondering what kind of talent he should plunder. Initially, when he felt his attack capabilities were lacking, he had intended to seize an offensive talent as his first choice. However, having now realized the immense power of proficiency, he deemed it unnecessary to acquire a talent that merely enhanced his attack or speed, that is, for the coveted spatial talent he had longed for. It was classified as a rare talent and was unavailable in the store. Thus, Suyu concluded that at this juncture, plundering a talent that augmented his survival capabilities would be the most prudent choice. The survival talents available, aside from the instant teleportation of spatial talents and the defensive enhancements of metal and earth attributes, were primarily those that strengthened one's physical defense, with a clear direction. This becomes simpler. Xiao Xian, will my plunder talent activate when I exchange for a talent from the store? Indeed. However, Master must think carefully, as once determined, it cannot be changed or replaced. Moreover, I do not recommend you exchange for talents from the store, as they are merely common and ordinary. Suyu nodded in understanding. He needed to consider carefully, but could also compare talents available in the store. Xiao Xian, please list the talents that enhance physical attributes. Defense or recovery for me to review. F grade talent. Vampire. Draining blood allows for rapid recovery of injuries, with a healing speed increase of 10. 100 Lingyuan F grade talent. Petrification. Increases personal defense by 10. 100 Lingyuan F grade talent. Earth Element Mastery. Enhances the effects of earth-based skills by 10. Allows the user to cover themselves with earth elements for defense. 100 Lingyuan SSS grade talent. Hyper-regeneration. Enables rapid healing of bodily wounds, with a recovery speed increase of 100. 10 billion Lingyuan talent skill. Regeneration. Passive skill. Continuously consumes energy, capable of regenerating all organs except the brain and heart. No cooldown time. Talent skill. Purification. Active skill. Consumes 50 energy. Purifies all negative states affecting the user. Cooldown time of 60 seconds. Talent skill. Rebirth. Passive skill. Condenses a drop of essence blood, allowing rebirth upon death. Disappears after 3 uses. Gazing at the astonishing SSS grade talent of hyper-regeneration, Suyu nearly drooled. This grants an additional 3 lives. Yet the price of 10 billion is quite staggering. He then felt a twinge of confusion. Xiao Xian, can this SSS grade hyper-regeneration merely be regarded as an ordinary talent? It seems remarkably potent to me. Master, this talent indeed meets the threshold of rarity and is the strongest among ordinary talents. But it still falls short compared to truly rare talents. Very well. However, Xiao Xian, why can't you learn from those systems and novels? Look at how they reward a dragon-slaying sword for merely checking in, or grant the sunflower manual for completing tasks. They even have lotteries. And here we are, with our system offering nothing but an exchange shop. Master, energy is conserved. It neither appears out of thin air nor vanishes into nothingness. It merely transforms from one form to another or transfers from one entity to another. Thus, what you speak of is illusory. Is it appropriate to equate the illusory with the actual? Then where did the SSS grade dragon and phoenix yin-yang technique in the novice package come from? Xiao Xian, can I tell you that this was originally your possession? Oh dear, master, please stop asking. I will reveal it to you in due time. Suyu pouted, clearly sensing that Xiao Xian was withholding something. Yet he chose not to press the matter further, instead contemplating how to select his second talent. Exchanging in the system shop was out of the question. It was prohibitively expensive and not the best option. The natural world is replete with creatures possessing formidable talents. Free acquisition is undoubtedly more appealing. When considering resilient life forms, Suyu's mind immediately turned to tardigrades. Tardigrades are a type of water bear capable of surviving in any environment, including but not limited to peaks thousands of meters high, depths plunging into the abyss of the ocean, volcanic craters, and even outer space. While cockroaches are dubbed the indestructible little strong, this merely reflects their adaptability to various environments. Even decapitated, they can stubbornly survive for several days. However, when comparing cockroaches to tardigrades, there is no contest. Tardigrades can endure extreme temperatures and various harsh conditions with apparent ease, even surviving without sustenance. Their defensive capabilities are nearly invincible. Even radiation at 5,700 Gray poses no threat to them. To put it into perspective, the radiation from a nuclear bomb explosion is only about 10 Gray, meaning that 570 atomic bombs detonating before them would fail to inflict harm. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to deem them the strongest creatures on Earth. Of course, tardigrades do have weaknesses. Human gastric acid can easily obliterate them. Thus, the simplest method to deal with tardigrades may well be to consume them in one bite. However, once tardigrades evolve, their innate talents may very well evolve alongside them. Now, on the third day after the apocalypse has erupted, in 7 days, all life forms on Water Blue Planet will awaken their talents through passive absorption of energy from the environment. Therefore, Suyu planned to reserve this opportunity for talent acquisition until all species have fully awakened, intending to capture a few tardigrades to assess their talents that if they prove beneficial, he would seize them. If not, he would search for alternatives. There would always be something suitable for him that if he were to randomly acquire a talent now, its level would likely be low and offer little enhancement. Especially considering this would be an ability accompanying him throughout his life, leaving no room for recklessness. As for where to find tardigrades, simply look for a few patches of moist moss. Chances are high that their traces will be discovered. With this thought in mind, Suyu decided not to browse the talents in the system shop any longer. Xiao Xian exchanged for E-grade proficiency in agility. Ding purchasing E-grade skill proficiency in agility, deducting 1,000 Ling Yuan. Remaining Ling Yuan 6201. Ding obtained E-grade skill proficiency in agility. Would you like to learn it? Learning. The sensation was one Suyu had experienced many times before, now that he had reached the first level. Receiving that vast influx of information posed no pressure, allowing for effortless comprehension. That E-grade proficiency in agility. Reaction and movement speed increased by 150. This skill's enhancement can stack with other speed-enhancing skills. Similar to proficiency in the Tang Dao, reaching E-grade provided an additional 150 enhancement, and he could distinctly feel his body becoming even lighter. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. This proficiency was indeed more powerful than any external aid. After some consideration, Suyu decided to exchange for a group attack skill, as it was time to utilize the energy within him. Xiao Xian, search for blade skills. F-grade skill, triple slash. 100 Ling Yuan E-grade skill. Instant flash stab, speed increase of 15. Delivers a lethal thrust forward. 1,000 Ling Yuan E-grade skill. Triple slash. Delivers 3 consecutive slashes forward, releasing blade energy with a damage increase of 15. 1,000 Ling Yuan E-grade skill. Draw cut from the user's center. Releases an elliptical blade energy slash forward with a damage increase of 15. 1,000 Ling Yuan note. The skill range and energy release are related. For instance, the draw cut's energy released will determine the size and distance of the blade energy. The higher the mental attribute, the more energy can be stored within. Chapter 37, Draw Cut, comprehensive equipment upgrade without much deliberation, so you directly exchange for the E-grade skill Draw Cut. Ding, purchasing E-grade skill Draw Cut. Deducting 1,000 Ling Yuan, remaining Ling Yuan 5201. Ding, obtained E-grade skill Draw Cut. Would you like to learn it? Learning. Unlike ability proficiency, learning the skill was nearly instantaneous. The method of casting the skill was now clear in Suyu's mind. He retrieved the Tang Dao Qi Shui from his storage ring, mobilizing approximately 2 of his energy, nearly 10 points of mental attribute energy. Draw cut clang. In an instant, a blood-red blade energy, with a radius of about 1 meter flickered before Suyu. Staining the surrounding air, a crimson Suyu squinted. Beginning to understand the skill's potential, he summoned 4 of his energy once more. Draw cut, clang. The blood-red blade energy flashed again, this time extending to a length of 2 meters. With the side blade energy embedding into the wall, that Suyu approached and touched it. Goodness, there was not a sound. The wall had been cleaved open effortlessly. That Suyu was quite pleased with such results. If he were to unleash merely 1/10 of his energy, the blade energy's radius could reach 5 meters. That a semicircular attack with a radius of 5 meters is already quite expansive. That if he were to execute a draw cut amidst a horde of corpses, it would sweep through effortlessly. However, this type of area attack requires careful control of both the attack direction and energy output. Otherwise, it could inadvertently harm allies. Harming others is inconsequential to Suyu. But should he accidentally harm his wife, he would have nowhere to weep. Feeling the energy he had consumed gradually replenishing at a rate of 10 per minute. After all, he had not utilized his internal energy for a while. He curiously inquired. Xiao Xian, how is the energy recovery speed calculated? Master, your current energy recovery rate is 10 per minute. For SS grade, it is also 10 per minute. SS grade recovers at 8, S grade at 6, A grade at 5, B grade at 4, C grade at 3, D grade at 2, E grade at 1.5, and F grade at 1. Utilizing corresponding grade energy stones can double the recovery speed. Su nodded, then suddenly realized something and asked again, what if I have 2 or even 10 SSS grade talents in the future? How does that work? The recovery speed can stack. If the master possesses 10 SSS grade talents, he would recover 100 energy per minute. Indeed, if that is the case, then I need not worry about energy shortages in the future. While others expend energy on a few powerful skills, I could continuously unleash my ultimate moves. Who could possibly rival me? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Suyu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Should I exchange for a few more skills? Perhaps not. It is wiser to proceed steadily. Currently, proficiency in the Tang Dao and the draw cut is more than sufficient. Once Suyu had made up his mind, he ceased to ponder further, directing his gaze towards the Tang Dao, Qi Shui, held in his hands. His fingers gently caressed the smooth scabbard of Qi Shui. With a resounding clang, Qi Shui was drawn from its sheath. As he beheld the blade's ink-black surface adorned with mysterious dark red patterns, Suyu found himself increasingly enamored. The sensation of wielding a sword truly captivated him, filling him with an exhilarating confidence. Xiao Xian, is there any method to elevate Qi Shui's level? If not, he would have no choice but to retire Qi Shui and exchange it for another E-grade Tang Dao. Master, you can exchange for E-grade upgrade stones in the shop. These stones can enhance items or skills to E-grade. Then let us procure an E-grade upgrade stone. With a chime, the purchase of an E-grade upgrade stone was confirmed, deducting 1,000 spirit essence, leaving him with 4201. A stone, roughly the size of a mobile phone, appeared in Suyu's hand, its surface flowing with an unknown inky liquid, exuding an intriguing aura. As he toyed with the upgrade stone, Suyu curiously inquired, Xiao Xian, are such upgrade stones found in the cosmos? Indeed, but they are exceedingly rare. The higher the level, the scarcer they become. Suyu nodded in understanding. Following the instructions for the upgrade stone, he placed it against the blade of Qi Shui and concentrated. The inky liquid within the stone seemed to boil and vaporize, releasing tendrils of black smoke that melded into the blade's surface. This phenomenon persisted for approximately 10 minutes before the upgrade stone completed its purpose. Disintegrating into a fine powder, Suyu lifted Qi Shui. He immediately sensed its newfound weight. Previously weighing 30 pounds, it now felt at least tenfold heavier, reaching an impressive 300 pounds, had he not attained first-tier strength. Wielding this sword would have proven quite a challenge. His fingers glided over the blade, and the dark red patterns seemed to come alive, flowing across its surface, imbuing the already enchanting Qi Shui with an aura of malevolence. Yet he paid it no mind. Could it truly come to life? Master, you are correct. Weapons have a chance to develop consciousness upon reaching B grade, and the likelihood is even greater for those upgraded from lower tiers. Thus, upgrade stones hold immense value in the cosmos. Weapons endowed with consciousness can even autonomously protect their masters and engage in combat, which could indeed be seen as coming to life. That IT can function in such a manner? Suyu expressed his astonishment, his slender fingers tracing the contours of Qi Shui. Well then, my friend, it seems you shall accompany me for the long haul. You must cultivate your consciousness swiftly. E-grade Tang Dao Qi Shui. Strength 20. Sharpness 20, capable of penetrating second-tier biological defenses. Bloodless blade. Attached skill. Return blade can summon Qi Shui within 100 meters. The E-grade Qi Shui boasts an increase of 10 points in both strength and sharpness compared to its F-grade counterpart. Upon noticing the additional attached skill, Suyu's eyes sparkled. While the skill appeared seemingly trivial, its flair would undoubtedly be impressive. He then exchanged for 2 more E-grade upgrade stones, elevating his storage ring and battle attire. Moyu to E-grade. E-grade storage ring. 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. Time stands still within. Cannot store living beings. The storage capacity of the ring had increased from 100 cubic meters to 1,000, with no other alterations. Turning his attention to the introduction of the battle attire, Liu. E-grade battle attire allows for seamless switching between combat and leisure modes, enhances defense by 15, possesses auto-repair, dirt clearing, temperature regulation, and instantaneous wear. The changes to Moyu were modest, with its defensive capabilities having improved to a 15 increase, which was still quite commendable. After glancing at his spirit essence, which had dwindled from over 7,000 to 2201, Suyu felt relieved that Feng Qinshue had yet to reach first tier. Otherwise, the remaining essence would have proven insufficient for equipment upgrades. Aside from the storage ring, equipment could only be utilized if 1S level was at most 1 tier higher. Attempting to forcefully wield it would result in a failure to fully harness its potential. Chapter 38. A peculiar gaming match. Checking the time, Suyu noted it was nearing midnight. He rose and entered the bedroom. Feng Qinshue was sleeping soundly, a faint smile gracing her lips, seemingly lost in pleasant dreams. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the bedroom. The girl was clearly exhausted and deserved her rest, as there was no rush. Bored, Suyu retrieved his phone and began scrolling through it. Was quite remarkable that the platform had yet to encounter a 404 error at this hour. Observing various comments from netizens, he noted that many regions had already begun experiencing power and water outages. Those still with water found it murky and foul-smelling. The internet was likely down for many, as he could clearly see a significant reduction in the number of commenters. The official account of the Magic Capital had released a statement indicating that survival bases had been preliminarily established on the outskirts of the Western District, with rescue efforts to commence shortly, urging citizens to await assistance or make their own way if capable. That SUU had little interest in this survival base and did not intend to visit. Even if those in power were upright, he was certain that among their offspring, some would be arrogant and unruly. SUU feared that he might not be able to restrain himself from resorting to violence, inevitably leading to more trouble. After all, he was currently caring for Feng Qinshue, and the saying beauty brings disaster resonated with him. Particularly in this apocalyptic setting, what right did he have to possess a beauty without strength? Without power, one could hardly protect their loved ones in such dire times. Even in peaceful eras, darkness lurked. In the apocalypse, the absence of constraints and moral boundaries, coupled with immense pressure, would magnify the darker aspects of human nature. Suyu understood that they were still in the early stages of the apocalypse. The zombies were not yet formidable. The Empire could maintain a semblance of order, and communication had not been entirely severed. Most individuals were still hesitant to act recklessly. Once communication was fully disrupted, and the zombie threat escalated to above first tier, the effectiveness of firearms diminished. It would likely mark the onset of humanity's collapse. After watching videos for a while, Suyu tossed his phone aside. He had grown weary of the repetitive content. Rising, he made his way to the secondary bedroom, recalling seeing a laptop during his earlier inspection of the room. Sure enough, he found it. He wondered if it contained any entertaining games to alleviate his boredom. Murmuring to himself, he swiftly powered on the computer. "Oh, is that League of Legends?" Upon booting up the laptop, he recognized a familiar icon from his past life. Discovering it was labeled as LEL, that he double-clicked to open it. Fortunately, his login credentials were saved. Otherwise, he would have been unable to access his account. Upon logging in, he found dozens of regions grayed out, with only one still displaying green, prompting him to enter that one. That after a cursory glance, he realized the mechanics were quite similar to League of Legends, though some champions differed. After clicking to match, Suyu lit a cigarette while waiting and exchanged spirit essence for a large can of chilled energy drink, spending a total of 10 essence points. Gaming without these essentials felt devoid of spirit. Naturally, he did not forget Xiao Xian, as he was not short on spirit essence. He directly exchanged for 100 essence points worth of snacks for Xiao Xian, an ample assortment of ordinary treats that delighted Xiao Xian to the point of disbelief. 1 minute passed, 0.3 minutes passed, 0.10 minutes passed. Just as Suyu was preparing to give up, the game finally commenced. He selected the Desert Reaper for the jungle role, colloquially known as Doghead. At the start of the game, Suyu approached the blue buff, only to be surprised when both the top laner, Draven, and the mid laner, Ari, came to assist him with a blue. Suyu was left perplexed, thinking, am I just securing a blue buff? Is this level of enthusiasm really necessary? Is the gameplay in Water Blue Star different? After clearing his jungle, he planned to ambush the bot lane, signaling for assistance. To his astonishment, their marksman, Ezreal, sent a message stating, "Jungle Dad, please don't come to gank." Suyu was momentarily taken aback that if I'm not ganking as a jungler, what am I supposed to do? Observing the state of all three lanes, he noticed something was amiss. Everyone was merely last-hitting minions in a friendly manner. Even when Draven and the opposing Teemo engaged in a skirmish, both ended up with minuscule health but refrained from attacking one another, instead retreating to base in perfect unison. What is this operation? Suyu queried Draven. In this apocalypse, wouldn't it be better to maintain harmony? Who knows if we'll have a chance to play again? Robot. Indeed, being able to log in for a match during such times is serendipitous. Fighting and killing is rather counterproductive. Just then, Suyu's dog head reached the enemy blue buff. With the opposing master, he was busy with the blue. Upon noticing Suyu's approach, he halted his attack. Master E. Doghead, are you here for the blue? Go ahead, I'll let you have it. Suyu was both amused and bewildered. He never expected to experience such a bizarre match in his lifetime. Suyu, please you take it. I'm merely passing through. You needn't mind me. The allied robot had disconnected. Draven. Another one gone. Ezreal. The robot is my neighbor. His father was infected and turned into a zombie. He had been banging on the door, and it seems he finally broke it down that Suyu couldn't help but marvel. What a commendable father in Xia country. Even as a zombie, he remains intent on preventing his son from playing games. All Fox. Are you in Suzhou and Hangzhou? My home is in the villa area of Hushin Island. That my father has awakened his talents and gathered the survivors here. But if you can come over, I will protect you. All. Enemy Clockwork Demon. Is that true? I am in Suzhou and Hangzhou. All. Fox. Indeed. The official Suzhou and Hangzhou authorities have yet to announce the location of the shelter. So you could take refuge here for now. Master. The operator of this Fox character has an overall rating of over 90 points and is a female being. Suyu exclaimed in surprise. Little fairy, can you really detect that the opponent is a beauty? As long as it is a female being that appears within your line of sight or engages in conversation with you. Little fairy can detect them. Isn't that impressive? All right, little fairy, you're the best. But could you perhaps use a different term? Stop saying female being all the time. That is, you made a mental note of the location of Hushin Island Villa area in Suzhou and Hangzhou, which is over 2,000 kilometers away from the Demon City. Well, so you just planned to visit when he had the time to see how the girls were doing, with no other intentions. Suyu had no intention of logging out of the game. After all, he had nothing better to do, so he might as well continue stacking the passive damage of his Q skill. An hour later, Suyu's Yordle appeared before the Baron, and with 2 Q skills, the Baron was knocked out. Wow, that skill is truly impressive. Suddenly, Suyu froze for a moment, then thought about the Yordle. Thresh and Little Mage. If he could learn skills that could stack infinitely, wouldn't that be amazing? Little Fairy, does the shop have any skills that can stack infinitely? Master, such skills do not exist in reality. Skills that can stack also have time limits and caps. They cannot be permanently stacked, that if it doesn't exist, then it doesn't. After all, if it's not in the shop, others can't possibly have it either. With that thought, Suyu felt a sense of balance within himself. Looking at the time, it was already 1 p.m. Time flies when playing games. Logging out of the game, Suyu got up and walked into the master bedroom. Sitting at the head of the bed, gently caressing Feng Qinshue's hair. She hasn't woken up yet. It seems this girl is truly exhausted. With my strength, I can't just leave her to fend for herself. Chapter 39. Chattering, truly taking things for granted, that he called Feng Qinshu awake. The two of them walked to the living room one after the other. Suyu took out a considerable amount of food from his ring. And after gnawing on 3 pig's trotters, he still felt quite hungry. The food he consumed felt as if it had been thrown into a dimensional space. After reaching the first tier, the food without energy content was nearly useless to him. Helpless, Suyu could only exchange for a luxurious meal for 2 worth 200 spirit essence, which of course contained energy. After finishing lunch with Feng Qinshu, Suyu let out a satisfied burp and said, "This energy-containing food is truly comforting." Feng Qinshu chuckled lightly and suggested, "How about after we rescue Xiao, we find a suitable place to establish a base and grow our own vegetables? I'll till the land, and you can fertilize it." Suyu grinned wickedly. Feng Qinshu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a proposition. Suyu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, 1234, 12345, 123456712. Feng Qinshu's face instantly flushed red, and she lightly scolded, "You're so naughty. Qinshu, let's go. We should first head to the boys' dormitory." Suyu planned to settle Feng Qinshu in the boys' dormitory first, as it was only a wall away from the school grounds, making it convenient for support or retreat in case of emergencies. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Just as Suyu and Feng Qinshu were preparing to leave through the window, they halted their movements. Straining to listen, they heard 2 breaths outside. "Sister Feng, are you in there?" Su Yu and Feng Qinxue exchanged glances. Qinxue, is someone looking for you? Feng Qinxue shook her head, indicating that she did not recognize the voice. Never mind. Let's open the door and take a look. Su opened the door, revealing two figures at the entrance, one tall and one small. The woman appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed quite fashionably, exuding a certain allure, and holding the hand of a little girl around 9 years old, who was dressed in an exquisitely cute Lolita princess dress. Upon seeing Feng Qinxue, the woman became somewhat excited. Sister Feng, it really is you. Feng Qinxue looked at the woman, confirming she did not recognize her, and her tone returned to its usual coolness that I don't know you. Hearing Feng Qinxue's rejection, Su Yu inquired. What's the matter? The woman was also a student at Demon City University. Yesterday, she had seen Feng Qinxue from a distance while she was shooting zombies. Wanted to ask for help, but fearing the zombies would be attracted. She could only watch as Feng Qinxue and a man finished off the zombies and left. She never expected to see Feng Qinxue again today, right outside her building. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to bring her goddaughter down to find Feng Qinxue, hoping that having her goddaughter with her would buy her some time in case of danger. Upon hearing Su Yu speak, the woman turned to him, her eyes instantly glued to him, resembling the reckless Gonzi she had encountered before. It was evident that lust knows no bounds. Heavens, how can there be such a handsome man? If he could be my boyfriend, I'd cry on a bicycle without a care. The woman no longer glanced at Feng Qinxue, instead adopting a pitiful expression towards Su Yu. Handsome, could you please help us? We haven't eaten anything for a day, and we're so hungry that you're so formidable, and you can slay zombies. Could you take us to the survival base established by the military? Once we get there, we'll repay you well. As she spoke, the woman attempted to wrap her arms around Su Yu's, that Su Yu sidestepped her embrace, waving his hand in front of his nose with a hint of disdain. Don't come near me. I'm allergic to the scent on you. The woman's expression froze. Is it because I haven't bathed in a few days that I smell? Uncertain, she sniffed herself and confirming there was no strange odor, pouted in a cutesy manner. Handsome, you're so mean that I don't have any smell at all. Her voice became incredibly high-pitched and flirtatious, which made Su Yu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Miss, is your family in the tea business? Tea? No, we don't. Then why do you smell so strongly of green tea? It's best if you keep your distance. I'm allergic to it. As he spoke, Su Yu took a step back, pulling Feng Qinxue with him. A flicker of resentment crossed the woman's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. She nudged the little girl forward, and, seeing that the girl remained silent, pinched her back fiercely. Then, she feigned a pitiful demeanor and pleaded. Can't you help us for the child's sake? This is my goddaughter, Xiaoling. She's only 9 years old. Can you really bear to watch us starve to death? Xiaoling, feeling the pinch, only reddened her eyes without saying a word. Although the woman's actions were discreet, Su Yu noticed it and frowned slightly. Seeing Su Yu frown, the woman thought he was hesitating and scoffed inwardly. Humph, I don't believe you won't soften your heart. This was her trump card. Whenever she displayed a pitiful look, the men around her would comply with her every wish. Having cultivated several backup options during her time at school, even Xiaoling's father was bewitched by her charm. Considering leaving his wife to marry her, in Su Yu's eyes, this woman could be rated a 75 out of 100 with her pitiful act. She could easily score a few extra points, making her a goddess by campus standards. If it were the former Su Yu, he might have rushed in eagerly. However, for the current Su Yu, anyone below a 90 was not to his taste. Taking one in wouldn't add to his evolution points. Instead of wasting time on a useless vase, he might as well slay a few more zombies. Moreover, this woman reeked of green tea. Thus, Su Yu outright rejected her. Didn't the authorities say they would send rescue teams? You should wait for them. Please step aside. We have matters to attend to. The woman, realizing her tactic had failed with Su Yu, turned her gaze to Feng Qinxue. Sister Feng, I'm Yuan X and we're in the same department. Don't you remember? We're classmates. Please help us. Feng Qinxue frowned, contemplating, then leaned closer to Su Yu's ear and whispered, She does seem to be from our school. Should we help her? Upon witnessing this, Yuan Xian's jealousy flared. Feng Qinxue is already pretty enough, but why does she also have such a handsome boyfriend? Acting so cold at school, and yet she's a shameless flirt outside. Su shook his head, feeling somewhat impatient. So what if she's from the same school? We're not her parents. Why should we help her? Hey, handsome, how can you say that? It's the apocalypse now. As a man, shouldn't you help women and children? Yuan Xin declared with righteous indignation. Suyu had no time to waste on her, that I'll say it one last time. Step aside, don't test my patience. With that, Suyu pulled Feng Qinxue and prepared to leave. Seeing Suyu about to walk away, Yuan Ekin panicked and quickly ran in front of him, spreading her arms to block his path. Get lost. Suyu's voice was chillingly cold, imbued with a hint of malice after slaying so many zombies. Yuan Xin, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, and only regained her senses when she saw Suyu and another figure pass by, leading her to cry out in a frenzied manner. Are you even a man? You two heartless wretches, I curse you to meet a miserable end. With a swift motion, Suyu unsheathed his weapon, crimson blood, in an instant. The sharp tip of the blade pierced through Yuan Xion's ample form, pinning her firmly against the wall. Crimson blood flowed down the blade, spreading along the eerie dark red patterns, resembling blooming blood roses. You cough. How dare you? Even in her final moments, Yuan Xian could not comprehend how Suyu had the audacity to kill, especially a flower-like woman such as herself. You insolent fool! How dare you? Chapter 40. Level 1 Zombie Cat, Suyu gestured, invoking the recall ability of Crimson Blood. With a swoosh, the blade flew back into his hand. Devoid of any bloodstains, he withdrew the weapon. Droplets of blood splattered onto the face of the frail Xiao Linger. Her already pale complexion grew even whiter, her pupils widening slightly as she covered her mouth with her tiny hands. Taking a few steps back. Yet, despite the horror around her, she refrained from crying out. Her gaze towards Suyu filled not with fear, but rather a hint of admiration, perhaps even gratitude. Feng Qinxue, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Suyu to act so decisively. Although she felt a twinge of discomfort at his act of killing the woman, she remained silent. After all, her fondness for Suyu had surpassed 80. Even if the entire world turned against him, she would steadfastly stand by his side. That Suyu knelt beside Xiao Linger, gently wiping the blood from her face, and spoke softly. Your name is Xiao Linger, is it not? Xiao Linger trembled slightly, raising her head to steal a glance at Suyu before nodding her little head. Curiosity piqued, Suyu noted that this little girl had not uttered a word since her appearance. Even as he killed Yuan Xin before her eyes, that was not typical behavior for a child of 9. Are you not afraid? He inquired. Xiao Linger nodded once more, her voice timid as she replied. I am afraid, but Daddy said that Linga must be a brave child. Seeing the little girl so well-behaved and exquisitely adorable, Feng Qinxue gently picked her up and asked, And where is your father? Daddy said he would go out to find food for Linger, but he has not returned. That Linger is so very hungry. After conversing with Xiao Linger for a while, Suyu learned that Yuan Xin was, in fact, her stepmother. Her father had not returned since he left to seek food, and it was likely he never would. Before the apocalypse erupted, Yuan Xin had frequently abused and scolded her in her father's absence. Over the past few days, Xiao Linger had barely eaten, as Yuan Xin consumed all the food and only provided her with a little water. Seeing the little girl's understanding nature, Suyu took her back to her home on the upper floor and retrieved a small stash of food and water from a storage ring. Gently patting Xiao Linger on the head. Keep this food for yourself. Ration it wisely, and it should last you a month. Xiao Linger, you are a clever child if you see the army's rescue arriving. Wave from the window. Other than that, do not trust anyone, and do not let anyone know you are here. The deal, you understand? Xiao Linger, still a bit perplexed, nodded and timidly replied, Linger understands. Thank you, big brother, and thank you. Big sister Suyu waved his hand dismissively and turned to look at Feng Qinxue, who seemed to have something to say but hesitated. Qinxue, let us depart. Feng Qinxue's lips moved slightly, but she only sighed, then took some of the food Suyu had given her and squatted down to wipe Xiao Linger's face. Xiao Linger, remember what your big brother just told you, and strive to survive. After closing the door, tears streamed down Xiao Linger's cheeks uncontrollably. After a while, she managed to wipe away her tears, sobbing, Big brother, thank you. Linger understands and will definitely survive, and one day repay you. With a soft rustle, the scene shifted to the bustling city of Mo. At the entrance of Nanyang Pavilion in Jinyuan Community, a zombie's neck was suddenly marked with a crimson line, followed by a gush of blood. As its head rolled to the ground, Suyu shook his head in resignation. Not only did he gain no experience from killing zombies below level 1, but he also lost the ability to plunder talents. Fortunately, Ling Yuan was not picky, providing him with spiritual essence regardless of the zombie's level. Noticing Feng Qinshue's distracted demeanor, Suyu spoke softly, "Are you still worried about Xiao Linger being alone?" Feng Qinshu nodded. "She is only 9 years old. My dear, I know what you wish to say, but this is the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Had those provisions not been useless to us, I might not have even left them behind." Suyu interrupted Feng Qinshu, continuing, "We currently lack the means to carry a burden with us. Even if we had the ability, there are countless children in this world. Would we take everyone we encounter? We must be resolute. Do you understand?" Feng Qinshu wrapped her arm around Suyu's, resting her head against him as she spoke. "Darling, I understand everything you say, yet my heart feels heavy. Such occurrences are not rare in the apocalypse. The more one witnesses, the more one becomes accustomed to it. This is the apocalypse." The two of them carefully traversed the street, only to find it strangely devoid of zombies or survivors. My dear, could it be that you lured the zombies away from this area with the drone earlier? That is not possible. I directed the drone the other way. Qinshu, be cautious. Something feels amiss. This street was unnaturally quiet. And as they walked, they encountered only a few scattered zombies. This eerie situation heightened Suyu's alertness as he scrutinized his surroundings. The walls of the shops along the street bore scratch marks, and the severed limbs on the ground had clean cuts, yet they did not appear to have been severed by a blade. Suddenly, Suyu sensed a chill behind him and instinctively swung his blade. A shadow swiftly changed direction mid-air, leaping aside. Feng Qinshu, finally realizing the danger, immediately adopted an attacking stance. Meow! A sharp cat-like cry echoed down the street as a creature resembling a tiger appeared, a zombie cat. The size of the zombie cat had grown tenfold, and although its body had undergone significant changes, its feline silhouette was still discernible. Its eyes, instead of the typical lifeless gaze of a zombie, glowed a blood red, eerily captivating. The once soft fur now stood stiffly, as if coated with hair gel. Its furry paws revealed for glistening claws, and despite its seemingly graceful movements, deep scratches marred the ground beneath. Suyu, refusing to underestimate the situation, promptly activated his eye of detection. Name: Zombie Cat. Cat Lord level. Level 1. Rank 1 combat power. 179 strength. 172 average adult attributes are 10 agility, 756 constitution, 103 spirit, 73 appearance, 10 affinity, -50. To it. You are delectable prey. Note: zombie-type creatures. Attributes are determined by bloodline characteristics, surpassing those of humans by 10-200. Cannot learn skills. Only utilize innate abilities and racial bloodline skills. Talent: B rank Devour. Can rapidly increase levels through the consumption of flesh and blood. Consuming flesh and blood can enhance talent levels, capping at S rank. Skills: A rank Infection, passive skill. Bites or scratches can spread the virus. If untreated, will assimilate into the same species. C rank Bloodthirst, passive skill. Activated upon sensing fresh blood, increasing agility by 30. Upon seeing the attributes of the zombie cat, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. His constitution of 450 points rendered the zombie cat's attacks relatively ineffective against him. However, the speed of this zombie cat was astonishing, boasting an agility of 756 points. Yet upon reflection, this was not entirely surprising. After all, felines were known for their reflexes, often surpassing humans by several times even before the apocalypse. Chapter 41. First kill of Level 1 Qinshu. Be careful and strike when the opportunity arises. Having said that, Suyu took 2 steps forward, positioning himself in front of Feng Qinshu. Meow. Seeing Suyu move, the zombie cat arched its back, adopting an aggressive stance, its pupils narrowing into slits that Suyu remained still, refusing to charge in, patiently waiting for the zombie cat to make its move. An excellent hunter often appears as the prey. Thus, the three of them, 2 humans and a cat, found themselves in a peculiar standoff. Realizing the zombie cat had no intention of attacking yet, Suyu understood that the creature was waiting for him to reveal a weakness. It seems that with reaching level 1, its intelligence has significantly increased. Since that is the case, I shall willingly expose a flaw. That Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he picked up a few fragments of stone nearby. Weighing them in his hand before hurling them forcefully at the zombie cat, as anticipated, none of the stones struck their target. Of course, Suyu had not expected to hit. The zombie cat had already demonstrated a significant level of intelligence. If he were to launch an aggressive attack right away, it might sense the danger and flee. With its agility exceeding 700, coupled with the advantages of the terrain, Suyu was uncertain whether he could capture it. Thus, he opted to feign weakness, prompting the creature to attack first, hoping to exploit any openings for a decisive blow. If the zombie cat were aware of Suyu's strategy, it would undoubtedly curse. Those who play tactics have truly dirty hearts. Sure enough, after a few minutes of stalemate, the zombie cat seemed to realize that Suyu and his companion posed no immediate threat, that it began to stalk around them, as if searching for an opportune moment. With a sudden leap, the zombie cat propelled itself toward Suyu, its hind legs pushing off the ground as if it had become incorporeal, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. In that instant, the cat's phantom-like form was upon Suyu, its claws flashing like lightning, aimed directly at his handsome visage. That moment, Suyu also sprang into action. The crimson blade in his hand shot forward, faster than the zombie cat itself, that if the creature continued its assault, it would inevitably collide with the tip of his blade. Realizing the peril, the zombie cat showcased its remarkable agility, swiftly adjusting its posture midair and swiping its paw towards the crimson blade, intending to deflect it aside while launching a follow-up attack. However, it was utterly unprepared for the sheer skill of Suyu's swordplay. As the zombie cat altered its attack trajectory, the crimson blade pivoted towards its outstretched paw. This was a prediction of its prediction that Suyu, whose mastery of the broadsword had reached E-level, could easily foresee the zombie cat's next move in the face of such an assault. With a sickening sound, the cat let out a pained howl as it leaped away at high speed, having sustained injury in a matter of moments. Almost before Feng Qinshu could comprehend what had transpired, the wounded zombie cat retreated, growling in fury, its right paw bleeding profusely. Although Suyu could not decipher the cat's vocalizations, its ruffled fur indicated immense anger. Thus, he decided to stoke the flames further. In the next instant, the zombie cat's expression turned blank. What is this human doing? Suyu, with one arm wrapped around Feng Qinshua's slender waist and the other grasping the crimson blade, pointed a finger at the zombie cat and shook his head dismissively, wearing an expression that seemed to mockingly challenge. Come on, strike me if you dare. This was the first time the zombie cat had been injured since its transformation, and it could hardly bear such humiliation from Suyu. Its already low intelligence was further compounded by its fury, prompting it to let out a furious meow before charging at Suyu once more. In its rage, the zombie cat's speed increased dramatically. A fleeting shadow zipped past as Suyu swiftly swung his blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed sharply as he blocked its assault, with rapid and relentless swipes of its claws. The zombie cat attempted to land a fatal blow. Yet, Suyu, with his superior agility and swordsmanship, deftly countered each of its attacks. The relentless onslaught yielded no results, only fueling the zombie cat's desperation. Revealing a fleeting opening, now's my chance. Seizing that moment of vulnerability, Suyu lunged forward with his blade, thrusting towards its throat and belly, while curving the blade to target its kidneys, despite the zombie cat's frantic attempts to evade. It was nonetheless pierced by the crimson blade, sent flying into the distance. As it hit the ground, an ice-blue arrow soared through the air, embedding itself in its eye. Nice, Suyu exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for Feng Qinshua's perfectly timed shot. The zombie cat let out a chilling wail. Already possessing a modicum of intelligence, it endured the pain in its eye and abdomen, sprinting away with all four legs, though the severity of its eye injury rendered its movements awkward. Frostbind, Feng Qinshu shouted, unleashing her innate skill. The air grew frigid as a patch of frost appeared in the zombie cat's path. Unable to halt its momentum, the zombie cat crashed into the frost. Its speed instantly reduced to a crawl. That moment, Suyu arrived, with the frost encompassing an area of 25 square meters. He tentatively reached out, a bone-chilling cold sending shivers down his spine. After a brief adjustment, he found that his physique of 450 could withstand this level of cold. The zombie cat sensed movement behind it, its eyes reflecting despair, as if it were thinking, "Is this where I, the mighty cat, will perish?" With a swift motion, the crimson blade slashed through the air. Ding. Killed a first-level zombie, gained 20 spirit points, experience 1.6, current experience 1.61,000. Ding. Talent plunder triggered, strength 2, agility 2. The zombie cat's head soared into the air, and the blood mist mingled beautifully with the frost. Watching that straight silhouette, Feng Qinshua gazed at Su Yu with deep admiration. Just then, a surge of energy flowed into her, snapping her back to reality. After a brief inspection, she discovered that her experience had increased by 4 points, prompting her to ask curiously, "Darling, why did my experience increase as well? An increase of 4 points at once." Su Yu was equally intrigued. Noting that he had only received 1.6 experience points for killing a first-level creature, while Feng Qinshua had gained 4 points. "Little Xian, what's going on?" "I'm a bit confused, Master. When defeating a creature collaboratively, experience is distributed based on the damage dealt. Additionally, defeating a higher-level creature yields experience multiplied by TN.AS for the lower experience gain. It's because the first level is merely the starting point. All life forms can passively absorb cosmic energy to reach first level. After reaching first level, they can no longer passively absorb energy. To put it simply, the first level in the universe is considered the most basic." Su Yu's lips twitched, yet he understood that little Xian's explanation held truth that in the eyes of higher-dimensional beings, humans might not even qualify as waste. It seems that rapidly leveling up is not as easy as I had imagined. After explaining the rules of experience distribution to Feng Qinshua, he turned his gaze to the corpse of the zombie cat, clicking his tongue in disappointment. "What a pity. Nothing dropped that I can't even eat the meat. Otherwise, I would have loved to roast a whole cat." Feng Qinshua chuckled softly. "Why are you always thinking about food? Let's hurry to the school. Only after filling my stomach will I have the energy to indulge in you. Come on, we've wasted enough time. P.S. To clarify, reaching the first level is the easiest in the early stages. As more beings attain first level, the choices will increase. Currently, we are merely at the onset of the apocalypse. With everything still in its initial state, and not many equivalent beings available for the protagonist to hunt, it is entirely normal for the protagonist's level to be pursued. Thus, there is no suppression of the protagonist's level or strength. Nor can there be. The experience value at the first level is 100 times that of the 0th level, because the first level is the starting point, akin to a newborn baby that, even without doing anything, will passively reach the first level within 2 years. Once at the first level, the increase in rank does not yield experience growth by factors of 10 or 100. Additionally, there are only 9 ranks in this setting, with no nested structures that if leveling up were not challenging, wouldn't we see characters reaching the 8th or 9th rank before even leaving the water blue star? Moreover, do not jump to conclusions or make baseless guesses. I will not join any factions but will choose to cooperate, and if this setting is unacceptable to you, then we have no recourse. Chapter 42, The Understanding Woman Outside, Building 2 of Nanyang Pavilion's Scenic Garden. Damn it. How did a small-scale zombie tide suddenly erupt here? Squad leader, we should retreat. Our ammunition is almost depleted. Retreat. Where can we retreat to now? The orders from above are to find that person at all costs. Everyone, draw your blades and slay this wretched horde. Amidst the throng of undead, a dozen soldiers sheathed their firearms and drew their broadswords. Brothers, charge! Led by the fearless squad leader Liu Dadbold, the soldiers plunged into the horde of zombies. Their blades shimmered with various colors of light as they struck fiercely at first, but soon, as the glow from their weapons began to fade, some soldiers suffered injuries. The injured warriors gritted their teeth, squeezing every last ounce of energy from within, determined to take down a few more zombies to alleviate the burden on their comrades. Before long, one soldier felt his consciousness beginning to blur. He shouted, "Squad leader, if I get the chance to see my mother again, tell her I'm sorry. I won't be able to serve her anymore." With that, Zhuzi bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain some clarity. He drew his pistol and aimed it at his temple, the last bullet remaining for himself, his final act of defiance. Bang! "Zhuzi, you filthy wretches, I will slay every last one of you," as the sole Tier 1 member of the team. Captain Liu Dayton disregarded his own injuries and relentlessly slaughtered the zombies before him. Having attained Tier 1 strength, he was not easily susceptible to infection as long as he was not clawed or bitten by a Tier 1 zombie. However, the other soldiers in the class were at Tier 0, and if they were caught by a higher-level zombie, their fate would be sealed. Just as he had managed to fend off a lethal attack aimed at one soldier, he noticed another soldier had been ensnared by a zombie, with a second one lunging at him from behind. Without intervention, that soldier was doomed. If Liu Dayton insisted on aiding the soldier, he could potentially save him. But he would be unable to fend off the attack from behind and would inevitably suffer severe injuries. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Dayton gritted his teeth, abandoned the zombie in front of him, and slashed at the approaching zombie behind the soldier. Kill. Liu Dayton clenched his jaw, feeling a large chunk of flesh bitten from his thigh, but he paid no heed to the pain. In his frenzied state, he had forgotten all about it. Darling, why are all these zombies heading towards the school? At a street corner, two figures observed the unusual behavior of the zombies. That SUU furrowed his brow, with over 400 points in his attributes. His hearing, vision, and perception had been greatly enhanced, allowing him to faintly hear the sounds of battle emanating from the direction where the zombies were congregating. There are people fighting ahead. These zombies must have been drawn there. Let us go take a look. The row of shops they were near featured traditional decor, with eaves that were not too high. Feng Qianxue nodded and leaped onto the rooftop of one of the shops. Heading towards the direction of the zombie gathering, they approached the vicinity of the battle cries. Suyu surveyed the surrounding terrain and lowered his voice. Qianxue, let us head into the residential building. It would be troublesome to get surrounded by the horde. Look, there is a balcony we can access. Feng Qianxue pointed to a third-floor balcony across the street. The two were situated in a row of shops. While the residential building loomed opposite them, doubt if they were to become encircled by the horde, the complex terrain of the residential building would facilitate their escape. They swiftly crossed the street, using the air conditioning units mounted on the exterior walls of the residential building to leap up to the third-floor balcony indicated by Feng Qianxue. Who is it? Upon arriving at the balcony, a woman's wary voice inquired from within the apartment. Ignoring her, Suyu pushed open the sliding door, revealing a woman in her 30s who stood protectively in front of a small boy. Eyeing Suyu and Feng Qianxue with suspicion. Who are you? What do you want? We have no food. Please leave. Feng Qianxue spoke up to clarify. Hello, we are students from Modi University. You needn't fear us. We mean no harm. The suspicion in the woman's eyes did not wane in the slightest. Before the apocalypse, she had been a psychologist, well acquainted with human nature. The essence of humanity leans towards greed and selfishness, evading pain while pursuing pleasure without any rationality. The two places that most vividly witness human nature are hospitals, where one observes the sorrows and joys of time, and inns, where one encounters the myriad of human vices and sordid dealings. Now, in the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature could surface at any moment. The woman spoke again. I do not wish to know who you are. This is my home. I hope you will leave. Seeing that Feng Qianxue was about to say something further, Suyu playfully pinched her delicate nose and laughed. Why explain so much? Your way of handling things is still stuck in the pre-apocalypse mindset. You should learn more from your husband. Turning to the woman, he noticed the small boy peeking out from behind her, only to quickly retreat in fright upon meeting Suyu's gaze. The woman, too, trembled slightly under the aura that Suyu exuded. Thus far, the number of zombies slain by Suyu had exceeded 1,000, leaving an indelible aura of menace that ordinary individuals would find difficult to confront. Such encounters were not uncommon even before the apocalypse, where the once brazenly arrogant dogs and haughty geese would become meek in the presence of a butcher, unable to retaliate. Seeing the woman and child's demeanor, Suyu chuckled. Am I truly that fearsome? Now, I will ask the questions and you shall answer. Can you manage that? As he spoke, Suyu casually swept his crimson weapon across the coffee table, splitting it in two with a resounding crash. The woman, terrified, fell to her knees and pleaded, Please, do not kill us. Ask whatever you wish. I will answer truthfully about what I know. This was not a genuine submission, but rather the instinct of a psychologist who recognized the murderous intent in Suyu's eyes. She understood that this man was capable of taking lives. Seeing the woman's compliance, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. He preferred conversing with those of higher intellect. Encountering a fool would only drag him down to their level, where he would then use his extensive experience to defeat them. Perhaps the phenomenon of dulling intelligence depicted in novels stem from such encounters. Stand and speak. Kneeling makes me appear as a villain. I assure you, I am quite reasonable. After answering a few questions, we shall take our leave. As he spoke, Suyu pulled Feng Qianxue onto the sofa beside him. The woman cautiously raised her gaze to Suyu, and upon confirming he was not jesting, she shakily stood upright. Crossing his legs, Suyu gestured towards the street and inquired, Tell me, who are the ones battling the zombies out there? Given your proximity, you should know something. A flicker of light passed through the woman's eyes, only to quickly dim again. It's the military. Has the military already arrived here so swiftly? Suyu was somewhat taken aback. This was near the city center of Modu, and even a powerful military force would not be able to respond so quickly. The woman gathered her thoughts and continued. About half an hour ago, more than a dozen armed soldiers appeared nearby. Initially, they used knives to dispatch the zombies, making little noise. However, many survivors, upon seeing the military, began to call for help, which attracted a large number of zombies from the surrounding area. Particularly a massive horde from Nanyang Pavilion, numbering perhaps 1 to 2,000. Suu and Feng Qianxue exchanged glances, and Suyu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Could it be that I attracted this horde earlier? Chapter 43. Is that so? Then I shall grant you this opportunity. Faced with the overwhelming horde, they resorted to firearms, firing while retreating towards Modi University. After that, I was unable to ascertain further details due to the distance. Feng Qianxue leaned closer to Suyu and whispered, "Darling, should we go investigate?" After a moment of contemplation, Suyu nodded. After all, they needed to traverse the horde to reach Modi University, and taking a detour would only waste more time. "Let us go. We'll first assess the situation." Suyu rose and glanced at the woman and child still standing nearby. He retrieved some food from his storage ring as compensation, said nothing further, and walked out. Feng Qianxue merely cast a glance at the woman before following Suyu. Seeing this, the woman's expression shifted. She wanted to ask Suyu if he could take her and her son with him, but the words caught in her throat, and she could only let out a soft sigh, pulling the child close as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." As they stepped outside, several zombies lunged at them. Swish, swish, ding, killed a Tier 0, Level 2 zombie, earning 2 Spirit Essence. Unable to gain experience as the target's rank is lower. Ding, killed a Tier 0, Level 1 zombie, earning 1 Spirit Essence. Unable to gain experience as the target's rank is lower. Faced with these low-tier zombies, Suyu felt no interest whatsoever. Even the meager Spirit Essence earned was insignificant. Yet these zombies, which he dismissed, were insurmountable foes for most ordinary people. Sigh, darling, do you think these ordinary people can survive in this apocalypse? Feng Qianxue sighed, her typically cold demeanor unable to fully mask her concern for life. With a smile, Suyu replied, "It's been a few days. Have you not adapted yet?" Feng Qianxue shook her head. "No, it's just that I have some thoughts. Why dwell on it? We should focus on ourselves. Some people won't feel grateful even if you help them. If you assist them 7 parts, they'll think you've only helped 3 and feel they're owed something." The woman earlier had shown good sense, recognizing when to advance and retreat. Such individuals, if rescued, would likely survive longer than the majority in the apocalypse. They chatted leisurely, dispatching any zombies that obstructed their path. They soon arrived at the residential building beside the horde. "Captain, you must break through with us. You cannot perish here." Amidst the throng of zombies, 2 soldiers clad in combat gear were dragging a frenzied warrior backwards. This warrior was none other than Liu Dayton. At that moment, one of his legs below the knee had vanished, leaving only a tattered pant leg clinging to him with remnants of flesh. Liu Dayton struggled and bellowed, "You little brats, let me go. Do you hear me? Let me go." However, the 2 soldiers paid him no mind, retreating under the cover of their comrades. "Let go. I can still fight." In a valiant attempt to safeguard a few soldiers, Liu Dayton suffered a grievous injury when a Level 0, Rank 8 zombie bit off his calf. Despite his severe wounds, he continued to fight fiercely. Yet the relentless tide of zombies seemed inexhaustible. Exhausted from prolonged combat and weakened by his injuries, he was gradually losing strength. Seizing the opportunity, 2 of the remaining soldiers hoisted him up, while the others recklessly fought to create an escape route for their comrades. Upon witnessing yet another soldier fall amidst the horde, Liu Dayton's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "Damn it, you 2 little rascals. Let me go, squad leader. How will your wife and child survive if you perish?" One blood-soaked soldier wept beside him. Liu Dayton struggled against his captors, but in his depleted state, he could scarcely break free, shouting, "Who among us lacks a family? Which soldier does not have someone waiting at home? Let me go. Do you hear me?" The 2 soldiers restraining him ignored his pleas and pressed forward, determined to charge through the path their fallen comrades had forged with their lives. Tears streamed from Liu Dayton's reddened eyes. Yet he continued to roar, "You bunch of rascals, just wait until we return. I'll make you train until you drop. That's so. Then I shall grant you this opportunity." A calm voice resonated from above, followed by a figure descending from the sky. With a thunderous crash, The figure landed, creating a shockwave that sent nearby zombies tumbling backward. The newcomer was none other than Suyu. Upon arriving with Feng Qianxue, he witnessed the soldiers' desperate struggle to break free and, without hesitation, instructed Feng Qianxue to provide long-range support from above while he leaped from the 5th floor. Behind Suyu, several soldiers, including Lu Dayton, stared in disbelief at him. One soldier could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Who are you?" Suyu shook his head in silence and called out to the soldiers still engaged in battle. "Hey, you lot in front, retreat. You don't want to accidentally harm each other." When he saw they were still gritting their teeth and determined not to retreat, Suyu understood their hesitation. They feared he might be overstepping his abilities. If they retreated and he failed to lead them out, hope would be lost entirely. With a swift motion, Suyu unsheathed his crimson blade and, like lightning, plunged into the throng of zombies, severing heads with ease. Feng Qianxue, from her vantage point, provided precise support with her ice-blue arrows, creating a dazzling display of blood as they pierced through the undead. The soldiers and Lu Dayton watched in wide-eyed disbelief, wondering if this was truly a battle against zombies or merely a game of fruit slicing. Could this be the individual our superiors instructed us to find? Lu Dayton murmured, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Seeing the other soldiers still struggling against the horde, he shouted, "You little rascals, hurry back! Don't just stand there in the way!" The soldiers, upon hearing his call and glancing at Suyu's position, could barely discern his figure amidst the chaos, only witnessing the head soaring high. Was this the battle rooster their squad leader spoke of? The soldiers, no longer feeling the need to prove their strength, retreated to Lu Dayton's side in a defensive stance. Once they had regrouped, Suyu unleashed his full might. With a single slash, he channeled 1/10 of his energy, unleashing a blood-red arc of light that cleaved through the zombies within a 5-meter radius, decapitating the shorter ones and bisecting the taller ones. The resounding splatter of blood filled the air as hundreds of zombies were effortlessly divided. Lu Dayton and his comrades gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. Even Feng Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, her arrow veering off course and inadvertently striking a male zombie's groin, shattering it. Chapter 44. The military's invitation under the rapid onslaught from Suyu and Feng Qianxue. The system's notification chimes rang incessantly. Fortunately, Suyu had the option to mute them. Otherwise, the cacophony would have driven him mad. Soon, a breach opened in the dense horde, allowing Suyu to swiftly collect a dozen glowing orbs, most of which were worthless trinkets, but a few energy stones were among them. Every little bit counted. He turned to Lu Dayton and the others, urging, "Follow me, quickly." Feng Qianxue adeptly leaped to Suyu's side, and the group rapidly navigated through the encirclement, seeking refuge in a nearby residential building. To this moment, Suyu took a moment to assess the soldiers, each exuding a strong military presence. Upon seeing Feng Qianxue, they did not exhibit any lewd gazes, only momentarily pausing, perhaps in awe of her beauty, before quickly averting their eyes. This behavior pleased Suyu. While one cannot ignore beauty, he would not tolerate any disrespectful stares directed at his woman. Turning his gaze to Lu Dayton, Suyu activated his insight ability. Name: Lu Dayton level. First tier 0 combat power. 134 strength. 272. Average adult attributes are 10, agility. 154 constitution. 241 spirit, 160 appearance, 59 favorability, 23 friendly talent. C-grade gold element control, 30 increase in damage for gold-type skills, 3 energy recovery per minute. Skills. None. While his attributes were unremarkable, the favorability score of 23 likely stemmed from having saved him, surpassing that of an ordinary friend. Suyu scrutinized Lu Dayton. The soldiers regarded him with admiration. Them. If someone possessed greater drinking prowess and strength, they would naturally respect him. Suyu not only saved them, but also displayed extraordinary power, shattering their preconceived notions. Lu Dayton's spirits lifted considerably. Although his leg injury could not heal on its own, he knew that upon returning to base, he would receive treatment from logistical personnel with healing talents, given the severity of his injuries. It would take time, but he would eventually recover fully. The reason their squad lacked a medic was simply that those awakened with healing talents were exceedingly rare. Each was a treasure, and higher-ups were reluctant to send them into danger. Looking at Suyu, Lu Dayton expressed his gratitude. "Brother, I truly appreciate your help. Had it not been for you, We might have all perished here. Suu merely nodded, acknowledging that it was a small effort on his part, and insisted there is no need for such formality, that he did not take Liu Dayton's gratitude to heart, nor did he seek any reward. Soldiers sacrificed their youth, cherished moments with loved ones, and even their lives for the empire. So he was willing to offer assistance to such individuals within his means. Did you come here for a rescue operation? Where's the main force? Suu inquired, puzzled. It was unlikely they would send such a small contingent for a rescue, as they were insufficient to even fill the gaps in the zombie horde. Brother, your name is Suu, right? Liu Dayton asked, though his tone suggested certainty. This only deepened Suu's confusion that he exchanged a glance with Feng Qianxue, who mirrored his bewilderment. How did these individuals know him? Recognizing the look on Suu's face, Liu Dayton, despite his struggles, managed to sit up and render a crisp military salute. Comrade Suu, greetings. I am Liu Dayton, squad leader of the 127th Special Operations Unit of the Moda Military District. We are not here to rescue civilians, but to find you. Find me, Suu replied, perplexed. What could the military want with him? While he had indeed eliminated several zombies, it hardly warranted such a response from the military that he gestured for Liu Dayton to continue, that we received orders from higher-ups to locate you, primarily to extend an invitation for you to join the military. Details can be discussed with the commanding officers, as Liu Dayton spoke. One of the soldiers produced a satellite phone from a tactical backpack and handed it to Suu hesitated momentarily, but accepted the satellite phone, knowing he had no intention of joining. However, he was curious to hear what the other side had to say, that he instructed the soldiers to rest while he and Feng Qianxue retreated to another room. Once the door was closed, Feng Qianxue voiced her concerns. Darling, this military action is quite strange. They surely sought you out before you reached the first tier, which makes their interest in you unusual. Suu raised a hand to reassure her, glancing at the satellite phone, which only displayed a unique number. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the capital military base, several distinguished generals were gathered, with a venerable elder leading the assembly. Before them loomed a massive screen, showcasing footage of Suu wreaking havoc among the zombie horde, filmed by Liu Dayton and his team. Each soldier, being part of a special unit, was equipped with professional cameras that transmitted their recorded video back to the military district via a secure signal after Suu's timely rescue. The elder gently tapped his fingers on the table and spoke in a calm tone. Let us hear your opinions on this young man. In the once silent conference room, a cacophony of voices erupted. This young man is truly exceptional. Upon reviewing the data analyzed by the researchers, it is evident that his attributes have clearly reached the second-tier prediction level. How on earth did he achieve this? Another voice chimed in. Have you not noticed that his swordsmanship is markedly more advanced than last time? Such a talent must be enlisted in the military. Only there can he truly realize his potential. A chuckle followed. Didn't you all previously argue that it wasn't worth making a fuss over a young man? What do you say now? Is your face stinging? At this remark, the expressions of several individuals turned slightly awkward, and the room fell silent once more. Initially, the plan had been to invite this young individual to join the military as an instructor, to teach the soldiers the art of swordsmanship. The elder at the forefront spoke up, pausing briefly before continuing. You are all acutely aware of the current situation. Missiles and long-range heavy weaponry can indeed injure second-tier beasts, but killing them is a significant challenge. Moreover, employing such weapons to slay these creatures does not elevate our human race. Do you grasp the implications of this? The attendees nodded gravely, understanding that in the future, humanity may have to forego technological weapons and engage in close combat with zombies and beasts. Relying on heavy weaponry in the long term would prevent humanity from advancing. While the ranks of zombies and beasts could rise to levels where even nuclear weapons might become ineffective at that juncture, what would humanity have left to rely on? Only their own strength. And without adequate power, humans would inevitably become prey, facing extinction. Observing the expressions of those present, the elder nodded. Thus, this young man, possessing such exceptional swordsmanship at his age, must possess unique qualities that if he could impart his skills to the soldiers, enhancing their close combat capabilities, it would offer humanity a glimmer of hope. The others nodded in agreement, and a general beside the elder stood, declaring, Commander, I fully support your decision. Just give the order. We will cooperate with whatever is required. A series of knocks interrupted the heavy atmosphere. Come in. Report, Commander. That call has come through. Chapter 45. Confrontation with the big shot. As the call connected, Suyu remained silent. After a brief pause, a voice resonated from the other end, aged yet robust. Young one, well done. There are few young individuals like you who can maintain their composure. Suyu rolled his eyes, thinking, young one, I hardly consider myself small. This sentiment was shared deeply by Qian Shui. Old man, speak plainly. What do you want? Don't mention joining the military. I have my own plans and will not enlist, that Suyu stated directly, having no desire to engage with the military, viewing them as cunning old foxes with whom he would rather not entangle himself. The other party seemed momentarily taken aback by Suyu's old man remark, before responding, ha, it's been years since someone called me that you're quite amusing. Do you know who I am? In the conference room, the elder continued the call with a smile, while the others exchanged peculiar glances, astonished that this young man dared to refer to the leader of the great Xia Empire as old man. Just as Suyu was about to retort, he realized he didn't know who was on the other end. Qian Shui, sensing his trepidation, tugged at his sleeve, her expression a mix of disbelief as she whispered, Darling, that voice seems to belong to him. Suyu looked at her in surprise. Who is this him? He asked. Just an old man. Realizing Suyu's lack of understanding, Qian Shui hurriedly clarified. He asked the leader of the great Xia Empire. What? He asked. That's significant. Suyu's heart raced, wondering if this old man would be petty enough to take offense over a mere title. Noticing Suyu's nervous demeanor, Qian Shui barely suppressed a laugh. With a fierce glare, Suyu seemed to communicate, if you dare laugh, I'll make you cry tonight. Suyu, I represent the Empire in extending an invitation to you. The great Xia Empire currently requires talents like yourself. The elder's voice returned to a serious tone. May I inquire why? I am merely an ordinary individual. Even if I have reached the first tier, there are surely many like me in the military. Currently, all military districts are inviting masters of cold weaponry to serve as instructors. However, they all feel inadequate after viewing your videos, as your swordsmanship is far more suited for combat. Hence, I wish to invite you to join the military to guide the soldiers in swordsmanship, enabling them to better adapt to close-quarters combat with zombies and beasts. Without excellent mentors, soldiers can only hone their skills through bloodshed, a method that, while expedient, carries a high mortality rate. The elder elucidated the present state of humanity and the shortcomings of using firearms. Suyu furrowed his brow, fully aware that missiles and other powerful technological weapons would be of limited use against high-tier creatures in the future. However, he was surprised to learn that employing such weapons would not yield any experience points. After a moment of silence, Suyu spoke softly, Commander, I'm afraid I cannot comply. That on the other end of the call, the elder's face, already lined with wrinkles, deepened with concern as he frowned. A hot-tempered general could no longer contain himself. Rising to his feet, eager to use the Empire's authority to pressure this seemingly ungrateful youth. However, a sharp glance from the elder caused him to swallow his words. Returning to his seat begrudgingly, I have far more pressing matters to attend to, and swordsmanship cannot be taught in a day or two. It must be honed through life-and-death battles to be truly effective. Commander, you must have studied the mysterious characters on the light screen in the space humans enter upon awakening, correct? The attendees were taken aback by Suyu's question. The characters had long eluded the Empire as researchers. Could it be that he understood their meanings? I know what those characters signify, because I obtained a one-time use item that can translate any text. The first line reads, Detected the shadow system of Galaxy 725. 952-110-207, connected to the cosmic terminal. The second line states, Shadow system planet 937, water blue planet has been successfully connected. I trust you comprehend the implications of these statements. As Suyu finished speaking, the expressions of the attendees grew increasingly blank. Clearly, none of them were fools, and Suyu's words had left them astounded. The elder spoke gravely. Suyu, are you certain of what you just said? Suyu replied with conviction, I would never jest about such matters. My sole desire is to grow stronger. I do not know what the future holds, but I refuse to be powerless in the face of crisis. That I have a suggestion. It is now the third day since the apocalypse erupted. You would do well to utilize ammunition liberally while the zombies have not yet universally reached first-tier status. Gathering survivors for management. In 7 days, ordinary people and all beings will awaken their talents. At that point, rescue will become exceedingly challenging. In this apocalypse, devoid of constraints, I believe you understand human nature's darker side better than I do. Therefore, your previous methods will no longer suffice. You must employ forceful suppression. Those who disrupt must be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, once survivors awaken their talents and powerful individuals emerge, internal strife is inevitable. That is all I shall say. I trust you comprehend these matters better than I do. Should the Empire require my assistance in the future, you may contact me, as long as it does not impede my growth. I will help as I can. With that, Suyu abruptly ended the call. Having revealed so much information, he trusted they would know how to proceed. He had initially aimed to develop quietly, but he never anticipated drawing attention so swiftly. Yet it mattered little. Being noticed by the Empire was inevitable. He had made his stance clear, and should they seek more than he was willing to offer, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. At present, Suyu felt that missiles posed little threat to him. To eliminate him, the Empire would have to resort to nuclear weapons, a scenario that seemed highly improbable. With a long exhale, Suyu reflected on his situation that in truth, he had not wished to engage with the Empire so soon. His strength was not yet at a level where he could challenge them. Only by growing stronger and surpassing all others could he gain any semblance of authority. Thus, he had disclosed the mysterious characters from the talent space and the fact that all beings would awaken their talents, aiming to disrupt the plans of those in power. Even if they sought to forcibly recruit him, they would be pressed for time, allowing him more opportunity to develop. When the time came, even if tensions escalated, Suyu would be ready to confront the situation calmly. Chapter 46. Where does this killing intent come from? Darling, were you serious about everything you just said? Qian Shui asked, her astonishment evident. She, too, was taken aback by Suyu's revelations. Only upon grasping the vastness of the universe could one truly appreciate their own insignificance. A wave of helplessness washing over her, Suyu reached out to gently ruffle Qian Shui's hair. A smile gracing his face as he replied, Indeed, it is true. What is wrong? Are you frightened, Qian Shui? Feng Qianxue leaned against Suyu, pressing her cheek against his chest, and softly said, As long as you are by my side. Dear husband, I shall have no fear. You mischievous girl, let us proceed directly to the school. Without acknowledging Lu Dabin and the others outside the room, the silhouettes of Suyu and Feng Qianxue leapt from the window. Vanishing into the desolate streets that in the vast conference room, smoke lingered, and the attendees furrowed their brows, exhaling puffs as they evidently pondered the several pieces of information Suyu had shared. How much more does he know about the hidden truths of this apocalyptic world? This lad is truly remarkable. The commander sighed, shaking his head, and lightly tapped the table. Once the gazes of the assembly converged, he spoke in a grave tone. You are all aware that humans can passively absorb energy to elevate their capabilities. If humans can awaken their talents by absorbing energy, why then can the other species on Water Blue Star not do the same? Should all these species awaken, humanity will face the peril of extinction. As for the variables within the talent awakening space, there are far too many unknowns. We currently lack the means to explore them. Speak up. This matter is pressing and demands swift resolution. Following the commander's words, the assembly began to discuss in hushed tones. After a moment, a general rose and stated, Commander, I believe the young man is correct. We find ourselves in a state of chaos more tumultuous than any past turmoil. We must enforce strict measures. Not only those who incite disorder, but also those who feign compliance before the apocalypse must be eliminated to eradicate potential threats. Indeed, we must instill fear in these individuals. The peace of previous times has left many in decay. We must secure our own before addressing external threats. These malignant elements must not be allowed to persist. This may not be wise. How many lives must we take? Nonsense. Do you not see the gravity of our situation? Are you perhaps connected to them? An older general, red-faced from the confrontation, retorted, Do not slander me. I am not speaking on their behalf. You are misinterpreting my words. Bang, bang, bang. The commander rapped the table again, signaling for silence. All military districts are to mobilize their reserves without concern for expenditures. We must launch a rescue operation at the utmost speed. All underground shelters are to be activated, transporting survivors to their respective locations and assisting the military in establishing survival bases. Those who refuse cooperation shall be executed on the spot. All officials recorded before the apocalypse are to be dismissed, and strict oversight will be enforced across the military. Any who feign compliance or engage in wrongdoing shall be killed. At this juncture, the commander cast a sharp gaze over the assembly, his voice imbued with a chilling authority. You are not permitted to trouble Suyu in any way. Do you understand? Yes. The assembly stood at attention. Chinchua, remain here in this dormitory. Do not store the satellite phone in your storage ring. There will be no signal otherwise. Understood. Just be careful, dear husband, that Dio not worry. Suyu led Feng Chinchua to the dormitory where he had been residing when the apocalypse struck, finding an unoccupied room. He thoughtfully exchanged for a brand new set of bedding and a supply of food worth 1,000 spirit points. For Suyu, these were mere trifles. Having rescued Lu Dabin previously, he had dispatched over 2,000 zombies. Earning 12,000 spirit points, a clear path to financial freedom, Suyu harbored no concerns for Feng Chinchua's safety. She was hardly a defenseless woman. After slaying a few zombies, she would achieve level 0. Rank 9. As long as she did not encounter a rank 1 zombie, she would remain safe. Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he would be able to provide timely support, descending the stairs. He was about to head to the girls' dormitory in search of Lincia when he abruptly halted, retracing his steps to the wall at the back of the dormitory building, where a dozen zombies were rushing towards him, howling, the familiar scent. I almost forgot about you lot. Swish, ding. You have slain a rank 0, level 4 zombie, gaining 4 spirit points. Your rank exceeds that of the target slain. No experience is gained, ding. Talent plunder triggered. Due to a significant level disparity, plunder is ineffective. Stowing away his crimson blade, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Now, no one shall know I once flashed and collided with the wall here. If more appear, I shall silence them all. Within Suyu's consciousness space, the little fairy lay amidst a pile of snacks, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, sensing something, she lifted her small head, gazing curiously at the vast emptiness around her. Where is this killing intent coming from? Suyu exerted force beneath his feet, instantly vanishing, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. His speed, enhanced by 50 agility, reached 225 meters per second, further augmented by a 150 boost from his proficient E-grade movement technique, resulting in an astonishing velocity of 565 meters per second. Remarkable, considering that the speed of sound is merely 340 meters per second. Of course, this speed could only be achieved in a straight sprint at full force. He raced to the girls' dormitory, noticing the locked door below. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the second floor. Bang! With a kick, he shattered the window, the sound of breaking glass drawing the attention of the zombies within the dormitory. Black, white, and lace-clad zombies turned their heads in unison towards Suyu. He scrutinized these peculiar zombies with an intrigued smile. The zombie triplets, they come equipped with weapons. A black staff, a spiked dart, and a segmented whip. However, these weapons appeared to lack any real lethality. Suyu was astonished that I asked this how the youth of Water Blue Star amused themselves. Just as he pondered this, the zombie triplets lunged at him. Claws outstretched, swish. The sound of crimson blades slicing through the air echoed as a flash of red darted before Suyu. The heads of several charming zombies flew off, their bodies, propelled by momentum, crashed into Suyu, passing straight through him. Upon closer inspection, the only remnant was a fleeting shadow, while Suyu had already positioned himself at the dormitory entrance. Chinchua mentioned that Lincia's dormitory is on the 6th floor. I hope she is in her room. Otherwise, searching for one person in such a large school would be quite the headache. That Suyu muttered, not lingering any longer, and made his way towards the 6th floor. Blade in hand. Swish, ding. You have slain a rank 0, level 5 zombie, gaining 5 spirit points. Your rank exceeds that of the target slain. No experience is gained. After dispatching over 100 zombies and collecting more than 300 spirit points, Suyu arrived at the door of dormitory 605. Unfortunately, there were no rank 1 zombies to provide experience points. Leveling up too quickly left Suyu feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Knock, 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 he rapped on the door. But there was no response. Bang, please don't eat me. Suyu kicked the door open and found a girl in a pink nightgown, curled up in the corner with her head buried in her knees. Trembling, the floor of the dormitory was scattered with several basins and buckets, most filled with water. After scanning the area and confirming that only this girl was present, Suyu frowned. How ironic. The more I worry, the more likely it is to happen. Now, where am I to find the others? Suyu walked over to the girl and spoke. I am a human. Please do not scream. Hearing Suyu's voice, the girl looked up in surprise. Disbelief etched across her face, tears and snot marring her features. Realizing he was indeed human, the girl sprang up from the ground, ready to leap into Su Yu's arms for comfort. What on earth? Why do both humans and zombies have this habit of leaping at people? Su Yu sidestepped, causing the girl to nearly stumble, and she turned back to him with a look of discontent. Xiaoer, is that you? Is there someone named Lin Xie in your dormitory? The girl paused for a moment before nodding in response. She is in our dormitory, but she usually doesn't stay here. Did she not return to the dormitory before the apocalypse? Where has she gone? The girl gazed at Su Yu with curiosity, wondering how this handsome man knew about Lin Xie. She went back to the dormitory to grab some things, and then went to the cafeteria with her two roommates. I was feeling unwell, so I didn't go with them. Indeed, attractive individuals enjoy certain privileges. Had it been a sleazy man asking, the girl might not have even given him a glance that Su Yu sighed in relief. Knowing where she had gone made things simpler. Turning to the girl, Su Yu said, "All right, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to exit the dormitory. Wait. Are you really just going to leave like that? The girl hurried after him. Su Yu turned back, puzzled. What else should I do? Am I supposed to stay and have a meal? But you broke the door to the dormitory. What am I to do now? You cannot abandon me. The girl looked at Su Yu, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Then Su Yu glanced at the broken door. Indeed, he had caused some damage. However, taking her along was out of the question. Why would he burden himself with an unnecessary encumbrance? You can simply find another dormitory to move into. I have cleared the zombies from the corridor. Really? If you are this powerful, why not help me? I am not your father. Why should I assist you? Su Yu's tone grew cold as he turned to leave. Seeing Su Yu ready to depart, the girl grew anxious and quickly jogged to catch up with him. Pleading, "Handsome, please let me accompany you. I can do anything." Upon witnessing Su Yu's indifference, the girl bit her lip and, with a quavering voice, continued, And I was still a virgin, that I could be your girlfriend. Please don't leave me." As she spoke, the girl inexplicably lifted her nightgown, biting the hem with her teeth, reaching out to grasp Su Yu's hand, covering her ample bosom. Whether it was due to hunger or her natural endowment, Su Yu felt that this girl seemed even less developed than himself. He withdrew his hand, finding no interest in her looks, which were barely above average for a girl in her 60s. He sidestepped her and made his way toward the dormitory entrance. Seeing that all her efforts had failed to sway Su Yu, the girl sank to the ground in despair. Plop, plop. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. As she murmured through her sobs, "I just want to survive, to live." At the entrance of the dormitory, Su Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "If you can hold on for a few more days." The Imperial Army should have commenced their rescue. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the girl hastily wiped her tears, her eyes lighting up with hope, only to find Su Yu's figure fading at the dormitory door. Leaving behind only a few bags of food that a few minutes later, outside the third cafeteria of Modi University, Su Yu frowned as he observed the throng of zombies congregating beneath a large tree. Why are there so many zombies gathered here? Surely the people inside the cafeteria Haven Tea all perished. Have they? At that moment, no fewer than 5,000 or 6,000 zombies surrounded the cafeteria. Among them, even one that had reached the first level, causing Su Yu's eyes to gleam with excitement. This was a source of experience points and attributes, but regrettably, he had other matters to attend to. What's this? Signs of an explosion? Su Yu remarked, surprised, as he noted the charred remains at the cafeteria entrance. Could it be the work of a survivor with fire-related abilities? Through observation, Su Yu discovered numerous fragments of gas canisters scattered around the entrance. It must have been the surviving students in the cafeteria who detonated the gas canisters, likely drawing these zombies in with the blast. That he contemplated this in his mind, his hypothesis proving accurate. Just a day prior, hundreds of students and teachers had conspired to create this explosion, intending to secure supplies from the underground storage room not far from the cafeteria. Unbeknownst to them, the blast had only succeeded in eliminating a fraction of the zombies, while the noise attracted even more to the lower levels. The supplies in the cafeteria were typically delivered to the storage room first, with daily requirements drawn from there, leading to a limited stock. With hundreds of mouths to feed and most supplies tainted by zombie blood, they realized that if they hoped to await military rescue, they would need to acquire the storage room supplies. Otherwise, many would starve before help arrived. Damn it, the zombies are gathering in greater numbers. The military's rescue is still 3 days away. My time is running out. Be by the window on the third floor of the cafeteria. A handsome man with a sun-kissed complexion furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the zombies outside. His name was Sidu, the heir of Moda's foremost family. His grandfather was the highest-ranking official in the Moda military district, a general, while his parents were leaders of a globally ranked top 100 publicly traded group. Sidu glanced back at the hundreds of students and teachers slumped despondently in the cafeteria's third-floor hall. His younger brother, Sidu Jun, engaged in idle chatter with a pure and stunning girl. After a deep, scrutinizing look at his brother, Sidu turned back, a subtle shadow of concern flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a neutral tone. Xiao Wu, how long will our food last? Brother, we still have some food left, but for the others, it will run out by tomorrow at the latest, a robust young man beside him respectfully replied. Sidu nodded in acknowledgement. Gather everyone. I have something to discuss. Xiao Wu nodded and was about to turn to summon the survivors in the cafeteria when he inadvertently caught sight of a figure atop the large tree by the cafeteria's side. Halting his movements and pointing toward it. Brother, there is someone in that tree. Sidu followed Xiao Wu's finger to see Siyu also looking back at him. The window glass was coated with a reflective, one-way film, allowing those inside to see out clearly, while those outside could not see inside. Yet, at that moment, Sidu felt that Suyu could perceive him. This individual was likely no ordinary person. Instantly, Sidu displayed a friendly smile and nodded at Suyu. Indeed, Suyu had noticed the two within the window, and as Xiao Wu's gaze fell upon him, Suyu's heightened perception, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, detected it. Noticing Sidu nodding at him, Suyu chose to ignore it, channeling his strength and instantly vanishing from atop the tree, leaving a deep footprint behind that in the next moment, Suyu appeared atop a zombie's head, using it as a stepping stone to elegantly leap toward the cafeteria. With another burst of power, the zombie's skull shattered like a watermelon beneath his foot, and Suyu gracefully ascended to the third floor of the cafeteria. The entire sequence flowing seamlessly with an indescribable elegance. Ding. Killed a level 2 zombie, gained 3 spirit essence, higher level than the target. Experience cannot be gained. Ding. Talent plunder triggered. The level difference is too great for plundering to be effective. With a series of cracking sounds, Suyu abruptly materialized on the third floor of the cafeteria. Situ and Xiao Wu, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, stared at Suyu, dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Both had awakened talents themselves, and while their levels were not low, witnessing Suyu's feats left them with only one thought. Is that you, Xiao? The 200 to 300 individuals in the cafeteria were equally startled, standing up and warily glancing toward the source of the shattering glass. Upon realizing that it was merely an extraordinarily handsome man, and not a zombie, most breathed a sigh of relief. While a few dozen gravitated toward him, my friend, is there something you seek here? Sidu, regaining his composure, inquired. Suyu remained unresponsive, his expression impassive as he scanned the crowd. Among them, one figure stood out distinctly, Lin Shiyao. Upon seeing her, Suyu's mind echoed with the system's prompt. Ding. Charm aura activated. Lin Shiyao's base favorability towards the host increased by 30. Chapter 48. The clown in the cafeteria, hearing the system's notification in his mind. A slight smile crept onto Suyu's lips. Charm aura, truly everlasting. Even amidst the crowd, Lin Shiyao was as conspicuous as a single blooming flower among a sea of green leaves. Her clear, bright eyes, delicately arched brows, and long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her flawless, fair skin radiated a soft blush, and her thin lips resembled tender rose petals, inviting admiration. Upon noticing Suyu's unwavering gaze, Lin Shiyao felt an inexplicable quickening of her heartbeat. The faint blush on her porcelain face deepened, and her heart raced uncontrollably as she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Suyu's eyes. Even with the presence of a stunning beauty like Feng Qinshua, Suyu could not help but steal a few more glances at Lin Shiyao, feeling secretly delighted. This trip was worth it. Truly worth it. Sidu, speaking courteously, said, Hello, my friend, I am Sidu, the president of the student council at Moda University. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? Only then did Suyu turn his gaze towards Sidu. That he recalled having heard of him. His family wielded considerable influence, yet he was approachable and easy to get along with. Utilizing the eye of detection, Suyu examined the attributes displayed before him. Name. Situ level. Level 0, level 7 combat power, 65 strength, 83, Average adult attributes are 10, agility, 75 constitution, 77 spirit, 91 appearance, 81 favorability, 3 stranger. Wary but not hostile, talent. A-level lightning element control, damage increase of 50, energy recovers at 5 per minute. Skill, F-level lightning blast, can unleash an elemental attack that causes a small explosion with a damage increase of 10. Upon seeing Situ Yi's attribute panel, Su Yu's eyes lit up. A-level lightning talent seems quite impressive. Perhaps, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought for now that IT was just an A-level talent, and lightning control was not a top-tier ability. There was no need to resort to unscrupulous means for trivial gains. However, upon observing Situ Yi's F-level skill, Su Yu felt a twinge of discontent that he had slain no fewer than 7 or 8,000 zombies. Yet not a single valuable item had dropped. Could it be that I'm not just unlucky, but the unluckiest of the unlucky? His gaze swept across the gathered crowd, noting the presence of around 10 awakened talent survivors. Though most were at level 0, level 2, confirming that these individuals posed no threat, Su Yu's attention returned to Situ. I am here solely to find someone. Ensure your people do not provoke me. Situ Yi's expression grew serious, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Su Yu, causing his heart to skip a beat. He immediately categorized Su Yu as someone not to be trifled with. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a sharp, cutting voice interjected. And why should we not provoke you? Who do you think you are? The grandfather of President Situ is none other than the commander of the military district in the magical city. And the rescue team from the military district is expected to arrive in the next couple of days. Do not let your newly awakened talents cloud your judgment about your true identity. A woman around 50 years of age and heavily adorned with makeup stepped forward. Upon seeing her, a delicate-featured man in the crowd halted his advance. This man was Situ Yi's younger brother, Situ Jun, who had previously felt a surge of irritation when he noticed Su Yu fixating on his goddess. Now, he found it utterly intolerable that Su Yu dared to speak so audaciously. However, upon noticing someone had already taken the initiative, he decided against further confrontation. Su Yu regarded the woman before him with a hint of recognition. She seemed to be the director of the teaching staff at Magical City University. The director approached Su Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe, upon noticing the Tang Dao in Su Yu's hand. Her eyes sparkled with interest. As someone who had climbed the ranks through connections rather than personal merit, she understood the precarious nature of the post-apocalyptic world. Her former status could only intimidate a select few now. She needed to quickly find a new patron. And although this individual appeared formidable, in her mind, he could never rival the influential Situ Yat that moment. She saw an excellent opportunity to pledge her loyalty. With a forced smile, the director said, "Student, I seem to recall you. You are also a student at Magical City University, correct? In these trying times of apocalypse, we must unite to overcome the challenges ahead." Su Yu furrowed his brow, feeling a growing impatience that he had already surmised that this woman was attempting to morally manipulate him. He had no desire to engage in a drawn-out exchange, now that he had located Lin Xiao. He merely wanted to escort her away from this place to avoid further trouble. Leave. The director instinctively stepped back, her expression darkening. The director. She was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Such insolence was intolerable. Casting a glance at Lin Xiao in the crowd, she smiled condescendingly and stated, "You are here to take Lin away, aren't you? As the director, I must prioritize her safety and cannot allow her to accompany you." Before Su Yu could respond, the director continued, "Student, I can offer you a chance. President Situ is the strongest among us. Your weapon appears impressive and should be entrusted to him. This way, we all stand a better chance of survival." As she spoke, the director glanced at the surrounding students. "Students, in such a situation, we must stand united. Food and weapons should be surrendered for collective distribution. This will increase our chances of survival. Wouldn't you agree?" Situ and his entourage observed quietly, neither offering support nor opposition, that he was curious to see how Su Yu would handle the situation. If he proved to be a pushover, Situ would not hesitate to take advantage. The students began to murmur among themselves, echoing the director's sentiments. Yes, the director is right. How can we be selfish in this situation? Indeed, just hand over your weapon to President Situ. He is strong and looks after us all. With the weapon, he can protect us better. Humph. With so many of us, we need not fear him, that if he refuses to comply, we will take it by force. Student, heed my advice. Hand over your weapon to Senior Situ. It will be beneficial for everyone, and I'm sure Senior Sidhu will take care of you. Chapter 49. Cast down to feed the zombies faced with a barrage of verbal assaults, a regular person might have felt compelled to concede. But Suyu was no ordinary individual. Director Lin, is it? The director, encouraged by the crowd's support, wore a repugnant smile, convinced that Suyu would not dare to act against her in front of so many witnesses. She believed that if she could deceive him into relinquishing his weapon, he would be rendered harmless, like a toothless tiger. She nodded. Yes, it is how to have you come to your senses, so you couldn't help but chuckle at her obliviousness. It's rather astonishing that, even after days of the apocalypse, there are still those who fail to grasp reality. Director Lin, you resemble a QR code. Without scanning, one cannot discern what you truly are. Why is your face so large? The smile on Director Lin's face froze. Disbelief etched across her features as she pointed at Suyu. Why you're insulting me? Suyu's expression hardened, and he chose to cease any further banter. In a flash. Crimson light flickered, accompanied by the sound of slicing AIR. In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent. Everyone wide-eyed in shock. Director Lin's limbs were ensnared by fine red lines, and soon after, her arms severed and fell to the ground. Blood gushing from the clean cuts. Her piercing screams jolted the onlookers from their stupor as students recoiled in terror. He really killed her. How dare he? This is not a zombie, as Director Lin collapsed. The horror intensified when they noticed her legs had also been severed at the thighs. Situyi's pupils dilated. He was aware of Suyu's strength, but had not anticipated the swiftness of his strike. As Director Lin writhed in agony on the floor, her heart flooded with hatred and pain, rendering her consciousness hazy. Yet, even in her torment, she shrieked, Murderer! He is a demon. You must avenge me. If not, he will kill you all. Suyu coldly regarded the wailing woman, and upon seeing her nearing unconsciousness, he drove a dagger into her flesh to keep her alert. Turning his attention to Situ-E, he addressed him directly. Situ-E, is it? Situ-E shuddered at the mention of his name. His face paled. I am. What do you require? Noting his compliance, Suyu nodded, summoned 2 individuals to dispose of this trash. Just throw her out the window to feed the zombies. Situ-E was taken aback, and the onlookers stared in disbelief. Regaining his composure, Situ-E could no longer maintain his refined demeanor, barking orders to his underlings to act without delay. Director Lin, realizing her fate, struggled desperately. However, with her limbs severed, her only means of resistance was her head, which proved futile. No. Please spare me. Don't feed me to the zombies. Someone save me. Hearing her pleas, the crowd averted their gazes. Feigning ignorance. You all deserve to die. You will all perish. I curse you. None of you will survive. Soon, 2 students hoisted her toward the window and, without hesitation, hurled her out. The response was a horde of zombies below, who swiftly descended upon her, leaving no trace behind. With the nuisance eliminated, Suyu surveyed the crowd, and wherever his gaze fell, people averted their eyes, ceasing to meet his gaze. The sensation of control was, in all honesty, quite exhilarating. Finally, his gaze landed on Situ-Jun, who seemed poised to intervene moments ago. Gulping, Situ-Jun struggled to swallow. He opened his mouth to speak, but his throat seemed constricted, rendering him voiceless. And he could only cast a pleading look towards Situ-E. Footsteps echoed as Suyu approached Situ-Jun, and the latter could no longer suppress his terror, collapsing to the ground, a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him. A pair of black boots appeared before him. Situ-Jun shakily lifted his head, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and he trembled as he pleaded, Brother, I didn't do anything. Please don't kill me. Situ-E, unable to maintain his silence any longer, knew that if Situ-Jun were to perish, his own fate would not fare any better. That he waved aside several of his subordinates and slowly stepped between Suyu and Situ-Jun. Suyu did not obstruct him, but instead regarded Situ-E with curiosity, bemused that this young man's favor towards him had surged unexpectedly, jumping from a mere 3 points to 27, reaching a level of admiration. If I had his strength, perhaps I could rescue Lin, Situ-E thought, inhaling deeply before addressing Suyu with gravity. I hope you can spare him this once. Although I am powerless to offer you substantial aid, I can assist with certain trivial matters that I hope you grant me this opportunity. This statement is also the result of Situ-Ye's multifaceted contemplation that he neither uttered threats nor harbored any ill intentions. Suyu glanced at him and then utilized his detection eye to assess Sita-jun, whose abysmal strength was at level 0. Rank 3. Surprisingly, his affinity level was not negative, but rather reached 17 points, indicative of his profound fear towards Suyu. Both men bore no malice towards each other, and the elder brother's fearless attitude for the sake of his younger sibling was indeed admirable. Having already slain one adversary, it was reasonable to assume that no one else would dare to approach them seeking death. Thus, Suyu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Forget it. If there's something important, I'll call for you. Otherwise, refrain from bothering me. Take your brother to change his pants. At over 200 months old, still wetting himself is quite shameless." With that, Suyu turned to walk towards Lin Xiang, leaving Situ-e with a look of embarrassment. Situ-e cast a fleeting, disdainful glance at the crumpled Situ-jun on the ground. Meanwhile, the latter, having narrowly escaped death, gradually regained his composure, reflecting on the humiliation he had never before endured, with resentment in his heart burning fiercely. After Suyu's ruthless strikes had reduced the old woman surnamed Lin to a mere husk, he had been rendered utterly terrified, consumed solely by a profound fear of Suyu. Thoughts of revenge never even crossed his mind. But now, with his life once again in his own hands, his true nature began to resurface. As he gazed at his good brother who helped him up, Situ-jun muttered venomously, "Are you mocking me, you dog?" Situ-e, seemingly accustomed to such remarks, replied blandly, "No, you dare to rebut? Just wait. Once we return, I will make you pay for this insolence, you wretched cur." Chapter 50. The clumsy and adorable campus belle Lin Xiang. As Suyu approached Lin Xiang, the crowd in the cafeteria instinctively parted, refraining from further discussion. After all, this handsome man was undeniably ruthless. Upon reaching Lin Xiang, he found her still in a daze. Activating his detection eye, Lin Xiang's attribute panel materialized before Suyu's eyes. Name: Lin Xiang. Combat power. For level 0, rank 0, 310, strength 5. The average for adults is 10, agility 9, constitution 9, spirit 12, beauty 95, affinity -5, base 30. With a slight disdain and fear towards you. Talent: unawakened skills, none. Items: none. Observing Lin Xiang's affinity, Suyu shook his head with a hint of helplessness, having merely killed a man before her. His affinity had plummeted by a staggering 40 points. Nevertheless, even if given another chance, he would act in the same manner. Others were leaping about in panic. Should he greet them with a smile? Or wait until his life was threatened before retaliating? That would be foolish, and he was not one to indulge in such folly. Amused by Lin Xiang's continued stupor, Suyu waved his hand in front of her eyes, jolting her awake. You are a murderer. Don't come any closer," Lin Xiang exclaimed, retreating in fright, her voice tinged with panic. The onlookers held their breath, fearing for Lin Xiang as they anticipated Suyu's wrath. However, what unfolded before them nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. But Suyu displayed no sign of anger. Instead, a gentle smile graced his face. Good heavens! How can such a fierce individual smile so warmly? Is this truly the same person? This was likely the thought echoing in the minds of most spectators, prepared for Lin Xiang's reaction. Suyu continued, "I am Suyu, a friend of your sister. She sent me to find you. Also, the person you just witnessed was not slain by me." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone from his storage ring, locating the pre-recorded video of Feng Qinxue, and handed it to Lin Xiang. Upon hearing Suyu claim to be your sister's friend, Lin Xiang took the phone with a hint of skepticism and pressed play, hearing her cousin's voice. "Xiang, the person beside me is Suyu. He is a very close friend of your sister. Because my strength is insufficient, I may burden Suyu, which is why I couldn't come to find you myself. You can trust him completely, all right? Suyu will bring you to me. I will be waiting for you." As the video concluded, Lin Xiang tilted her head, curiosity evident in her gaze as she asked, "Are you truly my sister's friend? I've never seen you before." Ding. Lin Xiang's affinity towards the host increased by 30 points. Though her question was tentative, Lin Xiang's heart was reassured. Upon hearing the notification, Suyu sighed in relief. Maintaining a negative affinity would be quite challenging to rectify. My bond with your sister is quite profound, as she mentioned in the video, with Suyu's words and the increase in affinity. Lin Xiang's exquisite features lost their previous fear, revealing 2 subtle dimples that were sweetly enchanting. "Where is my sister now? Can we go find her right away?" Suyu seized the opportunity for the two to be alone. shaking his head. Qinshue is in the boys' dormitory. We certainly cannot return today. Look, it's almost dark outside. Venturing out now would be unsafe. Lin Xiang turned to glance out the cafeteria window, indeed noticing the sky had turned a gloomy gray. She nodded obediently, a hint of disappointment shadowing her expression as she said, "All right, I'll listen to you, Sugo." Casually, Suyu patted Lin Xiang's shoulder, offering reassurance. "You need not worry about Qianxue. She is quite safe there. Also, from now on, I shall call you Xiang. No need to keep addressing me as Sugo. You may simply call me Suyugo or just Yugo." Initially, Lin Xiang had intended to shy away from the physical contact. But recalling Feng Qinshue's assurance that Suyu was trustworthy, she halted her retreat at Suu, donning a smile, did not object to such a level of contact, indicating that it was within Lin Xiang's comfort zone. By maintaining this balance, as she became accustomed to his presence, the chances of further developments would significantly increase, akin to the principle of boiling a frog in warm water. Hearing Suyu's words, Lin Xiang's cheeks flushed crimson. Her gaze lowered shyly as she murmured, "Suyu gu, ding." Lin Xiang's affinity towards the host increased by 1 point. The soft, endearing tone warmed Suyu's heart, and he guided her to a nearby corner to rest and converse. Time spent in the company of beauty always seems fleeting, and before they knew it, the sky outside had enveloped them in darkness. Having learned from past experiences, the cafeteria patrons kept their distance, refraining from any foolish provocations. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of a rumbling stomach interrupted the tranquility. Suu paused, glancing at Lin Xiang, who was bashfully lowering her head, her delicate hand clutching her clothing tightly. "Look at me. Engrossed in conversation with you, I lost track of time. Is there anything you would like to eat?" His tone resembled that of a waiter inquiring about menu preferences, leaving Lin Xiang momentarily bewildered. Observing Lin Xiang's adorably confused expression, Suyu made no further inquiries. Instead, he spent 200 spirit coins to order an array of dishes: sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, braised pork with preserved vegetables, mixed seafood stew, braised chicken, stuffed lotus root, caramelized peaches, and a bowl of 7-star fishball soup that Lin Xiang watched in astonishment as delectable, steaming dishes materialized on their table. Her eyes widened, lips parted in disbelief. She even pinched her arm, murmuring, "Am I dreaming? Consider it a dream. Now taste it and tell me how it is." Wow, this fish-flavored shredded pork is delicious. Having savored the flavor, Lin Xiang eagerly picked up a piece of mapo tofu to taste, only to exclaim moments later, "Ouch, it's so hot." Suyu handed her a bottle of juice, exasperatedly saying, "You silly girl, I want to snatch food from you." Why the rush? The two enjoyed a hearty meal in the cafeteria, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafting through the air. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed from various corners of the cafeteria. How did he conjure up such food? And it's still hot. Are you foolish? Haven T, the official, stated that killing zombies can awaken talents and yield equipment. What is so surprising about that? It could simply be a spatial ring or a spatial talent. Bro, do you think that big brother would take on a younger brother? Why don't you ask him? If we become his little brothers, we hit the jackpot. Why don't you go ask? I'm afraid he'll chop me into pieces. Then why the hell do you want me to go? Hey look, someone really is brave enough to approach him. Two girls approached Suyu's table, their eyes fixed upon the sumptuous food. Only upon drawing closer did they realize the extent of the feast. "Excuse me, could you possibly share some food with us?" Suyu looked up, noting that the speaker was a rather slender girl, appearing almost fragile, while her companion was plump, presenting a stark contrast to her. Seeing this, Lin Xiang stood up about to speak, but was abruptly pulled back into her seat by Suyu. "You want food? What can you offer me in return? I can pay for it." "Is 1,000 enough?" the plump girl replied, opening her bag to reveal a thick stack of cash, clearly containing several thousand. "Ha!" Suyu chuckled. Having initially believed such absurd scenarios only existed in novels, he was astonished to encounter such thoughtless individuals in reality. Lacking any desire to continue dancing around the issue, he stated bluntly, "Enough, return whence you came. We're not refusing to give you money. Why act like this? I still have." "Get lost." Suyu's sharp rebuke caused the two girls to tremble in fear, compelling them to lower their heads and flee in panic. Observing this, Suyu's expression softened as he turned to Lin Shuang, who appeared as if she had something to say but was hesitant. He smiled and encouraged her. "If you wish to inquire about something, feel free to ask." Chapter 51. The past of Situ e brother Suyu. We have so much food, we can't possibly finish it all. Why not share some with them? Suyu placed a piece of yellow braised chicken on her plate and countered. Shuang, have you considered how others might react if we distribute food to them? Before she could respond, he continued, they will think if others can receive food, then surely they can too. Soon, they will all come to me demanding food. But with so many people, it would be impossible to satisfy them, wouldn't it? Seeing Lin Shuang nod in understanding, Suyu elaborated, if I initially refuse to give anyone anything, my strength will command admiration, even reverence. However, should I provide food to those two girls and deny the rest, their admiration could easily morph into jealousy, or even hatred. That's just human nature. If everyone is equally starving, it's bearable. But if we are of the same standing, and you feast lavishly while we suffer from hunger, that is simply unacceptable. There is an old saying that goes, I fear my brothers may live in hardship, yet I also fear they drive luxurious vehicles. Lin Shuang chuckled softly, then earnestly nodded, Brother Suyu, I understand now. I was thoughtless earlier. All right, enough of this. Let us eat before the dishes grow cold, that I in a corner of the cafeteria. Situ Jun gnawed on a piece of bread, occasionally casting dark, furtive glances toward Suyu and his companion. The sight of the food on Suyu's table turned the once delicious bread into a mere tasteless lump of dough. As he observed Suyu laughing and conversing with his goddess, it felt like a dagger piercing his heart. The more he thought about it, the more his discomfort grew. He spat the bread onto the floor and hurled the remaining half at Situi. Why don't you go and see if you can get some food? Situi, struck by the bread, did not lift his head but replied coolly, I advise you not to provoke him. Otherwise, we may all face dire consequences. His strength is beyond your imagination, that I'm telling you to go, just to get some food. I'm not asking you to stir up trouble. Those two filthy girls weren't harmed, were they? Men handle matters differently than women. Have you considered the repercussions if you irritate him? In his furious state, Situ Jun ignored the warning and retorted vehemently. If you dare say another word, I'll unleash my prized mastiffs and that hideous creature when we return. At these words, Situ abruptly raised his head, his eyes sharp as blades, staring intently at Situ Jun. After a moment, he slowly stood up, his gaze as still as a stagnant pool. Fine, I will go. With that, he turned to approach Suyu, the intensity in his eyes and the clenched fists revealing his inner turmoil. The hideous creature Situ Jun referred to as one he had grown up with. Adopted alongside Situ from an orphanage, they had lived together since childhood, and their adoptive parents treated them as their own, providing everything they desired. They were raised together, learning various skills, combat, finance, management, and more, developing a bond that transcended mere brotherhood into something deeper. Situ could never forget that day, a nightmare that felt like a plunge into an abyss. 5 years ago, after a night of heavy drinking, Situ Jun barged into Lin Lin's room with nefarious intentions. Fortunately, his own room was nearby. Upon hearing Lin Lin's cries for help, he rushed in. Seeing her disheveled state ignited a fury within him, leading him to subdue Situ Jun mercilessly. Afterwards, he expected his adoptive parents to inquire about the events. However, reality struck him hard. Their silence was a resounding slap. They did not question him, instead nearly beating him to death with a whip. In the aftermath, he realized that regardless of the circumstances, they had raised both him and Lin Lin. And Situ Jun was their biological son. It was only natural for them to be enraged after he had assaulted their child. Since Lin Lin had not suffered any real harm, he resolved to apologize to his adoptive parents. Believing that as long as Situ Jun refrained from harming Lin Lin, he would let the matter rest. However, as he passed by Situ Jun's bedroom, he overheard a conversation between Situ Jun and their adoptive mother. Why is that bastard still alive? If you won't kill him, I will take matters into my own hands. That scoundrel dared to strike me. He must die. Calm down, dear. Haven't we already taught him a lesson? Besides, if we kill him now, who could possibly replace him? Mom, hasn't nothing happened so far? What use is it to have that bastard take my place? Son, I would never harm you if it weren't for your grandfather. Our family wouldn't even hold the position of the foremost family in Modu. There are many who covet this status, that we've secretly dealt with numerous kidnapping attempts aimed at you, all handled discreetly by your father. Once your father deals with those adversaries, you can do as you please. And what, I just let being beaten slide? Absolutely not. I will not swallow this anger. You could always take your bodyguards and teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. Cripple him if you must. You know my mom is the best, he exclaimed, and that wretched girl, She is a traitor too that I'll deal with her shortly. Let us see who dares to stop me now. Hearing this conversation shattered Situ Yi's worldview. That it was then he understood his existence was merely to shield Situ Jun from the repercussions of his actions, that he hurried to find Lin Lin. Intent on helping her escape this familiar, yet suffocating cage, that as expected, calamity struck. Before they could exit, Situ Jun and his subordinates cornered them. The outcome was inevitable. Situ Jun commanded his men to restrain them. And in a fit of primal rage, he prepared to educate Situ Yi in the harshest manner. An inferno of rage ignited within Situ Yi. Unlocking potential, he had never known that he broke free from the grip of the two burly men and charged straight at Situ Jun, who was pinning Lin Lin down. Situ Jun, focused solely on Situ Yi, noticed his approach and instinctively grabbed a nearby vase, hurling it at him. The vase struck Situ Yi squarely on the forehead, shattering into pieces, while Situ Yi was once again forced to the ground by the bodyguards. Situ Jun, bare-chested, approached the fallen Situ Yi with a malevolent grin. How does it feel? Little bastard, soon, I will claim Lin Mei as my own right before your eyes. Are you angry? Are you furious? Ha! With his face pressed against the cold ground, Situ Yi's eyes blazed with rage. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, his teeth nearly shattered from the effort, yet he could not escape. All he could do was scream, "You beast! I will kill you! I swear I will kill you! You think you can kill me? Ew! Are you worthy?" As he spoke, Situ Jun lifted another vase and smashed it over Situ Yi's head. Speak up! Are you worthy? You still think you can kill me? What do you think you are? Another vase shattered, and at that moment, Situ Yi's face was smeared with blood as he fixated his gaze fiercely on Situ Jun. Confronted by that seemingly predatory glare, Situ Jun's fury intensified, and he seized a chair, ready to strike once more. This time, he aimed for the back of Situ Yi's head, a blow that, even if it did not result in death, would surely strip away half of his life. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, a delicate figure in white lunged forward, shielding Situ Yi. The chair crashed violently against the girl's frail form. Due to the force of impact, she was hurled to the ground, her face landing amidst shards of broken glass. The girl was none other than Lin Lin, who had just been tormented by Situ Jun. This fall irrevocably marred her beauty. Situ Yi stood frozen, staring at his childhood companion lying on the ground, the anguish within him far surpassing any physical pain. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Situ family, and even more so for himself, resenting his inability to protect the person most dear to him. With Lin Lin's beauty now ruined, Situ Jun naturally deemed her unworthy, but in order to continue tormenting Situ Yi, he confined Lin Lin, using her as leverage to coerce Situ Yi into submission. 6 long years had passed since that day. Initially, Situ Yi employed every means at his disposal to rescue her, but each attempt ended in failure. The consequence was not merely a beating from Situ Jun, but rather tormenting videos of Lin Lin's suffering. Reluctantly, Situ Yi was forced to yield, though secretly, he had managed to sway a few individuals sent by the Situ family to his side. Biding his time for the right moment. Prior to the apocalypse, he dared not act rashly, for Situ Jun had already relocated their captives, and he had yet to uncover their whereabouts. The onset of the apocalypse, however, offered him a glimmer of hope. Yet now, with Su Yu's emergence, a new idea had taken root in his mind. Though this path might lead to his own demise, he was no longer willing to wait. Chapter 52. Situ Yi's scheme. I apologize for interrupting your meal. Situ Yi approached Su Yu, slightly bending at the waist in a show of humility. Noticing Su Yu's lack of response, he did not rush. While Lin Xiangwei, still shaken by the recent events, refrained from speaking out. After a brief moment, Su Yu set down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and nonchalantly lit a cigarette. Just as he took a few puffs, Lin Xiangwei lightly coughed, waving away the smoke, and furrowed her brow as she said, "Brother Su Yu, smoking is detrimental to your health." Su Yu said nothing, extinguishing the cigarette and ruffling Lin Xiangwei's hair before turning his attention to Situ Yi, inquiring, "What is it you wish to discuss?" "Well, the food in the cafeteria has been distributed among us, but the remaining rations are insufficient for all of us to wait for military rescue." Situ Yi continued hastily, sensing Su Yu's frown. "Please, do not misunderstand. I do not seek your assistance, that I merely wish to propose that we consolidate everyone's food for a unified distribution. Do you have any objections to this idea? What you choose to do is your affair. Just ensure it does not affect us." Su Yu replied curtly, signaling for him to leave. Understood, Situ-Yi nodded, stepping back a few paces before turning to depart. Watching Situ-Yi's retreating figure, Su-Yu felt an indescribable sensation. This individual was undoubtedly more complex than he appeared. But he thought, what does it matter? If he provokes me, I shall simply deal with him. Upon seeing Situ-Yi return empty-handed, Situ-Jun's expression darkened. Useless. You can't even manage such a simple task. I'd be better off raising a dog. Situ-Yi's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied. That person suggested we collect everyone's food for unified distribution so that everyone can endure until the military arrives. Damn it. I sent you to request food, not to propose sharing it. Why should I give away my rations? During the outbreak, they had been in the cafeteria, accompanied by a few individuals trained by the Situ family, all quite capable. After surviving the most perilous period, they had seized control of the supermarket within the cafeteria. In his capacity as student council president, Situ-Yi had led the surviving boys in battling zombies, clearing the third floor of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Situ-Jun had received confirmation from his parents that the military would take about a week to arrive for rescue. Situ-Yi had previously suggested that the food in the supermarket be distributed per capita, so everyone could hold out until help arrived. Despite there being ample food, Situ-Jun stubbornly refused to share, even at the cost of waste. Consequently, Situ-Yi called everyone together to announce his intention to distribute the food that on the surface, he appeared to be the true heir of the Situ family, while Situ-Jun merely played the role of a wealthy youth. Thus, in front of the crowd, Situ-Jun could not afford to disregard Situ-Yi. Even amidst the apocalypse, his mindset had yet to shift. Ultimately, he only permitted half of the food from the supermarket to be shared. Situ-Yi's actions were a calculated preparation to eliminate Situ-Jun. Situ-Jun could never return to the military district. Even if he possessed only low-level talent, with military support, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Therefore, he needed to create an accident to kill Situ-Jun before rescue arrived, and distributing food was a means to win over the people's hearts. Thus, when the time came to return to the military-established survival base, there would be witnesses to testify that Situ-Jun's death was unrelated to him, but he understood that the patriarch of the Situ family was a man of integrity. Even if his own grandson was the one who died, as long as it was confirmed that Situ-Yi was not involved, the patriarch would not retaliate against him, with the patriarch as a shield. The couple would think twice before attempting to eliminate him openly. This would afford him the time to gain strength and advance his plans. Now, however, a more advantageous opportunity had presented itself in the form of Su-Yu. Observing Situ-Jun's impotent fury, Situ-Yi's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. It seemed he would need to stoke the flames further, but he had stated that those who refused to cooperate would be dealt with. Situ-Jun's expression soured, uncertain of the truth behind Situ-Yi's words, yet he found himself powerless to verify them. He lacked the courage to approach Su-Yu at that moment, as if reading his thoughts. Situ-Yi casually added, by the way, that person initially had no intention of intervening. It was Lin Zhangwei who prompted him to do so. Upon hearing this, Situ-Jun immediately believed him, given Lin Zhangwei's nature. She would surely find it unbearable to see her classmates suffer from hunger, and knowing that there was food available, it made sense for her to voice such concerns. With this realization, Situ-Jun's expression grew even more grim as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn that wretched girl. I will make her my slave one day. Should we proceed as he suggested? I will follow your lead. Are you going to waste more breath with me? Just do as he says. I'll endure him for 2 more days. Once my family arrives, I'll show him who truly holds power. With a response in hand, a smile crept onto Situ-Yi's lips, though it quickly vanished as he turned to his companions. Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Wu, gather everyone together, but remember, do not disturb that person. The group nodded and set off, their footsteps softening as they neared Su-Yu's area, delivering the message to the survivors in hushed tones. Soon, 200 to 300 individuals had congregated, a sea of dark figures. Do you think Senior Situ called us over to deal with that monster? A boy with prominent eyes whispered to his companion, who was startled and quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming, Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? The boy pulled away the hand from his mouth, exasperated. You were louder than I was. Quiet down, everyone. As the crowd fell silent, Situ-Yi continued, Fellow students, you all should be aware of my identity, that I have received accurate news that military rescue will not arrive for several more days. And many of us have run out of food, that if this continues, we will surely not survive until help arrives. Therefore, I hope everyone can contribute their food to me, and I will ensure a daily distribution so that no one starves. What do you think? Seeing no one respond, Situi gestured, and Xiao Wu and the others brought forth several boxes of food. The sight of such provisions prompted a wave of agreement from the crowd. I trust Senior Situ. Count me in. But what if we hand over our food and receive only a meager portion in return? What are you thinking? Senior Situ is offering us so much food. Would he really covet your little bit? Exactly. Well, all right then. All right, everyone line up and hand in your contributions one by one. No pushing. Chapter 53. The Boyfriend's Work Uniform? Brother Suyu, can we go take a look? Lin Xiangwei, unable to resist the urge to join the throng, inquired. Such a simple request was one Suyu could not refuse. Remembering what Qinshu had said, he gazed at Lin Xiangwei with affection, his large hand unconsciously brushing through her silky hair. All right, since Xiangwei wants to go, Brother Suyu will accompany you. Thank you, Brother Suyu. You're so kind. Lin Xiangwei's fondness for the host increased by one. Current fondness level. 27. As the two individuals walked side by side towards the crowd, the previously boisterous assembly fell into an eerie silence upon the arrival of Suyu. The survivors, upon noticing the pair, instinctively parted ways, allowing them to traverse the throng and come to a standstill by the window. Observing that everyone had ceased their activities to gaze at them, Suyu felt a twinge of exasperation. Did he truly resemble a villain? Please carry on with your tasks as if I were not here, he urged. Yet this time, no one heeded his words. Instead, they exchanged glances, standing frozen, unsure of how to proceed. This left Suyu even more speechless, compelling him to direct his gaze towards Situ-e, conveying a silent message. Situ-e immediately grasped his intent. Classmates, please resume your places in line and submit your provisions one by one, that we will keep a record of all items submitted. Should anyone dare to hoard food, I assure you, I, Situ-e, will not show mercy. Under Situ-e's leadership, the crowd aligned themselves and began to surrender their rations. Nearby, Lin Xiao observed with great interest, while Suyu struggled against drowsiness, puzzled as to what was so captivating. Hey, Brother Suyu, what is that thing? Lin Xiao's inquiry jolted Suyu from his reverie, prompting him to follow her gaze. A girl was presenting her food, and as she rummaged through her bag, she inadvertently extracted an unusual item, a small, square pouch, sky blue in color, resembling a sealed packet of shampoo. At its center, a circle slightly larger than a coin faintly shimmered. Upon seeing it, Suyu found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain it to Shi Yao. Could he possibly say it was a safety helmet? Brother Suyu, you don't recognize it either? Lin Xiao laughed, her eyes wide with admiration. How could that be? Brother Suyu knows everything. You're amazing. Brother Suyu, unlike me, who has only seen many things in books, my sister sometimes mocks me for my lack of experience. Hearing this, Suyu felt a pang of sympathy for the strikingly beautiful girl. Was she foolish? Not at all. Until she turned 18, her companions had only been the flora and fauna visible through a protective barrier. Her attempts to comprehend the outside world through literature were limited, as her frail health did not permit it. Even her family had to undergo thorough disinfection before approaching her, lest her old ailments resurface. They had sought out esteemed physicians nationwide and even abroad, yet remained ignorant of her condition. They only discerned that bacteria proliferated within her body at an alarming rate, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Fortunately, upon her 18th birthday, her health took an unexpected turn for the better, but at that time, she was as unblemished as a blank canvas. Thus, she was sent to be with her closest companion, Feng Xinxue, in hopes of expanding her understanding of society. Consequently, by the age of 19, she was still unaware of the simplest things about humanity. At that moment, Suyu felt a sense of relief. Such an innocent girl had managed to survive unscathed during the apocalypse. A testament to the favor of fortune. Brother Suyu, why are you lost in thought? You still haven't told me what that thing is. Lin Xiao pouted, waving her hand in front of Suyu's eyes. Oh, I was contemplating how to explain it to you. Well, that item could be described as a uniform for that girl's boyfriend. A uniform? Lin Xiao exclaimed, Brother Suyu, you're teasing me. There's no way a uniform could be that small. Do you think I'm as ignorant as my sister and are trying to fool me? I assure you, I am not deceiving you that IT truly belongs to her boyfriend. It merely differs from the clothing we typically wear. Lin Xiao seemed skeptical, casting her gaze towards the girl who had finished submitting her food and was now preparing to leave. She called out loudly, Hey sister, you've dropped your boyfriend's uniform. So you couldn't contain his laughter. And the crowd, initially unaware, soon turned their attention to the small pouch, wearing expressions of bewilderment. Laughter erupted, cascading through the assembly. What a ridiculous uniform. That description is simply brilliant. Someone exclaimed, so this is what it's called. I had been misnaming it all along, that I in the midst of the laughter. Only one boy stood frozen, his expression blank as he stared at the girl in the center. The girl, humiliated by the collective laughter, had intended to glare at Lin Shiyao, but quickly lowered her gaze upon meeting Su Yu's. There was no way she could confront him. She chose to flee, abandoning the item that had caused her such embarrassment. Lin Shiyao, puzzled, wondered aloud, what was wrong with that sister? Why is everyone laughing? Oh no, she forgot to take her boyfriend's uniform. Hey sister, you've forgotten your boyfriend's uniform. Su Yu chuckled at Lin Shiyao's antics. She was quite entertaining. While her actions might seem hurtful to one's pride, what did it matter? In an apocalypse, the strongest would prevail. The girl turned around, her face twisted in despair. That is not my boyfriend's. Please stop calling me. Ah, not yours? Of course not. Tell me, whose is it? I have never used this brand. The man who had remained silent throughout the commotion stepped forward, his face darkened as he addressed the girl. Upon seeing him, a flicker of panic crossed her features. That Ming, you misunderstood. I bought this for you, just in case. Is that so? Ming picked up the fallen pouch, his already dark complexion deepening as he hurled it back at the girl in fury. I used the 48 2mm size, and this is a 54 2mm. You dare tell me this was for me? He seized the girl's shoulders, shaking her violently. Tell me, who is the owner of this? Speak, Ming, please don't. Lin Shiyao, bewildered, glanced back and forth, struggling to comprehend the situation, before finally asking Su Yu, Brother Su Yu, why are they arguing? Is it because that sister bought her boyfriend a uniform that doesn't fit? Lin Shiyao's voice was not quiet, and many in the vicinity heard her, leading to another round of laughter. Shut up, you filthy bitch! Ming screamed at Lin Shiyao, his voice filled with rage. Startled, Lin Shiyao froze, unsure of how to respond to Su Yu, feeling protective, embraced her and gently stroked her hair, soothingly saying, Shiyao, darling, this is not your fault. Brother will stand up for you, ding. Lin Shiyao's favorability towards the host increased by 3. Current favorability, 3-0. Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Ming, who was standing there, regretful and bewildered. Chapter 54. I bet you, there are no bullets in the gun. Apologies, I must convey my apologies on behalf of Shiyao. She indeed misspoke. Upon hearing this, Ming, who had been tense, immediately raised his hands in denial that no need to apologize. The surrounding survivors wore expressions of disbelief. Had Su Yu been swapped with someone else? Even Lin Shiyao looked up at him, puzzled, realizing that perhaps she had indeed misspoken. Only Sidu Yi, observing the unfolding scene, recognized that Su Yu's words were not yet finished. That a subtle smile crept across his lips as he stood back. Allowing events to unfold, that of course, this was never intended for you. How could it possibly fit? Would you not agree with that? Su Yu released the charming girl from his embrace and approached Ming and the girl. I have already conveyed Shi Yao's apology. Now, it is time for you to face the consequences of your actions. That Su Yu spoke nonchalantly, yet an undercurrent of menace seeped through his words, causing the crowd to hold their breath. Meanwhile, Ming was drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Please, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Just let me go. Ming fell to his knees, pleading before Su Yu. Before Su Yu could respond, Lin Shiyao tugged at his sleeve from behind. Brother Su Yu, why don't we just let this go? He has apologized. That Su Yu furrowed his brow. Lin Shiyao's current disposition was not conducive to survival. If she were to intervene every time someone needed to be reprimanded, it would become unbearable. Contemplating for a moment, he finally replied, I can offer him a chance. That Ming, still kneeling, felt a surge of hope. However, Su Yu continued, but don't get too excited. Do you harbor any hatred for this woman? He pointed to the girl standing nearby. That Ming's gaze turned to his girlfriend, his resentment unmasked. Yes, I wish she were dead. Only I know how much I've sacrificed for her. To buy her bags. Phones I scrimped and saved, working multiple jobs. Was it easy for me? And yet, she dared to betray me. So you exchanged 5 spirit points for a silenced handgun. Ding. Ordinary silenced handgun acquired successfully, consuming 5 spirit points. Current balance, 13,454 spirit points that a sleek black handgun materialized in Su Yu's grasp that he swiftly ejected the magazine, glancing at the 8 rounds before chambering one and firing a shot into the open air with a sharp PIU. Everyone instinctively recoiled, clearly taken aback by Su Yu's possession of a firearm. For ordinary individuals, firearms wield an undeniable intimidation factor, a remnant of pre-apocalyptic beliefs that die hard, but Su Yu tossed the gun to Ming, who caught it clumsily, his expression a mixture of confusion and panic. The entire group, including C2E, was left bewildered by Su Yu's audacious maneuver, unable to decipher his intentions. They were blissfully unaware that conventional firearms had become ineffective against Su Yu. Here, the gun is yours now. The power of decision rests in your hands that if you eliminate this treacherous woman, I will spare you. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? No, please. Ming, you wouldn't kill me, right? I know you've always loved me. I'll change, I truly will. Ming ignored his girlfriend's desperate pleas, bowing his head, his expression a tumult of emotions as he regarded the weighty metal weapon in his hand, a stark reminder that this was no dream. After a brief silence, Ming lifted his gaze to his girlfriend, then turned to Su Yu, his peripheral vision lingering on Lin Shiyao. Fine, I accept your terms. With that declaration, Ming raised the gun, aiming it at his girlfriend, a fleeting madness flickering in his eyes, his face flushing with an unnatural hue. Did Ming know? Don't pull the trigger. It was my fault. I was wrong. From now on, I will love only you. Whatever you want me to do, I will comply. Please, just forgive me this once. The girl, terrified by the frenzy in Ming's eyes, collapsed to the ground and crawled toward him, clutching his leg in a plea. Now you realize your mistakes. Alas, it is too late. With that, Ming forcefully kicked his girlfriend away, pivoting the gun's muzzle towards the spectating Su Yu. Su's expression remained unflinching, as if he had anticipated this very scene. Lin Shiyao, startled by the sudden turn of events, anxiously clutched Su Yu's sleeve. Brother Su Yu, what is happening? Turning to her, Su Yu softly reassured, Don't be afraid, dear. Brother Su Yu is merely giving you a lesson. Pay close attention, for I will be testing you shortly. Once Lin Shiyao's nerves were soothed, Su Yu redirected his gaze to Ming, a glimmer of curiosity in his voice that so. What are you implying? What do you mean? What the hell do you think this means? Ming laughed maniacally, tightening his grip on the gun as he closed the distance to Su Yu, pressing the barrel against his forehead. Are you foolish enough to believe that handing me the gun was wise? Do you think you can withstand a bullet? With this gun in hand, I am the master here. Casting a glance at Lin Shiyao behind Su Yu, he continued, And as for you, Miss Lin, you might as well follow me from now on. That I promise to treat you well. That Su Yu, amused, revealed a faint smile. That it was truly amusing how a mere firearm could inflate one's ego to such heights. Seeing Su Yu smile, Ming's fury ignited. The surrounding survivors exchanged glances, astonished at the audacity of the situation. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Don't you dare laugh. Had it not been for Shiyao's timely warning, you would still be oblivious to your betrayal. This how you treat your benefactor. Rest assured, once you're dealt with, I shall express my gratitude to her, ensuring she experiences great joy. Su raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his gaze. With that pathetic physique of yours, do you truly believe you can bring joy to anyone? Hey, that girl over there, perhaps your boyfriend's inadequacies drove you to seek comfort elsewhere? The girl remained silent as Su Yu shrugged nonchalantly. See? Even your girlfriend seems to agree that a bit of self-awareness would serve you well. Young man, shut up. Do you dare challenge me? I swear I'll kill you right now. Su Yu, with a playful demeanor, questioned, Are you genuinely confident you can do that? How about a wager? Ming, sensing an inkling of trepidation at Su Yu's unwavering calmness, faltered. What sort of wager? Su Yu grinned. I wager that gun is devoid of bullets. Gazing at Su Yu, whose imposing height and dark trench coat exuded an air of cool detachment, Ming felt a wave of unease wash over him. Reminiscent of a classic scenario, that he gulped, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 55. Lin Shiyao's first kill. What do you say? Care to place a bet? If you win, everything here, women, food, will be yours to command. Isn't that enticing? And if I lose? Ming inquired, his voice hoarse. That Su rested his chin on his hand, contemplating that if you lose, you will slap yourself 20 times, and I shall spare you. How generous of me. Su Yu's cheerful demeanor only heightened Ming's apprehension. The gun was given to me, No wonder he exudes such confidence. The gun is, in fact, empty. How foolish of me. You've won. Ming, as if drained of all strength, let the gun droop from his grasp. That Su patted Ming's shoulder, taking possession of the firearm to toy with it. Fear not. I am a man of my word. Now, fulfill your end of the wager. With a series of resounding slaps, Ming, having regained a fraction of his strength, began to strike his own face. However, the force was far from satisfactory. Stop! Stop! That feeble effort is akin to swatting at a mosquito. As he spoke, Su gestured towards Ming's girlfriend. You there. Yes, you. Come here and deliver the slaps with vigor. Otherwise, he shall turn the favor upon you. The girl, rising to her feet, approached Ming. The sting from his earlier kick still fresh in her memory. With no hesitation, she unleashed her fury. Smack! Ah! She gasped, cradling her palm in pain to be brother. Can I find something else? My hand hurts, upon receiving Suyu's nod. She scanned the vicinity but found no suitable object, ultimately resorting to removing her shoe to continue her assault. Smack, smack, smack. Suyu turned to Lin Shiyao, his tone earnest. Shiyao, do you understand now? Do not hastily assist others or place your trust too readily, for gratitude is not guaranteed. Such actions may endanger not only yourself, but those around you. Do you comprehend? Lin Shiyao nodded, albeit with uncertainty. But, Brother Suyu, not everyone is like that, right? Even if there's only a one chance, would you risk endangering me and your sister? As the thought of causing harm to her sister washed over her, Lin Shiyao felt a choking sensation in her chest. She looked earnestly at Suyu. Brother Suyu, I understand. I will learn and grow, and I want to be a burden to you or my sister. Suyu nodded in approval, preparing to guide Lin Shiyao to her next lesson. To Shiyao, how about we make a wager of our own? Lin Shiyao gazed at him in confusion. Had the topic shifted too abruptly? What shall we wager on? Let us gamble on whether there are bullets in this gun. But Brother Suyu, didn't we already determine that it's empty? Suyu chuckled, his joy palpable. The bait had been set. Then you shall wager that the gun is empty, while I shall bet that it contains bullets. If you lose, you must kiss me. If I lose, I will kiss you. Quite a fair deal, don't you think? Lin Shiyao tilted her head, pondering the apparent discrepancies, but before she could grasp the implications, Suyu continued, all right, it's settled then. Backing out. With the terms established, and Ming having completed his 20 slaps, he now bore a visage akin to that of a swollen pig. Brother, I've finished the 20 slaps. Can I leave now? The girl cautiously inquired, as Ming laboriously raised his head to look at Suyu. Patience, my friend Shiyao and I have made a wager. We must verify the outcome before you can depart. As he spoke, Suyu placed the handgun in Lin Shiyao's hands, positioning her stance and aligning the barrel towards Ming. Are you ready? Ming's eyes reflected fear as he struggled to articulate a garbled response. Ignoring him, Suyu softly urged Lin Shiyao, just pull the trigger. It's quite simple. Yes, just like that. Bang. A crimson hole blossomed in Ming's shoulder, unmistakably indicating that Lin Shiyao had missed her target. The gun clattered to the ground as Lin Shiyao stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The piercing screams of Lin Xiao and the agonized cries of Ming erupted almost simultaneously, leaving Ming's girlfriend paralyzed with fear. Unable to move, I killed someone. Suyu exasperated facepalm. Shou, he is not dead yet. It was only then that Lin Shou regained her composure, though the pallor of her delicate face revealed the terror she had truly experienced. Ming, clutching his bleeding shoulder in agony, shouted furiously at Suyu, you bastard. Suyu shrugged innocently. How have I wronged you? We made a bet. Though the gun was loaded, you conceded first. That is hardly my fault. Is it? You promised not to cheat. Indeed, but I wasn't the one who fired the gun, so I believe I haven't broken any promises. After exchanging a few banter with Ming, Suyu turned to Lin Xiao with a light-hearted smile. Xiao, you lost the bet, so remember to uphold your end. Now, there is something else you must do. What? What is it? Suyu picked up the fallen handgun and placed it back into Lin Xiao's trembling hands, saying earnestly, continue firing. Kill him. Seeing that Suyu was not joking, Lin Xiao nearly burst into tears. She could not fathom why he would ask her to commit such an act and could only plead. Brother Suyu, why? I truly can't do it. Look at the hatred and fury in his eyes that if you do not eliminate him today, once he recovers, he will seek revenge against us if I cannot defend myself. Or if he enlists more powerful allies. Have you considered the fate that you and Qinxue would face? I could perish because of your mercy today. Your weakness could lead to your doom. And you and Qinxue would become playthings for others, living a life worse than that of a dog. Fire, kill him. Suyu's tone grew increasingly severe, echoing like a sinister melody in Lin Shou's mind. Ah, with her eyes shut tight, Lin Shou screamed as she repeatedly pulled the trigger. Pew pew. The onlookers hastily dodged, fearing stray bullets. They would have nowhere to weep if struck. Alas, Ming was not so fortunate. The sole bullet that found its mark struck him squarely in the forehead. With deep resentment and unwillingness in his gaze, he collapsed slowly. Which of you saw hatred and anger in my eyes? I was trying to avoid you. How could I possibly seek revenge? Unfortunately, those words would never escape his lips that Ming's girlfriend also tragically took 2 bullets, ensuring the pair would have company on their descent. And they would not be alone in their demise. Click, click, click. Even after the 6 bullets were exhausted, Lin Shou continued to pull the trigger. Suu embraced her gently, soothingly whispering, "It's all right, Xiao, you did it. It's all over now. Qinxue would be proud of your bravery." Ding. Lin Xiao's affection for the host increased by 10. Current affection level at 40. Perhaps the impact of this incident on Lin Xiao was too profound, causing her affection to surge to 40, entering the stage of infatuation. Yet unbeknownst to Suyu, Lin Xiao was not merely afraid. She felt a subtle thrill coursing through her. Chapter 56. The high-tech RV. The night sky slowly unfurled its deep blue drapery, adorned with twinkling stars that captivated the soul. Beneath this celestial canopy lay the aftermath of an apocalypse. Bloodshed, desolation, shattered homes, and irreparable wounds. The once vibrant, illuminated streets were now but a distant memory, littered with severed limbs and the stench of dried blood. A sight both harrowing and heart-stopping. At Magic City University. In the boys' dormitory, a hint of worry creased Feng Qinshua's brow. Did I wonder if my husband has found that girl Xiao? Should I call to check? Leaning languidly by the window, she gazed at the desolate campus, her voice barely above a whisper. The moonlight fell like a silvery mist upon her exquisite features, rendering her beauty intoxicating. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals she was concerned about were embroiled in a dispute. Brother Suyu, you're being unreasonable. The 2 bets are clearly the same. Xiao, how am I being unreasonable? I kissed you when I lost. And you kissed me when you lost. Doesn't that seem fair? You agreed, and now you're the one being unreasonable. But Lin Xiao struggled to counter, but being as innocent as a little lamb. She was no match for the cunning wolf that was Su interrupted. Enough with the buts. That if Xiao wants to be unreasonable, then I shall accept it. He feigned a forlorn expression. As anticipated, Lin Xiao's resolve crumbled. Her cheeks flushed as she softly conceded. All right, but just one kiss. That I end the next moment. Suyu leaned in with an audacious grin, his face as thick as a city wall, closing the distance between them. Lin Xiao shut her bright, clear eyes. Beneath her arched brows, her long lashes fluttered slightly. Her flawless skin glowed with a delicate blush, and her lips, soft and rosy, like blooming petals, inched closer to Suyu's. Just as their lips were about to meet, Suyu turned his head, sealing their lips together in a fervent kiss. Would Suyu let such an opportunity slip away? Absolutely not. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, and by the time she comprehended the situation, it was already too late. Her frail form, initially rigid, gradually melted against him. Ding. Lin Xiao's affection for the host increased by 2. Current affection level at 42. Ding. Lin Xiao's affection for the host increased by 1. Current affection level at 43. Ding. Lin Xiao's affection for the host increased by 1. Current affection level at 44. Buzz. Buzz. A sudden phone vibration interrupted them, and Lin Xiao gasped for air, realizing that if the call had been any later, she might have lost consciousness from lack of oxygen. But Suu, still savoring the sweetness of the moment, smacked his lips. Delicious, truly enchanting. Checking the satellite phone, he noted it was a call from Qinxue. Casually glancing at Lin Xiao, he picked up the call without revealing his excitement. Feng Qinxue's first words were a barrage of questions. Honey, are you all right? Have you encountered any dangers? And has Shou been found? What danger could I possibly face? Xiao is with me now, and we'll be heading back tomorrow morning. Really? That's wonderful. The joy in Feng Qinxue's voice was palpable. Lin Xiao, realizing that this call likely came from her older sister, set aside her shyness and looked towards Suyu, her eyes questioning. Suyu nodded. Qianxue, you speak to Xiao, he said, handing the phone to Lin Xiao. Even though she already suspected it was her sister on the other end, Lin Xie couldn't help but ask, Sister, is that you? Yes, Xiao, are you all right? Did Suyu bully you? Sister, brother Suyu isn't old at all. Why do you call him old Suyu? He hasn't bullied me. He is just a bit mischievous. Recalling the recent events, Lin Xiao felt her body grow weak again, her face flushing a charming pink. The two sisters exchanged words endlessly, while Suyu chose to remain silent, meditating by the side and contemplating their future plans. He knew he couldn't linger in one place for too long. After all, high-level zombies and exotic beasts were scarce in any given location, and he would need to hunt elsewhere, not for the sake of pursuing beauty. Thus, he would inevitably find himself traversing across the nation, or even the globe. Consequently, the choice of transportation became paramount. While enhancing his abilities was vital, enjoying the journey did not contradict that goal. Suyu had no desire to trudge along on foot with a girl. A mode of transportation that was both efficient and comfortable was evidently best suited to be an RV. Xiao Xian searched for classifications of RVs that a virtual screen materialized in Suyu's mind, showcasing an array of high-tech RVs ranging from F to SSS grade, F grade. Standard small mobile home utilizes energy stones, gasoline, or electricity as power, can withstand small caliber bullet attacks. 500 Spirit Yuan E grade. RV utilizes energy stones, gasoline, or electricity as power, can withstand large caliber bullet attacks. 5,000 Spirit Yuan D grade. RV utilizes energy stones, gasoline, or electricity as power, can withstand missile attacks, can hover in the air at a height of 5 meters. 50,000 Spirit Yuan C grade. RV powered by energy stones, can withstand nuclear bomb attacks, can hover at a height of 1,000 meters. Features automatic body repair and spatial folding technology, effectively expanding internal area by 100 times. 500,000 Spirit Yuan B grade. Space cruiser powered by energy stones, can withstand full-force attacks from 5th-tier beings for 10 minutes, capable of space travel. Features automatic body repair and spatial folding technology, effectively expanding internal area by 1,000 times. Suyu gazed at the introductions of various grades of campers. His heart raced with excitement. The system panel provided only a brief overview, but upon delving deeper, he discovered a wealth of detailed features, showcasing undeniable cutting-edge technology. For instance, the C-Class camper boasted an intelligent driving system that could autonomously navigate once a route was set, complemented by an advanced radar that scanned a radius of 100 kilometers for life forms not exceeding rank 4, along with their respective levels. This meant that by simply defining the desired ranks for alerts, the radar would notify him upon detecting any qualifying beings, rendering the arduous task of monster hunting obsolete. Moreover, the radar possessed a fascinating feature that made Suyu want to exclaim amazing. It could even gauge the aesthetic appeal of life forms. What did this imply? It suggested that Suyu might soon find himself worrying about his own desirability. Unfortunately, the price of the C-Class camper was a staggering 500,000 spirit essence, leaving Suyu with nothing but the option to admire from afar. Earlier, Suyu had thought that over 10,000 spirit essence was a substantial amount. However, now confronted with prices soaring into the hundreds of thousands, he could only sigh in dismay, lamenting his own poverty. Nearby, Lin Xie heard Suyu's exclamation and, with a puzzled expression, approached him after concluding a brief conversation with Feng Qianxue. Tilting her head, she inquired, Brother Suyu, is something the matter? Nothing to worry about. I was merely lost in thought that IT is getting late. Let us find a place to rest and meet Qianxue early tomorrow morning. As Suyu surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the cafeteria had only a few private rooms in addition to the main hall that moment. All but the room occupied by Situ E and his companions were tightly shut. Xia, are there people in those closed rooms? Upon hearing Suyu's question, Lin Xia's expression darkened, her previous smile fading to in a hushed tone. She replied, those rooms contain the bodies of teachers and classmates. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Suyu took Lin Xia's delicate hand and made his way towards Situ E and the others. Upon spotting Suyu's approach, Situ E and the others quickly rose to greet him, including Situ Jun, who suppressed his rage and lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet Suyu's eyes. Although Situ Jun was incompetent, he was not foolish. He understood that revealing any resentment towards Suyu would lead to dire consequences. Thus he dared not raise his head for fear of giving himself away to that moment. Suyu paid him no mind and addressed Situ-e with indifference. I'll take this room. Have someone move everything outside. Situ-e, not questioning Suyu's motives, readily agreed and summoned Xiao Wu and others to assist in clearing the room. In no time, all items were removed, and Suyu patted Situ-e's shoulder, commending him. Well done. Suyu held a certain appreciation for Situ-e. His efficiency and perceptiveness were commendable, and with his A-grade lightning affinity, he could very well become a formidable force in the future. After some contemplation, Suyu continued, Do you have a preferred weapon? Swords, daggers, or spears? Any type will do. Situ-e's eyes lit up, and without pretense, he responded, I can wield a knife. If given a choice, I would select a knife as my weapon. Suyu nodded in agreement. An F-grade weapon cost only 100 spirit essence, a mere trifle for him at this point. But to have someone else carry out tasks while he provided compensation was a perfectly normal arrangement in Suyu's eyes and aligned with his principles. Moreover, given the current state of the world, the value of an F-grade weapon was undeniable. Seizing the opportunity to gain a favor from a potentially strong individual at minimal cost was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. He promptly accessed the system marketplace and exchanged 100 spirit essence for an F-grade great knife. Ding! Purchased F-grade lightning knife, deducted 100 spirit essence, remaining essence. 13, 354. F-grade lightning knife. Power 10, sharpness 10, effortlessly penetrates the defenses of rank 1 beings. Bloodlust as the lightning knife materialized in Suyu's grasp, it drew the attention of everyone present. The knife resembled a cleaver, with a golden handle and silver-white patterns adorning the blade, exuding an imposing aura. The moment Situ-e laid eyes on the lightning knife, he was captivated. Yet he quickly averted his gaze, waiting for Suyu's next move. Without hesitation, Suyu tossed the lightning knife to Situ-e. Situ-e reached out to catch it, only to stumble slightly. Who would have thought that what looked to weigh merely a few kilograms would actually be 50 to 60? This knife is called the lightning knife. Consider it your reward. With that, he led Lin Xia into the private room. Situ-e stood there, entranced by the lightning knife, and as it settled in his hands, he instinctively grasped its detailed attributes. He had not anticipated receiving an F-grade weapon. After all, he had paid a hefty price for his F-grade skill, sacrificing the lives of a significant portion of the cafeteria survivors and all available gas canisters. Yet Suyu had nonchalantly bestowed this F-grade weapon upon him as if tossing aside a mere cigarette. Looking up at the closed door of the private room, Situ-e's thoughts spiraled. I am sorry, but I have no other choice. However, at present, he needed to contend with the loathsome creature that had emerged. The previous F-grade skill had gone unnoticed, but this time, it was right under his nose, making evasion impossible. Sure enough, Situ-jun had already approached, greedily eyeing the knife in Situ-e's hand, his avarice unmasked. That knife looks quite appealing. It just so happens that I lack a suitable weapon. You know what to do. This is not the place for discussions. Situ didn't even glance at him, turning to walk toward another corner of the cafeteria. Situ-jun, feeling frustrated yet reluctant to lash out in Suyu's presence, seethed. Hand over the knife. As he reached the far corner of the cafeteria, Situ-jun hastily demanded the lightning knife from Situ. Do you dare to take it if I give it to you? What do you mean by that? The knife was given to me by that person, that if he sees it in your possession, do you think he would be pleased, seeing the increasingly grim expression on Situ-jun's face? Situ-e continued with a smirk. You witnessed the fate of that couple. He can change his demeanor in an instant. Do you dare to gamble? Situ-jun's face darkened, and he remained silent. When it came to matters of his own life, he dared not take any chances. You needn't worry. The knife won't escape my grasp. Once he leaves, I'll hand it over to you. Hearing this, Situ-jun's expression softened somewhat, but what Situ-e said next nearly sent him into a rage. While the knife may not run away, it's a pity that your beloved little beauty has already left with someone else. Shut your mouth. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Observing Situ-jun's fury directed solely at him, Situ-e's disdain flickered in his eyes, but he said nothing more, finding a corner to sit down and rest. Inside the private room, Suyu was employing his unique skill, the art of deception. Xia. You see, Suyu only brought this single bed. Why don't we squeeze together tonight? Lin Xia glanced at the single bed that had cost Suyu 50 spirit essence, then tilted her head to look at him. Her eyes filled with caution as she stepped back, arms crossed protectively over her chest. Brother Suyu, while I may not know much, please don't treat me like a child at off. Haha. What are you saying? How could Suyu have any ill intentions? I was just joking. You can take the bed, and I'll manage with the blanket on the floor. Maintaining a straight face, Suyu exchanged 10 spirit essence for a blanket from the system marketplace. As for obtaining another bed, that would only serve to embarrass himself that I in the depths of the night, within the cafeteria's private room. Suyu lay on the cold floor, unable to find sleep, even with a blanket beneath him, as the chill permeated his being. Turning over, he glanced at the nearby bed, feeling an ache in his heart akin to a cat's clawing to Shia. Are you asleep? I am. After a brief silence, Suyu sat up. Cross-legged on the floor, Shia, it's so cold sleeping on the floor that Suyu has always had a weak constitution. I might catch a cold if I'm not careful, he spoke. He sneezed, rubbed his nose, and continued. What if Suyu catches a cold? Then I might not be able to go find Xian Shui tomorrow. Lin Xia turned her head to look at Suyu. Her brows slightly furrowed as if pondering a solution. Well, how about... Suyu's expression shifted. Could there be a chance? After all, Lin Xia held a favorable impression of him, with a score of 40 points. Why don't you let Suyu sleep on the bed, and I can manage on the floor? Suyu's spirits immediately deflated, waving his hand in resignation. I was just joking. Hurry and sleep. We need to rise early tomorrow. The room fell silent once more, and after a brief moment, Suyu scratched his head and rose again. There was no helping it. With his enhanced strength, it seemed that his need for sleep had diminished as well. Since slumber eluded him, Suyu resolved to venture out and eliminate the zombies lurking downstairs in the cafeteria, hoping to earn some spirit essence to Xiao. Make sure to rest well. Brother Suyu is going out to clear the zombies downstairs. If anything arises, just call out loudly. Brother Suyu will hear you. Alright, just be careful. Brother Suyu exited the private room and closed the door behind him. He approached the window and gazed down at the dense mass of corpses below. A faint smile playing on his lips. This was a veritable bounty of spirit essence. With a mere thought, his battle suit, MOU, instantly shifted into combat mode, enveloping him in sleek black armor. What on earth is happening? Is he truly some kind of monster? Don't spout nonsense. This is obviously battle-armored. Oh my god, he looks incredibly cool. Many girls, witnessing Suyu's striking appearance, had their eyes sparkling with admiration in the corner. Situ E and his companions, upon seeing Suyu leap from the window, exchanged glances of surprise and quickly moved to the edge to observe. What is he doing? Why is he suddenly out there slaying zombies in the dead of night? What skill is that? With a single strike, he must have taken down dozens of zombies. Suyu wreaked havoc amidst the horde, limbs and torsos flying as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Effortlessly clearing large swathes of enemies with his signature blade draw. Situ, he kept his eyes fixed on Suyu's figure. It seemed he came to a momentous decision that he exchanged knowing glances with his companions. Then pulled Situ Jun back into the corner, whispering urgently in his ear. Situ Jun's eyes glimmered with excitement, though a trace of hesitation lingered on his face. Do you think we have a solid plan? Situ did not respond directly. That I overheard that they plan to leave here tomorrow morning, that if we miss this opportunity, whether we can see them again is uncertain. Upon hearing this, Situ Jun couldn't help but glance toward the tightly shut private room. Memories of Lin Xiao's exquisite beauty flooding his mind, he felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed hard, contemplating Suyu's ruthless methods, which left him wavering. Seeing his reluctance, Situ added, As long as you follow my lead, this endeavor is guaranteed to succeed. Resolute, Situ Jun clenched his teeth and made up his mind, if you can pull this off, I'll let Xiao Lin go upon our return. Situ Jun, stand by my word. Situ, he regarded his declaration with skepticism, but nodded, revealing a pleased expression. Then we shall proceed at once. Most of the zombies surrounding the cafeteria have been drawn to the front entrance by Suyu. This is our chance to rush out the back door. After we leave, we will send Xiao Qi to retrieve Lin Xiao. Situ Jun protested. Why split up? Can't we just kidnap her and make a run for it? Only Xiao Qi possesses the aptitude for such a task that if we all go together and make any noise, we could all perish. Situ shot Situ Jun an odd look. You aren't worried that Xiao Qi might act inappropriately? Are you? Situ Jun shot him a glare, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The individuals present were all orphans selected and trained by their families since childhood. Situ Jun had no doubts about their loyalty. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already subverted several among them over the years that they departed. He whispered a few instructions to Xiao Qi. Situ Jun halted. Frowning. What did you say to Xiao Qi? His suspicion was not unfounded. He felt an unsettling premonition, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon, making it hard to breathe. Situ-e brushed off his concern. I merely instructed her on the rendezvous point, that we must hurry. Time is of the essence. That man is dispatching zombies with alarming speed, and our window of opportunity is slim. Hearing this, Situ-jun fell silent, and the group stealthily maneuvered away from the survivor's line of sight, exiting through the back door of the cafeteria. Slash, splat. Ha, what a thrill! Suyu carved through the horde with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. In just over 10 minutes, his spirit essence surged by over 5,000 points, and he collected 9 energy stones, bringing him ever closer to acquiring a high-tech RV. Simultaneously, he dispatched a first-tier zombie with a single blow, earning 1 point each in experience, strength, and spirit. As he surveyed the amassed corpses, Suyu licked his lips and plunged back into the fray. Meanwhile, in the private room on the 3rd floor where Lin Shiyao resided, a shadowy figure silently slipped through the door's crevice. The figure was Xiao Qi, who possessed the dark shadow talent. She approached the bed, waiting for the perfect moment to revert to her human form, and swiftly struck Lin Shiyao's neck with a precise chop, causing her to emit a faint groan before losing consciousness. Downstairs, as Suyu continued to slay the undead, his strike momentarily paused. Despite being embroiled in combat, he remained attuned to any sounds from Lin Shiyao, which was why he felt secure leaving her alone in the private room. With a sudden burst of energy, Suyu dashed to the window on the 3rd floor. The onlookers, who had been watching Suyu dispatch zombies, recoiled in shock, some stumbling backwards, scrambling to put distance between themselves and him. As the door swung open, Suyu entered the room and scanned for any signs of disturbance. Noticing that Lin Shiyao had fallen asleep, he chose not to disturb her. Could it be that I misheard? Chapter 59. The Nature of Humanity in the Apocalypse. Could it be that I misheard? Suyu shook his head, dismissing any doubt. His hearing was exponentially superior to that of an average person, and despite the cacophony of the horde, he would not have misjudged. Could it be that woman named Xiao Qi? Suddenly, a recollection of a woman who had been close to Situ-e surfaced in his mind. He remembered her possessing a unique talent. Casually, he reached out and pinched Lin Shiyao's cheek. Indeed, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse beneath the bed, but he refrained from making a sound. Lin Shiyao, with her limited life experience, was ripe for another lesson. However, to ensure her safety, Suyu had Xiao Xi in exchange for an F-grade protective item that would activate automatically upon sustained attack or unwanted contact, lasting for 30 minutes or until its energy was depleted. With all precautions in place, Suyu exited the private room. A quick glance at the cafeteria's main hall confirmed that Situ-e and his group had vanished. His gaze turned icy as he descended to continue eliminating zombies, providing no opportunity for that woman to AT the window on the 3rd floor. A lecherous man fixated on Suyu's slaughter of the undead, his eyes brimming with envy. Why did Suyu possess such formidable power and the company of a beautiful woman, while he was left wanting? Before the apocalypse, he had dated a few girls, but they all cast him aside due to his poverty. Now, amid the trials of this new world, he had finally awakened his talent, yet it was utterly trivial. Glancing at his attribute panel, the man couldn't help but grimace. Talent. C-grade stud, when activated, increases size by 30, with a 30 success rate for cross-species breeding. Ever since acquiring this absurd talent, he felt embarrassed to mention it. When asked, he would merely mumble about having awakened a defensive capability. With such a bizarre talent, he harbored thoughts of ending it all. Casting a glance back at the private room where Lin Shiyao lay, his eyes glinted with unrestrained greed, but he then looked down at Suyu. The time should be sufficient. Even if it ends poorly, experiencing Lin Shiyao before death would be worth it. Summoning a few familiar faces from the survivor crowd, the man said, "Time is short. I'll be straightforward. Brothers, do you want to have a go at Lin Shiyao?" "What the hell, Wang Lin? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get us killed? Don't drag us into your madness." The group was instantly taken aback by Wang Lin's audacious proposition. "Wait, hold on. Just hear me out. This is the apocalypse, and let us be honest. How long do you think we can keep dragging this out? It's only a matter of time before we die. With someone like Lin Shiyao, how can you not be tempted? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life to the fullest rather than perish miserably? So, what do you say, brothers? Are we in or out?" Wang Lin continued to sway them with his words, And gradually, silence fell over the group. That it was a lie to say they weren't interested in Lin Shiyao. But they knew the risks involved. Think about it. If we manage to control Lin Shiyao, would that brat even dare to act against us? If he does, we can all go down together. With a beauty like her accompanying us, what more could we ask for? But what about Senior Situ E and the others? They will definitely try to stop us. Do you see if they are still around? A few individuals exchanged glances and instinctively surveyed their surroundings, yet the figures of Situ E and others were nowhere to be found. Get on with it. Provide a response quickly. Who knows, perhaps after we've had our fun. That person is still downstairs battling zombies. What is there to fear? One of them gritted his teeth and spoke up. Fine, let us do it worst in 18 years. We shall emerge as heroes once more. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the dining hall's private room, a dark shadow emerged from beneath the bed. Xiao Qi, filled with trepidation, cast a glance towards the door, exhaling heavily before directing her gaze to the unconscious Lin Shiyao, revealing a hint of envy in her eyes, that if only brother he cared for me as much, alas, he only has eyes for sister Xiaolin. Gently lifting Lin Shiyao, Xiao Qi summoned her innate energy. And in an instant, both Shi and Lin Shiyao gradually faded into the darkness. Her unique ability allowed her not only to meld into the shadows, but also to bring along unconscious or unresisting beings into the obscurity. Unaware of the lurking shadow, the individuals in the dining hall remained rattled, none noticing as the dark silhouette slipped through the crack of the private room's door and swiftly disappeared around the corner. At the same time, Wang Lin and his companions arrived at the private room's entrance. What is going on? The door is locked. Wang Lin scanned the area. Most survivors were gathered by the window. And due to Su Yu's influence, those nearby had distanced themselves from the private room, leaving it almost deserted. Given the circumstances, the group decided to act decisively. Stand back. With a powerful kick, Wang Lin burst through the door. And the group rushed in, their excitement quickly turning to shock as they found the room completely empty. Where the hell is everyone? A low, chilling voice, as if emanating from the depths of hell, resonated from behind them. They froze, their bodies stiffening as they slowly turned. Seeing Su Yu, armed with a tang knife and clad in battle armor, standing at the entrance, beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads. One individual, trembling, collapsed to the ground, a puddle of yellow liquid spreading beneath him. Su Yu regarded them with a cold, indifferent gaze. Who would have thought, just days into the apocalypse, the darker side of humanity would already begin to surface? Without further words, Su Yu sprang into action. Whoosh! The sound of slicing filled the air as several heads flew off, faces frozen in terror. Chapter 60. Truly a master of schemes stepping out of the private room. Su Yu cast a cold glance at the paralyzed crowd in the hall. With a thought, a coordinate map materialized in his mind. Observing the direction, he noted that the target location had not yet departed from Magic City University. Whoosh! Su Yu's figure vanished from sight, followed by a series of gasps echoing through the dining hall. The god of death has finally left. Damn, his gaze was terrifying. Indeed, when he shot me a glance. I nearly wet myself. Do you think he is not afraid of the Empire coming after him later? Have you seen his strength? One swing of that knife and zombies fall like leaves. Such a powerhouse, the Empire would be eager to recruit him. True enough that in less than a minute, Su Yu reappeared atop a high building, his icy gaze fixed on a figure nestled in the corner below. Just as he had surmised, it was the woman named Xiao Qi, who was beside Situi. Next to her lay Lin Shiyao unharmed. Scanning the area, he noticed the absence of Situ E and the others. Prompting a frown, "Never mind, I'll wait a bit longer." After a considerable time elapsed without sight of Situ E and his companions, Lin Shiyao gradually regained consciousness. "Ugh, my head hurts that you're awake." Lin Shiyao rubbed her head groggily, surrounded by an enveloping darkness. Upon sensing another presence nearby, she instinctively shrank back. "Who are you?" "Fear not. I am Xiao Qi. I mean you no harm." Using the faint moonlight to discern her surroundings, Lin Shiyao recognized Xiao Qi and immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, confusion creased her brow as she scanned the vicinity. "Where is brother Su Yu? How did I end up here?" Noticing Lin Shiyao's bewilderment, Xiao Qi explained, "No need to look around. It's just the two of us that I brought you out of the dining hall." Lin Shiyao turned her gaze to Xiao Qi. Her starry blue eyes filled with confusion under the night sky. Xiao Qi sighed. Sita Jun threatened brother E to have me bring you here. Brother E had no choice but to comply. Yet he couldn't bear to let you fall into that disgusting man's hands. So he instructed me to take you out of the dining hall and return you afterwards. Sita Jun, who is he? The one who has been lingering around you, named Zhang Jun. His true identity is the eldest son of the Sita family, while both brother Sita E and I are merely orphans adopted by the Sita family. Ah, Lin Xiao covered her mouth, momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that those around her were merely actors, explaining why brother Suyu had advised her against trusting others too easily. We should hurry back. If brother Suyu realizes I'm missing, he will surely be worried. Xiao Qi shook her head. At this point, he must have already noticed your absence. Returning now would only be futile. Lin Xiao, disheartened, lowered her head, but then her eyes brightened as if remembering something. Then let us go find my sister. I know where she is. If brother Suyu can't find me, he will definitely go back to look for her, and she has a satellite phone to contact him. Hearing this, Suyu, perched atop the building, could only shake his head helplessly, just as the two prepared to head towards the boys' dormitory. Suyu leaped from the high building, landing with a heavy thud. Before either girl could react, he seized Xiao Qi by the neck, lifting her effortlessly. Where are Situ E and the others? Xiao Qi struggled against Suyu's grip, managing only muffled whimpers. Lin Xiao, momentarily stunned, quickly reacted. Brother Suyu, what are you doing? Suyu did not respond but tightened his grip that he hurled Xiao Qi away, sending her crashing into the wall with a resounding crash. Bang! Gah! Cough, cough! Brother Suyu, please don't do this. Xiao Qi did this for her. Before Lin Xiao could finish, Suyu interrupted, visibly agitated. You believe whatever she says? Don't forget, she was the one who brought you out. You want to take her to find Qian Shui. If Situ E and his group are lurking in the shadows, waiting for you to lead them there, you'll not only endanger yourself, but also put Qian Shui at risk. Lin Xiao froze at Suyu's words. Though it was merely a hypothetical scenario, was it not a possibility? The answer came to her. Yes. Realizing this, Lin Xiao felt a wave of dread wash over her. She looked at Suyu earnestly and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Roar. Gazing around, Suyu noticed that several zombies had already gathered. Drawn by the commotion, he ceased his words, gripping Xiao Qi by the collar with one hand while wrapping the other around Lin Xiao's waist. And with a forceful push, they vanished from sight. Before long, Suyu brought both back to the dormitory where Qian Shui was located. Upon entering through the window, a voice rang out. Who goes there? Qian Shui. It's me, darling. Upon hearing Suyu's voice, Feng Qian Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her, lowering her ice bow. Then, using the moonlight, she caught sight of Lin Xiao beside Suyu. Xiao, are you all right? I was so worried. Feng Qian Shui rushed forward, enveloping Lin Xiao in her embrace. Noticing Lin Xiao's lack of response, Feng Qian Shui released her, puzzled, and waved a hand in front of her sister's dazed expression. Xiao, why are you in a daze? No, I'm just a bit tired. I'll be fine after sitting for a moment. Under Feng Qian Shui's concerned gaze, Lin Xiao settled onto the bed, her heart racing as if twisted into knots, struggling to breathe. Though she had little understanding of many things, she comprehended the term darling, a term of endearment between lovers. Hey, darling, what is this? At that moment, Feng Qian Shui noticed that Suyu was still holding on to someone. Without answering, Suyu unceremoniously dropped Xiao Qi to the ground as if discarding refuse. Then, he crouched down before Xiao Qi, his gaze frigid. Now explain everything in detail, and don't lie. Trust me, I possess numerous means to extract the truth. Feeling the chill of Suyu's penetrating stare, Xiao Qi involuntarily shivered. I'll tell you. Xiao Qi recounted the fabricated story that Situ E had instructed her to relay to So. You're saying that because I gifted him a knife, Situ E, out of gratitude, arranged for you to take Lin Xiao away, and then let her go? With great effort, Xiao Qi managed to prop herself up, nodding in affirmation. Yes, and brother Situ, he didn't want Lin Xiao to fall into the hands of that scoundrel Situ Jun. But he couldn't defy Situ Jun's orders, so he devised this plan that I hope you do not cast blame upon brother E. He acted thus out of unavoidable circumstances that he spoke. Xiao Qi knelt before Suyu and bowed his head. Observing the kneeling Xiao Qi, a faint cold smile appeared on Suyu's face that, unavoidable circumstances. Even if he has his reasons, it does not preclude the fact that he may have intended to use me as a tool. Truly, he plays his cards well. Chapter 61. The ability to endure and calculate gazing at the wretched figure of Xiaoqi. Feng Qinxue wrinkled her delicate nose and inquired, in this apocalyptic age, why do you still heed the commands of Situ Jun? Xiaoqi raised his head to glance at Feng Qinxue, then turned his gaze toward Su Yu. Noting that Su Yu remained silent, he began to explain, Sister Xiaolin, she is Brother Yi's childhood sweetheart. That scoundrel Situ Jun, in front of Brother Yi, insulted Sister Xiaolin. Subsequently, to better exert control over Brother Yi, he imprisoned her, using her as leverage to compel Brother Yi into servitude. I, along with a few others close to Brother Yi, are orphans fostered by the Situ family, but we only heed Brother Yi's commands. Thus, until we rescue Sister Xiaolin, we are forced to obey that scoundrel's orders. Lin Xiang's world shattered upon hearing this. Jining Jun, no, Situ Jun, could he truly be so vile? In her recollection, while Situ Jun had been somewhat annoying, he had always treated her with kindness, presenting himself as amiable, never crossing any lines. Seeing Lin Xiang's naive demeanor, Xiaoqi could only shake his head in resignation. Miss Xiang, he has always donned the guise of a good person before you because he fears your family's influence. Countless girls have suffered in silence due to his machinations. That deal you know about the girl who jumped from the building last month. Lin Xiang nodded. The incident had created quite a stir, rumored to involve a girl deceived by a scoundrel, who, upon discovering her pregnancy, leaped from the rooftop in despair. Upon seeing Lin Xiang nod, Xiaoqi continued, that girl was coerced by Situ Jun when she sought help from her uncle. Situ Jun sent someone to break her parents' legs, threatening that if she dared to cause a scene again, he would annihilate her entire family. Da-da. How can there be such a wicked person? Lin Xiang exclaimed, incredulous. Xiaoqi collected his thoughts and continued. Under his threats, the girl had no choice but to submit, becoming Situ Jun's plaything. Thus began her nightmare, ultimately being forced to be passed around among his lecherous friends, numbering more than a dozen. When the girl was brought to the hospital, she was barely clinging to life. Even after being resuscitated, she remained hospitalized for over a month before recovering. Yet, despite her physical healing, the psychological scars left by her ordeal were indelible. After documenting her experience online, she jumped, hoping to amplify her story to ensure Situ Jun faced justice. Xiaoqi shook his head, seemingly lamenting the girl he spoke of. Unfortunately, her post vanished before it could gain traction. In the end, she was portrayed as a naive girl driven to suicide by a heartless scoundrel. Xiaoqi recounted a series of Situ Jun's heinous acts, causing Lin Xiang's beautiful eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Her chest rising and falling, a clear indication of her mounting fury. Situ Jun, he deserves to die. Su Yu cast a surprised glance at her. In that fleeting moment, he felt an icy chill that it appeared this girl still possessed a glimmer of hope. He ruffled Lin Xiang's hair, saying, when I capture him, you shall have the pleasure of exacting your revenge. With that, Su Yu's gaze shifted to Xiaoqi, pondering deeply. Based on Xiaoqi's words and demeanor, it was evident she was unlikely to be lying. Situ claimed he had been coerced into compelling Xiaoqi to abduct Lin Xiang. Yet Su Yu was not convinced. Logically, he had previously gifted him a knife, indicating his support. Given Situ Yi's intelligence, he could not possibly be oblivious to the implications. Had he exposed Situ Jun directly, Su Yu might have aided him. Was he perhaps apprehensive that after confronting Situ Jun, Su Yu would not assist him, rendering him hesitant? No, Su Yu suddenly recalled a statement made by an old woman upon entering the cafeteria. The chairman's grandfather is a general in the military district of Modu. This meant Situ Jun had formidable backing, a terrifyingly large network. What ordinary person would dare to oppose the military? Thus, analyzing the situation, it became clear that Situ was not merely worried about Su Yu's potential lack of assistance in rescuing anyone. Rather, he was concerned that his leverage might be insufficient to compel Su Yu to act against Situ Jun, leaving them all vulnerable. So that is the case, Su Yu mused, realizing that Situ had orchestrated for Xiaoqi to abduct Lin Xiang and later return her unscathed. This maneuver was a strategic ploy to entangle Su Yu with the Situ family as adversaries while allowing himself to remain unscathed. After all, if he truly intended to eliminate Lin Xiang, he could have simply instructed Xiaoqi to kill her and frame it on Situ Jun, but that would place him squarely on his own hit list. Thus, he had Xiaoqi abduct Lin Xiang only to return her, demonstrating his capability to kill her while refraining from doing so. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Situ was unaware of Su Yu's possession of a system, ignorant of his ability to exchange for tracking items. If he returned to the military with his intellect and A-grade talent, rescuing Lin would not be a daunting task. At that point, he could abscond with her, leaving Suyu scrambling to locate him in this chaotic world. Even if he happened to find him, he could leverage Lin Xiang's return to plead for Shao Qi's leniency. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Suyu could not help but commend Yi's ingenuity. Impressive. The ability to endure and scheme, indeed a talent. Should Suyu contemplate establishing a faction, recruiting him as a subordinate would be a commendable choice. Alas, Suyu had no intentions of forming such an alliance. And employing someone so adept at manipulation could yield both advantages and drawbacks. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu formulated a plan and inquired, Shao Xian, does the marketplace offer items for enslavement or tools that ensure unwavering loyalty? Master, indeed there are, Shao Xian replied. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Suyu's lips. Upon learning the exchange rate of energy stones to spiritual essence, he had harbored aspirations of trading equipment. Direct dealings with the Empire posed excessive risks, potentially leading to betrayal. Yet, selling items himself would impede his power progression. Sending Feng Qinxue or Lin Xiang was also ill-advised, given their striking beauty, which could attract unnecessary troubles. Now, he presented a solution. After all, possessing a means to ensure unyielding loyalty would allow him to recruit as an undercover operative, enabling him to peddle equipment in the Moda base and earn energy stones. Dare to scheme against me. From now on, you shall work for me for free. With a plan taking shape, Suyu turned to Shao Qi and asked, where is Jun and his crew currently located? Shao Qi sighed, killing Jun now is no small feat. Why is that? Brother, he has received word that the military is clearing the subway tunnels throughout Modu. Once the tunnels are secured, they will commence rescue efforts. They should have already rendezvoused with the military personnel. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. The subway tunnels of Modu sprawled across the city. Once cleared, they would indeed serve as the optimal escape route. Utilizing the tunnels for evacuation would not only enhance the efficiency of ordinary civilians' escape, but also significantly reduce military casualties. Given that Jun and his associates had already joined forces with the military, careful consideration must be taken. One could not recklessly infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, as such actions would be tantamount to courting death. Are you planning to return now? Suyu casually inquired while browsing through the marketplace for tracking items. Intending to have Shao Qi deliver the locating items to and retrieve them once he was stronger. Shao Qi shook her head, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. I cannot return for the time being. If Jun discovers my presence, it would endanger Brother Yi. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded and closed the marketplace interface. With Shao Qi unable to return for now, the tracking talismans would remain unused. This woman still held some value. Her talents were suited for assassination or intelligence gathering. Should he successfully recruit Yi, she would become one of his OWNs for why he did not simply enslave her. It was primarily due to the exorbitant cost of enslavement items. Investing such resources in her felt unwarranted. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu spoke, you may accompany us for the next few days. After some time, you and I shall visit the Moda base together. All right, she responded eagerly. Chapter 62. Lin Xiang awakens her talent by Xiang. Aim for the zombie's head. Striking the body will not suffice. Lin Xiao missed her shot by a considerable distance. Suyu shook his head and continued to instruct her on how to aim. The following morning, after a light breakfast in the dormitory, the group descended to hunt zombies. That was now the 4th day since the apocalypse had erupted, and all living beings had passively absorbed 4 points of experience energy. This meant that Lin Xiao could level up to the first tier of awakened talents by killing 6 zombies. Given her slender arms and legs, it was evidently unrealistic to hand her a blade and send her to slay zombies. Therefore, Suyu spent 15 spirit points to exchange for a silenced pistol and 2 magazines, guiding Lin Xiao in the art of marksmanship. Meanwhile, the system notification chimed incessantly in Suyu's mind. Ding! Contractee Feng Qinxue has killed a level 0, tier 3 zombie, gaining 3 spirit points. Feng Qinxue stood beside them, her arrows flying from her hands in rapid succession, occasionally allowing a zombie to charge at her and her companions, providing Lin Xiao with practice. Shao Qi utilized her talent, Dark Shadow, blending into the shadows of a corner, occasionally lunging from behind a zombie to plunge her dagger into its temple, spraying blood before vanishing once more. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao exclaimed, Brother Suyu, sister, I've awakened my talent. Before she could elaborate, Suyu activated his Eye of Detection. Name: Lin Xiao. Level: 0 Tier 1, 020 Combat Power, 6 Strength, 10. The average adult's four-dimensional attributes are 10 Agility, 14 Constitution, 14 Spirit, 17 Unallocated attributes, 20 Appearance, 95 Favorability, 44 Base 30 Talent, B-Class Talent. Life Force. Possesses exceptional healing abilities. Healing effect increased by 40. Energy recovers by 4 per minute. Second talent yet to awaken. Awakening method. Unknown. Skills. None items. None. Upon reviewing Lin Xiao's attribute panel, Suyu nearly dropped his jaw. One should not underestimate the B-Class talent simply because it appears lower in rank. Life Force is a rare talent not found in the system shop. There are varying strengths among talents. For instance, consider two identical swords, one made of wood, the other of iron alloy. There is no basis for comparison that if a healing effect of water-type talent is rated at 1 and that of wood at 2, then Life Force can reach 10 or even higher. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that Life Force heals all states, such as internal energy, injuries, hunger, and stamina. Furthermore, attaining SSS-level talent in the future is merely a matter of time. However, what truly astonished Suyu was that Lin Xiao had a second talent yet to awaken, a probability of 1 in several billion. After expressing her excitement about her talent, she summoned a sphere of white light in her palm. Suyu extended his hand into the light, and a warm current spread throughout his body. However, since he bore no injuries, he could not ascertain the healing effect. Feng Qinxue, observing, mimicked Suyu and placed her hand into the light. A soothing warmth enveloped her, rapidly healing her minor wounds, causing a tingling sensation that nearly elicited a sound of pleasure. Her frosty beauty blushed with a delicate hue to show the energy you released has quite a commendable healing effect. Feng Qinxue remarked, her eyes momentarily averted to, sister, are you injured? Where? Let me see. Lin Xiao asked anxiously, glancing around Feng Qinxue. Feng Qinxue raised a delicate brow. If you see it, I might just die of embarrassment on the spot. Stop looking. It's just an internal injury, likely a residual effect from drawing the bow earlier. With that, she shot Suyu a knowing glance, leaving him perplexed. How does your bow injury concern me? After treating Feng Qinxue, Lin Xiao turned to Suyu, inquiring, Brother Suyu, I have 20 unallocated attribute points after leveling up. How should I distribute them? Lin Xiao's role was that of a healer, yet it was impractical to allocate all her points to spirit. She needed some self-defense capabilities as well. After a moment's consideration, Suyu proposed, Xiao, distribute your attributes in a ratio of 1:3:1:5. Focus on agility so you can escape danger. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement and subsequently allocated her points according to Suyu's guidance: 2 to strength, 6 to agility, 2 to constitution, and 10 to spirit. Little Xian, having awakened a support-type talent, how will you level up without any offensive capabilities? I thought my master had forgotten about me. Ahaha, how could I forget you? Little Xian, I have been diligently earning spirit points to buy you more delicious treats, right? Well, in that case, I forgive you. Master.support-type talents do not require active participation in killing zombies to level up. Merely standing behind teammates to boost their status and heal them will suffice. After a teammate kills a creature, the support can share 1/10 of the experience gained. However, this is limited to a maximum of 10 teammates at any given time, and their levels must not exceed the support's tier by more than 2. After this explanation from Little Xian, so you understood. Talents are categorized into 4 major types. Elemental system, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, space, etc. Special system. This category includes a variety of unusual talents, such as enhancing planting rates, inducing growth, and ripening, among others. Naturally, there are also powerful special talents like mind reading, mental control, dream weaving, air manipulation, and gravity control. Enhancement system. Individuals awakening these talents typically exhibit no special traits. They generally enhance attributes like strength, speed, constitution, and resilience. Support system. This system includes elements from both the elemental and special categories, such as light, water, wood, and electricity, which possess healing and buffing capabilities. Talents exhibit different characteristics. For instance, most individuals awakening water-type talents possess damage enhancement traits, meaning the water element condensed from energy has no healing properties. Conversely, if the trait is healing, Then the talent augments healing effects. Even if one were to throw a water arrow, it would not inflict any damage. In summary, Lin Xiao currently embodies the quintessential healer to level up, aside from using weapons with offensive capabilities. She must rely on Su Yu and the others. This posed no concern for Su Yu, as he had already reached Tier 1 and gained no experience from killing Level 0 zombies. Xiao, just focus on healing me from now on. Refrain from treating Qinxue and Xiao Qi for the time being, or you'll miss out on the experience they gain from leveling up. Lin Xiao beamed at Su Yu. Okay, I will do as you say, Brother Su Yu. Chapter 63. Clearing the zombies on campus. Now that it was established Lin Xiao's talent belonged to the support category, it was time to equip her properly. Although he had previously exchanged for an F-Class silenced AK-47 and 4 F-Class recovery magazines, the image of Lin Xiao firing the AK-47 amidst a horde of zombies felt entirely incongruous to Su Yu. Little Xian, search for an F-Class pistol. After browsing the shop, Su Yu selected a silver-white SIG Sauer P938 pocket pistol, along with a matching F-Class recovery magazine. Ding! Purchased F-Class silence P938 pistol, silver wing, deducting 100 spirit points. Remaining spirit points, 19672. Ding! Purchased F-Class P938 pistol automatic recovery magazine, deducting 100 spirit points. Remaining spirit points, 19572. A diminutive pistol, measuring merely 12 centimeters even without a silencer, appeared in Su Yu's hand. Indeed, it was compact enough to fit in his palm. The F-Class automatic recovery magazine could hold 1,000 rounds and recover 50 rounds per minute, which should suffice for Lin Xiao. This gun is a gift for you, since you lack offensive means. You must practice your shooting diligently, understood? Lin Xiao accepted the pistol with both hands, her face alight with joy, clearly enamored with her new weapon. Thank you, Brother Su Yu. I will practice earnestly, though. And there's one more thing I want to give you. Su Yu opened the system shop once more, exchanging for an F-Class storage ring, identical to the one he had given Feng Qinxue, but with a white crystal instead of the ice blue one. Upon seeing the ring in Su Yu's hand, Lin Xiao's heart raced inexplicably. Stealing a glance at her sister and noticing the subtle smile in her eyes, she hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. Su Yu gently took her delicate hand, carefully placing the ring on her ring finger. The pure, translucent appearance of the white crystal enhanced Lin Xiao's innocence. Ding! Lin Xiao's favorability towards the host increased by 3. Current favorability, 47. Ding! Lin Xiao's favorability towards the host increased by 2. Current favorability, 49. Su Yu noticed that Lin Xiao's favorability was merely 1 point shy of reaching a heartfelt connection. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. His peripheral vision caught sight of Feng Qinxue, who, contrary to expectations, displayed neither jealousy nor displeasure. Instead, she watched them with genuine interest. Little did Su Yu know, within the spherical space of his consciousness, Xiao Xian was pouting her tiny mouth, capable of holding an oil bottle, and glumly observing her own hands. Xiao Xian wants that too. What a dreadful master, never even asking about me. Observing the two who had just held hands, Feng Qinxue no longer concealed her intentions and inquired, Darling, what shall we do next? Shall we slay zombies and level up right here on campus? Su Yu shook his head. After we assist Xiao in gaining some levels at school, we should head to the Dijing Villa area to settle into a villa that Suu desired to exchange for a Class C RV. Possessing an RV capable of withstanding nuclear attacks would grant him the confidence to make bold decisions for the next phase of his plans. However, the exchange for a Class C RV required a staggering 500,000 spirit essence, a sum that could not be gathered in a short time. Therefore, it was prudent to find a comfortable environment to settle down first, as the conditions in the school dormitories were rather inadequate, making it inconvenient for him to undertake any significant actions. During this time, aside from hunting zombies to gather spirit essence, he could also allow Feng Qinxue and her sister to train and enhance their combat abilities. Moreover, he had yet to acquire his second talent, that in just a few days, all species on Water Blue Star would awaken fully. Just imagining the countless insects and various marine creatures, it was bound to be an exhilarating time on Water Blue Star. Hours later, under the blazing sun, a zombie, 50 meters away from Lin Xiao, had a blood hole appear in its head. Call Suyu Gij, I've leveled up to level 7, despite the mere passage of 2 or 3 hours. Her marksmanship had undergone a remarkable transformation. With Su Yu's assistance, her leveling up was swift, and her attributes had increased by several points across the board. Strength, physical fitness, neural response, all had improved significantly, that if she hadn't made progress. It would indeed be foolish. Su Yu sheathed his knife, breathing heavily to end those few hours. He had slain more zombies than the total of several others combined, and even with his physique, he felt a bit fatigued. However, the results were rewarding. He had dispatched 5 first-level 0-grade zombies, yielding 5 experience points, 1 point in strength, 3 in agility, 2 in constitution, and 2 in spirit. The drop rates were also commendable. He had acquired 23 unranked energy stones and discarded several ordinary weapons that hadn't even reached F grade, as they merely took up space in his ring. Furthermore, his spirit essence had increased by a staggering 18,304 points, nearly 2,000 of which were contributed by Feng Qinxue. Adding this to the previous 19,372 points, he had amassed an unprecedented total of 37,676 points. Not bad, not bad. We're one step closer to the RV that he waved at Feng Qinxue and Xiaoqi, who were not far away. Whoosh, whoosh in the blink of an eye. 2 figures appeared before Su Yu. Not bad. You've both improved quite a bit. With Su Yu's formidable presence, Xiaoqi needed not worry about being besieged by hordes of zombies, having leveled up to level 8. Feng Qinxue had ascended directly to 0-grade level 9. Her experience points maxed out, requiring only a thought to advance to first-leveled. Su Yu advised her to hold off on leveling up for now. Although advancing would significantly boost her strength, it would come at a considerable cost. That it was essential to note that Su Yu's plundering talent and the dragon and phoenix yin-yang art had hidden effects. They had only cultivated together 4 times, leading to an increase of 4 points in all her attributes, while the maximum gain for her at 0 grade was 20 in all attributes. Thus, they would need to train together 16 more times. And if they practiced twice a day, it would take about 8 days. Although they might encounter setbacks during this period, Su Yu was confident. If an alarm were to sound, he could always masquerade as a fire truck. One must not underestimate the significance of this 20 across all attributes. Each time one leveled up, the attribute values would double to at 0 grade. It was 20. Upon reaching 1st grade, it would become 40, and at 2nd grade, 80 to by the time one reached level 9. They could boast an additional 10,240 points in total attributes compared to an average person. Therefore, Su Yu was quite clear on the priorities at hand. Let us proceed. We can set off now. The Dijing Villa area lay by the sea, approximately 20 miles from Magic City University. At their pace, they soon arrived at their destination. Chapter 64. Dijing Villa area. Shortly after Su Yu and his companions departed, various figures began to emerge in the corners of Magic City University. Lin Fan was among them, the captain of the basketball club. When the apocalypse broke out, he and his teammates were in training. Fortunately, the gymnasium was not crowded at that time, and relying on their superior physical condition, they carved out a path through the chaos, while Su Yu and Feng Qinxue were clearing out zombies on campus. Lin Fan caught a glimpse of the girl he had been pining for and nearly rushed out. Feng Qinxue had always been regarded by him as a goddess, and despite repeated rejections, her initial head shakes had progressed to a simple "get lost." This signified progress in his eyes. He firmly believed that as long as he did not give up, he would eventually win her heart. However, at this moment, he found his goddess in the company of a man, one who gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, and to his astonishment, she smiled. Yes, she truly smiled, a sight he had never witnessed before. Fury ignited within him, filling his vision with a red haze. Just as he contemplated charging forward, a group of over a dozen figures suddenly appeared, halting his movements. That he recognized each of them, with the leader being the vice president of the academy, an intimidating figure with power and a notoriously bad temper. As expected, the vice president stormed up to the man, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Are you deaf? We've been calling you for ages. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost just to get here?" The vice president's entourage echoed his accusations. "Yes, those lives were lost because of you. Since you possess such strength, you must take responsibility. Protect us as we leave, and we will not pursue this matter any further." Blah, blah, blah. Suddenly, Lin Fan froze, terror creeping onto his face. This man. How dare he? The vice president had just been struck dead with a single slap, his body standing upright while his neck twisted grotesquely. His face contorted away, eyes rapidly turning crimson with blood, glaring fixedly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan trembled, a warm stream flowing down his thigh to his feet. Before he could react, he witnessed the man before him flash with a white light, swiftly severing the bodies of the dozen or so individuals, their entrails spilling forth onto the ground, still steaming. These were living beings, not mere zombies or monsters. The killing was done without a trace of hesitation. Lin Fan felt nauseated, on the verge of retching, but his stomach was empty, leaving him only with dry heaves. Though he did not vomit, one of the girls beside the man did that he recognized her as Lin Shou, the most beautiful school flower of Magic City University, alongside his goddess. Upon seeing the man comforting Lin Shou, he directly embraced her. Lin Fan's heart ached with a deep sense of bitterness, yet the desire to rush out had vanished completely. Boss, stop looking. We're not from the same world as them. Let's not dwell on what we shouldn't. Yeah, Fangirl, let us hurry and leave. If we don't find something to eat soon, we'll starve to death. Lost in thought as he gazed at the departing figures of Su Yu and his companions, Lin Fan heard the words of his brothers and withdrew his gaze, forcing a self-deprecating smile. Heh, indeed, I am no longer from the same world as them. Meanwhile, after Su Yu arrived at the Dijing Villa area with the girls, he was preparing to find an unoccupied villa to settle in when Lin Shou pulled him aside, asking curiously, Su Yu Gij, why don't we go to my home? Your home? Is it nearby? Yes, I thought you knew my sister and I lived here, which is why you came down. Well, this truly is a fortuitous coincidence. Su Yu had only considered this area for its superior environmental conditions and had not anticipated that Lin Xiao and her sister's home was located here, got on the way to Lin Xiao's home. Su Yu inquired about the circumstances of her and Feng Qinshue's families. Both girls' parents were not in Magic City, but had traveled to Kyoto before the apocalypse to negotiate a multi-billion contract. After the apocalypse erupted, Feng Qinshu managed to contact them. Perhaps it was divine favor, but miraculously, none of their family members had undergone mutations. Learning that the girls' parents were not in Magic City eased Su Yu's mind, not due to nervousness about meeting their parents, but rather because he had no intentions of establishing a faction, but he certainly could not lead an entire family through the apocalypse, as that would contradict his original intentions. The zombie presence in the Dijing Villa area was not overwhelming. Soon, the group arrived at Villa No. 1, situated near the coast. However, the front door of Villa No. 1 was tightly shut, and shadows could be seen moving behind the windows that Su inquired of Feng Qinshu and Lin Xiao. Are there still people in your home? Perhaps it is the cleaning lady. Feng Qinshu replied uncertainly, her expression laced with confusion, for the cleaning lady she referred to did not possess the villa key. Su Yu shook his head and refrained from further inquiries. Taking the key from Feng Qinshu and stepping forward to unlock the door, he turned the key and gently pulled it outward. He distinctly sensed a resistance. With a bit of force, he pulled again, and the door swung open, simultaneously causing a young man to stumble and fall at Su Yu's feet. The two women inside the room hastily rushed to assist the young man. He appeared reasonably handsome, likely on par with Su Yu in looks. Judging by their ages, one of the women was presumably the young man's mother, while the other seemed to be his girlfriend. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, who looked slightly older, Feng Qinshu furrowed her brows and asked, "Cleaning lady, how did you get in? And who are they?" The middle-aged woman opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had secretly made a copy of the key before the apocalypse, and now, caught in the act, she had no explanation to offer. That it was the young man, after regaining his composure, who shouted at Su Yu, "What are you doing? This is my house, you bastard!" Su Yu's weapon, the crimson blood, instantly unsheathed, its sharp blade now resting against the young man's neck, forcing him to swallow his words. The middle-aged woman quickly interjected, "This young man is merely expressing himself. We were in the wrong, we will leave at once." The young man, mistaking Su Yu's restraint as an indication of his unwillingness to kill, defiantly exclaimed, "Mom, don't be afraid of him. I don't believe he truly dares to kill me." The three women behind Su Yu regarded the young man with expressions of disbelief, silently wondering which hospital had failed to keep him confined. P.S. For those who have yet to leave a review, please take a moment to do so. It would greatly motivate me. Regardless of whether the feedback is positive or negative, I will read it thoroughly. If there are any thoughts you'd like to share, I welcome them for reference and improvement. Regarding data discrepancies, occasional errors are inevitable, so I appreciate your understanding. Given the multitude of characters, I have created specialized software to record and compute the data, striving to achieve the best possible accuracy. Additionally, I would appreciate any free gifts as well. The situation with the Siddha family is merely a plot device. It has not been handled well and is challenging to amend. So, I ask for your understanding. This book has a detailed outline exceeding 70,000 words, addressing the difficulties of human evolution and commodity pricing, all of which have been pre-calculated to ensure coherence in the later stages. Chapter 65. One instance of the same mistake is more than sufficient. Upon hearing the young man's words, Suyu chuckled. In the midst of the young man's smug demeanor, he sheathed the crimson blood. Yet, in the next moment, Suyu seized him by the collar and hurled him out of the villa courtyard. After tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air, the young man landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Fan, the middle-aged woman, gasped, then pointed an accusatory finger at Suyu. If anything happens to my son, I will not let this go. After delivering her threat, the middle-aged woman hurried over to check on the young man's condition. Meanwhile, the remaining young woman in the villa, upon witnessing Suyu's fierce action, was not frightened. Instead, she approached him, saying, "Handsome, may I?" Before she could finish her sentence, Suyu looked at her with a bemused expression and replied, "Are you planning to walk out on your own, or would you prefer me to escort you?" The woman's flattering demeanor faltered, and she said no more, instead rushing towards the mother and son, exclaiming, "Ifan, are you okay? That person is so uncultured to treat you so harshly." Seeing all three individuals exit the villa courtyard, Suyu's smile broadened. He then summoned the F-grade AK-47 he had previously exchanged for and pulled the trigger. Bayu, 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 a series of fire tongues erupted from the muzzle, transforming the three outside into a sieve. Once the entire magazine was expended, Suyu blew the smoke from the gun's barrel, reflecting, "How naive. I refrained from killing you earlier solely out of concern for the bloodstains you might leave on the villa." After the incident with Sidu Jun, Suyu's heart had hardened considerably. One instance of the same mistake is more than sufficient. Since they had offended him, he would not spare even one, even if it meant mistakenly killing 1,000. The scene was one the women behind Suyu had grown accustomed to. Had he truly let these individuals go, perhaps they would have found it strange. Upon entering the villa, Suyu exchanged for some food. After dining and resting for a while, he took the women out to hunt zombies. For an entire afternoon, Suyu led the women in exterminating nearly all the zombies on the outskirts of the villa area. As for why he did not clear the zombies within the villa area, it was to prevent any monsters from escaping once the threat of the zombies was eliminated. Checking the time, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and all the women bore expressions of fatigue. Even Suyu felt a slight tightness in his chest. He dismissed any further thoughts, suspecting it was merely a reaction from prolonged engagement in the act of slaying zombies. Gazing towards the nearby coastline, Suyu called out to the women, "Let's call it a day. Shall we head to the beach for a breath of fresh air before returning?" In response to Suyu's invitation, Feng Qinxue and Lin Xiao naturally did not refuse. As they reached the beach, Lin Xiao was the first to remove her shoes and socks, revealing her fair, delicate feet. "Brother Suyu, quickly take off your shoes. Walking barefoot on the sand is so comfortable." Suyu and Feng Qinxue exchanged smiles and complied. Walking in the middle, Suyu was flanked by Feng Qinxue and Lin Xia as they strolled along the silver sands. The waves, frothing with white foam, were repeatedly lifted by the wind before crashing heavily upon the shore. The splashes of water, glimmering with golden hues in the sunset's afterglow, traced elegant arcs in the air before returning to the sea's embrace. In the distance, Xiaoqi sat on a rock, hugging her knees, her eyes filled with longing and envy as she murmured, "How wonderful it would be if I could be with Brother E like that someday." A refreshing sea breeze swept by, and Suyu closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented coolness and comfort spreading from his heart to his entire being, invigorating him and lightening his spirit. That moment. Lin Xia suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Suyu, sister, look over there. What is that?" Suyu opened his eyes and followed her gaze. It was a peculiar object, roughly the size of a basin, washed ashore by the waves. Using his detection ability, he discovered that this basin-sized item was a level 2 oyster of rank 0. How this oyster had attained level 2 was a mystery, but did it truly matter? Not at all. Oysters are a delicacy, especially this mutated variant. Suyu certainly would not let such top-tier ingredients slip away. Informing the two women about the oyster, he began searching the beach with them. In the end, they found more than 20 oysters, ranging from levels 1 to 3. The oysters varied in size, some weighing only a few pounds, while the largest weighed an impressive several dozen pounds. After bringing the oysters back to the villa courtyard, Suyu pondered over them. Roasting oysters seemed relatively straightforward, but given his culinary skills, he would probably only manage to cook them thoroughly as for Feng Qianxue and the other women. He had no expectations of their assistance. They were all eagerly watching him. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes lit up. In his repertoire of abilities, there were all sorts of skills. Surely there must be expertise in culinary arts as well. After inquiring with Xiao Xian, she confirmed, Master, culinary expertise is indeed available. Would you like to exchange for it? Exchange, ding. Acquired F-grade skill, culinary expertise. Would you like to learn it? Learned out at that moment. Su Yu felt a wealth of culinary knowledge and experience being infused into his mind. After digesting the information, he confidently smiled at Feng Qianxue and Lin Xia, declaring, Today, allow Chef Su to showcase his skills. He then exchanged for a large barbecue grill, steel carbon, chili peppers, vermicelli, and other ingredients from the marketplace. These were all ordinary items, not particularly expensive, totaling less than 50 spirit points. Soon, the rich aroma of grilled oysters wafted through the air. Once the oysters were perfectly roasted, they were served on the table. Generously topped with golden garlic, vibrant green scallions, and fiery red chilies, warming the heart just by sight. The four of them eagerly scooped a spoonful, gently placing the grilled oysters into their mouths. Ta-da! Su Yu and the women all expressed their delight in unison. As their taste buds exploded with flavor, their palates conquered by the exquisite taste. Once they started eating, there was no stopping them. Chapter 66. A heartfelt thank you to that young child from kindergarten. Nightfall. In the vast expanse of the sky, the stars were conspicuously absent. The darkness of the night enveloped the world in a silent embrace, as if it sought to consume the earth whole. A great black dragon roared through the heavens, shattering this profound stillness. The colossal beast writhed in the shadows, its formidable and menacing form slicing through the clouds, trailing behind it scintillating sparks of starlight, causing the long night to tremble in awe. After a considerable time, the dragon let out a thunderous roar, and in response the night sky seemed to weep, releasing a gentle, crystalline rain in the enchanting metropolis of Magic City. Within the luxurious confines of Villa No. 1 in the Jingping Villa district, a solitary figure could be discerned standing before the expansive glass window, a flicker of crimson light pulsating intermittently. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rent the sky asunder, casting a ghastly pallor that illuminated the earth and the silhouette before the window. That a visage of alabaster beauty emerged, characterized by sharp, chiseled features and deep, obsidian eyes that glimmered with an alluring sheen amid the curling wisps of smoke. With a delicate flick of his fingers, a cigarette butt, ignited with tiny embers, flew out into the night. Stretching languidly, Su Yu pivoted and approached the bedside, watching Lin Xiao in her slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. Her tranquility akin to that of an angel. Reflecting on the events that transpired afterward, Su Yu could not help but exclaim in gratitude, I am thankful for that child from kindergarten. Time rewound several hours, to a moment when the group had finished their oysters, and night had fully descended. Initially, Lin Xiao intended to rest alongside Feng Qianxue, but the latter, unable to withstand Su Yu's fervent, suggestive glances, could only tell Lin Xiao that she needed to discuss a matter of utmost importance with Su Yu, one that pertained to her enhancement of abilities and required solitude. Ultimately, Lin Xiao had no choice but to acquiesce. Within the confines of the room, Lin Xiao tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Rising, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, seeking the moonlight, yet the moon, shy and coy, hid behind the clouds, refusing to reveal itself. However, the gentle breeze persisted, sweeping away the veil of clouds. As Lin Xiao pondered the moon, her head tilted in curiosity. She seemed to hear a sound, and upon straining her ears, recognized the voice of her sister, a glimmer of confusion flickering in her eyes. She recalled a conversation for her kindergarten days when a classmate had mentioned, My father has a terrible temper and often hits my mother at night. When I ask her, she insists I must have misheard, surely to spare me the worry. The memory stirred concern within Lin Xiao. Could it be that brother Su Yu is hurting my sister? No longer able to remain idle, she resolved to investigate. After what felt like an eternity, the night returned to its serene state, leaving in its wake a lingering trace of red upon the horizon. Unforgettable in its beauty this moment. Lin Xiao had become Su Yu's contracted partner, her attributes enhanced by 2 points, her beauty rating soaring to 97, exuding an ineffable charm that surpassed her previous allure. Additionally, Lin Xiao had acquired 2 evolution points, successfully elevating her B-level life force to S-level, alongside a newfound innate skill. Innate skill. Wish consumes 50 energy to summon divine energy within a range of 500m, rank 1. Healing all recognized allies to full status with a cooldown of 1 day. This skill was extraordinarily formidable, boasting an expansive healing radius and the ability to restore all states, encompassing energy, stamina, injuries, and mental conditions. As for Su Yu, although his 4-dimensional attributes remained unchanged, he too received 2 evolution points, while Lin Xiao's favorability towards him surged to 71 points. That it was worth noting that the charm aura had previously indicated that upon reaching a favorability of 100 points, both parties would experience significant enhancements. While Su Yu remained uncertain of the nature of this enhancement, whether it pertained to attributes or other abilities, he felt a sense of anticipation at the prospect of a girl achieving 100 points in favorability, as it would grant him a boost that in addition to the evolution points, Su Yu's beauty had ascended to a commendable 94 points. The thought of nearing the legendary appearance of esteemed readers filled him with excitement. At that moment, the person beside him stirred, prompting Su Yu to quickly retract his strength. The following morning, Su Yu awoke early. After an hour of practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard, he noticed Lin Xiao approaching with her head bowed. Fidgeting as she invited him to breakfast, "I'll just wipe the sweat off and join you," he replied, before recalling something and calling out to her, "Please fetch your sister. I have matters to discuss with you both." Before long, Lin Xiao and Feng Qianshui emerged together. Su Yu led them aside and explained, "I plan to investigate the situation at the Magic City base to seek an opportunity to eliminate Situ Jun. I cannot shake the unease in my heart until he is dealt with." This was no trivial concern for Su Yu, considering that Situ Jun's grandfather was a powerful figure in the Magic City military district. If that young man were to act maliciously and attract attention from the higher-ups, it could spell disaster. Should a barrage of missiles rain down, even if he could evade, he would be unable to safeguard Feng Qianshui and Lin Xiao. Having learned from past experiences, it was prudent to eliminate such latent threats as early as possible. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Xiao raised her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting anxiety. "Brother Su Yu, isn't this too dangerous?" Feng Qianshui echoed, "Yes, darling, that is indeed the enemy's stronghold. Your plan is exceedingly risky, that I'm not going in to confront them directly, that if the opportunity does not present itself, I will not act recklessly." Seeing Su Yu's determination, the 2 women reluctantly acquiesced. After a hasty breakfast, Su Yu departed the villa with Xiao Qi, heading towards the Magic City survival base. Chapter 67. Fortress of the Magic City base along the way. Su Yu discreetly inquired about military matters that Xiao Qi was part of the Situ family. Her knowledge of the military was undoubtedly superior to his. From her, Su Yu learned that the Magic City had boasted approximately 2 million army personnel even before the apocalypse, not accounting for other departments. Calculating in his mind, Su Yu deduced that the military, unlike ordinary survivors, would not suffer significant losses due to their access to firearms. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that the Magic City base currently housed over 1 million soldiers. This realization heightened Su Yu's caution regarding his mission. Before long, he caught sight of a massive fortress in the distance. Upon reaching its base, he gazed upwards at the towering walls, estimating their height to be at least 100 meters. Countless individuals were visible atop the walls, diligently working to construct the fortress. Enormous boulders being shaped by earth element awakened individuals and subsequently moved into position by others with remarkable strength. Everything appeared orderly and systematic, devoid of chaos. Truly, a nation renowned for its infrastructure. Even in the apocalypse, they remained formidable. Su Yu marveled inwardly, joining the throngs of survivors forming a lengthy queue. After more than 2 hours of meticulous checks and registrations, the pair finally gained entry into the fortress. What greeted them were buildings crafted from stone, stretching endlessly before their eyes. Furrowing his brow, Su Yu turned to Xiao Qi. "Has Situ not designated a place for you to wait for him?" After a brief hesitation, Xiao Qi nodded. "We have a communication mark, but it requires a gradual search. Gradual search. Who knows how long that will take? I cannot afford to waste time here." Leaving Xiao Qi to wait, Su Yu ventured forth alone, exchanging for an E-level tracking talisman. Ding! Purchased E-level tracking talisman. 1,000 spirit points deducted. Remaining spirit points. 33514. That after setting the tracking talisman's target to Cita June, Suyu made his way towards the coordinates. Soon, he arrived near the designated location, an underground passageway clearly indicating that another realm lay beneath the surface. Suyu approached cautiously, noting the heavy military presence guarding the entrance, to avoid alerting them. He exchanged for an F-level invisibility talisman. F-level invisibility talisman grants invisibility upon use. Attacking will reveal the user. Effective only against foes of level 1 and below. Duration, 60 seconds. 100 spirit essence. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu exchanged for an F-grade concealment talisman. After utilizing both talismans, he proceeded towards the passageway. The reason he did not run was due to the concern that the airflow generated by running might attract attention. However, even with such caution, as Suyu reached the entrance of the passage, he was instantly detected by several awakened individuals hidden in the shadows. Among them, some possessed talents akin to thermal imaging, while others had enhanced auditory perception and sensitivity to air fluctuations. Upon discovering Suyu, the dozens of awakened figures exchanged furtive gestures amongst themselves that a sudden chill ran down Suyu's spine, igniting a sense of alarm within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward, retreating over 10 meters in an instant. The next moment, a barrage of firepower engulfed his previous position, intermingled with various elemental attacks. The subterranean space not only housed a vast array of supplies, but also accommodated individuals of notable status. Thus, the guards stationed at the passageway refrained from pursuing, wary that the earlier individual might merely be a decoy. And also because the awakened individuals drawn to this location were far from few. Once he concealed his presence, Suyu observed the entrance with a grim expression that he had not anticipated such stringent defenses at a mere passageway. Casting a deep glance at the entrance, Suyu stepped out from the alleyway and made his way towards the base's exit. He would have to settle accounts with Cita June and the others at a later date. Confronting the military head-on was a reckless endeavor. After all, Suyu's current strength was insufficient, and even if he could assure his own safety, what of Feng Qianxue and the other two? Once his strength had significantly grown, the military would inevitably be compelled to take him seriously. It was likely that the military at the magic capital base would not instigate a major conflict over a mere Situ family. As he departed, Suyu also brought Xiaoqi along. After all, this trip to the magic capital base yielded no tangible gains, and there would be times in the future when he would require her assistance. Upon returning to the villa, Suyu wasted no time and called upon Feng Qianxue and the others to continue their hunt for zombies. After visiting the magic capital base, Suyu's obsession with the C-grade RV only deepened. After all, this vehicle could withstand nuclear blasts, granting him a sense of security that in the following days, numerous events transpired that on the fourth day of the apocalypse, the entire Daxiao Empire experienced a blackout and water shortage. Plunging into darkness the sixth day, the military had cleared the subway tunnels of major cities that on the seventh day, the Daxiao Empire initiated a 72-hour emergency rescue operation. The 72 hours passed swiftly. Despite the military's reckless expenditure of ammunition, many survivors were rescued, though casualties were also severe that in the face of first-tier zombies and aberrant beasts, conventional weaponry struggled to penetrate defenses, rendering direct confrontations the only option. When the military from the magic capital conducted rescue operations in the Villa District, they also communicated with Suyu regarding a colossal fire lion, suspected to be above second tier, that had appeared in the magic capital zoo. This fire lion had slaughtered thousands of rescue soldiers and tens of thousands of survivors. They informed Suyu that they hoped he could participate in the hunting operation scheduled for several days hence. Suyu did not outright refuse but ambiguously replied that they should inform him before setting out. Whether he would attend depended on whether the remuneration was sufficient, that if they expected him to lend his strength for free. That was absolutely out of the question. Should they push him too far, he would take Feng Qianxue and the others and flee, returning only when his strength was adequate to seek retribution. On the 10th day after the apocalypse erupted, the daily routine concluded. After successfully accumulating 8 evolution points, Suyu began to assess the gains of the past few days. Xiao Xian, display the attribute panel. Combat Power Amplification, Tang Dao Mastery 2. Agility Mastery 2, Blade Draw 0.2 name. Suyu level. First tier 0 to H level. 81.61000. Combat Power Value. 1289 strength. 496-20, the average four-dimensional attributes for adults is 10, agility. 489 constitution. 491 spirit. 488 spirit essence. 279476 attractiveness. 94 evolution points. 460 can be used to enhance talents or skill levels. Contract partners. Feng Qinxue, 50 attack transfer. Lin Xiang, 50 talent. SSS grade plunder. Unique, 164-1000. Can plunder talent times 1. Energy recovers at 10 per minute. Skills. SSS grade dragon and phoenix yin yang decision. Unique, D grade Tang Dao mastery. D grade agility mastery. E grade blade draw. F grade culinary mastery. Eye of detection items. E grade Tang Dao blood red. E grade battle garb ink feather. E grade storage ring. F grade AK-47. F grade auto recovery magazine 4. F grade energy stone 1. Ordinary energy stone 237. That the gains over these few days were considerable, with an income nearing 50,000 spirit essence each day, bringing him a step closer to 500,000. That his skills in Tang Dao mastery and agility mastery had both advanced to D grade, a worthy investment of 20,000 spirit essence. His combat power value reached 1289. Without the enhancements from these skills, his combat power would have only been 248 based solely on his four-dimensional attributes. However, moving forward, any further enhancement of these two proficiencies would depend solely on his own insights or the use of evolution points. All attributes had seen considerable increases. The plunder talent had granted him an additional 148 points, distributed as follows: Strength 40, Agility 34, Constitution 39, Spirit 35. That observing the significant improvements across various attributes, Suyu broke into a satisfied smile. Chapter 68. A strange yet beautiful world that I in the early morning. Tranquility enveloped the surroundings, that a faint light emerged on the eastern horizon, cautiously illuminating the pale blue sky. Lin Xiang's shrill scream shattered the prior stillness, awakening the two individuals still deep in slumber. Xiang, what is it? Feng Qinxue inquired, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Sister and Suyu brother, come quickly. Outside, everything has changed. Lin Xiang exclaimed, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window and pointing excitedly at the outside world. Upon waking, she had groggily made her way to the bathroom. After finishing, she intended to return to bed for a little more rest when the rising sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her cheek. As she half-squinted her eyes and gazed outside, she was stunned to see that the once inch-high grass had now grown to over half a meter in height. The previously 2 to 3 meter tall greenery had transformed into towering trees reaching heights of over 10 meters. In disbelief, Lin Xiang rubbed her eyes, leaning against the window as if trying to absorb the astonishing sight. Suddenly, a flying insect the size of a bowl zipped past her window. Lin Xiang blinked in astonishment, only to see the enormous insect return, hovering before her as if locking eyes with her. The next moment, this colossal flying insect rapidly flapped its wings and charged towards her, eliciting a terrified scream as she stumbled backward. Suyu and Feng Qinxue approached one after the other. Xiang, what the hell is that? Suyu began to inquire, but upon raising his eyes, he spotted the bowl-sized insect flailing about desperately. As he drew closer for a better look, he noticed the insect had long, slender limbs and a lengthy, pointed proboscis, akin to a needle, which had lodged itself into the glass. Now, it could only thrash its wings helplessly, appearing quite comical. The more Suyu observed, the more familiar it seemed, though he was uncertain that he activated the eye of detection. This needle-nosed mosquito had taken him quite a while to locate in the database. Name: blood-sucking needle-nosed mosquito level. 0 to H tier, first level combat power value. 8 strength. 12, the average four-dimensional attributes for adults is 10, agility. 36 constitution, 11 spirit. 10 attractiveness, 5 favorability. 40, it desires to approach you and engage in intimate contact. Talent, D-grade bloodsucking. Feeding on blood can rapidly elevate its level, stimulating energy to cause the blood to boil, increasing speed by 20. Energy recovers at 2 per minute. Skills, none description. Fresh blood is its lifelong pursuit. It detests frogs, spiders, dragonflies, and medicated oils. The needle nose carries a hallucinatory toxin, inducing unbearable itching and discomfort. Damn it, it really is a needle-nosed mosquito. Suyu's eyes reflected his disgust. that in his past life, he had loathed these creatures the most. If one buzzed near him at night, he would engage in a relentless battle until dawn, refusing to relent. With a thought, the F-grade silenced AK-47 appeared in his hand. With a crack, the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and the blood-sucking needle-nosed mosquito was reduced to nothingness. Ding! Killed 0-tier first-level blood-sucking needle-nosed mosquito. Gains Spirit Essence 1. Level difference too great for experience acquisition. Ding! Triggered talent plunder. Plunder ineffective due to excessive level difference. What a relief. So you contentedly blew the smoke wafting from the gun's muzzle before stowing it back into the storage ring. Feng Qianxue and Lin Xiang were both startled by Su Yu's actions. After a moment of stunned silence, Feng Qianxue finally spoke. Darling, what was that insect? That was a needle-nosed mosquito. Su brother. Are you saying that giant insect is a needle-nosed mosquito? The blood-sucking kind? Lin Xiao asked in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to mention the changes in the flowers and trees outside. Upon seeing Su Yu nod, both women were momentarily taken aback. When did mosquitoes grow to such a size? However, they quickly came to terms with it. If zombies could appear, what could a larger mosquito possibly signify? Even if one day Su Yu told them he could turn one into two, they would believe him. Let us go outside and take a look. The surroundings must have undergone significant changes. The three of them headed toward the bedroom exit. As for changing clothes, they had an F-grade battle suit that could be donned with a single button press. Just as they stepped out of the bedroom, they saw Xiao Qi standing by the door. Noticing that the others were unharmed, Xiao Qi finally relaxed and inquired, "What happened?" "I just heard gunshots." Su glanced at Xiao Qi's face. Puzzled, he couldn't help but notice that ever since they arrived at this villa, her dark circles had worsened day by day. It's nothing, just a little bug. But what with those dark circles getting even darker? As he spoke, Su Yu gestured to his own face for emphasis. Xiao Qi chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I'm just not used to the bed. I didn't sleep well last night, but I'll be fine in a few days. She added silently in her heart, if you all could keep the noise down during your nighttime battles, I wouldn't have to be up all night. The villa had 3 floors, and Su Yu and the others resided on the 2nd floor. As they reached the corner of the staircase, the sight in the 1st floor hall left them utterly stunned. The hall, which originally housed about a dozen potted plants of varying sizes, now brimmed with greenery. With the pots having expanded several times over, filling the vast hall to capacity. The floor was even punctured by the roots of these plants, morphing under pressure. Scanning the area with his detection eye, Su Yu observed that these plants had attained levels, yet surprisingly lacked any attributes, only displaying their age. Xiao Xian, these plants have levels now, but why don't they have attribute values? Master, it's because these plants lack intelligence. They have merely evolved due to the absorption of cosmic energy. Can these plants eventually evolve intelligence? Su Yu pondered, fearing that if all plants gained intelligence, their movements would become exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, Xiao Xian's response eased his worries. Master, it is exceedingly difficult for plants to develop intelligence akin to the probability of acquiring a dual talent. However, once they do, they're significantly stronger than ordinary beings. So, it's about the same odds as a dual talent. That means only one intelligent plant would emerge out of billions. Indeed. Feeling reassured, Su Yu concluded that strength was manageable. No matter how powerful, there would always be a chance to defeat them. What he feared most was being surrounded by countless eyes, with no means to contend with them. Let us go outside and see. As they stepped out of the villa, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, reminiscent of sweet spring water. A vibrant green filled their vision, with the once ubiquitous dark brown stains now concealed by the vegetation, as though the apocalypse had never occurred. To be honest, it was truly beautiful, evoking a sensation akin to being an avatar. Yet Su Yu understood this picturesque scenery masked hidden dangers. Wow, it's so beautiful! After exclaiming in awe, Lin Shou took Su Yu's hand and moved forward, with Feng Qianxue and Xiao Qi trailing closely, their eyes wide with wonder at this unfamiliar and stunning world. Brother Su Yu, look, that caterpillar is so cute. Lin Shou pointed, and Su Yu followed her gaze to see a palm-sized, plump green caterpillar wriggling along a branch. Instantly, various cooking methods for caterpillars flashed through his mind. Fried, braised, sweet, and sour. I've heard that this thing can enhance men's vitality and help women fight cancer. Should we give it a try? Oblivious to Su Yu's peculiar gaze, the caterpillar continued its leisurely climb onto a leaf, Beginning to munch, Suyu poked it gently with his finger. The caterpillar turned to assess Suyu as if questioning his sanity before resuming its feast. Seeing that the caterpillar posed no threat, Feng Qinxue deduced, these plants and animals, after evolving, likely retain their pre-evolution behaviors to Suyu nodded, yet his mind was flooded with questions. Why have all living beings, even plants, grown larger while humans remain the same size? Is it possible that Water Blue's star has expanded? Or have humans shrunk? Also, regarding the zombification, every species has absorbed cosmic energy. Why do only humans turn into zombies? Is there something special about humanity? Xiao Xian, do you have any insight into this? Master, I'm unsure as well. However, all humans in the universe share this trait. Humans can only enlarge their bodies through certain special abilities. Is that so? So, is the size of the human body fixed? Or perhaps, damn it, the more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. Shaking his head, Suyu cast aside his chaotic thoughts after having battled zombies for so many days. It would be nice to take this opportunity to relax. Chapter 69. Planning and arrangements for the women. After wandering outside for the entire morning, the group returned to the villa as noon approached. The first floor hall was certainly unusable, so they made their way to the study on the second floor. Lin Xiao's face radiated excitement as she chattered animatedly with Feng Qinxue about the peculiar sights they had encountered. Having just explored the entire villa area, although it was meant for relaxation, Suyu also took the chance to search for tardigrades. However, the results left him somewhat disappointed. He had found none. Tardigrades measure only 1.5 millimeters, meaning that even if they evolved, they would still be exceedingly tiny. Thus, he planned to explore more areas in the afternoon that he exchanged 200 spirit yuan for food at the marketplace. For meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Though slightly inferior to his own cooking, the meal was still visually appealing and aromatic. The women had grown accustomed to Suyu's ability to produce steaming hot meals. Chatting and laughing as they ate tea, Suyu, preoccupied with his thoughts, absent-mindedly consumed his food while contemplating his future plans. Feng Qinxue and the others noticed his distraction and refrained from interrupting him. After a moment, Suyu set down his chopsticks. Noticing that the women were all looking at him, he addressed them directly, without avoiding Xiaoqi. Qinxue, you should be able to advance a level tonight. Right? Feng Qinxue paused in surprise. Then a blush crept across her flawless face as she nodded in response to Xiaoqi's puzzled gaze. Feng Qinxue's accumulated attributes had reached 72, meaning that after midnight tonight, if Suyu played a couple of rounds of cards with her, she could elevate to level 1. Xiaoqi wore a confused expression. She was currently at level 0, level 9, and had filled her experience bar 2 days prior. But seeing Feng Qinxue's full experience without an immediate upgrade made her think there was some deeper meaning behind it. Thus, she imitated Feng Qinxue's behavior. Now, hearing Suyu say that Feng Qinxue could level up tonight made her perplexed. Could it be because of today's drastic changes in the world? Does that mean I can level up too? But why wait until tonight? While she was lost in thought, Suyu's voice rang out again. Shou, you need 3 more days, right? Yes. Lin Shou nodded obediently. This left Xiaoqi even more bewildered. Noticing that Suyu had not inquired about her situation, she timidly asked, then, what about me? You're different from them. You can level up any time that I've told you before, yet you refuse to believe it. Xiaoqi replied, different? Aren't we all just immortal beings who bleed for 7 days every month? Ignoring Xiaoqi, who was spiraling into self-doubt, Suyu continued, once you all advance to level 1, I will begin special training for you. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Today, as you all saw, all the creatures in the world have evolved. Currently, these evolved creatures still retain their pre-evolutionary habits, and the vast majority will not actively attack humans. It appears rather peaceful, doesn't it? Seeing the women nodding in agreement, Suyu posed another question. But what if they become infected by zombies? Lin Xiao tilted her head uncertain and replied, they'll stop eating greens and start eating meat. Suyu affectionately patted her head and smiled. Exactly, they will start consuming meat. The most numerous beings in the world are not humans, but the countless creatures in nature. They were previously small due to their lack of evolution, but now that they have evolved, zombies will also view them as targets for attack. Therefore, the zombie virus will rapidly spread among all species within a few days. And with such vast numbers, an abundance of high-level creatures will inevitably emerge at that point. There could truly be a plethora of level 2 beings, with level 1 creatures scattered everywhere. Feng Qinshue's expression grew serious. Darling, along with that will come a massive wave of corpses and beasts, right? Suyu nodded, his expression turning grave. Yes, given our current strength, if we were to become ensnared in a tide of corpses or beasts, it would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Therefore, our next course of action must be to find every possible way to enhance our strength. And from now on, I will personally eliminate any level 1 zombies we encounter until my strength reaches level 2. Despite the saying that no single person can ever match the power of a group, even the most formidable of elite soldiers cannot rival a team as fierce as wolves. However, this notion is one that Suyu does not subscribe to. In his view, possessing an absolute power capable of overwhelming all obstacles equates to having dominion over everything that in his previous life. Suyu observed numerous protagonists in novels who would willingly forego opportunities to enhance their strength, instead ensuring that those around them kept pace, distributing resources equally. Consequently, when faced with a powerful adversary, they would resort to underhanded tactics, sometimes losing 2 wives in the process before ultimately vanquishing their foe. To be frank, Suyu could not fathom the logic behind this mentality. Once a team elevates an individual to the pinnacle of strength, the team benefits in return. Why would one wish to carry a horde of insatiable parasites? Does such an approach truly provide substantial aid? This, too, is a reason why Suyu harbors no intentions of establishing a faction. It offers little assistance to himself and often leads to hesitancy and excessive caution. Regarding Suyu's sentiments, both Feng Qinshui and Lin Xiao had no objections, wholeheartedly agreeing with him that as for Xiaoqi, even if she felt discontent, she would have to suppress it, for Suyu would not concern himself with her feelings. Brother Suyu, does this mean I can indulge in sleeping in during this period? Over the past few days, she had awoken before dawn and retired later than a dog, exhausting her greatly. Her awakened talent proved of little use during the day, yet her proficiency soared at night. The thought of being able to sleep ignited a glimmer of excitement in Lin Xiao's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Suyu with anticipation. It seems Xiao is not only beautiful, but also possesses delightful thoughts. Suyu remarked that in the coming days, I will conduct special training for you all, particularly you, Xiao. Your awakened talent is of the support type, lacking offensive capabilities, thus necessitating diligent practice, though. Observing Lin Xiao pouting like a child, Suyu chuckled and continued, in truth, talent is not the sole determinant of an individual's strength. Upon hearing this, the girls looked at Suyu with astonishment, particularly Feng Qinshui and Lin Xiao, both of whom had enhanced their talents using evolution points. They understood the disparity before and after enhancement was far from a simple equation of 1-1-2. Each of us can comprehend a skill known as mastery of ability. For instance, with agility. Once your agility reaches a certain height, a new F-level skill, Mastery of Agility, will appear on your attributes panel. At the F level, it offers no attribute enhancement, but when elevated to E level, it can directly increase reflexes and movement speed by 150 that upon reaching SSS level. The enhancement can even reach 1000. I trust you can grasp the profound nature of this skill that he spoke, so you cast a meaningful glance at Feng Qinshui and Lin Xiao. Both women now bore expressions of excitement, clearly comprehending Suyu's implications. While others might require extensive time to gradually improve, they possess the advantage of evolution points. Thus, they merely needed to master the skill and train diligently with Suyu to effortlessly ascend to SSS level. After all, who would ever despise possessing greater strength? Though the two had never articulated it, they had always been quite industrious. Slaying zombies from dawn till dusk, did they truly believe it was not exhausting? They were fatigued, though they did not inquire as to why Suyu insisted on their relentless extermination of zombies. They gritted their teeth and persevered, simply wishing to be of assistance to him. As if recalling something, Feng Qinshui hastily inquired, "Darling, based on your earlier statement, is it possible for me to also comprehend mastery of archery?" Indeed, thus your next objective is to grasp both mastery of agility and mastery of archery. During special training, I will share some essential techniques and my insights. Xiao, in the coming days, you must also select a weapon to learn. Once you decide, inform me. Our healer must not be merely ordinary. Even as a healer, we shall strive to become the most formidable combat healer. Lin Xiao's spirit soared at Suyu's words, and she raised her small fist in a gesture of determination. Alright, Xiao shall become the strongest combat healer. Chapter 70, Second Talent. Absolute defense after dinner, so you summon the girls to the courtyard in front of the villa. Have you all remembered everything? Over the next couple of days, focus on practicing the foundational footwork, particularly the evasive maneuvers that do not entertain the thought of slacking off. I will eventually throw you into a horde of zombies for practical training that if you slack now, it will be you who suffers later. Understood, Brother Suyu. Xiao Qi grasped the situation, expressing her gratitude for Suyu's guidance. The three girls responded in unison. Seeing this, Suyu waved his hand. All right, begin your practice that I need to step out for a while and may return late. Qinshu, if anything arises, call me immediately. Of course, darling. Please take care. Suyu nodded, exerting force beneath his feet, vanishing in a blur. Feng Qinshu gazed at the direction Suyu had departed for a long while before turning to Lin Xiao earnestly. Let us commence our training. Even if we cannot assist our darling, we must not become a burden. Hey, sister, do not underestimate me. I am quite clever, you know. More than 10 minutes later, Suyu appeared beside a small creek, approximately 100 kilometers from Magic City. Strange, I recall that water bears thrive in freshwater sediment, moist soil, and the water film of moss plants. How could they be so elusive? Master, do you think there is a possibility? What possibility? Isn't there a saying on Earth? The world is so vast. I want to see it. Perhaps they have grown longer legs and decided to run away. Suyu scratched his head, pondering that there might be some truth to this. Otherwise, how could not a single one be found? He then expanded his search radius that a few minutes later, Suyu crouched on the ground, fixated on a slowly crawling large ant. Water bears are typically brown. Yet the creature before him was pitch black, resembling an ant at first glance. It was precisely the water bear he had been desperately seeking. This left Suyu both amused and exasperated. He had previously seen several in the villa area, but mistook them for ants, not even using his detection eye. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. After all, the water bear before him possessed an impressively potent talent. Name: Water Bear, Bait Level 0, Stage 1 Battle Value 19 Strength 12. The average four-dimensional attribute for an adult is 10 Agility, 7 Constitution, 51 Spirit, 9 Appearance, 10 Affection Level 0. Ignores you talent. B-level talent absolute defense. Reduces any damage taken by 40 and increases mental energy recovery speed by 4. Note: absolute defense is a unique talent of the water bear species. And due to its characteristics, this talent can only reach a maximum of a level. Skills: Hidden Life, a unique skill of the water bear species that allows it to enter a fake death state, during which it cannot act. And damage reduction can be elevated to 99. Description: as a slow-moving creature with no offensive capabilities and no natural enemies, it aspires to carry a pack and venture forth in search of love after evolution. The water bear's talent did not disappoint Suyu. It was a talent capable of reducing all damage, a rarity even in the system's exchange shop. As previously mentioned, only ordinary talents can be exchanged in the shop. Exceptionally unique or species-specific talents cannot be exchanged. Upon discovering that this talent could only reach A level, Suyu furrowed his brow but quickly reconciled with it that if this talent were without limitations and could continually rise to SSS level, would it not render one invincible with a 100 damage immunity? Despite knowing the chances were slim, Suyu still harbored a glimmer of hope, inwardly inquiring, "Little fairy, can I forcibly enhance this talent to SSS level using evolution points?" Given that its limitation is a level, master, even this little fairy is uncertain. Well, I suppose I am being greedy. Even if it can only reach a level of 50 damage immunity is still quite formidable, with a firm resolution. Suyu no longer hesitated, but he stood up, and the red blood sword appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the air, aimed precisely at the water bear, with Suyu's current strength attribute of 494 points. Even a casual strike could yield nearly 9,880 pounds of force, and with all his might, it could reach 19,760 pounds. Additionally, wielding the Tang Dao, the D-level Tang Dao mastery enhancement of 200 was in effect. Thus, though this strike was merely a casual swing, it possessed a force of over 30,000 pounds. Boom! A deep gash appeared in the ground, yet the system's notification sound remained conspicuously absent, while nearby evolved creatures scattered in fright. Suyu was taken aback. What is going on? He used the red blood sword to turn over the soil and focused. only to find the water bear now shriveled, having contracted into an irregular sphere. Goodness, has it entered a fake death state already? In this fake death state, the water bear's damage reduction reached 99, meaning Suyu's previous strike had only inflicted one of the damage. With another strike. This time, Suyu exerted all his strength. Boom. Let's see how many of these you can endure. He gazed at the still-living tardigrade. Suyu felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, he was a dignified first-tier powerhouse. Yet he could not extinguish a mere zero-tier, level 1 insect, a fact that would surely invite disbelief if shared that a few minutes later. The system notification chimed. Ding, you have slain a zero-tier, level 1 tardigrade. Gaining 1 spiritual essence, your tier exceeds that of the target, experience cannot be acquired. Another notification followed. Ding, talent plunder triggered. The level disparity renders the plunder ineffective. Upon hearing the system's alert in his mind, Suyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That moment, dozens of small and large pits surrounded him. Fortunately, the tardigrade's defense was remarkably formidable. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to nothingness. He picked up the tardigrade's carcass. And with a thought, he commanded, plunder. In the next instant, countless milky white threads emerged from the palm of his hand, swaying gently in the breeze. Then, as if honing in on its target, the threads converged upon the tardigrade's body, drawing forth mysterious energies that flowed into Suyu's being. Ding. Talent plunder triggered. Successfully plundered B-grade talent. Absolute defense. After glancing at his attribute panel, he noticed no significant changes post-plunder. Without hesitation, he utilized an evolution point, targeting absolute defense. Moments later, the B-grade talent had ascended to A-grade, increasing his damage reduction from 40 to 50 with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. So you used another evolution point. The point was deducted. A milky white aura enveloped him, igniting a surge of excitement within. Name. Suyu level. First tier, 0th level. 81.61000. Combat power. 1413 strength. 49620. The average 4-dimensional attributes for an adult is 10. Agility. 489 constitution. 491 spirit. 488 spiritual essence. 279145 appearance. 94 evolution points. 260. Can be used to enhance talents and skill levels. Contractors. Feng Qinshu 50 attack transfer. Lin Xiao 50 talents. SSS grade plunder. Unique 164 1000 S grade. Absolute defense 50 damage reduction from any attack. Energy recovers at 16 per minute skills. SSS grade dragon and phoenix yin yang technique. Unique. Talent skill extreme body. D grade Tang Dao mastery. D grade movement proficiency. F grade culinary mastery. E grade skill blade draw / eye of detection items. E grade Tang Dao scarlet blood. E grade battle garb ink feather. F grade AK-47. F grade automatic recovery magazine X2. F grade energy stone X1. Ordinary energy stone X237. Despite the S grade talent not increasing damage reduction, it did yield a derivative talent skill. Talent skill extreme body upon activation. Immune to all attacks and negative statuses for 3 seconds, such as poisoning, binding, illusions, etc. If a lethal strike is encountered, this skill activates automatically with a cooldown of 24 hours. Is this the 3-second invincibility of a true man? Though it has increased damage reduction, this turn of events isn't a loss. With this skill, I need not fear ambushes. I have secured a means of survival. Quite commendable. Chapter 71 Skill. Arrow Rain Xiaoxian. With absolute defense reducing damage by 50, can my current defense withstand a missile strike? Master, with your current defense, if a missile were to strike you directly, it would only leave you injured, not fatal. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Suyu's heart, and an inexplicable smile graced his face. The reason he chose a defensive talent for his second was indeed to preemptively guard against threats. After all, one could never be sure whether the authorities might, in a fit of anger, unleash missiles upon him. He dared not gamble. Only with sufficient powerful trump cards could he qualify for cooperation with the state. Glimpsing the remaining 2 evolution points, Suyu resolved not to save them. The previous restraint was to preserve them for upgrading his second talent. Now, should he continue enhancing the second talent, it seemed unlikely to yield additional damage reduction. Rather, it might again generate a new talent skill or enhance the extreme body skill. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to further upgrade absolute defense. Relatively speaking, enhancing proficiency and abilities would yield greater power. After surveying his surroundings and confirming there was no danger, Suyu sat cross-legged and allocated the remaining evolution points to Tang Dao mastery and movement proficiency. Waves of profound insights and techniques surged into his mind like a flood of symbols. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a gleam flashing within. Clang. Scarlet blood unsheathed. Swish, swish, swish. A cascade of blood-red light, imbued with overwhelming killing intent, rippled forth like waves upon the sea, with the grace of a swimming dragon. He stirred a whirlwind through the forest. After completing a sequence of sword techniques, Suyu exhaled deeply. What a rush! Upon reaching C grade, the enhancements from both abilities had soared to 300, that although this only represented an additional 100 from before. Suyu was now undeniably capable of vanquishing 10 of his former self. That as he stretched his joints, he felt a lingering soreness in his muscles, prompting a frown. Xiao Xian, what is happening? Master, this is normal. Your tier is currently too low, and your body's strength cannot keep pace. Once you reach the second tier, it will be resolved that I see that I shall consider this a hidden advantage. As he nodded slightly before vanishing from his spot. A moment later, he reappeared beside the highway, traversing it as he searched for first-tier zombies to hunt while making his way back. Meanwhile, at Villa 15 in the Emperor's View Villa District, an 8- or 9-year-old boy overturned a bowl filled with green mush onto the floor, indignantly shouting at an elderly woman. Pa, what is this? I want fried chicken legs, Grandma. Hurry and make some. The old woman, slightly hunched and weathered by time, bore a face etched with deep wrinkles. She smiled kindly at the child, saying, "Good grandson, please bear with it. Grandma will find something tasty for you, all right?" After speaking, she knelt to gather the overturned bowl, using a spoon to scoop the deep green mush back into it. Returning to the kitchen, she gazed at the bowl of green mush and sighed, taking a hearty gulp directly from it. Instantaneously, her face contorted into a grimace, clearly indicating that the green mush was quite unpalatable. This mush was concocted from a large green caterpillar she had caught that morning, boiled with some plant leaves. Although it tasted awful, it could at least stave off hunger. Having endured a lifetime of hardship, she had finally seen her son prosper, yet before she could enjoy a few days of comfort, the cataclysm had erupted. Reflecting on her son, worry filled the old woman's small eyes. That it had been 10 days since the apocalypse began, and there was still no word from her son or daughter-in-law. A few days prior, soldiers had come to the Villa District to offer aid, but she could not bear to part with her home and valuable possessions. Thus, she had requested the soldiers to help her take valuable items from her home instead. For someone so intent on material wealth over life, the soldiers had shown no leniency. They simply left her to her own devices. Initially, she thought that the military would accommodate her as an elderly woman, perhaps sending someone to persuade her. However, when she looked outside the following day, the soldiers had vanished without a trace. Now, even if she regretted her decision, it was too late. She could only face the harsh reality. Staring out at the now unfamiliar world beyond her window, the old woman muttered with a frown, "I wonder if those young people are still around." Time flew by, and the setting sun cast long shadows, painting the sky blood-red, in the outskirts of the demon city. Suyu gasped for breath as he stood over a wild boar the size of a minibus that a gaping wound over a meter long marred the boar's neck, from which crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ding. You have slain a first-tier, level 1 evolved wild boar, gaining 20 spiritual essence, 2 experience. Current experience, 95.61,000. Ding. Talent plunder triggered. 2 strength, 2 constitution. Casually, Suyu picked up the orb of light in front of the boar's corpse. Initially taken aback, he soon wore a look of delight. Having encountered numerous orbs of light before, he had ceased to harbor expectations for their contents, yet he was utterly unprepared for such a delightful surprise. F-grade skill book, Arrow Rain. This skill releases energy concentrated in arrows, generating a multitude of arrows for wide area attacks. Their power is only 10 of the original, but the more energy input, the greater the number of arrows produced. Excellent, excellent. This skill would be perfect for Chinchua. It should unlock a special maneuver. Suyu wore a smile as he stowed away the skill book into his storage ring, then turned his gaze toward the carcass of the wild boar. A look of deep contemplation crossing his face that on his way back, he had vanquished 12 first-tier zombies and several thousand zero-tier zombies, initially believing he could call it a day. However, just as he was about to enter the city, He stumbled upon this evolved wild boar. Upon sighting the beast, it was engaged in a frenzied slaughter among the corpses, devouring them whole, some barely chewed before being swallowed down. To be honest, so you found himself quite intrigued by the prospect of wild boar meat. Considering it was a first-tier mutated creature, the thought of preparing a braised dish from it was tantalizing. Yet the boar's indiscriminate appetite, consuming anything in its path, gave him pause that he suspected that its stomach was filled with the remains of zombies. And perhaps even humans, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. My master, there is truly no need for concern, the little fairy reminded him. All living beings undergo an evolution of their digestive systems as well. Therefore, food is rapidly decomposed into energy upon entering the digestive tract, leaving no residue behind. Moreover, have you not noticed that you have not excreted anything in quite some time? Sui was taken aback. He had been so preoccupied with slaying zombies to earn spirit essence that he had not realized he had not used the restroom since reaching the first tier. With this revelation, he found little reason to be troubled. Though the wild boar was sizable, his storage ring had also advanced to E rank, boasting a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, making it no challenge to store the boar. After safely securing the boar's carcass within his space, Suyu vanished from his location, racing toward the Imperial View Villa district. Upon entering the area, he discerned faint sounds of a quarrel emanating from the direction of Villa No. Wanda furrowing his brow, he hastened towards Villa No. In a matter of leaps, he found himself atop the villa's roof. The individuals in the courtyard were utterly oblivious to his arrival. Upon seeing merely an elderly woman in her 60s alongside a small child, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to descend, the woman's words halted him in his tracks. "What is wrong with you young ladies? Are you so grown yet cannot comprehend human speech?" The elderly woman, who appeared quite amiable when silent, transformed into a veritable cannon when she spoke, her words laden with a fiery intensity. With one hand grasping the little boy and the other pointing accusatorily at Feng Qinxue and her companions, she proclaimed, "I am doing this for your own good. Just look at how perilous it is outside. Wouldn't it be better to accompany my grandson and me to the survival base established by the government?" Upon hearing this, Suyu's understanding crystallized. He recognized this woman from when they had encountered zombies while clearing the villa district, though they had not interacted much. While he was unsure why this grandmother and grandson had not evacuated during the military rescue days prior, it became clear that she was attempting to persuade Feng Qinxue and her friends to act as their bodyguards. Stepping back a couple of paces to conceal himself, Suyu decided to observe how Feng Qinxue and the others would respond. Chapter 72. The unruly elderly woman and the mischievous child. Feng Qinxue shook her head in refusal, saying, "Annie, you need not say more. We will not be going." The elderly woman displayed a look of frustration and disbelief, her finger trembling as she pointed at Feng Qinxue. Why are you young ladies so obstinate?" "All right, Annie, we have matters to attend to. If you have nothing further, please leave," Feng Qinxue replied, preparing to continue practicing her movement techniques with Lin Xie and Xiao Qi. Seeing that the girls were impervious to her pleas, the elderly woman had no choice but to compromise, calling out to Feng Qinxue, "Wait, you may not want to come, but surely you can spare some food for my grandson and me? My dear grandson hasn't eaten well in days and has lost quite a bit of weight." At this moment, the little boy chimed in, "I'm hungry. Hurry and give me something to eat." Observing the boy's entitlement, Feng Qinxue furrowed her brows. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to send Lin Xie into the villa to retrieve some food that they had purchased before the apocalypse. For them, these items were no longer considered food. They were merely remnants of a past craving. Thus, parting with some to send the pair away seemed reasonable. Once Lin Xie entered the house, the elderly woman craned her neck, eagerly peering inside. Before long, Lin Xie emerged with a bag filled with assorted snacks. As she approached the elderly woman to hand over the bag, the little boy suddenly snatched it away, clutching it protectively, as if fearing it would be taken from him. "Wow, so many snacks!" the boy exclaimed in delight, tearing open a packet of chips and devouring them on the spot. The girls exchanged disapproving glances at the boy's lack of manners, and Feng Qinxue's expression hardened further. "You may leave now, and do not come back here again," she stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the boy stuck his tongue out at Feng Qinxue, a cheeky grin plastered across his face, paying her no heed. The elderly woman, undeterred, surveyed the snacks in the bag with disdain. Just these few bags of snacks. Is this what you call charity?" As she spoke, her greed became evident as she attempted to enter the villa herself. Feng Qinshua blocked her path, a frosty bow, an arrow manifesting in her hands, aimed directly at the elderly woman. "Now leave immediately," startled. The woman stumbled back several steps, her expression shifting to one of utter dismay, before she erupted into a shrill outcry.